Chapter 1. The Wish. The night enveloped the Vanine Temple like a piece of black satin. Shrouding it in darkness, silence reigned supreme, broken only by the flickering of a few candles swaying gently in the breeze. Yet this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the sudden clamor of clashing swords and knives, the sounds piercing the stillness of the night with starkness. However, this commotion was fleeting, dissipating as swiftly as it had arisen, leaving behind an almost eerie quiet. In an instant, the silence reclaimed its dominion. Quan Mingyi, donning a terrifying mask that obscured his expression, appeared grim and fearsome. He returned to the chamber that had been prepared for him within the temple. Today, he had deliberately concealed his identity and disguised himself to enter the Vanine Temple. Yet he had not anticipated an assassination attempt. It seemed evident that a spy lurked in his vicinity. "Master, are you unharmed?" Zhao Tsong, standing nearby, appeared visibly anxious, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Nothing to worry about." Quan Mingyi coldly uttered these words, his gaze fixating on the shallow cut on his arm without hesitation. He deftly tore a strip from his garment and skillfully bandaged the wound, his demeanor remaining as frosty as ever. "What have you discovered?" "Master, the assassin tonight may be from the former Jinlin kingdom. They have somehow learned of your visit to the Vanine Temple tonight, lying in wait here since early on." The exposure of his whereabouts was a grave responsibility he could not evade. He had thought this journey was meticulously planned, with every precaution taken, yet he had not foreseen such an oversight. Who could possibly have dared to leak his movements? Zhao Tsong clenched his teeth in frustration. The flickering candlelight illuminated Quan Ming's eyes, revealing a glimmer akin to distant stars flickering in the night sky. In the heavy silence of the room, only the labored breaths of Quan Mingyi and Zhao Tsong could be heard, the oppressive atmosphere instilling a sense of dread in Zhao Tsong. He knew he would inevitably face punishment for this assassination attempt, yet, more than that, the traitor who had disclosed the master's whereabouts deserved the harshest of fates. Upon their return to the palace, he would ensure a thorough investigation of everyone around the master. Before Quan Mingyi could contemplate a resolution, he suddenly felt an unusual heat coursing through his body. A strange, intense warmth surged from deep within, spreading rapidly throughout him. "Damn it!" Quan Mingyi couldn't help but curse under his breath, his brow furrowing tightly. "Master, what is wrong?" He sensed the escalating desire within him. Biting down on his molars, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What had long eluded his understanding now seemed to take on a vague clarity. "Fetch a woman." Quan Mingyi struggled against the unbearable heat within. Zhao Tsong's pupils dilated in shock. He instinctively glanced at the wound on the master's arm. Was there an aphrodisiac on that blade? What kind of despicable assassin would smear such a substance on their weapon? Could it be the work of someone from the imperial harem? Zhao Tsong's mind raced with various speculations, but there was no time for further contemplation. "Master, I will send someone immediately." Zhao Tsong dared not delay, swiftly departing the room. Upon reaching the entrance, he quickly gathered a few subordinates, urgently dispatching them to find a woman. Yet, the Vanine Temple, being a sanctuary of tranquility, had no women present, not even a female monk. Where could he possibly find a woman for his master at this hour? The moonlight cascaded down upon the Vanine Temple, perched upon the mountainside. Two young maidens made their way up the path, drawn by the legend of a tree of destiny outside the temple, seeking to prey beneath its branches. During the day, the place was bustling with visitors, but now, in the stillness of night, it was just the two of them. "Miss, why do you wish to come to the Vanine Temple at this late hour?" One of them, dressed in yellow and sporting a maid's hairstyle, bore a worried expression. Shidong had followed her mistress since childhood, and now, as her mistress was to be wed in Qianjing, she was adamant about coming to the temple at such an hour, despite all her attempts to dissuade her. Fortunately, they had not yet entered the city. Being in the outskirts allowed her mistress this freedom to act so whimsically. Shen Yuling raised her head slightly, gazing at the Vanine Temple, which appeared increasingly solemn and majestic under the moonlight, before her eyes settled upon the Tree of Destiny. Her gaze was filled with yearning. "Since I am to be married soon, I have yet to meet my future husband. I thought it would be nice to pray at the Vanine Temple. I have so many wishes." Shen Yuling adjusted her pale, pink garment, her hands coming together in prayer as she faced the tree. The style of her attire, with its cross-collar design, should have exuded a sense of formality. Yet, on her, the impeccable tailoring accentuated her graceful neck and snow-like complexion. Bathed in the moonlight, she radiated a gentle luminescence, ethereal and dreamlike. A light purple silk sash cinched her waist, adorned with a round jade pendant, its quality smooth and translucent. As it swayed gently, it produced a clear and melodious sound, a testament to her beauty. Shitong, watching her mistress, found herself momentarily entranced. Who could resist such beauty? Shen Yuling caressed her radiant face. Am I beautiful? Shitong nodded without hesitation. If the mistress were not beautiful, then there would be no beauty in the world. Shen Yuling smiled and said, thus, my first wish is. She gently closed her eyes, her expression earnest. I wish for a handsome husband with starry eyes and sword-like brows, whose beauty rivals that of fine jade. After all, her parents were both stunning individuals, and she herself was lovely naturally. Her future husband must also be exceptionally handsome. Shitong could not help but stifle a giggle. Her mistress' straightforward thoughts were both endearing and charming. Shen Yuling opened her eyes and brushed her inky black hair. My second wish is for my beauty to endure, for my floral grace to remain vibrant, and for my hair to stay as dark as ink through the years. At this age, she was particularly enamored with beauty and wished for her youthful visage to last forever, to remain as lovely as she was now. As she contemplated her third wish, a blush crept upon her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her voice growing softer. My third wish is for unbroken ties of love, to be with you without regrets, to share joy together from dawn till dusk. Shitong teased with a smile. Miss, your wishes are truly beautiful. I am certain that heaven will hear your prayers and grant them. Shen Yuling playfully swatted Zaitong's arm. Only you know how to say such sweet things. Yet, despite her words, her heart brimmed with expectation. With renewed enthusiasm, she continued to articulate her wishes. Fourth wish. Fifth wish. Although Shen Yuling deliberately lowered her voice, the excitement and anticipation in her tone were unmistakable. With hearts full of hope, they whispered their aspirations for the future beneath the tranquil night sky of the Vanyin Temple. Chapter 2. The girl who was arranged to come Zhao Tsong, accompanied by a retinue, anxiously searched around the Fanyin Temple with a hurried demeanor. Just as his anxiety reached a peak, fortune smiled upon him. Beneath the tree of fate not far away, he caught a glimpse of two young maidens. Zhao Tsong's eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had discovered a lifeline. He slowed his pace, drawing nearer while straining to overhear their conversation. The girl referred to as Miss spoke in a gentle and melodious tone, her words imbued with dreams of a future marriage. It seemed she was already betrothed, and from her speech, one could distinctly sense her eager anticipation for the forthcoming union. However, as she continued to express her whimsical desires of a handsome husband and an unending bond of affection, her wishes became increasingly extravagant and appeared more elusive. Zhao Tsong, listening from the sidelines, couldn't help but smirk slightly. This young lady was far too naive in this world. Finding such a perfect match was no simple task. Having witnessed the insincerity and scheming of imperial consorts within the palace, Zhao Tsong felt reluctant to present such an innocent lamb to his master. Nonetheless, he had neither the luxury for sentiment nor the inclination for compassion. What loomed before him was the urgent need to find a woman to counteract the effects of the aphrodisiac that had ensnared his master. His master was the most esteemed individual in the realm, and his health could not withstand the slightest falter. Even if this young lady were engaged, what significance did that hold? The chance to alleviate his master's plight was a blessing that others could only dream of. Perhaps this maiden's future was destined for greatness. With such thoughts in mind, Zhao Tsong resolved to act swiftly, leading his men toward her. Who are you? Shitong, engaged in lively conversation with her lady, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a dozen individuals and instinctively placed herself protectively in front of her mistress. Her eyes were filled with wariness, and though her voice trembled, she feigned composure to reprimand them. Zhao Tsong offered no reply, merely casting a significant glance at his side. A lithe figure clad in black instantly grasped his intent, stealthily advancing like a specter and swiftly incapacitating Shitong with a single decisive blow. Witnessing this, Xin Yuling was struck with terror, her complexion paling as she stammered. "What do you intend to do? Do you know who I am? If you harm me, neither my father nor my future husband will let you go." As she spoke, she retreated, her heart filled with dread. Yet she endeavored to appear resolute, attempting to intimidate these unwelcome intruders. Zhao Tsong remained silent, brow furrowing slightly as doubts crept into his mind. Could it be that this young lady held an extraordinary status? However, the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. Regardless of her background, it could not eclipse the paramount importance of his master's safety. With that resolve, Zhao Tsong dismissed his hesitation and raised his hand. Another figure in black swiftly approached, deftly pressing a finger to Xun Yuling's acupoint. Her body softened, gradually collapsing, and was caught by the black-clad man, who then hurriedly whisked her away. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the previously unconscious Shitong, after lying on the ground for a moment, opened her eyes, watching the direction in which her mistress was taken, a faint smile gracing her lips. Truly, her mistress was deserving of the title Queen of Shadows. Such acting, such cunning. She, as a system, had much to learn from her esteemed host. Nevertheless, she had performed admirably today. Inside the room, candlelight flickered, casting shadows on the walls. Quan Mingyi sat alone, a feverish heat coursing through his body, a result of the aphrodisiac. His complexion flushed, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The luxurious black and gold brocade robe he wore felt more like a shackle than a garment. Frustrated, he loosened it and tossed it aside. Quan Mingyi attempted to resist the effects of the drug with his inner strength, but the nature of the concoction eluded him. The more he fought, the more intense the heat surged back after momentarily receding, a relentless wave threatening to engulf his sanity. Reclining on the bed, he clung desperately to the last vestiges of clarity. Just then, a creaking sound broke the stillness as the door swung open. With his eyes closed, Quan Mingyi initially assumed it was Zhao Tsong returning. He perked up, catching the sound of approaching footsteps, only to feel a sudden chill in his heart. Those footsteps were not Zhao Tsong's. In an instant, his eyes flew open, sharp as blades. The door slowly opened to reveal a girl standing in the threshold, seemingly around 16 or 17 years of age. Though her features were pleasant, they were not strikingly beautiful. Yet her eyes, innocent and clear, held a certain navet in the dim candlelight. "Who are you?" Quan Mingyi's voice emerged hoarse and low, as if scraped raw. Oppression and irritation tinged his tone. Upon entering, the girl was taken aback at the sight of the man bare-chested, his face obscured by a terrifying mask. Panic surged through her. Coming from a destitute family, her younger brother lay gravely ill, and she had been told that if she came to Fanning Temple to care for a patient, she would be paid enough to save him. For her brother's sake, she had steeled herself to come. Now, confronted by this unfamiliar and menacing man, she found herself at a loss for words that the girl stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The man's thin lips pressed tightly together, his gaze as predatory as that of a ravenous beast. Fear gripped the girl, her tongue twisting in knots, unable to form a coherent sentence. Observing the timid girl before him, a wave of disdain washed over Quan Mingyi, another opportunist seeking to climb the social ladder. "Who sent you?" "A woman called me." The girl dared not look up, her voice barely above a whisper, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. That a woman? Was this truly a palace consort plotting against him? Yet, the overwhelming urge within him threatened to erupt, and his reason wavered beneath the onslaught of desire. He had no choice but to acquiesce. At least for tonight, he would use this girl to alleviate the effects of the aphrodisiac. And come morning, it would be her end. Quan Mingyi had never been one to subject himself to indignities, yet the events of the evening had unfolded like a relentless torment, filling him with displeasure and revulsion. "Come here." His voice was frigid, cutting through the air. The girl, accustomed to obedience due to her lowly status, dared not defy his chilling command. With her head bowed, she slowly approached. Was this the so-called patient she was to tend? An imposing figure, he was either a high-ranking official or a member of the royal family. How could a poor girl like her possibly care for him? Quan Mingyi leaned slightly forward, lifting her chin with his hand. In the flickering candlelight, he scrutinized her face. While not breathtakingly beautiful, it was certainly pleasing to his eye. Chapter 3. The Hunter and the Prey. Just as Quan Mingyi prepared to draw the girl closer, the door creaked open once more. Master, I have found the woman for you. Zhao Tsong's urgent voice filled the room, but his words faltered upon seeing the girl kneeling before his master. How did a woman suddenly appear? Quan Mingyi's gaze shifted from the girl at his feet to the doorway. Lowering his eyes back to the girl, a plan began to form in his mind. This girl was clearly a pawn in someone else's game, deliberately placed before him with obvious intent. Meanwhile, the unconscious woman at the door was brought by Zhao Tsong, perhaps with a cleaner conscience that in a flash. Quan Mingyi made his decision. Bring her over. Zhao Tsong quickly complied, instructing his men to lay Shen Yuling on Quan Mingyi's bed. Quan Mingyi cast a cold glance at the girl still kneeling at his feet, his expression devoid of warmth. Take her away. Investigate her thoroughly. Yes. Zhao Tsong replied respectfully before swiftly exiting, closing the door behind him, leaving only Quan Mingyi and the slumbering Shen Yuling in the room. Quan Mingyi's gaze fell upon the girl. Though she wore no makeup, she remained captivating, her features enchanting enough to hold one's attention. With elegantly arched brows, naturally tinted lips, and exquisitely sculpted features, her small, round face resembled a blooming peony, radiant and striking, surpassing any woman in his harem. Quan Mingyi felt his breath grow heavier, his throat tightened, and uncontrollable heat surged within him once more. Without further hesitation, he reached out and tore away the girl's garments. The maiden, still in a stupor, was spared any comforting gestures from him. Suddenly jolted awake by a wave of excruciating pain, Shen Yuling was met with the sight of a grotesque mask and the deep, dark eyes beneath it. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. It hurts. Let me go, you bastard. As fate would have it, I am on the verge of marrying the esteemed Prince of Lingyang, personally chosen by His Majesty himself. Yet, who could have foreseen that, before the wedding date, I would encounter such misfortune and lose my purity? Upon regaining my senses, Shen Yuling struggled desperately, her delicate hands pushing against the man looming over her with all her might, her face a mask of rage and helplessness. This is an accident. I will take responsibility for you, Quan Mingyi declared, as he effortlessly seized her wrist, applying just enough pressure to pin her hands above her head, rendering her immobile. I have a husband. Release me. You lecher. Villain. I shall demand my father take your head. Yet Quan Mingyi merely scoffed. This woman was clearly still a maiden. Could her husband truly not fulfill his marital duties? As for her threat concerning her father's vengeance, he thought, let him try if he dared. The effects of the potion still coursed through Quan Mingyi's body, clouding his mind further, coupled with the sight of the young girl beneath him. Her tear-streaked face, her luscious lips, and her enchanting beauty, his control over his own body waned. Outside, the moon hung high in the night sky, casting a cold, silvery light. Inside, the absurdity of the situation unfolded, time slipping away unmeasured. Shen Yuling's hair lay in disarray, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Soft moans escaped her lips uncontrollably. She was unaware of how many times the man beneath her had taken advantage of her, only feeling as though her body was no longer her own. As Quan Mingyi gradually regained his senses and the ability to control himself, he finally ceased his actions that moment. Shen Yuling's voice had grown hoarse, tears having long since dried. I will not spare you. Quan Mingyi gazed at her, acknowledging that tonight had indeed been her unwarranted calamity. Yet, now that it had come to this, she would be incorporated into the harem. Shen Yuling felt his hand on her waist begin to caress her gently once more, and instinctively, she protested, no, please, not anymore. However, her feeble voice, reminiscent of a delicate kitten, only inflamed Quan Mingyi's desire further, that he pulled her back into his embrace. Thus, amidst endless entanglements and struggles, the night gradually wore on. As dawn approached, the commotion within the room finally ceased. The traces of tears at the corners of her eyes were starkly visible, remnants of the endless cycle of weeping and drying, leaving behind marks of despair. This moment, she had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a deep slumber. Quan Mingyi cast a glance at her before dressing and striding out of the door. To dare plot against him was tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, the once unconscious Shen Yuling opened her eyes after his departure. Her tear-stained eyes glimmered with clarity and lucidity, yet deep within, a sense of triumph shimmered. Quan Mingyi, it seems I may be entangled with you for a lifetime. If only I could wield this blade to my advantage. Shen Yuling suppressed a wave of discomfort coursing through her body. A whole night had passed. It appeared that Quan Mingi indeed had a fondness for her well-maintained physique. The Shen family guarded the northwest, not far from the western regions. Thus, Shen Yuling often visited the western regions during her childhood, a land rich in talents and resources, where she learned many marvelous methods for self-care. Not only did she master these techniques, but she also studied the unique dances of that region, in her leisure time. She practiced yoga learned from the modern world, combining it with various contemporary self-care methods that in this manner, she had come to cherish her own body. Although Quan Mingi was an emperor and not one to indulge in carnal pleasures, sometimes a mere flicker of pity, reluctance, or compassion from him was enough to alter the course of events entirely. Shen Yuling hastily donned her attire and fled swiftly. Chapter 4. The story of Shen Yuling at the Shen residence. Shen Yuling reclined on a beautiful couch, her figure graceful and alluring. It was the season of blooming flowers, and outside the window, vibrant blossoms vied for attention, their fragrant scents wafting gently into the room with the soft spring breeze, saturating the air with their essence. The gentle wind tousled Shen Yuling's dark hair, strands dancing like ink in the breeze, occasionally brushing against her doll-like face, enhancing her captivating charm. She had been in this world for 16 years, with her sole purpose being vengeance. There were 3 targets for her retribution: the Prince of Lingyang, Feng Maheng, whom she was soon to wed, his concubine Lu Jingyi, and the formidable Lu Jiaoyi, who held almost absolute power in Quan Mingi's harem. Therefore, she must establish a connection with Quan Mingi before marrying Feng Maheng, enabling her to enter the harem as a second wife and eliminate Lu Jiaoyi in her previous life. Shen Yuling was an actress, no, more accurately, an actress struggling to make her mark in the entertainment industry without any background to rely on. Just a day before encountering the system, she had received a nomination for Best Actress. In the modern world, Shen Yuling was not only popular but also talented, focusing solely on her career without any scandals, making her a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. She had believed that this year, the award for Best Actress would surely be hers. But who could have anticipated that it would slip through her fingers once more? This marked her 3rd nomination, yet she found herself once again relegated to the role of a mere participant. Shen Yuling couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and absurdity. The entertainment circles of Beijing and Shanghai were indeed intricate and convoluted, making it exceedingly difficult to rise to prominence. The trophy for Best Actress had eluded her yet again, but she remained unperturbed, not overly fixating on it. That night, upon returning to her spacious and comfortable 300-square-meter residence, she quickly washed up and lay down on her soft bed. Before long, she had drifted into a peaceful slumber. However, this sleep was anything but ordinary. As she fell asleep, she felt a dizzying sensation, followed by an inexplicable force pulling her, as if she were being drawn into an endless vortex. When she regained her senses, she found herself in a peculiar space. All around her was a vast expanse of white, with no end in sight, save for a virtual screen before her radiating a gentle light. Adorned with incomprehensible characters and symbols that to this day, she still vividly recalls her conversation with the so-called galactic system. Perhaps this was a result of her years as an actress, cultivating a keen attention to detail regarding her experiences. Dear Miss Shen, the galactic system is at your service. A sweet, melodious voice echoed through the silent space. Subtitles appeared on the screen, displaying a thoughtful touch. The galactic system. Am I to be transported to another world? Shen Yuling jested. Having perused countless scripts and novels, she was somewhat familiar with the trope of systems commonly found in stories, so she merely regarded this as a dream. The galactic system, upon hearing her calm response, seemed momentarily taken aback. How do you know? You agreed. It had initially been contemplating how to persuade this Miss Shen. Agree to what? To traverse to another world and become a great hero who saves the world. Shen Yuling couldn't help but twitch her lips, internally scoffing at the absurdity of such a notion. Due to the limited number of individuals in the harem, I have opted for a simplified hierarchy. The setting is an alternate historical period, so please do not dwell too much on the world building. Empress and Emperor Jiaoyi. Rank equivalent to Prime Minister, higher than a feudal Lord Jiyu. Rank equivalent to Upper Minister. Higher than a Marquis Marin. Rank equivalent to Prefect, 2,000 stones, Batsi. Rank equivalent to Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, 1,000 stones, Chizi. 800 stones Liangren. 700 stones Changsher. 600 stones Shaoshir. 400 Stones Chapter 5. Xin Yuling's Rebirth No. Xin Yuling replied, "Dada." The system responded, "Yes, the host. All you need to do is complete the tasks, and this system can grant you 3 wishes." Xin Yuling merely smiled and shook her head. "What a pity. I prefer to fulfill my own wishes." She scoffed softly, exuding an air of pride. "Relying on others to achieve my desires brings me no satisfaction." The system wilted, its voice lacking vitality. "Let me talk to her." Xin Yuling turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, that a woman clad in attire reminiscent of ancient warring states garb appeared before her, with flowing sleeves and an ethereal grace. She exuded an aura of coolness, yet her face was strikingly beautiful. "What a stunning beauty!" Xin Yuling tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the mysterious woman, her eyes wide with curiosity and admiration. She had a penchant for beautiful women. Yet, how strange that this dream felt so vivid, allowing her to see the features of someone she had never met so clearly. "Who are you?" "I am also Xin Yuling, hailing from the Qian dynasty." The woman offered a slight bow, her demeanor imbued with a subtle melancholy. "My tale is lengthy. Would you care to listen, Miss Xin?" She lifted her gaze towards Xin Yuling, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Observing her demeanor, Xin Yuling felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity surge within her heart. She nodded slightly, gesturing for her to continue. It felt as though she were listening to a tale within a dream. As Xin Yuling, hailing from the Qi dynasty, began to recount her story, her interest genuinely piqued. Xin Yuling was the daughter of the esteemed Grand Protector Xin Yuan, her status illustrious, the tender age of 16. She was betrothed by Emperor Qian Mingyi of the Qi dynasty to the son of the Grand Princess, Prince Lingyang, Feng Maheng. According to her, the system had informed her that in the original narrative, Feng Maheng and Xin Yuling were destined to be a fated couple, weaving a beautiful tale as the protagonists of that world. However, fate is unpredictable. Due to a temporal rift, modern socialite Lu Jingyi found herself transported to the Qi dynasty. Lu Jingyi had previously read a novel that detailed the entire romantic arc of the protagonists, Feng Maheng and Xin Yuling. Thus she was aware of all that transpired between them. Consequently, before the male lead Feng Maheng even met Xin Yuling, she utilized her knowledge of the plot to secure a place in his heart. Once Xin Yuling was wed to Feng Maheng by imperial decree, the situation deteriorated further. Owing to Lu Jingyi, Feng Maheng began to neglect his rightful wife. Yet the intricacies of fate can be quite remarkable. Despite Feng Maheng's initial indifference, he gradually developed feelings for Xin Yuling. However, this affection only hastened Xin Yuling's demise. In a bid to maintain her standing in Feng Maheng's heart, Lu Jingyi resorted to unscrupulous means to undermine Xin Yuling. With meticulous planning and covert manipulation, she not only sowed seeds of disdain in Feng Maheng's heart towards Xin Yuling, but also subjected her to numerous tribulations within the prince's residence, ultimately leading to a tragic end where both lives were lost. Lu Jingyi's formidable abilities stemmed not only from her knowledge of the plot, but also from a significant ally, her sister, Lu Jiaoyi, who wielded immense influence within the imperial harem. Lu Jiaoyi had borne 2 princes, the eldest of whom was appointed as the crown prince. Following the death of Emperor Qian, Lu Jiaoyi, leveraging her power and her son's status, incited the new emperor to ruthlessly execute the Shun family, resulting in a brutal massacre. Chapter 6. Agreement afterward. Xin Yuling shared much more, such as the reason she was the female lead being the accumulated blessings from her 3 past lives spent saving the common people from peril. However, due to the disruption caused by the time-traveling woman, Xin Yuling's fate had become tragically bleak, thus granting her 3 opportunities for rebirth. Prior to meeting her, Xin Yuling had already been reborn twice. In her first rebirth, she married Feng Maheng and eliminated Lu Jingyi. Yet due to Lu Shihan's manipulation through the crown prince, the Xin family still faced annihilation. In her second rebirth, she voluntarily entered the harem and successfully exposed Lu Shihan's treachery against the crown prince, stripping her son of the crown prince title. However, due to palace intrigues, she suffered a miscarriage and was left with lasting health issues, while Feng Maheng and Lu Jingyi grew ever closer. After Feng Maheng was granted the title of prince, Lu Jingyi became the princess of Lingyang, making revenge nearly impossible. Now, only one final opportunity remained. Following the system's advice, she sought out the modern actress Xin Yuling. "Miss Xin, I hope you can assist me." Xin Yuling gazed at the scene before her, feeling somewhat disoriented. The system suggested that the woman sharing her name and the detailed story might not merely be a figment of her imagination. Very well, but I must first ask a few questions that I ask your vengeance solely directed at Lu Jingyi and Lu Shihan. Xin Yuling inquired, narrowing her eyes that no, there is also Feng Maheng, upon mentioning his name. Xin Yuling's demeanor turned icy, filled with disdain and hatred. Thankfully, she had not been blinded by so-called love. A vacillating man was the root of tragedy. And what of Qian Mingyi? I have had little interaction with him. In my second life, I merely sought to utilize his power for revenge, but His Majesty has no affection for the women of the harem. Xin Yuling replied with a bitter smile that I paid a steep price to bring down Lu Shihan. As for your relationship with His Majesty, I have no demands. Upon hearing them discuss Emperor Qian Mingyi, the system promptly interjected, "Do not touch Emperor Qian Mingyi." Xin Yuling shot at a glance. The system hurriedly elaborated. The world has a predetermined plot. Emperor Qian Mingyi is the male lead of the male-focused narrative, devoid of romantic entanglements. His achievements have forged his legendary reign. This subsequently gave rise to the romantic storyline of Feng Maheng and Xin Yuling. Should the main male lead storyline falter without a replacement, the world shall collapse. Xin Yuling nodded. Since Emperor Qian Mingyi was not her target for vengeance, she naturally cared little. However, she couldn't help but marvel at the emperor's name. Clearly, it conveys the notion of the great heavens illuminating the earth, a brilliance that shines forth from above. Truly a name befitting the male lead. Thereafter, Xin Yuling refrained from further probing into the narrative of the world and instead sought clarity on the benefits she would receive. The system promptly addressed her inquiries. Should she accomplish her tasks, she would have the freedom to choose her time of return. And given that her journey to that world would take a mere day, while a decade would pass there, she would not have the chance to return should she tragically lose her life. Completing her tasks would also grant her 3 wishes. Previously, Xin Yuling had dismissed the notion of 3 wishes with disdain. But it was merely a fade. She was not devoid of desires. However, exposing them prematurely would diminish her bargaining power. Thus, she consistently portrayed herself as impervious to harm. Among the 3 wishes, one was imperative. She longed to reunite with a certain individual. Finally, Xin Yuling made 2 requests to the system. The first was for the system to act as a maidservant to assist her, to which the system acquiesced. The second was to traverse back to the moment of her birth, allowing her to seamlessly integrate into the world. The system readily accepted, yet she would have to share the experiences of the original female lead, enduring all the emotional anguish associated with those experiences. Xin Yuling fell silent. She was a natural performer, possessing a profound capacity for empathy. Absorbing the original lead's emotions all at once would indeed evoke genuine feelings within her. Yet considering the immersive experience of acting, it might actually aid in fulfilling her tasks, so she consented to the sharing, albeit with reluctance. Chapter 7. Searching for her, Qian Mingyi ascended to the throne at the tender age of 13. At that time, he bore the weight of an entire nation upon his youthful shoulders, yet he exhibited no fear. The young sovereign harbored grand aspirations and a passionate spirit, unwilling to merely bask in the comforts of the palace. He personally led his troops into battle. Amidst the clashing of swords and the chaos of war, he remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering, embodying a resolve to persevere until his objectives were achieved. Under his meticulous governance, the Qi dynasty thrived in clarity and order. Qian Mingyi, ever eager for talent, welcomed esteemed individuals from across the realm, leading to a flourishing assembly of wise ministers in the court, each contributing to the stability and prosperity of the nation. The military too saw the rise of distinguished generals who followed the sovereign into the fray, achieving remarkable victories and earning widespread acclaim. Among them was Xin Yuling's father, Grand Protector Xin Yuan. As time flowed on, Qian Mingyi, at the age of 18, decisively quelled the coalition of 4 nations, unifying the realm. Thus, the Qi dynasty was rebranded as the Qi era, and he was revered as the original emperor. Known as Emperor Qian Mingyi, his name resounding like thunder, instilling awe far and wide. Years passed swiftly, and now was the 9th year of the Qi era in the early days of the dynasty's establishment. Qian Mingyi devoted himself entirely to consolidating the court and governing the realm. It was only in the 3rd year of the Qi era, after repeated pleas from his ministers, that he began to take concubines. In the blink of an eye, 6 years elapsed, and his harem now boasted over 10 imperial consorts. Among them, Lu Jiaoyi undoubtedly shone the brightest. She had given birth to the crown prince Qian Jini and the third prince Qian Jinyan, which elevated her status within the harem, ascending from the position of a mere lady to the highly esteemed title of Jiaoyi, becoming the undisputed first among the imperial consorts, apart from Lu Jiaoyi's fortune in bearing sons. Only Yin Xian and Yin Jiu had produced a second prince, while Zhou Qingyu and Zhou Marin welcomed a grand princess. Thus, these three imperial consorts were responsible for the heirs in the entire harem. Currently, the most favored among them was Wang Marin, Wang Shi. She possessed a graceful figure and enchanting beauty, recognized as the most exquisite maiden in the palace. Her favor derived solely from Qian Mingyi's affection, allowing her to rise to her current status. Since Qian Mingyi's unification of the realm and establishment of the Qi era, ministers had repeatedly urged him to appoint an empress to stabilize the harem and solidify the nation's foundation. Yet, in Qian Mingyi's heart, an empress was the sole companion worthy of standing beside the emperor, possessing the talent, wisdom, and breadth of character to match him. Who among the women of the world could stand alongside an emperor? On the throne, there could only be one that clad in a resplendent black and gold dragon robe. Qian Mingyi sat upon the throne, his expression austere. His deep-set eyes gazed intently at the documents on the table. Wholly absorbed in their contents, the Li Ming stood by, hands folded respectfully. As lunchtime approached, he prepared to step out and make arrangements, intending to discreetly withdraw. Unexpectedly, the emperor's voice broke the silence. "How are the arrangements with Zhao Liang?" Li Ming was taken aback. Having served the emperor in Weiyang Palace for many years, it was exceedingly rare for His Majesty to take the initiative to inquire about the women of the harem. Such direct questioning was not only uncommon in recent days, but had been a rarity for many years. What had transpired during the emperor's recent outing? With Zhao Tsong away recuperating, Li Ming felt it inappropriate to pry further. Leaving him in the dark regarding the specifics, he quickly composed himself and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, Lady Zhao has been arranged to reside in the Qingxiang Hall of the Dayan Palace." What was the reaction of the imperial consorts to Lady Zhao's entry into the palace? Quan Mingyi had yet to lift his gaze, his writing hand continuing its task, that he rarely spent much time in the harem and had little interest in understanding the personalities of the imperial consorts. As long as the affairs of the harem did not interfere with his governance, he seldom took it upon himself to manage the minutiae, often delegating such responsibilities entirely to Lu Shihan. Lady Zhao was the woman who had actively approached him that night at Fanning Temple. Her inclusion in the harem was merely a means of testing which consort had ties to her. Li Ming reported the situation truthfully, yet His Majesty's expression remained unchanged, leaving him uncertain of the emperor's thoughts. After listening, a flicker of contemplation passed through Quan Mingyi's slender eyes. However, after a brief moment, he seemed to set the matter aside. Summoned Zhao Kong, yes. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Tsong entered. Quan Mingyi still did not raise his head, his pen moving as if it were engaged in a task of its own. "Have you located the individual?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhao Tsong's demeanor turned anxious. That night, he had hastily escorted the young lady to the emperor's chamber, and in the darkness, he had had no opportunity to discern her features. By the time he returned the following morning, he had not seen her again. That to locate an unknown woman in Qianjing was no small feat, and only the emperor was privy to her true appearance. "Your Majesty, this servant is incompetent and has yet to find her." Quan Mingyi's gaze shifted slightly, that a woman appearing in the outskirts at night could either mean she had left Qianjing during the day, which would have left a record, or that she was an outsider, which would also be documented upon entry. "How did you discover her in the first place?" Zhao Tsong recalled the young lady's conversation with her maid from that night. The details fresh in his memory. He recounted the events with precision that as he finished, a glint of coldness appeared in Quan Mingyi's eyes. The young lady had claimed to have a husband, a statement he had dismissed as an evasion, not realizing it referred to a fiancé. One wishes for a handsome husband, with starry eyes and sword-like brows, his visage as captivating as jade. 2 wishes for a beloved whose beauty never fades, her floral complexion and moonlit charm ever radiant, her dark hair like ink flowing through time. 3 wishes for unbroken affection, to be with you without resentment, sharing joy from dawn till dusk. 4 wishes for a harmonious union, where the sounds of string and flute resonate warmly, love entwined without separation. 5 wishes for a peaceful household, where laughter and auspiciousness abound. blessings filling the years that she certainly had many desires. Yet after that night, could she still share such harmony with her so-called husband, since she was his woman? These wishes were but fantasies. Quan Mingyi swiftly changed the subject. Have the remnants of the former Jinlin kingdom been dealt with? Zhao Tsong promptly gathered his thoughts. The valiant general has eradicated the stronghold of the remnants, annihilating over 2,000 enemies. That a hint of relief softened the usually stern countenance of Quan Mingyi. Once he placed his brush down after the final stroke on the document, he gently set it upon the stand. Come here. Zhao Tsong quickly bent his back and lowered his head as he approached. Quan Mingyi handed him the portrait. Find this person based on the likeness that if you fail, do not return. Zhao Tsong accepted the portrait with both hands. Yes, I vow to find the imperial consort for your majesty. Quan Mingyi lowered his gaze, a deep current swirling within his eyes. Before he unified the realm, Qian dynasty was still Qian kingdom, and he was the successor designated by his father, nurtured from a young age as the future ruler. Decisive and composed, he believed that anything belonging to him could not be coveted or possessed by anyone else. Women were no exception. His woman, even in death, could not belong to another man. Chapter 8. Marriage in the wedding chamber of the Duke's residence. Where the flickering lights cast a celebratory red hue, it seemed as though the space would be filled with joy. The red candles burned, their wax tears cascading down. Xin Yuling sat gracefully upon the intricately carved bed. Adorned with an elaborate crown, its tassels cascading down to her chest. Feng Maheng sat alone on a nearby round stool, his expression cold and silent, contrasting starkly with the festive atmosphere, that he lowered his head to sip his tea. The steam rising and mingling with his growing frustration. That moment. They were the only two individuals in the wedding chamber. Xin Yuling gazed at him in confusion. Your Highness, why do you sit so far away on our wedding night? Feng Maheng shifted his gaze from his teacup to Xin Yuling. Is Miss Xin feigning ignorance? Or is she truly unaware? Upon hearing Feng Maheng's blunt words, Xin Yuling's temper flared, the spoiled young lady's pride igniting instantly. She tossed aside the delicate fan she had been toying with, the sound crisp as it hit the bed. Rising abruptly, she exuded an intimidating "Is this how your Highness treats his new bride?" Though he was a distinguished prince, Xin Yuling, was also a noblewoman of a prominent family, worthy of any young gentleman in Qianjing. Feng Maheng's expression darkened, his eyes cooling further, and he lifted his robe, confronting her head-on. He was accustomed to being revered, treated with utmost respect. Aside from the formidable emperor uncle, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. The two proud individuals locked eyes. Neither willing to yield to the attitude of Miss Shun towards her husband. Yet Xin Yuling remained unfazed by Feng Maheng's cold demeanor. She chuckled lightly, approaching him, her right hand gently resting on his shoulder. Leaning slightly, she whispered in his ear, "What attitude does my husband wish for me to adopt? Today is clearly our first meeting, yet you are so fierce." Feng Maheng's expression tightened. His new bride was indeed quick to change her demeanor, her emotions shifting effortlessly. Noting his silence, Xin Yuling placed her hands on her waist, loosening her belt. The wedding garment fell to the floor, leaving only a thin inner layer that accentuated her curvaceous figure. With a playful pout, she declared, "Since it is our wedding night and you are so passive, I shall take the initiative." Feng Maheng swiftly stood, distancing himself from her touch, turning his back. "What manners are these? Put on your clothes at once." Yet Xin Yuling was relentless. She stood behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, pressing her delicate face against his back. So the men of Qianjing are so easily embarrassed? "Husband, we are married. You may look at me openly." The unique fragrance of a woman enveloped him as she clung to him, creating an invisible net that ensnared him momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure. Reaching to pry her hands away. Did she think he could be swayed by mere beauty? Feng Maheng's eyes darkened. Yet Xin Yuling showed no intention of releasing him. Feng Maheng instinctively exerted a bit of strength to detach her. "Ah, that hurts. You are bullying me," she exclaimed, her voice laced with feigned innocence. Feng Maheng's entire body stiffened. His hand, which had been forcefully prying her away, froze mid-motion. He was caught in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. He had not anticipated that Xin Yuling would possess such a bold and tenacious spirit. Xin Yuling laughed, light-footedly moving from behind him to the front, wrapping her arms around his waist. refusing to let go. She lifted her head, her exquisite face peeking out from his embrace, even raising an eyebrow at him in playful defiance. "Does my husband seem to dislike me?" Feng Maheng looked down at her, his expression inscrutable. Any ordinary man would surely be captivated by such a bold and beautiful woman. Yet he Chapter 9. Entanglement. At that moment, Gugu Huaxian entered as she stepped through the door. Her gaze fell upon the intimate scene between the prince and the princess. That a glimmer of joy flickered across her face. The Grand Princess had previously been concerned that the prince might neglect his newlywed wife due to lingering feelings for Lu Ji. Thus had specifically sent Huaxian to oversee the situation, that if the prince were to exhibit any inappropriate behavior, Huaxian was there to intervene. However, the current scenario was entirely unexpected for the Grand Princess. It seemed the princess was indeed a woman of considerable capability. When she returned to report the scene accurately, the Grand Princess would undoubtedly be very pleased. "Your servant greets the prince and princess." When Xin Yuling noticed someone entering, her bold and audacious demeanor vanished in an instant. Shyly retracting her hand, she concealed herself behind Feng Mohang. With her head bowed, her fair complexion flushed a vivid red. Appearing irresistibly charming, Feng Mohang observed her contrasting behavior, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, she had exhibited such courage, and now she was suddenly shy. He cleared his throat, subtly adjusting his somewhat disheveled attire, swiftly regaining his composure. "Aunt Huaxian, what brings you here? Where is mother?" Aunt Huaxian's eyes sparkled with a smile, her gaze hinting at deeper meanings. "The princess is weary today and has returned to the princess's residence. I am here to assist His Highness in mastering the ceremonial rites." That as she spoke, she deliberately cast a glance at the bashful princess consort, who was hiding behind Feng Mohang like a timid quail. Feng Mohang felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could his mother send someone to oversee his actions on his wedding night? "Aunt Huaxian, you may return. The princess consort is doing splendidly." Since Aunt Huaxian had already formed such a misunderstanding, he might as well let her persist in IT, that IT would save his mother from further inquiries, which would only add to his troubles. "The princess has sent me to ensure the princess consort understands the customs of Qianjing. I shall remain outside the room tonight to assist you both. Should any issues arise, simply call for me, that I will report back to the princess tomorrow." Aunt Huaxian was remarkably astute, although the two masters were close. Perhaps it was all an act for her benefit? Yet it could also be genuine. It was best to let the young couple interact freely, lest her presence disrupt their mood. Feng Mohang rarely defied his mother, and said little about Aunt Huaxian's stay. Before long, only Xin Yuling and Feng Mohang remained in the bridal chamber. The atmosphere, once slightly oppressive, now bore an inexplicable awkwardness and tension. However, the awkwardness did not seem to affect Xin Yuling. She softly spoke. "Husband, may I assist you in changing?" Feng Mohang, however, seemed provoked by her words that he seized Xin Yuling's wrist with such force that she winced. "Xin Yuling, marrying you is not my choice. From now on, just fulfill your role as the princess consort. I will not come to care for you, nor will I consummate our marriage." His voice was cold and resolute, aiming to extinguish her fervor. Xin Yuling had longed for a harmonious husband before arriving in Qianjing. Yet she never anticipated such humiliation on her wedding night. Nevertheless, her stubborn spirit was reignited. She lifted her chin and met his gaze without flinching. "Feng Mohang, my surname is Shun, Shin of the Kangwushan clan. My life is not yours to dictate, nor will I accept your arrangements." Feng Mohang found himself at a loss for words. Had Jingyi possessed the illustrious heritage of Xin Yuling, along with her unwavering courage, he could have long since wed her openly, rather than allowing Jingyi to remain as a mere concubine. And yet, here he was married to a wife devoid of affection. Feng Mohang remained unmoved, his voice steady. "Thus, our union is merely a political alliance." Xin Yuling raised an eyebrow. "I refuse to accept the notion of a political alliance. Whether or not you harbor affection for me is your matter. Loving and cherishing my husband is mine. Now that I am wed into the royal family, I shall embrace the responsibilities of the princess consort." Her words resonated with conviction, a declaration, a rebellion. Feng Mohang's lips curled downward. Love. Does this woman even understand what it means to love? They had never met prior. Could her affection be so casually declared? He leaned closer to her, his eyes dark with an inscrutable emotion. "Even if my heart belongs elsewhere, even if I loathe you, you still profess to love me?" The question was laced with malice, As spouses, I would choose to love you over not loving you for a lifetime. Shun Yuling's love was pure. She would love whoever was her husband, independent of Feng Mohang as a person. This was the persona she aimed to construct. I choose to love you. But if love could be rationally chosen, could it still be called love? Yet it mattered not. Feng Mohang himself did not comprehend love, so why pose such a question? Shen Yuling placed his hand over her heart. Feng Mohang recoiled, as if the warmth beneath his palm had burned him. Love, but in this world, only Jingyi loves me. A shadow of incomprehensible darkness lingered in Feng Mohang's eyes that had no need. I do not require it. Shen Yuling returned to the bed. She dismissed his words as mere nonsense. Aunt Huixin will remain outside this room tonight. Husband, you may rest that I shall not force you to consummate the marriage. Her mother had said that consummation should arise from mutual affection, until her husband developed feelings for her. She would not consummate their union. Feng Mohang glanced toward the door. It seemed he could not leave as he had initially intended. For now, he would have to make do and sleep on the adjacent couch. Rising, he walked toward the beauty couch to not sleep there. Come here. Shen Yuling suddenly sat up. Feng Mohang had already endured far too much of this woman's commanding tone, his expression hardening. Shen Yuling, do not overstep your bounds. The bed is so soft. When Aunt Huixin comes to check tomorrow morning, will it not be obvious whether one or two have slept here? Suddenly, Shen Yuling appeared to have an epiphany, feigning surprise. Could it be that His Royal Highness is reluctant to share the bed with me out of fear of succumbing to my allure? She mockingly covered her mouth, revealing only her sparkling, alluring eyes, exuding a hint of flirtation. Feng Mohang's face turned ashen. Nonsense, Chapter 10. An unfathomable woman. Feng Mohang's brow furrowed, his dark eyes fixed on Shen Yuling. How could he possibly be swayed by her? Yet he had to admit that her point about the evidence of their shared bed being easily discovered by Aunt Huixin held some merit. Aunt Huixin was his mother's confidant, meticulous and thorough in her duties. If she were to enter tomorrow and find only Shen Yuling's traces on the bed, she would surely report back to his mother. At that point, his mother would undoubtedly question him, displeased that he had neglected the eldest daughter of the Shen family, potentially causing a ruckus in the household. Weighing the pros and cons, Feng Mohang suppressed his annoyance and approached the bed. Then, under Shen Yuling's triumphant and challenging gaze, he reluctantly sat down on the bed. A smile crept onto Shen Yuling's lips, clearly satisfied with Feng Mohang's understanding. She rose gracefully, resting her head on his shoulder. Feng Mohang, caught off guard, felt a sudden warmth on his shoulder and swiftly turned to meet the enchanting face of the woman beside him. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable charm and allure. His heart skipped a beat. What are you doing? He sprang up, causing the bed to tremble slightly, deliberately distancing himself from her. His expression was stern, eyes betraying no hint of trust. Shen Yuling, however, found his reaction exaggerated. You are my husband. You say you do not wish to consummate the marriage, and I have accepted that. But can we not even share a moment of closeness? Feng Mohang replied firmly. No. Shen Yuling puffed up one cheek, accepting his refusal with a nonchalant air. Suddenly, a mischievous glint crossed her eyes as she tilted her head and tentatively asked, Husband, do you perhaps have feelings for Lu Ji? Feng Mohang showed no intention of hiding his feelings. Yes, so do not harbor any delusions. Shen Yuling pretended to ponder, then earnestly replied, Well, perhaps I can help protect her. Feng Mohang eyed her warily. What do you mean by that? Mother seems to hold a disdain for Lu Ji. If you express your aversion toward me in front of her, she will surely grow to dislike Lu Ji even more. Why not put on an act in front of Mother? This way, we can appease her while also safeguarding Lu Ji. Shen Yuling's expression was utterly sincere. Feng Mohang regarded her with suspicion. Are you really so benevolent? This woman was enigmatic, her words and actions unpredictable. Who could fathom her true intentions? Is His Highness being overly petty? I am your princess consort. Even if you were to take 10 concubines, I would wholeheartedly support you. Just one Lu Ji is no cause for concern. Feng Mohang fell into contemplation. His mother indeed bore a dislike for Jingyi, and if he were to neglect Shen Yuling out of lingering thoughts for Jingyi, it would only exacerbate his mother's disdain for her. His mother had already dispatched people to teach Jingyi various intricate customs and summoned her to the princess's residence for lessons in needlework, painting, and more. If it were merely education, it would be one thing. But his mother already disliked Jingyi, and those lessons were nothing but torment. Jingyi had suffered greatly that if Shen Yuling was genuinely willing to engage in a ruse with him before his mother, it could prove beneficial. With that thought in mind, Feng Mohang turned his gaze to Shen Yuling. What are your conditions? Shen Yuling possesses an elusive mind that often surprises with her unexpected remarks, leaving others perplexed. When she casually extended an olive branch, he felt compelled to clarify the terms first, wary of falling into one of her traps. Shen Yuling innocently replied, I do have a small request, and I hope my husband can oblige. Feng Mohang remained silent, clearly awaiting her next words. With a playful blink, Shen Yuling inquired, May I borrow your hand for a moment? Feng Mohang frowned, suspecting she was concocting something peculiar again. Yet at this juncture, he could only extend his hand with a mix of skepticism and hesitation. Shen Yuling grasped his hand, her fox-like eyes darting a glance at him. The mere gaze sent a jolt through Feng Mohang, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes, refusing to meet her gaze any longer. This woman, constantly devising ways to entice him, showed no restraint. Yet, Shen Yuling paid no heed to his reaction, lowering her head. Her cascading black hair fell gracefully, partly obscuring her charming visage. As her delicate lips parted, she unexpectedly enveloped his finger with her mouth. Feng Mohang was taken aback by the warmth and wetness that enveloped his fingertip. He never anticipated Shen Yuling would audaciously resort to such shameless behavior. A mixture of shock and anger surged within him, but he instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand from her mouth. But at that moment, he felt a sharp pain radiate from his finger. Shen Yuling had bitten down fiercely. Her pearly teeth clamped onto his finger with intensity, releasing the metallic tang of blood only when she finally relented. A trace of crimson stained her soft lips. Shen Yuling, Feng Mohang exclaimed, both furious and pained that my husband. If we are to collaborate, we must commit to the full performance, she boldly declared, unfazed by his ire. Gripping his hand, she pressed down on his injured finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall onto the prepared white handkerchief on the bed. In that moment, Feng Mohang's realization dawned upon him. Shen Yuling intended to use his blood to substitute for a maiden's blood, fabricating the illusion of their consummation to appease Aunt Huixin and his mother during their inspection the following day. The anger that had simmered within him now found no outlet. Shen Yuling, time and again, exceeded his expectations. Chapter 11. Discovering identities in the rear hall of Weiyang Palace. Zhao Tsong hurriedly approached with urgent steps that Li Ming, who was on duty, noticed Zhao Tsong's frantic demeanor and couldn't help but inquire. What has happened? Zhao Tsong continued his brisk pace, hastily dropping the words. The lady the emperor seeks has been found, only to trail off as he hurried into the hall. At that moment, Quan Mingyi had just concluded the morning court session and returned to the rear hall of Weiyang Palace. He had changed out of his solemn court attire, donning a resplendent red and black imperial robe instead. His stature was commanding, exuding an extraordinary presence even as he leaned against the couch. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Rise, he commanded, not lifting his gaze from the ancient tome in his hands. Zhao Tsong stood, stealing a furtive glance at the emperor's expression, his heart racing with anxiety. Your majesty, we have located the young lady. The emperor, who had been casually perusing the ancient text, slowly raised his eyes, sending a shiver down Zhao Tsong's spine. Proceed. Zhao Tsong swallowed hard, steeling himself to continue. The lady is the daughter of Grand Protector Shen. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Tsong dared not meet the emperor's gaze, hastily bowing his head. Almost immediately he fell to his knees with a thud. Internally, he lamented. The daughter of Grand Protector Shun was personally betrothed to the Prince of Lingyang by the emperor himself, yet she found herself entangled in an indescribable affair with his majesty. What a predicament! The emperor's hand froze mid-turn of the page, and the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. What day is it today? Your majesty, today is the 10th of April. Yesterday, the 9th, was the auspicious day calculated by the grand astrologer, marking the wedding of the Prince of Lingyang and Miss Shen. Zhao Tsong's head was bowed so low that he could not see the emperor's expression and dared not lift it. The emperor's woman was marrying another man, and worse still, it was a marriage he had arranged himself. The thought was almost unbearable. Quan Mingyi's lips pressed into a thin line, the shadows beneath his long lashes glinting ominously. Why am I only learning of this now? I have been requesting a portrait for several days. Why was she only found after the wedding? Your Majesty, Miss Shen has not ventured outside the Shen residence in recent days. Your servant searched through all eligible maidens in Xianjing, but Miss Shun, hailing from the northwest and being the fiancée of the Prince of Lingyang, may have been overlooked by the subordinates. Upon hearing this, the emperor flung the ancient book towards Zhao Tsung's head, where it collided with a thud before sliding to the ground. Your servant deserves 1,000 deaths. I beseech your majesty for punishment. Zhao Tsung pleaded, hastily retrieving the book and presenting it with both hands. Quan Mingyi twisted the ring on his finger, his voice icy as he uttered, "Kill her." However, he suddenly recalled something, suppressing the last two words, and instead inquired, "Has there been any news from the prince's residence today? If that woman had lost her purity, and if Feng Mohang discovered it, he would undoubtedly take drastic measures. Your majesty, there has been none." The tension in the emperor's expression eased slightly. Perhaps the two had not consummated their union after all, that I recall the prince has a favored lady. Indeed, the second daughter of the Minister of Justice, Lu Jingyi, is the prince's favored lady, having entered the prince's residence as a concubine 3 months ago. Zhao Tsung, aware that the lady the emperor sought had become the prince's wife, had taken the initiative to investigate matters pertaining to the prince. Due to the entreaties from the Grand Princess, coupled with Shun Yuan's substantial military power in the northwest, which made the Xin family a formidable force that the court needed to keep an eye on, the decision was made to have Shun Yuling enter Qianjing. Subsequently, the marriage proposal was extended, betrothing Shun Yuling to Feng Mohang and designating her as the prince's consort. With Shun Yuling's purity compromised, she would hardly dare to consummate her union with Feng Mohang. Meanwhile, Feng Mohang's heart remained tethered to Lu Jingyi, deeply infatuated with her. Today, the prince's residence was as tranquil as ever, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. It seemed that between Feng Mohang and Xin Yuling, perhaps, there remained some semblance of purity. With this thought, the emperor's murderous intent lessened considerably. He was known for his ruthless decisiveness. Ordinarily, if a woman had been touched by him and subsequently married another man, it would be tantamount to striking a raw nerve. He would not hesitate to dispatch assassins to eliminate any situation that might tarnish his imperial dignity. However, Xin Yuling was a pawn in his game against the Xin family, and every piece must serve its purpose under his command. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not resort to her death. Send someone to serve at the prince's consort's side. I wish to know all about her. Understood. Zhao Tsung withdrew from the hall, his legs trembling slightly. L. Ming awaited outside, and upon seeing him, whispered, "What happened?" Zhao Tsung replied in a hushed tone, "That lady is the consort who married the prince of Lingyang yesterday." Li Ming recoiled in shock. Having served the emperor for many years, they were acutely aware of his temperament. He cautiously asked, "Will the emperor order a cup of poison for the consort?" Zhao Tsung shook his head. He only mentioned finding someone to serve at her side. That Li Ming's face was filled with disbelief. Could it be that the consort status was too high? Indeed, if the daughter of the Xin family were to meet an untimely end shortly after arriving in Qianjing, it would be difficult to explain. Before Li Ming could ponder further, the hall doors swung open once more. Looking up, he was startled to see the emperor emerging, and he quickly composed his expression. "Your servant pays respects to your majesty." Quan Mingyi strode forward. "Prepare the carriage. I shall leave the palace." "Yes." After taking a few steps outside, the emperor halted abruptly. "Bring me the mask I wore the last time I left the palace." Chapter 12. Hand in hand as Feng Mohang awakened, he found Xin Yuling sitting gracefully at a finely adorned vanity, meticulously preparing herself. Beside her stood a clever and obedient maidservant, who held an array of cosmetic boxes, their lids open to reveal a dazzling assortment of powders and jewels. Xin Yuling gazed into the bronze mirror, delicately tracing her brows with a finely crafted eyebrow pencil. Suddenly, sensing movement from the bed, her beautifully adorned face turned towards him. With an air of intimacy, she sweetly called, "Husband, soon, we will accompany An Huixin to the Grand Princess's residence to pay respects to Mother. Would you like me to assist you with your attire?" As Feng Mohang listened to her affectionate tone and address, he felt a momentary pause in his heart, slightly taken aback. However, he understood that since they had agreed the previous day to put on a charade before his mother, they must commit fully, for his mother was not easily deceived and no need. The maidservant can assist. Feng Mohang had just reached the dressing rack when 6 or 7 maidservants filed in one after another. The leading maid carried a basin of steaming water, from which wisps of vapor gracefully rose. Following closely behind were other maidservants, bearing a complete array of mouthwash supplies. Further back, some held various styles of belts, while others cradled fragrant sachets, and still more carried a platter adorned with rings and other decorative items. They stood in a neat line, expertly attending to Feng Mohang's washing and dressing with a seamless precision. Shen Yuling observed the scene with an air of indifference. Though raised in the Northwest, her father's status was akin to that of a minor emperor, wielding power unmatched by others. Yet, as is often the case in life, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The greater one's achievements, the more one is feared by the emperor. Her father's immense power inevitably aroused suspicion from those in higher positions. Thus, she found herself sent to Qianjing for an arranged marriage. While it was termed a union, it was in truth a means to constrain her father, for she was the sole daughter of the Grand Guardian. Shen Yuan, in this intricate game of political strategy, she was but a pawn laid bare for all to see. Without any autonomy, had it not been for the appearance of the time-traveling woman, the original owner of this life would have followed the script of a heroine, living a life of opulence and honor. In her childhood, she was cherished and protected by her parents, as delicate as something held in the palm of one's hand, feared to be dropped, and as sweet as something held in one's mouth, feared to dissolve. After marrying, she would be showered with the affection of her husband, leading a life free from worries. Yet such a splendid existence was merely the result of the original owner's past 3 lifetimes of blessings. The morning sun streamed through the intricately carved window, casting a gentle halo over the exquisite furnishings within the room. Feng Mohang and Shen Yuling stood quietly, fully attired. Feng Mohang donned a black brocade robe, intricately embroidered with silver thread in elegant cloud patterns at the collar and cuffs, accentuating his jade-like complexion and striking features. Shen Yuling was equally stunning, clad in a flowing water-red gown that accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair, fashioned into an elegant bun, was adorned with several jeweled hairpins, further highlighting her bright eyes and pearly teeth, exuding a captivating charm. Together, they resembled a pair of celestial beings stepped straight from a painting, eliciting admiration from all who beheld them. Aunt Huixin entered, followed by several demure maidservants. After exchanging greetings, she led the maidservants directly to the bedside. Her gaze fell upon the white cloth on the bed. With just a glance, she shifted her focus, scrutinizing the traces left upon the bed. After observing, she smiled with satisfaction. Aunt Huixin gently waved her hand, and the maidservants promptly stepped forward to carefully collect the white cloth. "Your Highness, the hour is getting late. The carriage to the residence of the Grand Princess is ready. She must be awaiting your arrival," she announced. Feng Mohang merely nodded slightly before stepping outside. Shen Yuling hastily followed him. Before Feng Mohang could react, her small hand reached out, firmly grasping his larger hand. Their slender fingers intertwined, tightly clasped together. Feng Mohang turned his head slightly to look at her, astonishment evident in his eyes. Instinctively, he prepared to pull away. Yet, Shen Yuling merely blinked, signaling towards Aunt Huixin behind them. Her eyes sparkled, as if to say that holding hands was merely for Aunt Huixin's benefit. Meanwhile, she tightened her grip slightly, preventing Feng Mohang from escaping. Although a smile graced her face, she bit her inner cheek. "Husband, the skirts here in Qianjing are rather lengthy. I fear I might trip if I walk too hastily. Would you mind holding my hand?" Feng Mohang suddenly tightened his grip, gazing deeply at her. Very well. His forceful grip made Shen Yuling furrow her brow, yet she dared not voice her discomfort, biting her teeth to endure the pain coursing through her hand. His grip was indeed quite strong. Aunt Huixin observed the playful exchange between the two with a look of contentment. The bond between the prince and his princess was truly heartwarming. Feng Mohang and Shen Yuling walked intimately from the room, making their way along the winding corridor towards the main entrance. The household servants, witnessing the closeness of their masters, couldn't help but marvel at the transformation within the prince's residence. Perhaps the dynamics were about to change. Until now, Lady Lu had been the sole mistress of the household. Possessing considerable beauty and eloquence, she had captured the prince's favor, and he lavished her with gifts, often yielding to her wishes. Consequently, many of the servants, eager for a prosperous future, had gravitated towards Lady Lu. Yet, who could have anticipated that within a mere 3 months, a decree from His Majesty would wed the eldest daughter of the Shen family? Shen Yuling, into the prince's household. Observing the current scene, it was evident that the prince held a deep affection for his princess, as he consistently held her hand, seemingly enamored by her presence. This sight caught the attention of many maidservants, igniting a flurry of whispered conversations. The princess is so beautiful. Indeed, it's no wonder the prince cannot resist. They appear so intimate together. The prince and princess truly are a match made in heaven. The murmurs continued, with each maidservant chiming in. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyi's countenance darkened upon hearing the maidservants gossiping about the prince and princess's closeness. Feng Mohang, did you not promise me that you would not lay a finger on Xin Yuling? Chapter 13. Capturing her personally after paying respects to the princess. Feng Mohang attended to state affairs in a separate carriage, while Xin Yuling boarded the same carriage she had arrived in. Accompanied by Shidong, the interior of the carriage was spacious, adorned with soft cushions and exquisite drapes, gently swaying with the motion of the vehicle. Shidong furrowed her brow, her expression one of distress. Master, it seems Feng Mohang is quite difficult to win over. During Xin Yuling's rebirth, it appeared that Feng Mohang easily fell in love with the original owner once more. Xin Yuling leaned slightly against the carriage wall, her expression indifferent. Indeed, he is not easily swayed. In just 2 days of acquaintance, I discerned that Feng Mohang possesses a distinctly performative personality. Were it not for my past experiences in portraying various lives and navigating the complexities of human relationships, I would find it challenging to perceive him. Princess Shihe wielded significant power. In Qianjing, apart from the emperor, she was the most esteemed. She stirred up political storms in the court, and upon returning home, indulged in extravagant pleasures. Others feared her authority, and none dared to utter a word against her. Feng Mohang harbored a complex relationship with his mother, marked by both love and resentment. What child does not yearn for maternal affection? Yet his mother was no ordinary woman. She acted with impunity in the court and household. Even having divorced his father, in moments of unrequited love, he found himself filled with hatred, questioning why his mother was so different from others, indifferent to his existence. However, just as he was about to succumb to his hatred, he realized that love, which he sought desperately, was also beyond his grasp. At the tender age of 10, Feng Mohang channeled his unanchored emotions onto a female assassin, believing he could find warmth and care in her. Yet, he was met with betrayal, leaving a deep scar on his fragile heart. Lu Jingyi had chosen her moment wisely. During Feng Mohang's most vulnerable period, when he craved emotional solace, she approached him, becoming his sole emotional refuge. But why could Feng Mohang not defy Princess Shihe for Lu Jingyi? Was it a lack of love? No, it was simply that he did not understand love. What he truly enjoyed was the feeling of being wholeheartedly adored by another. His initial affection for the original owner stemmed from her upbringing in an environment filled with love. She was a woman adept at loving. Her gentle and sincere affection perfectly filling the void left by his mother's absence. His craving for a woman's love reflected his subconscious yearning for the maternal affection he had long been deprived of. Yet, he concealed this truth exceptionally well. As Shidong listened to Xin Yuling's words, confusion clouded her features, scratching her head. Master, what do you mean by a performative personality? Xin Yuling did not answer directly, but countered with a question. Do you think he loves Lu Jingyi? Shidong tilted her head, pondering seriously. I suppose he does love her now. Xin Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly. Not necessarily. He loves no one but himself. Just wait and see. With that, Xin Yuling reached out to draw back the carriage curtain. Lapsing into silence, her gaze fell upon the bustling streets of Qianjing. Since her arrival in Qianjing, she had refrained from exploring the city's avenues and alleys for fear of being discovered by Quan Mingyi. At this moment, she gazed upon the city, truly a scene of prosperity beneath the emperor's feet. People flowed in and out, bustling with life, with shops displaying a myriad of wares and the sounds of vendors calling out in a lively chorus. Suddenly, Xin Yuling's pupils constricted sharply. Stop the carriage, she exclaimed instinctively. Master, what is wrong? Shitong was startled by her sudden action. However, Xin Yuling merely shook her head slightly, choosing not to elaborate. The masked man observed the woman's terrified expression, leisurely waiting for the rabbit to reveal itself. The coachman promptly reined in the horses, bringing the carriage to a halt. Xin Yuling took a deep breath and casually remarked, It seems that there is a performance at Zhe-In Lu today. And it looks quite lively that I have not had the chance to explore since my arrival in Qianjing, so I wish to join in the revelry in the Qian dynasty. women's status was quite elevated. If a woman desired to go out for leisure, there were few restrictions. "Yes, my lord," Shitong replied, assisting Shen Yuling down from the carriage. She then turned to the coachman and the guards, instructing, "You shall wait outside Zainel, OU." As Shen Yuling stepped through the entrance of the tavern, a tall man in a mask silently followed her inside. That a staff member responsible for welcoming guests seemed to recognize Shen Yuling as if he had anticipated her arrival. His face instantly broke into a broad smile as he approached her swiftly, saying, "Madam, allow me to escort you to our finest private room, Xinghua Chunyu. The view there is the most splendid in all of Zainlu. I assure you, it will meet your satisfaction." Shen Yuling felt a slight tremor run through her body, unsure whether it was due to anxiety or fear. She bit her lip, remaining silent, and followed the staff member as they walked from the front hall to the backyard. Her lashes fell, obscuring her gaze. It turned out that the so-called fear was merely a performance for the benefit of the man behind her. Quan Ming, as they traversed the corridor, the scenery of the backyard was indeed exquisite. Pavilions and towers were arranged harmoniously, and the lush greenery was adorned with a unique elegance. Yet at that moment, Shen Yuling had little inclination to appreciate the beauty around her. Upon reaching the door of the private room Xinghua Chunyu, she pushed it open. As Shen Yuling entered the room, the tall man in the mask approached her. The moment Shitong's eyes met his, she instantly recognized his identity. However, given her current role, she could not afford to reveal that she was aware of who he was. Therefore, she furrowed her brows and rebuked, "Who are you? What do you intend to do to my mistress?" At that moment, Shen Yuling, hearing the commotion, intervened, saying, "Shitong, he is my friend. You may wait outside." Upon hearing the word friend, the masked man's eyes darkened. "Friend?" He pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find Shen Yuling with her back to him, her delicate frame trembling. "Are you truly that afraid? You trembled from the moment you disembarked the carriage." Quan Ming, he approached her from behind, gripping her waist firmly and pulling her closer. So frightened? Shen Yuling, like a startled bird, spun around and forcefully pushed him away, retreating a few steps. Summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to meet the masked man's, her voice trembling as she said, "Let us forget what happened that day." However, Quan Ming, he seemed unfazed, taking a seat on the round stool, leisurely observing, "Shen Yuling, do not consummate your marriage with Feng Mo Hang, and I shall find a way to help you leave the Duke's residence." His tone was calm, yet laced with an inexplicable authority as he outlined his intentions. Shen Yuling clenched her teeth and bravely retorted, I consummated my marriage with my husband on our wedding night." Yet her eyes betrayed her, darting away in a display of guilt. Quan Ming, he did not call her out on her deceit. Instead, he rose and approached her step by step. His towering presence exuded an intense pressure, leaving Shen Yuling feeling breathless. "Shall I verify this?" A smirk played on Quan Ming's lips, and his gaze turned dangerous. Shen Yuling's expression shifted to one of horror. How would he verify this? Before she could react, he leisurely began to untie her dress. Shen Yuling was taken aback and furious. "How dare you? Since you know I am the Duchess, you should understand that neither my family nor my husband's power can be trifled with in Xianjing. If you continue this impudence, I shall summon help. The guards from the Duke's residence are waiting outside the tavern." But her threats were as ineffective as the night at Fanning Temple, having no impact on the man. Who was he, truly? Shen Yuling felt a mix of shock and fear, her eyes brimming with unshed tears that as she witnessed Quan Ming's relentless approach, she could only plead, "Don't take it off. I have not consummated the marriage." Last, he halted his actions. He traced his thumb over Shen Yuling's red lips, his gaze revealing an inscrutable depth. "That if you consummate your marriage with Feng Mo Hang, you will perish." He paused, adding, "There is nothing in this world that I am unaware of." Shen Yuling's eyes glistened with tears. "Who are you?" Quan Ming, he replied dismissively, "You will come to know in due time." Frustrated and anxious, Shen Yuling reached out to remove his mask, desperate to uncover the man's visage. But the moment her hand extended, Quan Ming, he seized her wrist with a swift motion, squeezing it painfully. "To be obedient, or there will be consequences." His voice was icy, laced with a note of warning that sent a shiver down Shen Yuling's spine. Chapter 14. 3 months. Shen Yuling found herself forcefully seated on Quan Ming's lap. Embarrassed and furious, her face flushed crimson as she glared at the enigmatic and domineering man before her. 3 months. His voice, husky and melodic, lingered in her ear, Shen Yuling momentarily failed to comprehend, furrowing her brow. What? You will remain in the Duke's residence for another 3 months? 3 months? Shen Yuling's heart raced as she grasped the implications that as an emperor, Quan Ming, he was frighteningly possessive. How could he tolerate the thought of her being another man's wife? Yet, she could not fathom what means Quan Ming he would employ to ensure her departure from the Duke's residence after 3 months. Surely, he would not simply abduct her. If that were his intent, he would not wait for 3 months. What do you intend to do? My marriage to the Duke was bestowed by His Majesty himself. A union between you and me is impossible. Why can't you understand? What transpired that night was merely an accident. Why do you persist in pursuing me? I carry the bloodlines of the Kang Wushan family and the Ling Ziyi family. Their reputation weighs heavily upon me that I cannot allow my family to be shamed because of me, that if you expose my premarital indiscretion, you would be forcing me to walk a path of despair. Which is no different from murder. Quan Ming, he merely reached out, firmly grasping her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, that if it were not for your reputation, there would be no need to wait these 3 months. His eyes were deep and inscrutable. Seemingly perceiving her apprehension, he added, the Shen family and Yi family will not be affected by this. Shen Yuling's face tightened, and she chose to remain silent, merely glaring at him coldly. What, does the Duke of Lingyang refuse to touch you, and you still wish for harmony with him? Unyielding, Shen Yuling retorted, am I to seek harmony with someone whose identity is unclear and whose appearance remains a mystery to me? Quan Ming, he snorted softly, sharp-toned. Shen Yuling attempted to rise from his lap, stating bluntly, it is getting late. I must return. But Quan Ming, he was not so easily deterred, gripping her waist firmly. Do not move, if you do, I shall carry you from Zayin Lu to the Duke's residence. Shen Yuling froze, paralyzed by fear. Without warning, Quan Ming, he tore open her garment, and before she could react, he sank his teeth into the skin above her chest. Shen Yuling gasped in pain. What are you doing? Unperturbed, Quan Ming, he observed the mark he had left with satisfaction. With this mark, I trust you will keep your distance from Feng Mohang and avoid letting him see what he should not. You are shameless. Shen Yuling trembled with rage. Yet, she could not suppress her defiance. Reaching up to tug at Quan Ming, he's collar, she bit down hard on his chest. Surprisingly, he did not retaliate but instead placed his large hand at the back of her head, allowing her to bite him. Once she was done, she lifted her head, her lips stained with blood. Quan Ming, he calmly produced a handkerchief from her garments, wiping her mouth clean. Shen Yuling felt a wave of revulsion, instinctively turning her head away to avoid such intimate contact. Quan Ming, he seized her chin, forcing her gaze back to him, his eyes ablaze. Return now. Shen Yuling felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. Immediately dismounting from his lap, she swiftly made her way to the door, poised to grasp the handle, only to pause momentarily. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her attire, striving to regain the dignified demeanor befitting a lady of noble lineage. With that, she reached for the door and exited with purposeful strides, not daring to glance back. Quan Mingyi lowered his gaze, brushing his fingers over the wound on his chest, his eyes narrowing slightly. A wildcat, if confined within the palace and trained properly, could surely be transformed into a docile kitten, obediently seeking his favor. Since, as an emperor, both ministers and commoners wished for him to populate his harem, it was only natural to select those who were beautiful and entertaining. Playthings that to him, women held no distinction. They were either vessels for progeny or sources of amusement. Shen Yuling hurried back to the Duke's residence, making her way toward the Ninglan courtyard where she resided. Along the way, her expression revealed a hint of fatigue. Although she had anticipated Quan Mingyi's possessiveness, she had not foreseen its exaggerated extent. 3 months. How could she possibly navigate the intricacies of wooing Feng Mohang in such a brief span? Upon returning to her chambers, Shidong locked the door behind them. But my lady, what did Quan Mingyi say to you? Shen Yuling's gaze wandered unfocused, as if lost in a distant thought. 3 months. Shitong, it seems we must hasten our efforts. She furrowed her brow, formulating a plan, yet the situation grew increasingly complicated, necessitating caution with every step. Especially with Quan Mingyi, who proved to be more difficult to manipulate than anticipated. Order the kitchen to prepare some specialties from the northwest tonight. I have brought back Shifeng wine from there and wish to invite His Highness to partake. Shitong nodded in agreement. A system. Though she possessed a wealth of knowledge, She was not particularly adept at discerning human motives. Fortunately, having spent ample time by Shen Yuling's side, she had learned to obediently execute her lady's commands without prying into the reasons behind them. By the way, my lady, several maidservants and young attendants have arrived at Ninglan Courtyard today that I will arrange their positions based on their individual characteristics. Yes, remember to keep a close watch. Shen Yuling responded softly. Rest assured, my lady. As nightfall approached, the kitchen had meticulously prepared the dishes Shen Yuling desired, bringing them forth. It was the splendid season of April, with flowers in the estate competing for beauty, blooming vibrantly. The Ninglan Courtyard, where Shen Yuling resided, was no exception. A profusion of blossoms exuded a gentle fragrance under the moonlight. Within the ZY Pavilion, an array of exquisite northwestern dishes was laid upon a stone table, alongside the bottle of Shifeng wine brought from the northwest. Shen Yuling sat there, her gaze fixed upon the food and wine before her. Before long, a young attendant rushed back in haste. Duchess, just now. After the Duke returned to the residence, the maidservant by Lu Ji's side requested him, and the Duke stated he would not be joining you for dinner today. Shen Yuling waved her hand dismissively, her voice slightly hoarse as she replied, Very well, you may leave now. She dined alone in the pavilion, looking forlorn and solitary. In the courtyard, a maidservant tending to the flowers occasionally cast furtive glances toward the Duchess, only to quickly avert her gaze and continue her work as if nothing were amiss. Chapter 15. Taken to the palace. Shen Yuling, not particularly adept at handling alcohol, soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over her after only a few cups of Shifeng wine, her legs feeling as though they were treading on cotton. Shitong, observing her state, quickly extended her hand to support her, guiding her into the room. When Shen Yuling finally regained consciousness, her throat was parched, as if a fire raged within. Thirst, her eyes remained closed, and she drowsily extended a hand from beneath the covers. Before long, a cup was placed in her hand, yet she accidentally brushed against the hand of the person holding it. The texture, rough and calloused, starkly contrasting with Shidong's delicate hands, that a startle surged through Shen Yuling, and she abruptly opened her eyes to an exceedingly handsome man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a prominent nose, and a chiseled face. He bore no flaw, akin to a noble deity descended from the heavens. Most captivating were his eyes, a profound black, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Shen Yuling instinctively opened her mouth to scream. Yet, the man coldly uttered silence. She stood there, mouth agape, unable to produce a sound, merely staring in terror at the figure before her. Upon discerning the voice, Shen Yuling recognized him. She quickly scanned her surroundings, then anxiously glanced down at her attire, relieved to find she was still clad in her original garments. Why am I here? Shen Yuling steadied herself, raising her gaze to meet the man's. Her eyes filled with confusion and wariness. You just met with me this morning, and now you invite Feng Mohang to dinner in the evening. Did you not heed a single word I spoke? Quan Mingyi's expression was frigid. News from the Duke's residence had reported that Shen Yuling had invited Feng Mohang for a meal and drinks that evening. Upon receiving this information, Quan Mingyi's countenance had darkened considerably. Could it be that she intended to intoxicate Feng Mohang, hoping he would be oblivious to the traces of her past indiscretions? In such a scenario, he would remain unaware of her lost purity. Quan Mingyi mused with a hint of malice that if she truly regarded his morning warnings as mere whispers in the wind, then perhaps a cup of poisoned wine was unnecessary. He could simply pour it down her throat. Unfortunately for her, Feng Mohang had not complied with her wishes. That he had gone to the courtyard of his concubine, entirely disregarding her invitation. It was one thing for Feng Mohang not to come, but she had gone ahead and intoxicated herself, wearing an expression of sorrow and disappointment. Thus, Quan Mingyi decided to cast aside any pretense of concealment. Miss Shen, you possess quite the audacity, without any semblance of intimidation. Do you still expect to play the dutiful Duchess? He thought, the coldness in his gaze intensifying. Shen Yuling harbored a sense of trepidation, wishing to ascertain whether Quan Mingyi had already placed his people within the Duke's residence. After all, he had asserted this morning that he was well acquainted with all her affairs. Truly, he was an emperor with formidable methods. She had only entered the Duke's residence a mere 2 days prior, and already his agents lurked in the shadows. Shen Yuling appeared oblivious to Quan Mingyi's pressing inquiries, her beautiful eyes solely focused on scrutinizing the man before her. Today, Quan Mingyi's attire was completely different from their previous encounters. Clad in a fine ice blue silk robe that resembled a serene blue lake, clear and regal, adorned with a dragon pattern that exuded authority and prominence, Shen Yuling could not help but murmur, "You are His Majesty," that as her words fell. She seemed to suddenly grasp the implications. Rising from the bed, she stood at nearly the same height as Quan Mingyi, that a surge of anger flooded her heart. And without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and struck him fiercely across the face, as if intending to unleash all her grievances and fury in that one blow. Yet, Quan Mingyi was quick-witted. Without moving, he effortlessly seized her wrist. His left hand, like an iron clamp, restrained her with an unyielding grip. His deep-set eyes glimmered with danger. Seeking death, Shen Yuling struggled vehemently to free her wrist, but no matter how she fought, she could not budge. Desperation and fury coursed through her, her pearly teeth biting down on her lower lip until it turned pale. Tears brimmed in her eyes, yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Resembling a small beast trapped, both furious and helpless, do you know the torment and fear I endured in the days leading up to our marriage, after you sullied my purity? Do you know how your warnings this morning have left me restless? Ultimately, it was you who compelled me into marriage, and it was you who destroyed my virtue. Quan Mingyi furrowed his brow. These two matters were indeed of his doing. He had even contemplated ending her life as a result of his own mistakes. For an emperor cannot err. Just moments ago, he felt the urge to kill. Yet, observing her in her state of grievance, fury, and fearless reproach, a flicker of compassion arose within him. Once Shen Yuling had finished speaking, it was as if all the strength had been drained from her, leaving her without support. She collapsed softly onto the bed, resembling a delicate flower, wilting for lack of vitality. Utterly pitiable. Witnessing her state, Quan Mingyi released his grip on her wrist, to be a twist of fate. I have become your man, yet misfortune has made me the husband of Lingyang Duke. Did you always intend to kill me? Shen Yuling lifted her gaze, her eyes clouded with confusion. Did I not tell you this morning that I would retrieve you from the Duke's residence in 3 months? If you cannot wait even these 3 months, then after tonight, you need not return. Shen Yuling's expression instantly morphed into one of alarm. Her eyes filled with panic and pleading that no, Your Majesty, you said this morning that the reason for waiting 3 months was to preserve my reputation. Please, not tonight. Shen Yuling clutched at his sleeve, imploring him softly. Will you still invite Feng Mohang to drink? Quan Mingyi's fingers glided over the corners of her reddened eyes. The sight of her, on the verge of tears, was undeniably captivating. That it was because the emperor had not revealed his identity this morning that I felt fear. I yearned for the Lingyang prince to harbor even a modicum of affection for me, believing that in light of our marital bond, he would safeguard me. Shen Yuling blinked her exquisite fox-like eyes, offering an explanation. Was she still in need of his protection? Shen Yuling shook her head. Tentatively, she extended her small hand to grasp Quan Mingyi's. Her tear-soaked fox eyes glistened with innocence and a hint of allure, as if they could ensnare one's very soul, that an actress. She knew the art of crying beautifully. Quan Mingyi, accustomed to the beauty of women, found it hard to tear his gaze away. Will the emperor protect me? Her voice was soft and gentle, laced with anticipation and tinged with trepidation. If you obey, I shall naturally guard you. But if you disobey, can you still expect my protection? Quan Mingyi remained silent, refraining from answering her question, his heart quietly scoffing at her perceived greed, that he then inquired. Do you still bear resentment towards me? Leaning down, Quan Mingyi found Shen Yuling gazing up at him, in that moment. Their flawless faces were mere inches apart, their breaths distinctly audible, recalling her earlier words. It was you who forced me into marriage with another, and it is also you who has sullied my purity. Her voice brimmed with grievance. That I dare not. Shen Yuling averted her gaze. Dare not. Then perhaps you still harbor resentment in your heart. But what of it? Even a little cat, despite its grievances, must rely on him, silently retracting its once sharp claws to be obedient. Chapter 16. The Royal Bedchamber suddenly. Shen Yuling seemed to recall something and asked softly, Where am I now? In the palace, Quan Mingyi replied coolly, The palace. Shen Yuling's eyes widened in shock, her voice involuntarily rising, yet fearing she might disturb something. She quickly lowered her tone. Then, how do I return? At the end of the hour tomorrow morning, I shall have someone escort you home. Will I truly not be discovered? Quan Mingi raised an eyebrow. Initially reluctant to entertain such trivial concerns that as an emperor, he was capable of fulfilling any promises he made. However, seeing her fearful expression, he ultimately chose to respond with patience. You will not, Shen Yuling exhaled in relief, releasing her grip on Quan Mingi's hand. Yet, as soon as her hand slipped away, Quan Mingi seized her wrist with a swift motion, pulling her into his embrace. Though you may not yet bear the title of empress, you already embody the role in essence. This palace shall be your residence, Yahua Palace, in 3 months' time. Quan Mingi's lips brushed against Shen Yuling's ear, his warm breath enveloping her, but a shiver coursed through Shen Yuling's body. Therefore, Quan Mingi paused, lifting her chin to compel her gaze to meet his. Tonight, you shall share my bed. Instantly, Shen Yuling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her vibrant and alluring face, set against the intimate atmosphere, became all the more enchanting, prompting Quan Mingi to involuntarily pinch her cheek. Can we truly? Shen Yuling stammered, her heart a blend of shyness and anxiety. Quan Mingi, however, offered no response, preoccupied with loosening his belt. The ornate dragon robe fell away, revealing the garment beneath. Shen Yuling, overwhelmed with shyness, turned her head away, her voice barely above a whisper. It must be noted that every empress receives thorough instruction from the matron about the intricacies of sharing the bed prior to entering the palace. Yet she had never experienced such a situation. I shall teach you myself, Quan Mingi said, a subtle smile playing upon his lips that he took her delicate hand and placed it upon his chest, guiding her as he loosened his garments. Before long, his undergarment lay discarded on the floor, exposing his robust physique, honed from years of martial training. The prominent bite mark left by Shen Yuling earlier that morning stood out starkly. Noticing her unwavering gaze on his chest, Quan Mingi couldn't suppress a smirk. What is it? Do you wish to bite again? I dare not. Shen Yuling lowered her eyes, that he was the emperor. Who would dare to inflict harm upon him? Quan Mingi laid Shen Yuling upon the bed, her hands instinctively pushing against him, resting upon his chest. She furrowed her brow, a glimmer of fear in her eyes, that it will hurt. I am afraid. Quan Mingi recalled her first experience, which had indeed been somewhat rough. Disregarding her feelings, he spoke softly. It shall not hurt this time. His tone held a newfound gentleness. With that, Quan Mingi's hands began to awaken her latent beauty to her tender age. She had developed quite splendidly. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuling's fair skin flushed a delicate pink, radiating charm. Her cheeks resembled rosy clouds, evoking a sense of enchantment. Unable to contain himself any longer, Quan Mingi began to conquer her. Time flowed slowly. Shen Yuling transitioned from initial compliance to languidness, her energy dissipating entirely, leaning against him in a state of blissful surrender. Her voice, soft and sweet, broke the silence. Are you not tired, Your Majesty? Quan Mingi remained silent, merely extending a hand to caress her smooth, pale back, his touch gentle yet possessive. The desire reflected in his deep, dark eyes showed no sign of waning. It was intense and fervent. He did not respond to Shen Yuling's inquiry, but instead demonstrated through actions just how untiring he truly was. Shen Yuling involuntarily let out a soft moan, her delicate form trembling slightly. Time passed unmeasured, and Shen Yuling, in a daze, lost track of when she had fallen asleep. Quan Mingi awoke languidly. The moment his eyes opened, he felt a weight upon his shoulder. He frowned, raising a hand to rub his brow. Quan Mingi was not accustomed to spending the night in a consort's palace. Yet last night, entangled with Shen Yuling, had been so indulgent that he had succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep without a second thought. Shen Yuling, indeed, had not learned the palace's rules. She lay soundly asleep against him. Quan Mingi gently withdrew his now-numb arm. Shen Yuling, perhaps too exhausted from the previous night, showed no signs of waking despite the movement. Considering her ignorance of palace etiquette, he chose not to reprimand her. However, she needed to return to the prince's residence before dawn broke. With this thought, he reached out to pinch her tender, rosy cheeks. Once, twice. Shen Yuling, stirred by his playful antics, emitted a few indistinct sounds, her eyes still tightly shut, refusing to open. Still not awake. Do you plan to remain here today? Quan Mingi's voice rose slightly. The mention of returning to the prince's residence jolted Shen Yuling awake from her slumber. Her long, curled lashes fluttered, and her eyes sprang open, still clouded with sleep. Seeing her awake, Quan Mingyi promptly drew the curtains tightly shut before turning to leave Li Ming. He called as he exited the inner chamber. Li Ming, who had been waiting outside for some time, quickly entered and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, summon someone to assist Consort Shin with her morning rituals." "Yes," Li Ming replied, his heart racing in astonishment. Granted the title of consort? This is quite extraordinary. Within the imperial harem, her status ranks just beneath that of Lu Jiaoyi. Furthermore, the Yaohua Palace has long been renowned for its opulence. Previously, Wang Marin had implored His Majesty on numerous occasions. Yet the emperor had never acquiesced to her requests. Now, however, he has directly bestowed this honor upon the seemingly sudden appearance of Shun Jiu. It appears that the harem is set to become lively once more. As dawn breaks, the imperial edict of His Majesty incites a tremendous uproar within the harem. The emergence of Shun Jiu, along with her grant to reside in the luxurious Yaohua Palace, has stirred considerable intrigue. Reports suggest that Shun Jiu's health is compromised, and that without the emperor's express command, no one may enter the Yaohua Palace uninvited. The palace maids and eunuchs there have all been personally appointed by the emperor. Lu Jiaoyi has been unable to glean any information regarding the Yaohua Palace. Chapter 17. Lu Jingyi has been in the residence for 3 months now and is quite well informed about the happenings within, including the fact that tonight, Xin Yuling has invited Feng Mohang to dine and drink. Thus, she has sent someone to wait at the gate, ready to invite Feng Mohang to Sujin Courtyard upon his return. She had reassured herself that no matter how prominent the female lead may be, Feng Mohang loves her dearly. She believes she has captured his heart. However, the previous night's stay of Feng Mohang and the tender handholding with Shun Yuling this morning has filled her with unease and trepidation. Originally a pampered daughter from the modern world, Lu Jingyi hails from a well-off family. Yet, she has never been fond of studying, and after completing high school, she went abroad for further studies upon returning home. She seamlessly entered the family business. Her life had been smooth sailing, devoid of significant troubles, save for the occasional mention of arranged marriages by her parents, which irked her that in her leisure time, she indulged in novels. Little did she anticipate being inexplicably transported into the world of one such novel she had read. Prior to her crossing over, her parents had arranged a blind date for her, yet her suitors were either idle wastrels, preoccupied only with indulgence, or unappealing in appearance, leaving her unable to foster any affection. Coming from a privileged background, Lu Jingyi harbored lofty expectations of love, bordering on beautiful fantasies. She had once admired a dashing star from the entertainment industry. But when she revealed her feelings to her parents, they unhesitatingly rejected her. Consequently, she sought solace in novels, even yearning for a true love akin to that of the male protagonists in those stories. After her transmigration, she found herself transformed into the illegitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice in the Qian dynasty. In this era, both legitimate and illegitimate daughters are merely tools for familial alliances. While legitimate daughters enjoy a slightly higher status, it is not as exaggerated as depicted in dramas. The upbringing of both types within their households is nearly identical, with little distinction. As a result, her bond with her sister Lu Shihan is quite amicable. Moreover, having gleaned some plot lines from novels, she possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the current emperor's character, although the book only offers scant data as the evening descended. Upon returning home, the maidservant by Jingyi's side came to seek him out. Upon arriving at the Sujin courtyard, Feng Mohang was met with her anxious and flustered demeanor. The fear of losing him was starkly apparent. The more she cared, the more exhilarated he felt. However, her state tonight was markedly different from usual. Feng Mohang discerned that it was due to Xin Yuling. Xin Yuling had specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare delicacies from the northwest for him and had invited him to partake in wine. Thus, Jingyi was envious, prompting her to summon him to the Sujin courtyard. When he married Xin Yuling, she had been so composed that Feng Mohang had assumed she was indifferent to the matter. But now, it seemed otherwise. Feng Mohang's dark eyes held a profound intensity that he had witnessed his father betray his mother, leading to her dismissal of him, while she indulged favored courtiers in the princess's residence. These events had left an indelible mark on his youth, but he found the idea of emotionless desires between men and women utterly repulsive. He yearned for a woman's unreserved love, for such affection ignited his passions and made his heart race. And Lu Jingyi was the most perfect woman he had nurtured since the age of 10. Feng Mohang had previously believed that love was reciprocal. When he devoted himself to Jingyi, she too would reciprocate wholeheartedly. While other women approached him, Jingyi appeared unfazed that it was only when he expressed his affections that she would light up, returning his feelings in kind. Yet, in the face of Xin Yuling, Jingyi exhibited such pronounced emotional turmoil. A hint of inquiry flickered in Feng Maheng's deep-set eyes. Why was this so? Jingyi nestled against Feng Maheng. Over the years, she had heard countless promises from him that he was the hero of her story. As long as he genuinely loved someone, he would bestow upon them a lifetime of devotion. Therefore, she remained unconcerned by other women's interactions with him, for she believed he would never be swayed. However, Xin Yuling was different. She was the original heroine, and the Feng Maheng who now expressed affection was one she had stolen. That a bitter pang gripped Lu Jingyi's heart. Maheng, the princess consort, is beautiful. Her distinguished lineage unmatched by others. Even the eldest princess holds her in high regard. She possesses everything. Yet within the Duke's residence, I have only you to do not fear. My relationship with Xin Yuling is merely a charade. Feng Maheng tightened his embrace, gently reassuring her, Mother never favored you, that if I neglect Xin Yuling, she would surely despise you even more, and your days within this household may become increasingly difficult. It became evident that the intimate display between Feng Maheng and Xin Yuling was for the benefit of the eldest princess. Yet who could predict that amidst this performance, genuine feelings might not emerge? Though these thoughts lingered in her mind, Lu Jingyi feigned gratitude. Maheng, thank you. Feng Maheng reached out, playfully pinching Lu Jingyi's cheek, his tone affectionate. All right, do not be sad any longer. He then shifted the topic. It is getting late. You should return to your chambers to rest. Lu Jingyi froze, disbelief etched across her face. Would he not stay the night? Feng Maheng, perceiving her expression, clarified. Today, I feigned a deep-seated affection for Xin Yuling before Mother, who has urged me to spend more time with her. After all, this is only our second night of marriage. I must go to the Ninglan courtyard tonight. Lu Jingyi's hand tightened within her sleeve. The term husband felt like a piercing sting. Noticing her tension, Feng Maheng smiled gently, though his gaze seemed to harbor inscrutable schemes. Not having dinner in the Ninglan courtyard tonight has already slighted Xin Yuling. If I were to stay here, I fear Mother might cause you trouble tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyi quickly embraced Feng Maheng. I am not afraid. She feared neither the eldest princess nor her ire, but dreaded the thought of Feng Maheng alone with Xin Yuling. Jingyi, trust me, I will never develop feelings for Xin Yuling. If Mother causes you distress, it will pain me, Feng Maheng consoled. Patting her back before gently pushing her away, turning to leave, he paused at the entrance of the Sujing courtyard. Not departing immediately, he stood quietly in the dark, akin to a beast lurking in shadows. Suddenly, a crash of shattering porcelain echoed from within the courtyard. Feng Maheng, however, smiled mysteriously, seemingly pleased by the sound. When Xin Yuling arrived, he had thought that as long as he kept his distance, Jingyi would continue to love him. Unlike his mother who had abandoned his father, her past affections fading into oblivion. Yet, the reality had proven to be quite the opposite. Content with the outcome, Feng Maheng departed the Sujing courtyard, soon appearing outside the Ninglan courtyard. The Ninglan courtyard was shrouded in deep, inky darkness, with only two dim lanterns flickering at the entrance. Inside, Bai Hua, a maidservant in the Duke's residence, wore a serious expression. She was aware that the Duke was outside, but the Duchess remained in the palace. Bai Hua clenched her fist that if the Duke insisted on seeking the Duchess tonight, she would have to resort to drugging her. However, upon hearing the sound of the Duke's departing footsteps, she breathed a sigh of relief. The following morning, Xin Yuling, blissfully unaware, returned to the Duke's residence. It seemed there were numerous individuals loyal to Quan Mingyi within the Duke's residence, as those who had accompanied her back, along with those in the Ninglan courtyard, were predominantly his people. Having endured a tumultuous night with Quan Mingyi, Xin Yuling collapsed in a slumber upon returning to her room, not awakening until the afternoon. That evening, Feng Maheng arrived at the Ninglan courtyard. Inside, Xin Yuling reclined on a beauty couch, eyes closed in repose. Her serene visage, shrouded in dim light, resembled a slumbering flower as he stood by the bed. His gaze fixated on her, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. What sets you apart? Why does Jingyi worry so fervently about you taking me away? If I cherish you, will Jingyi become envious, thus loving me even more? A multitude of questions swirled in Feng Maheng's mind. After a moment, he sat by her side, observing her sleeping face. Shen Yuling, naturally a light sleeper, stirred awake at his presence. Yet, as he remained silent, she decided to feign sleep. But as if compelled by some unseen force, Feng Maheng suddenly reached out. His long, cool fingers traced from her brow to her cheeks, caressing her delicate face with a tender yet oddly stubborn touch. What a face so captivating it was impossible to overlook. Shen Yuling opened her eyes, feigning innocence. "Why has my husband come?" Feng Maheng replied with a teasing smile. "Do you not wish for my presence?" Shen Yuling grasped his hand, inviting him to sit beside her. She softened, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her head on his broad shoulder, her voice sweet and soft. "Of course, I long for it." In response to Shen Yuling's intimacy, Feng Maheng did not exhibit the same resistance he had on their wedding night. Instead, he caressed her cascading hair, his movements gentle, yet imbued with an unspoken intent. "Last night, I heard you prepared delicacies and fine wine from the northwest for me, but as Jingyi was unwell, I went to check on her." Hearing his gentle tone and the explanation for his visit to Lu Jingyi, a shiver ran through Shen Yuling. What was happening to Feng Maheng? Yet, she forced herself to relax, attempting to maintain an air of natural affection. With shimmering eyes, she self-deprecatingly remarked, "You need not explain, my husband. I am well aware of your fondness for Lu Jingyi." Though she spoke casually, she nuzzled closer to him, seeking comfort. Feng Maheng's gaze darkened. "Do you feel jealous when I visit Lu Jingyi?" Shen Yuling countered calmly. "When you come to me, do you think Lu Jingyi feels jealous?" Feng Maheng's pupils constricted. If Jingyi did not feel envy, he would not have come here. Noticing his prolonged silence, Shen Yuling continued softly. "When my husband begins to care for my feelings, I shall then share with you whether I feel jealous or not. All right?" Her voice was gentle, yet carried the weight of 1,000 truths. Piercing Feng Maheng's heart, he was momentarily taken aback that he certainly did not care for Shen Yuling's feelings. She was merely a stranger he had married. Before her arrival, he had intended to regard her as the lady of the house, overseeing affairs. However, a thought flickered in his mind. Since Shen Yuling was his wife, could he not also entice her to love him, just as he had with Jingyi? They had approached him of their own volition. Thus, what he did was justified that if Shen Yuling also loved him, both women would experience jealousy and rivalry for his affection, making him the most important person in their lives, constantly needed. With this notion, Feng Maheng smirked, a smile gracing his lips, though it did not reach his eyes. Instead, a hint of madness lurked deep within, nearly contorted by suppression. Feng Maheng embraced Shen Yuling. "Yuling, Jingyi is my savior. She has shown me kindness and affection. Marrying you feels like I have betrayed her. Therefore, do not hold her in contempt. You are my wife and will always be." Listening to these words, a chill shot through Shen Yuling, penetrating her very core. What was happening to him? The current state of affairs is utterly different from that of their wedding night. Why does Feng Maheng feel the need to explain himself to her? Is he offering her hope? The hope that he might also harbor feelings for her. A flicker of insight seemed to illuminate Shen Yuling's eyes. Could it be that Feng Maheng desires her affection? But why would he wish to do so? Shen Yuling was engulfed in confusion, unable to find clarity. Noticing the lack of response from the woman in his arms, Feng Maheng softly called out, "Yuling." Shen Yuling extricated herself from his embrace, her gaze lifting to reveal a glimmer of tears. Touched by emotion, "My husband, it turns out that Lu Ji is indeed your savior. Your profound sense of loyalty and righteousness demonstrates that I, Shen Yuling, have not erred in my choice of spouse. Women are concerned with the nuances of warmth and care, while men are focused on ensnaring you in their web, compelling you to adore and admire them, and acknowledging their sense of control. Feng Maheng, whatever you desire, I shall grant you at once." Indeed, a flicker of surprise and satisfaction danced in Feng Maheng's eyes. This wife of his, in her unguarded demeanor, was undeniably endearing. Shen Yuling continued to feign a demeanor of deep emotion. "Hearing you regard me as your wife today is sufficient. I shall not be overly demanding. That my mother taught me from a young age that a husband and wife must share a common purpose. Though we have only known each other for a few days, we are destined to traverse the remainder of our lives together. Thus, every day of our future, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your side." Feng Maheng's deep-set gaze met Shen Yuling's, filled with curiosity and exploration. She appeared genuinely different from other women. Why did her words consistently resonate with his innermost longings? Wholeheartedly. Yet it was only Jingyi who loved him with such fervor, even willing to sacrifice her life for him. Shen Yuling, can you truly achieve that? Chapter 20. Clarity. Feng Mohang, unable to restrain himself, caressed Shen Yuling's delicate visage. You are my eternal wife, and also my instrument. After Shen Yuling expressed her heartfelt sentiments, her eyes curved into a gentle smile, seemingly infused with infinite warmth. However, in truth, she meticulously observed every subtle expression on Feng Mohang's face. The excitement that flashed in his eyes suddenly enlightened Shen Yuling, illuminating many truths previously unknown from the original owner's memories that in the original timeline, where only Lu Jingyi had traversed. The struggles between the two women might have been orchestrated by Feng Mohang himself. Shen Yuling's previous assumptions were misguided. She had believed Feng Mohang to be a fickle man caught between two women, where mutual scheming determined the victor. In hindsight, it may not have been so. The prince consort whom Princess Shiha married was a highly sought-after young noble in Xianjing, possessing both charm and exceptional talents. Who could have anticipated that he would eventually fall for a frail maid? Without regard for their marital bond, he betrayed her. Princess Shiha was not one to endure such humiliation. Without hesitation, she dismissed the prince consort. From that point onward, her residence became home to numerous favored subjects. And the tale spread like wildfire throughout Xianjing. Feng Mohang, having grown up in such an environment, never truly experienced maternal affection. In fact, his mother's licentious and domineering actions brought him profound shame. Betrayed by his father, his mother indulged in pleasures, neglecting her duties to him. It was during this tumultuous period that he encountered a woman who treated him exceedingly well, and he believed she embodied the maternal love he yearned for. Thus, he placed unwavering trust in her, considering her his closest confidant. Unbeknownst to him, however, the woman harbored deep-seated resentment. She despised his mother for making her husband one of the favored subjects in Princess Shiha's court. With ulterior motives, she approached Feng Mohang, intent on avenging herself against the princess by inflicting harm upon him. The moment Feng Mohang was attacked, he was devastated. Yet at that same time he met Lu Jingyi. The emotions that had no outlet suddenly found solace in her, filling the void within him. That year, Feng Mohang was 10, and Lu Jingyi was 8, but the two children became inseparable companions, akin to childhood sweethearts. Shen Yuling reflected on the encounter between Feng Mohang and Lu Jingyi. She had initially thought that Lu Jingyi had entirely usurped the original owner's place, even redeeming Feng Mohang. Yet perhaps that was not the case at all. In the original narrative, the original owner was a radiant girl who loved Feng Mohang wholeheartedly. Consequently, Feng Mohang found redemption, and the two had lived blissfully together. However, Lu Jingyi's arrival shattered everything. She understood the shadows lurking in Feng Mohang's heart and preemptively secured his affections for herself. But in her heart, she loved only the idealized version of Feng Mohang depicted in the book. A figment of her imagination, she attracted him with a facade of love, yet had never comprehended his true emotional needs. Only in the presence of the original owner did Lu Jingyi experience fear. She sought various assurances from Feng Mohang, incessantly demanding his affection and pledges, her insecurity leading her to believe that this was how one expressed love. Consequently, Feng Mohang began to feign affection for the original owner, merely to evoke jealousy in Lu Jingyi. That he reveled in being contested by two women, intoxicated by their deep-seated need for him, as if this could somehow fill the void of love within him. Thus, the indifferent gaze amidst the flames. Was it truly indifferent? Shen Yuling's heart tightened momentarily, yet she quickly regained her composure. The previous day, Feng Mohang had visited Lu Jingyi, likely drawn by her fervent jealousy. After all, Shen Yuling had not only succeeded in keeping Feng Mohang by her side on their wedding night, but had also brazenly walked hand in hand with him within the estate, even visiting the Princess Shiha to pay her respects. This scenario stripped Lu Jingyi of her ability to feign purity and grace before Feng Mohang, as the pretense of loving and forgiving him could no longer be maintained. She was filled with trepidation, fearing that Shen Yuling, as the original female lead, would snatch Feng Mohang away from her. It was precisely for this reason that the stark contrast between Feng Mohang's demeanor today and yesterday had emerged. Having unraveled the enigma, Xin Yuling's smile broadened. She gazed into Feng Mohang's eyes, her sincerity growing more profound. Feng Mohang, you have finally unveiled your true self to me. That it appears our ambitions align perfectly. You wish for me to fall in love with you. While I aim to convince you that I have indeed done so, did I ask this not a delightful coincidence? With this thought, Xin Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly, already devising her strategy. Her enchanting visage was captivating, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto her cheeks. That my husband, may I become your wife tonight? Her voice was sweet, yet laced with playful reproach. Delicately, her slender fingers ventured into the folds of Feng Mohang's attire. Xin Yuling was aware that Feng Mohang would not reciprocate her advances, for in his mind, intimacy must be shared with someone he genuinely cares for, as he harbored disdain for the favored subjects nurtured by his mother in the princess's court. He loathed those who ingratiated themselves with his mother due to her power. Their relationship with the princess was merely a repulsive entanglement of lust in Feng Mohang's eyes. Feng Mohang grasped Xin Yuling's hand, halting her movements. Since the age of 10, when Lu Jingyi saved him, he had nurtured her into the woman he desired. Her love was all-encompassing, her admiration unwavering. For him, it seemed she could forsake everything, even willingly accept a subordinate role, pure and magnanimous. She cared solely for his feelings, disregarding her own gains or losses. Lu Jingyi was the one who loved him the most in this world. Matters between husband and wife, naturally, could only be shared with someone who truly loved him. The twisted emotions born from Feng Mohang's past experiences lay hidden like thorns in the shadows, unknown to anyone. Xin Yuling's gaze was filled with uncertainty. Feng Mohang appeared gentle, yet exuded an air of inscrutability. That he sighed softly. Jingyi has been unwell lately, and her spirits are low. She is not yet ready to accept you. Today, I came merely to clarify last night's events, to spare you any distress. Xin Yuling scoffed inwardly. That how adept you are at manipulation, that he truly believes himself to be a romantic hero after I praised his loyalty and righteousness. Though she had yet to meet Lu Jingyi, Xin Yuling sensed that Lu Jingyi might not fully grasp the true nature of this sentimental male lead. Both Feng Mohang and Lu Jingyi were concealing their true selves. What they had acquired was merely a facade of false affection. How ironic. Despite these thoughts, Xin Yuling gently cupped his face with her hands. She tilted her head slightly and placed a kiss upon Feng Mohang's cheek. Then, she turned away, lying on the couch with her back to him, speaking in a tone that was both indifferent yet tinged with stubbornness. My husband, you may leave. I can still fall asleep without you. Feng Mohang relishes the sensation of being loved. Yet, for him, the feeling of being cherished is far from mere boundless trust and acceptance. What he truly seeks in the depths of his heart is a power that allows him to completely control the other. Much like Lu Jingyi does. However, before him stands Xin Yuling, who perpetually flits along the precipice, at times displaying a hint of concern for him, only to subsequently push him away with a chilling indifference. It seems he could easily capture her, yet she appears equally capable of soaring away from his grasp. Feng Mohang feels a trace of moisture lingering by his cheek and furrows his brow. She kissed him, yet so effortlessly released him. Why? Had she not prepared herself to love him? Feng Mohang's gaze inevitably darkens. He presses his lips together and ultimately turns away, exiting the room. It matters not. There are still many days ahead. That I end the 21st chapter. The heart of an emperor, what she desires. Over the past few days, Feng Mohang has visited Ninglan Courtyard almost daily. Xin Yuling is acutely aware. His actions are undoubtedly deliberate. That on the first day, she instructed the kitchen to meticulously prepare a nourishing fish soup, only for Lu Jingyi to feign illness and snatch it away. The second day, the tailor, following Xin Yuling's measurements, crafted several exquisite garments for her. Yet, Lu Jingyi's maid arrived first to select the finest pieces. That on the third day, the princess received 2 precious pearl gauzes from His Majesty, keeping one for herself and sending the other back with Feng Mohang for the princess consort, Xin Yuling. However, Lu Jingyi intercepted it along the way, leaving Xin Yuling without even a touch of the pearl gauze. Such occurrences have left Shidong feeling increasingly vexed. Lu Ji is exceedingly excessive. She is the legitimate mistress of the household, the princess consort, yet she audaciously seizes what belongs to you. Xin Yuling reclines glumly on the soft couch, her gaze somewhat vacant as if lost in thought. Yet, the words that escape her lips starkly contrast her demeanor. This facade seems merely a performance for certain individuals. Feng Maheng must be feeling quite pleased with himself. As Lu Jingyi vies for his attention so fervently, Shen Yuling's words are laced with sarcasm. He does not seem to mind the exhaustion. Each day, he returns home, making promises to Lu Jingyi while also attempting to soothe me in Ninglan Courtyard. Truly believing he can have it both ways, Shitong, listening nearby, appears bewildered. Blinking innocently, she queries, "How could Feng Maheng's affections change so swiftly? Could it be that your beauty has utterly captivated him?" Shen Yuling extends her finger and lightly taps Shitong's forehead, reproaching, "You speak such nonsense, he is clearly using me. Can you not see that? But it matters not. For now, I shall play the part of the heartbroken." Shen Yuling slightly narrows her eyes. "Did I recall that in 3 days? Feng Maheng will take Lu Jingyi and me out to admire the flowers at that time. You must ensure that the guards from the Shen family disguise themselves well." Waiting for the opportune moment to assassinate Feng Maheng. Let us observe what choice Lu Jingyi, who he believes loves him, will make in a moment of crisis that this. Shen Yuling's lips curve upward in a meaningful smile. The one he perceives as indifferent to him would willingly sacrifice her life to save him. Shitong chirps brightly, "Rest assured, miss, everything has been arranged. The individuals from the Shun family that the master has assigned to you are reliable. Each one steadfastly loyal, ensuring nothing amiss will occur." Shen Yuling lightly hums in agreement, her gaze dropping slightly as if suddenly recalling something. She asks earnestly, "How many of Quan Mingyi's people are currently in Ninglan Courtyard?" Shitong blinks her clear, large eyes innocently, replying, "All of them." As night falls, enveloping the world in tranquility and the moonlight's gentle rhythm, Shen Yuling once again arrives at the opulent Yaohua Palace. She strides into the room and takes a seat upon the lavish bed, allowing herself the opportunity to truly observe this palace. The walls are adorned with pepper paste, exuding a faint, enticing fragrance. The floors, paved with golden bricks, shimmer with brilliance. The roof, clad in yellow tiles, reflects a spectrum of colors. The copper-topped treasures radiate golden splendor. Silk curtains embroidered with intricate designs filter the light delicately. The curtains sway with the breeze, dancing like a startled butterfly. This palace is truly a breathtaking marvel. With intricately carved beams and painted pillars, it is still early spring. The night air carries a lingering chill. Fortunately, fragrant charcoal burns within, a top-tier fuel that releases a subtle, enchanting aroma as it ignites. Glancing around the room, she observes an array of rare ornaments, exquisitely shaped and masterfully crafted. Even though Shen Yuling has encountered numerous fine objects since childhood, her eyes now betray an undeniable astonishment. Indeed, wealth is a feast for the eyes. The distant sound of the drum marking the hour resounds softly, deepening the night's shadows. After dining at Weiyang Palace, Quan Mingyi finally arrives at Yaohua Palace. As he steps into the chamber, his commanding presence instantly captivates Shen Yuling's attention. Clad in a luxurious purple robe adorned with golden patterns, embellished with black dragon motifs, he seems poised to soar with the winds. Exuding an aura of dominance, his jeweled crown glimmers like a constellation resting upon his brow. Quan Mingyi approaches with a divine grace, radiating an innate nobility and an air of authority that, at first glance, can overshadow his handsome features. Initially, Shen Yuling's heart was solely focused on using Quan Mingyi to fulfill her revenge. Yet now, her heart beats erratically. She inexplicably desires the heart of this emotionally aloof male protagonist. Shen Yuling feels her heart racing. With both power and looks, he merely seeks a delicate little rabbit. She can certainly play that part. This is her life, and apart from revenge, she must possess wealth, power, and men. However, Shen Yuling is prone to capriciousness. Although she may be drawn to him now, should he fail to meet her expectations, she will swiftly discard him, leaving him heartbroken that a waiting maid, Lan Ning, quietly reminds her, "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived. You should pay your respects." Shen Yuling snaps back to reality and quickly rises from the bed, gracefully striding toward Quan Mingyi. Upon nearing him, she mimics the gesture she has observed, slightly bending her knees to offer her greetings. Yet, having never been taught the court's etiquette, her movements are incorrect. The height of her bow is off, and her hand positioning is also flawed, in the Qian dynasty. The ceremonial customs of noble families and royal relatives differ from those of the palace. For a place where the emperor resides, it is imperative to distinguish itself from others, signifying its nobility. Court etiquette is particularly stringent. Even a simple bow holds numerous intricacies, each gesture reflecting a subservient attitude towards those in power. When high-ranking officials and their families enter the palace, they are thoroughly instructed by matriarchs beforehand to ensure compliance with the norms. Lest they offend, however, it is evident that Shen Yuling, having stealthily entered the palace, cannot expect anyone to instruct her in these protocols. Quan Mingyi furrows his brow slightly, then waves his hand. His tone remains gentle. For now, there is no need for formalities. When you officially enter the palace, I shall have the etiquette matron teach you the court's customs. Quan Mingyi passes by Shen Yuling and approaches the soft couch. He lifts his robes and settles down with composure. Shen Yuling walks to his side and slowly sits beside him. Why has your majesty summoned me to the palace tonight? Quan Mingyi glances up slightly, his expression calm. Bai Hua has conveyed messages suggesting that you seem to have been mistreated at the duke's residence. Shen Yuling defiantly lifts her chin. Not at all. I am the princess consort, supported by the Shen family. Who could possibly bully me? Such bravado, Quan Mingyi notes, not contradicting her, but merely raising an eyebrow. In that case, it appears you have no need for the pearl gauze I brought. He turns his head toward the door and calls out, Li Ming, take the palace gown made from the pearl gauze to Lu Jiaoyi. Did she not inquire about it today? Pearl gauze. Shen Yuling seems to recall something, her expression dimming. After a moment of silence, she asks, Does your majesty know everything? Back when she was at home, her parents showered her with love, giving her all the best things. However, since moving to the duke's residence, the duke does not favor her, and Lu Ji constantly targets her, making her life increasingly difficult. Quan Mingyi's face shows no sign of emotion, his demeanor and voice remaining indifferent. Since you have suffered grievances, why not speak up? Shen Yuling purses her lips, her delicate face set in seriousness. Because it is too embarrassing, too humiliating. Would your majesty share my humiliating plight with others? I am the esteemed lady of the Shen family. How could I allow others to know that I am being bullied by a concubine? If word were to spread, not only would she lose face, but her entire family would be shamed as well. The aristocracy, accustomed to the threat of execution, holds their dignity in the highest regard. Naturally, Quan Mingyi would not fear such consequences. His most disheveled moments were on the battlefield, from which he later emerged victorious, severing the heads of those who had humiliated him, treating them as mere playthings. Shen Yuling, possessing her own pride, found it only natural to withhold her feelings. Quan Mingyi had already wished to genuinely express his concern for her. Yet, unexpectedly, Shen Yuling turned and pointed at the pearl gauze. Your majesty, donning the gown made of pearl gauze will conceal all traces of your disarray, allowing you to behold the most beautiful Shen Yuling. She glanced back at him, her alluring fox-like eyes fluttering. Would your majesty like to see? Quan Mingyi's serene expression nearly faltered, but he managed to maintain his composure, as he was adept at concealing his emotions. A light cough disguised the laughter that almost escaped him, that if she desired the gown, she could simply ask, rather than feigning helplessness. Her strategy was indeed well devised. He raised his chin slightly, and Li Ming immediately understood. Handing the exquisite pearl gauze gown to Lan Ying to go and change, Shen Yuling nodded and gracefully walked toward the screen in the inner chamber, with Lan Ying following closely behind. Your Highness, the pearl gauze gown was originally intended as a reward for Lady Lu. However, upon receiving news of your situation from Bai Hua, His Majesty decided to send this gown to our Yaohua Palace. Lan Ying's face bore a smile, clearly delighted for her mistress that it was evident that His Majesty held you in high regard. The future of Shen Juyu would henceforth depend on her, and the more favor Shen Juyu garnered from His Majesty, the happier she would be. Shen Yuling caressed the exquisite gown, a smile gracing her lips. Though it did not reach her eyes, such affection, akin to that for a pet, was not worthy of boasting. She would test whether she could win the heart of the emperor, in the inner chamber of Yaohua Palace. Having changed into the pearl gauze gown, Shen Yuling stood before the bronze mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Naturally, she was a vision of splendor and beauty, often adorning herself in vibrant hues: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, having a gown of nearly every color. Yet, white gowns were scarce, seldom worn. Today, in order to complement the ethereal gown, Shen Yuling had deliberately removed her typically vivid makeup and meticulously applied a more understated look. Her eyes, shaped like alluring foxes, were captivating, in her reapplication. She had drawn her eyeliner slightly downward, adding a touch of vulnerability to her inherent charm. Coupled with her delicate skin and exquisite features, the alteration in her gaze, paired with the pearl gauze gown, rendered her akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Quan Mingyi, waiting outside, exhibited signs of impatience. Did changing a gown truly require such an extensive duration? Quan Mingyi rarely visited the inner palace. His duties were demanding. After unifying the realm, he was preoccupied with governance reforms, improving the lives of the populace, fortifying military defenses, and suppressing the aristocracy. Piles of memorials awaited his attention, each requiring meticulous review, consuming vast amounts of his energy and time. Following this, he might have to meet with court officials to hear various reports. Quan Mingyi was also keen on maintaining his health, entering the inner palace no more than 5 or 6 times a month. What purpose did his visits serve? Merely the affairs between men and women. Quan Mingyi did not engage in frivolities with the women of the inner palace. His presence in Yaohua Palace today was prompted by Bai Hua's report of Shen Yuling's mistreatment at the duke's residence. He pondered the situation. Was it not his doing that had led to her current plight? The marriage was bestowed by him, and her virtue taken by him as well. Although he deemed these events mere coincidences, they ultimately resulted from his unintentional actions. Thus, he had commanded the gown's delivery, hoping to offer some form of consolation. Yet, it had become a hindrance to his duties that Li Ming, as Quan Mingyi's personal eunuch, keenly sensed his sovereign's growing impatience. He quickly gestured to a nearby palace maid, who approached Shen Yuling with grace. Lowering her voice, she said, "Your Highness, His Majesty's time is exceedingly precious, and he is a man of immense responsibilities." At this moment, Shen Yuling was nearing the final step of her makeup application, applying lip color. The soft pink shade complemented her delicate look, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Shen Yuling raised her brow slightly, realizing that Quan Mingyi was indeed growing impatient. The palace maid was quite adept at her role. However, Shen Yuling did not linger any longer. She placed the lip color down and gracefully made her way outside. "I am ready," she announced. Within Yaohua Palace, the candlelight flickered, casting gentle shadows upon the intricately carved window panes. Shen Yuling glided towards Quan Mingyi, who was engrossed in a book upon the soft couch. The tome had been specially fetched from Weiyang Palace by Li Ming, intended to help pass the time while he awaited Shen Yuling's attire change, though he found himself growing somewhat impatient. Shen Yuling stood elegantly before him, and his gaze shifted to her. Her dark tresses were loosely gathered with a jade hairpin, adorned with a plum blossom motif, its center embedded with rubies, that a delicate headpiece of water-blue glass beads hung from her forehead. Each bead meticulously carved into a teardrop shape, interwoven with fine silver threads that shimmered with each subtle movement. Strands of hair framed her face, the tips adorned with tiny white jade bells that chimed softly with her motions. At the back of her head, a peony hairpin swayed gently, its intricate carving showcasing opulence and grace. Clad in the pearl gauze gown, she transformed from a vibrant girl into an elegant, ethereal fairy. Quan Mingyi had anticipated she would look splendid in the gown. Yet upon witnessing her, he was still taken aback by her beauty that he handed the book to Li Ming, who promptly accepted it, and then extended his hand towards Shen Yuling. She placed her hand in his palm, and with a gentle pull, he drew her into his embrace. Did His Majesty grow impatient waiting? She inquired. Quan Mingyi held her close, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, yet it was worth the wait. This gown suits you beautifully. The sight of her beauty stirred a desire within him to hastily remove her garments. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I adore it as well," she replied, her voice imbued with sweetness. Quan Mingyi ceased speaking, his eyes fixed intently upon her, revealing an unmasked fervor in his deep gaze. Shen Yuling did not wish to rush into such matters. With a sovereign like Quan Mingyi, it was imperative to first indulge in romantic interludes, establishing a foundation of affection before employing strategies of allure and retreat to evoke a sense of longing. Were not men drawn to torturous romances? The more formidable they were, the more pronounced it seemed. Yet this presumption was contingent upon the man holding a place for her in his heart. Let him feel a pang of sorrow first, only to later soothe him, ensuring he would be utterly captivated. Shen Yuling wore a sweet smile, nestled in Quan Mingyi's embrace, resembling a young woman enraptured by the emperor's affection. Unable to resist his direct and fervent gaze, she shyly lowered her head. "Your Majesty, can you draw?" The question caused Li Ming to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Could Shen Jiyu be so bold as to request His Majesty to create art for her? Had she forgotten how long she had kept him waiting today? In the past, when His Majesty visited other imperial consorts, he had always conducted himself with decorum, never engaging in flirtations or romantic pursuits, let alone drawing, which was an endeavor that demanded considerable time. Shen Jiyu must not presume upon the emperor's current favor. His patience was always finite. However, Quan Mingyi's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I can." Raised within the royal family, he had numerous tutors who imparted a wealth of knowledge and skills to the princes. From historical texts to cultural studies, court etiquette to various forms of artistry. Including music, dance, painting, and sculpture, they had explored a vast array of subjects. Shen Yuling's eyes brightened at his admission. "Then may I perform a dance for you? And would you draw a picture for me?" Yet, Quan Mingyi did not respond immediately. His narrowed eyes conveyed a hint of indifference that I have high standards. Whether it be the dances commonly seen within the court on ordinary days, or the performances by imperial concubines and dancers at banquets. Quan Mingyi had long since grown weary of them. Should an imperial concubine request to showcase her talents, he would typically not decline. However, if the performance failed to leave him awestruck, he would be disinclined to see that person again for a considerable time. The most skilled dancer in the palace, Wang Meiren, had initially devoted much effort to dancing before His Majesty upon her entrance into the palace. Her movements were graceful and enchanting. Yet alas, after the emperor had witnessed them repeatedly, he found them tiresome, and since then, Wang Meiren had not dared to present her dance before him again. Upon hearing Quan Mingyi's indifferent response, Shen Yuling felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She rose from where she sat beside him. "I have high expectations for Your Majesty's painting," she proclaimed. Residing in the Duke's residence, Shen Yuling knew that Quan Mingyi could not behold her as freely as he might within the palace. Now, however, was a time when his novelty towards her was still vibrant, and it was imperative to employ a few subtle tactics to leave a distinctive impression in his heart. She could not allow him to remember her solely for her beauty, as that would be too superficial. With a slight lift at the corner of his mouth, Quan Mingyi scoffed lightly. "Today, you have wasted a considerable amount of my time. Pray tell, how do you intend to compensate me?" Shen Yuling lowered her head, her full, rosy nails gliding gently over the back of Quan Mingyi's hand. That it appeared casual, yet bore an undertone of flirtation. After a moment, her ruby lips parted, her tone soft and delicate. "I shall accompany you through the night. Would that be agreeable?" Initially, Quan Mingyi felt a mild tingling from her touch, but now her voice seemed to resonate deeply within him. His gaze darkened as he regarded her for a moment before replying. "Then let us proceed with the painting." Yet, hearing this, Shen Yuling felt unsatisfied and grew bolder. "Your Majesty, I too have my demands." She lifted her beautiful eyes to meet Quan Mingyi's, a hint of mischief glimmering within them. Quan Mingyi remained composed, patiently awaiting her request. Shen Yuling gracefully twirled before him. "You haven't yet praised my attire this evening." She halted, her gaze sparkling as it rested upon Quan Mingyi. Only then did he scrutinize her closely. Her attire was indeed a refreshing change that caught his eye and warranted commendation, but he narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating for a moment, with skin as delicate as ice and cheeks blooming like flowers. Shen Yuling smiled sweetly, adding, "Is there anything else?" Her lips curled into a faint smile, her beauty reflecting the dawn's glow that a flicker of pride danced in her eyes. "Your Majesty must capture my pristine skin, rosy cheeks, and cherry lips in your painting. You certainly know how to set me a trap," he remarked with a sigh. "Very well, today I shall indulge you in this playful endeavor," that he cast her a meaningful glance. "But do not disappoint me, Miss Shun." Rising from his seat, Quan Mingyi made his way towards the grand hall of Yahua Palace, Li Ming, though internally astonished by the emperor's unusual attention toward Shen Jiyu. Maintained an impassive facade as he swiftly arranged various matters that he dispatched servants to set up the necessary painting supplies in the hall and hurriedly summoned the palace musicians, ensuring everything was meticulously prepared. Before long, all was in readiness. Shen Yuling stood at the center of the hall, while Quan Mingyi seated himself opposite her, the painting tools neatly arranged upon the table. The musicians behind the screen tuned their instruments. Awaiting the cue to play, Quan Mingyi raised his gaze and inquired, What shall you dance? Shen Yuling replied with a cheerful lilt, the drunken concubine. Quan Mingyi frowned. What is this drunken concubine? Oh, I misspoke. There is no such rank in the Qian dynasty. I meant to say, the drunken beauty. He nodded, intrigued by this unfamiliar dance, which piqued his interest that in an instant, melodious music began to flow through the hall like a gentle stream. Shen Yuling stepped gracefully, swaying as she approached Lan Ying, retrieving the wine jug and cup from her hands. Lan Ying was enraptured, feeling as if every step Shen Yuling took danced upon her very heart that is so beautiful. So ethereal, yet so beguiling. With the wine jug in hand, Shen Yuling tilted it slightly, allowing the liquid to cascade into the cup. Once filled, she held it steadily and began to dance with the rhythm of the music. Twirling and swaying, her figure was as light as a swallow, with not a drop of wine spilled, revealing her profound dancing prowess. As she twirled, her gauzy attire billowed, a sight too exquisite to behold. After emptying the cup, her gaze turned wistful, tinged with solitude. Quan Mingyi sat transfixed, as if truly drawn into the sorrowful scene of a beauty drowning her sorrows in drink. That it was difficult to discern whether it was her enchanting dance or the melancholic visage of the beauty that tugged at his heartstrings more. Shen Yuling filled her cup once more, occasionally raising it high above her head, gazing up in contemplation. 8 times, she brought it close to her chest, gently swaying it. Finally, with her back to Quan Mingyi, she arched backward, tilting her head, her garments slipping to reveal her snowy shoulders. In that moment, Quan Mingyi's breath caught, his eyes swirling with desire. As the music reached its crescendo, Shen Yuling's gaze became dazed. Reaching out towards Quan Mingyi, step by step, she delicately approached him, her hair adorned with a petite white jade bell that chimed softly, echoing within his heart. Having performed in numerous idol dramas, every gesture of hers was meticulously crafted beauty. The ethereal beauty, intoxicated with wine, nestled into the emperor's embrace, the wine cup resting against his soft lips. Since the moment she began to dance, Quan Mingyi's gaze had never strayed. The painting scroll intended for his artwork remained untouched. Disregarding everything else, he saw the cup at his lips, parted slightly, and with Shen Yuling's guidance, he drank deeply from it, his throat moving with a slight swallow. Thus, the dance concluded. Shen Yuling lifted her gaze to Quan Mingyi. Your Majesty, are you satisfied? He replied in a low, resonant voice. The sound, enriched by the wine, was deep and magnetic. Hearing his approval, Shen Yuling resumed her usual demeanor, pointing to the still blank scroll on the table. But I am not satisfied. After a pause, she added, Your Majesty's words are precious. How can you deceive me? Under the allure of the beauty, Quan Mingyi began to contemplate taking her to his chambers. Hearing her words and glancing at the blank scroll, he then looked down at the pouting woman beside him, letting out a soft sigh. Sit beside me. I shall paint now. Shen Yuling gracefully descended from his lap and obediently settled on his left side, preparing to watch the emperor create his portrait of beauty. Quan Mingyi recalled every expression and movement from a recent dance, carefully deliberating before selecting the moment he found most captivating that he began to paint. It was the image of the beauty gazing down at her cup of wine, her eyes filled with myriad thoughts and tender emotions, a softness, allure, and affection that made him yearn to hold her close. In the Qian dynasty, painting was an art that emphasized the beauty of concept. Quan Mingyi, already a masterful artist, skillfully wielded his brush, and with just a few strokes, the enchanting figure of the beauty sprang vividly to life on the paper. Her brows, eyes, posture, and aura were all captured with remarkable precision. As the painting neared completion, Quan Mingyi inquired, Are you satisfied? I am delighted. Your Majesty's artistry is exceptional. With a single stroke, the essence of a celestial being is conveyed beautifully. Shen Yuling exclaimed. She circled the table to stand beside Quan Mingyi, picking up a brush with a black lacquered handle adorned with golden double dragon patterns, raising her eyes to him. Your Majesty, may I inscribe a title? After a moment's contemplation, Quan Mingyi nodded. His works had never borne inscriptions from others, yet Shen Yuling's recent dance had pleasantly surprised him, and thus he felt a flicker of anticipation for what she might write. Holding the brush, Shen Yuling dipped it into the ink and gracefully inscribed characters upon the blank section of the scroll. Her handwriting was exceptionally beautiful, with fluid strokes that exuded an air of vitality. After finishing, she raised an eyebrow playfully. What do you think? Quan Mingyi's gaze fell upon her inscription. The first two lines were conventional praises, and while he admired the young woman's literary talent, it was not surprising given her esteemed lineage from the Lingxi family. With royal ink, I paint a splendid visage, her grace akin to a celestial being. Lines delineate endless emotions. A single painting surpasses 1,000, yet it was the final line that caught his attention. Quan Mingyi softly read aloud, "May the city's beauty remain forever in the emperor's heart." Women of the imperial harem generally harbored such hopes, yearning to retain the emperor's favor through their beauty and talent. Quan Mingyi recalled the wishes Shun Yuling had expressed outside the Fanning Temple, filled with youthful dreams of love, pure and fervent. However, within the palace, he could offer her little more than affection, and even the duration of that affection remained uncertain to him. After a brief silence, Quan Mingyi swept Shun Yuling into his arms, murmuring, "You are now in the emperor's embrace. Why ponder the future?" Shun Yuling wrapped her arms around his neck, affectionately leaning against him. With lowered eyes, she secretly scoffed, "You may not desire me now, but do not seek me out when the longing strikes in the future." Quan Mingyi held her close as they made their way toward the palace chambers. Only the scrolls in the grand hall, yet to be collected, quietly exuded the fragrance of ink beneath the flickering candlelight. Chapter 24. Tears within the Yaohua Palace, before the morning light penetrated the heavy drapes. Quan Mingyi awoke. He frowned slightly, gazing at the woman still deep in slumber in his arms, and couldn't help but ponder. Each time he visited Yaohua Palace, it seemed he inadvertently stayed the night. He wondered if this was her intention. Last night, waiting for her to change into her garments took quite a while. Following that, he was captivated by her dance, a mesmerizing performance that drew him into a trance. He also obliged her request to paint for her. Ultimately, they engaged in playful antics that he could hardly restrain himself from. After a night of such indulgence, it was nearly the hour of the tiger before they ceased their revelry. With less than 2 hours remaining until the morning court session, Quan Mingyi found no inclination to return to Wei Yong Palace for sleep. However, Shun Yuling, untrained in the court's etiquette, always clung to him while sleeping. At this moment, Quan Mingyi felt a tingling sensation in his shoulder. His dark eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the serene visage of the slumbering woman beside him, her tranquil beauty appearing particularly enchanting in the dim morning light. Despite his reluctance, he restrained himself from waking her. He drew back the bed curtains, rose from the bed, donned an outer robe, and stepped outside. Li Ming. As soon as he exited the chambers, he called softly. Li Ming hurried over, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty, may you be well." Quan Mingyi paused, initially intending to instruct Li Ming to find a nurse to teach Shun Yuling court etiquette, but the words caught in his throat. He pressed his lips together, his expression stern, weighing his options internally. Never mind, her current status is already peculiar. If he were to hastily assign a nurse to her now, it might lead to unforeseen complications should word leak out. Although it would not be difficult to dispel any rumors if discovered, how could she, as a delicate woman, withstand the palace's gossip? Should it truly lead to her beauty withering away, all the efforts he had invested in her would be in vain. Very well, he would wait another 3 months. Li Ming stood quietly by, awaiting the emperor's instructions, but after a prolonged silence, he only heard the emperor utter 2 words. "Nothing important. Change your clothes." "Yes, Your Majesty." Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window panes, casting dappled shadows. When Shun Yuling awoke, the light had already moved to fill most of the room. It was nearly noon. Lan Ning was busy outside, and upon hearing movement from the sleeping quarters, she approached. She quietly drew the bed curtains aside, then gently assisted her mistress in rising. Leaning closer to the bed, Lan Ning inadvertently caught a whiff of the lingering fragrance from her mistress. Delicate and refreshing, a scent that was utterly delightful. And oh wonder the emperor favored her so. He was even willing to spend the night in Yaohua Palace for her sake. With this thought, Lan Ning felt increasingly pleased. "Your Highness, lunch will be served shortly, that I shall assist you with your washing and dressing." Lan Ning spoke softly, her tone imbued with earnestness. Shun Yuling nodded slightly, placing her delicate hand atop Lan Ying's, and followed her to wash and dress. Her body ached somewhat. Last night, Quan Mingyi had indeed been rather relentless. Yet, having committed to accompany him, she must endure, even if it meant gritting her teeth. Fortunately, she did not have to rise as early today to return to the Duke's residence. as Feng Meng had been dispatched by Quan Mingyi to inspect a county outside of Tianjin and would return only tomorrow. Moreover, the duke's residence had even arranged for a maid whose voice resembled Xin Yuling's. It seemed to be another of Quan Mingyi's schemes. Such meticulous arrangements were indeed worthy of an emperor. Once Xin Yuling had finished her grooming, she gracefully seated herself at the gilded sandalwood dining table. She gazed at the exquisite spread before her and turned her eyes to Lan Ying, softly inquiring, "Lan Ying, will His Majesty not join us for lunch today?" Lan Ying was momentarily taken aback. Not having expected her mistress to suddenly inquire about the emperor's presence, that it was quite common for the emperor to dine away from the consorts. After all, "Your Highness, it has not been mentioned that His Majesty would join us for lunch today." Xin Yuling furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to ask if it were possible to summon him for a shared meal. However, she opened her mouth, yet ultimately refrained from speaking. Never mind, he is an emperor. He is not someone with whom she could engage in romantic banter or coax into companionship like a boyfriend. Xin Yuling was well aware of this. She picked up her chopsticks and began her meal alone. In truth, Xin Yuling did not relish this sense of solitude. After her rebirth into the Shun family, she had developed a deep bond with her parents and with Shitong always by her side. Her days were filled with lively companionship, leaving no room for loneliness. Yet in the palace, without Shitong by her side, she found it challenging to locate anyone to lighten her spirits in modern times. She would often dine with her manager and assistant or gather with her two remaining friends, or partake in various social events, rarely dining alone. It was precisely for this reason that she had once wished for a system to transform into a maid to accompany her. As her modern soul found itself in ancient times, yearning for someone who could comprehend her inexplicable musings as she ate, Xin Yuling suddenly felt as though she finally understood the sorrow of the women in the imperial harem she had seen on television. "My world holds only you, yet your world can encompass anyone." A tear slipped down her cheek. Lan Ying, who had been quietly observing, was startled and rushed forward, asking, "Your Highness, what troubles you? Do you miss His Majesty? He is quite occupied with state affairs during the day and seldom enters the harem." Xin Yuling maintained a stoic expression, merely raising her left hand to casually brush away her tear stains. Nonchalantly placing a tender piece of fish in her bowl, she replied softly, "I am fine. I simply possess an overwhelming capacity for empathy that a fleeting thought of sorrow causes my tears to flow uncontrollably." During her time as an actress in modernity, several directors had praised her as a natural performer, as her tears were almost beyond her control. Lan Ying, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. She did not quite grasp what her mistress meant by capacity for empathy. Interpreting it merely as an excuse for missing the emperor, in the afternoon, after finishing lunch, Quan Mingyi casually flipped through a volume of imperial records, treating it as a rare moment of respite. Li Ming stood by, internally conflicted about whether he should report the happenings in Yaohua Palace to the emperor. The emperor had previously stated that matters of the harem need not be reported unless they involve the heir or state affairs. However, considering the emperor's unusual treatment of Xin Juyu, Li Ming ultimately decided to speak up. "Your Majesty, it seems that Xin Juyu cried during lunch today," Li Ming cautiously reported. Quan Mingyi frowned and glanced at Li Ming, his expression tinged with displeasure. "Did you not attend to her properly?" Li Ming's heart sank. The individuals he had chosen to serve Xin Juyu were meticulously selected. How could they have failed in their duties? "Perhaps Xin Juyu desired your company." He hastily explained that "I spent the entire night with her in Yaohua Palace." Quan Mingyi's expression remained indifferent, his gaze tranquil. Li Ming paused momentarily and relayed everything he had heard from Lan Ying regarding today's events. Upon hearing this, Quan Mingyi's brows knitted tightly. Had he perhaps been too indulgent with her? When she had been unaware of her identity, her capriciousness could be overlooked. During her first entrance into the palace, she had slapped him, and he had taken it lightly, not holding it against her. On her second visit, he had not only watched her dance, but also painted for her, and even permitted her to inscribe verses on his work. Could it be that these actions had led her to believe she was entitled to his constant companionship? A chill ran through Quan Mingyi's gaze. "Once Xin Juyu is rested, send her back to the duke's residence." "Yes, Your Majesty," Li Ming hurriedly replied, and then turned to leave, strolling away while quietly lamenting. Indeed, the emperor's thoughts were not something mere servants like them could easily fathom. He had originally thought that Xin Juyu held a special place in the emperor's heart. But today, when Xin Juyu wept, The emperor showed little concern that he had not even visited Yahua Palace to cast a glance at her before so readily sending her away. Chapter 25. Flower viewing. Shun Yuling returned to the duke's residence from the palace. In the Ninglan courtyard, most of the staff were those appointed by Quan Mingyi, making her affairs rather inconvenient. Thus, every time she wished to converse with Shidong, it was usually within the confines of her own chambers. Upon returning to the residence, Shen Yuling hastily reconfirmed the arrangements for the following day with Shidong. While silently rehearsing the lines she intended to deliver, as evening approached, Feng Maheng unexpectedly returned, even earlier than Shen Yuling had anticipated. Initially, he had headed towards the Ninglan courtyard, but was intercepted midway by Lu Jing. A twitch of Shen Yuling's lips betrayed her discomfort. Had she unwittingly become a pawn in their little game? Feng Maheng deliberately incited jealousy in Lu Jingyi, who, as he wished, competed for his attention. And there she was, Shen Yuling, feeling utterly insignificant. Lu Jingyi always managed to usurp the duke from his legitimate wife. And in various aspects of life, she even stood shoulder to shoulder with the duchess. When the duchess first entered the residence, the duke had even excused Lu Jingyi from the customary tea-serving ritual for the formal wife. Now, the servants in the duke's manor were quietly concocting tales about the duchess, believing she lacked the duke's affections. Naturally, Shen Yuling played into Lu Jingyi's desires, feigning a melancholic demeanor within the duke's residence, pretending to be wronged. After all, whatever Lu Jingyi snatched away, Quan Mingyi would always compensate with something even better. Shen Yuling reveled in her act of sorrow that on the following day, Feng Maheng sent someone to summon Shen Yuling to the renowned Yingshu Mountain for flower viewing. This Yingshu Mountain was a favored locale among the talented men and beautiful women of Qianjing. They often ventured up the mountain to admire the blossoms, savor tea, compose poetry, and indulge in the joys of leisure. Upon receiving the summons, Shen Yuling strolled gracefully to the entrance of the duke's residence. Lu Jingyi stood intimately beside Feng Maheng, their hands tightly clasped. Their demeanor was such that anyone could discern the closeness between them. Did Lu Jingyi still hold on to the memory of the day she and Feng Maheng had held hands while paying respects to the Grand Princess? Shen Yuling feigned ignorance, maintaining a composed smile. In her current role within the duke's residence, she was to portray a melancholic figure in her own courtyard. Yet outwardly, she had to embody the elegant and noble duchess as a woman of high birth. She could not afford to bear any blemish on her reputation. With a serene expression, she approached the two and slightly inclined her body, softly addressing them. "Husband, I fear I have kept you waiting." Feng Maheng's gaze fell upon Shen Yuling. Clad in a green shirt and a white skirt, her attire was perfectly matched, exuding a fresh and refined elegance. Her hair was styled into an exquisite butterfly knot, adorned only with simple jewels. Enhancing her understated beauty, two strands of hair were gently tied with ribbons and cascaded down, adding to her allure. Feng Maheng regarded her, feeling that she embodied both a chill and a brilliance. Two contrasting descriptors that somehow coexisted within her. However, admiring a beauty was akin to appreciating a scenic view. After a glance, one would merely offer a few compliments without leaving any lasting impression in their heart. Feng Maheng replied, "No matter, Lu Jingyi and I have just arrived as well." Meanwhile, Lu Jingyi adhered to decorum. Curtsying gracefully, she softly addressed Shen Yuling, "Greetings to the Duchess." Shen Yuling smiled, "Sister need not be so formal. Simply calling me sister is sufficient." Today marked the first meeting between her and Lu Jingyi. Lu Jingyi possessed a gentle and serene beauty, with delicate features that indeed suggested she was a beauty in the making. "Yes, sister," Lu Jingyi replied, her gentle, smiling eyes betraying a hint of coldness. From the moment Shen Yuling had referred to Feng Maheng as husband and now requesting her to call her sister, Lu Jingyi felt a pang of discomfort. Previously, when she and Ti interacted much with a legitimate wife, the distinction between a concubine and a wife had not felt so pronounced. Her own Sijing courtyard was not inferior to the Ninglan courtyard. And due to Feng Maheng's affections, she was highly regarded by the household. Yet, as someone with a modern soul, the discomfort of the subtle clash between a concubine and a wife was acutely felt. At this moment, Lu Jingyi's strong desire to become the legitimate wife surged forth. Feng Maheng, holding Lu Jingyi's hand, sensed her slight stiffness and inwardly chuckled. It seemed inviting Shen Yuling along for the flower viewing was indeed a clever idea. Under the warm spring sun, a luxurious carriage came to a halt before the duke's residence. Feng Meng was the first aboard, followed gracefully by Lu Jingyi, who nestled closely beside him, their demeanor intimate and unreserved. Shun Yuling, unhurried, followed suit and entered the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lu Jingyi beamed with delight, initiating conversation with Feng Meng. Her voice was soft and melodious, laced with endearment. At times, she would lean slightly towards him or gently tug at his sleeve. Throughout their exchange, she would occasionally cast furtive glances at Shun Yuling, her eyes carrying a hint of expectation, as if eagerly seeking to catch a glimpse of jealousy or envy on Shun Yuling's face. Yet, Shun Yuling appeared oblivious, quietly gazing out the window with an indifferent expression. Although Lu Jingyi did not witness the scene she hoped for, Shun Yuling's perceptive demeanor brought her some satisfaction. Before long, the opulently adorned carriage of Duke Lingyang arrived steadily at the foot of Yingshu Mountain. The area was bustling with activity, filled with newlyweds and talented couples, as young ladies and gentlemen gathered in groups. Engaging in hushed conversations or playful banter, laughter echoed throughout the mountains that in April, the earth was rejuvenating, with blossoms blooming in abundance. Yet Yingshu Mountain was most famous for the cherry blossom trees that adorned its slopes. The mountainside was awash with vibrant blooms, and the expanse of pink and white cherry blossoms resembled clouds descending from the heavens, a breathtaking and ethereal sight. Feng Meng had brought Lu Jingyi and Shun Yuling here to marvel at the splendor of the cherry blossom forest. Once the carriage came to a stop, both Shun Yuling and Lu Jingyi donned veils to conceal their exquisite features before alighting from the carriage alongside Feng Meng. Shidong supported Shun Yuling's arm, exchanging a knowing glance that signified everything was in place. Shun Yuling understood and nodded slightly. Taking a deep breath, she fully embraced the serenity offered by nature. Looking around, she beheld the verdant mountains and blooming flowers, a truly captivating sight. As they ascended the path, both sides were lined with blossoming flowers and tender green grass. The gentle breeze wafted through, blending the fragrances of flowers and grass into a delightful aroma. Upon reaching the cherry blossom forest, Shun Yuling rolled her eyes internally at Feng Meng's actions that he tacitly allowed Lu Jingyi's mildly jealous behavior, permitting her to lead him through the cherry blossom grove, exploring here and there. Occasionally, he would feign generosity by turning to inquire about Shun Yuling's opinion, yet his gaze held little genuine concern. She could easily imagine how the original owner must have felt in the face of such a scene, likely experiencing heartache. Observing the sweet affection between Feng Meng and Lu Jingyi, she might have been prepared to withdraw her heart entirely. Yet upon returning to the residence, Feng Meng would again feign warmth towards the original owner. This push and pull rendered the original owner's emotions entirely at his mercy. Despite these thoughts, Shun Yuling maintained an outward demeanor of heartache and composure due to their closeness, reluctantly playing along with their little act for a while. Not long after, she sought a convenient excuse to take her leave. Chapter 26. Pursuit. Shun Yuling, accompanied by Shitong, followed a narrow path to the edge of a cliff that lay beyond the cherry blossom grove. In fact, she had previously sent people from the Shun family to scout this location thoroughly. The cliff, shrouded in mist year-round, appeared bottomless and intimidating. However, in reality, the descent was not a sheer drop, but a sloped terrain. Even if one were to fall, they would at least avoid death. Before setting out today, Shun Yuling had taken precautions at all the joints of her clothing. Fortunately, her slender figure did not draw attention. Remaining inconspicuous to others that as for Feng Meng, she hoped he would be safe from fatal harm at this moment. She stood at the cliff's edge, casually surveying her surroundings. Occasionally, she would spot a few vividly blooming flowers and gently pluck a few to toy with in her hands. Meanwhile, a group of assassins dressed in plain clothes were pursuing Feng Meng and Lu Jingyi. Their attempts to escape in other directions were thwarted by the assassins, leaving them no choice but to flee toward the unknown. Unwittingly heading toward the very cliff, Feng Meng's gaze deepened as he beheld the group of assassins. The realization that his guards had been rendered unconscious by this enigmatic band, without a trace of awareness, left him feeling utterly isolated and defenseless. He tightly clasped Lu Jingyi's hand, and together they fled in a desperate dash. Lu Jingyi's mind was in turmoil. Confusion reigned in her thoughts. Had the novel ever depicted the male protagonist being pursued in such a manner? Why did she have no recollection of it? At that moment, Shun Yuling was at the edge of a cliff, admiring the scenery and gathering flowers. Upon spotting the masked assassins hastening towards her, A look of shock instantly crossed her face. Yet, given the dire circumstances, she had no time for hesitation. Soon, Feng Maheng, Lu Jingyi, and she converged, but they found themselves cornered at the cliff's precipice by the relentless assassins. Gathering her courage, Xin Yuling stepped forward boldly. "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" "My father is the Grand Protector, Xin Yuan, that if you dare take another step, my family will not let you go." Feng Maheng observed Xin Yuling, who, despite her fear, stood bravely before him. His expression became complex, filled with curiosity and confusion. The leader of the assassins coldly replied, "Our target today is solely Feng Maheng. You two ladies should step aside." Feng Maheng glared at them, his voice sharp with inquiry. "Who sent you?" "We're not sent by anyone. It's merely because you are the only son of the Grand Princess." The assassins were unreserved in their intent. Upon hearing the words Grand Princess, Feng Maheng's expression hardened. It seemed yet again to be the enemies of his mother. Over the years, foes of his mother had emerged one after another, relentless in their pursuit. He had not anticipated that today, as adversaries would be so formidable as to incapacitate all his guards. The assassins ceased their chatter and advanced upon them. Feng Maheng, Xin Yuling, and Lu Jingyi could only step back, with the abyss of the cliff looming behind them, leaving them with nowhere to retreat. With a sudden flourish, the assassins brandished their blades and charged forward. Lu Jingyi trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear, coming from a peaceful society. She had never witnessed such a brutal scene of violence. When she had rescued Feng Maheng previously, the assassin had merely been a woman, and she had known the storyline, which had given her courage. But now, confronted by these cold, masked assassins, she felt as though her very blood had turned to ice, her body shaking uncontrollably. She could not afford to retreat any further. To do so would mean plummeting into the abyss, most certainly to her demise. As the assassins surged forward, Lu Jingyi's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the side. Feng Maheng glanced at the unfathomable depths of the cliff, and then at the fierce assassins approaching. Resolutely, he chose the cliff. Perhaps there lay a slim chance of survival. Yet, just as he prepared to leap, Xin Yuling unexpectedly turned, presenting her back to the assassins and facing Feng Maheng. Their eyes met, and Feng Maheng's pupils dilated in shock. Why? The blade of an assassin was poised to strike Xin Yuling. Without a moment's thought, Feng Maheng grasped her waist, and together they fell into the abyss. The assassins, witnessing Feng Maheng's descent, erupted in maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, the Prince of Lingyang is no more. He and that wretched woman have lost their only kin. At last, the great vendetta is avenged." With that, the assassins wasted no time. Seizing the moment before the chaos escalated, they swiftly discarded their masks, transforming back into ordinary men enjoying a leisurely day, and blended into the crowd, vanishing silently to the cliff's edge. Lu Jingyi remained in a daze, her legs trembling as she struggled to crawl to the precipice. Gazing into the unfathomable depths, she shook her head repeatedly, disbelief etched across her features. They were the protagonists. How could they possibly be dead? But if they had survived, would their love reignite? No. A chill shot up her spine. What should she do? If Feng Maheng returned, how could she explain today's events? No, she needed to compose herself. She had merely been overwhelmed by fear, causing her to fall aside, that a spark ignited in Lu Jingyi's eyes that no, who said only Xin Yuling had jumped. She could leap too. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her trembling legs and made her way down the path towards the cliff's base, that if she pretended to have jumped as well, it would provide her with an explanation when the guards from the prince's residence came searching. Chapter 27. Has Feng Maheng's heart changed? Xin Yuling plummeted alongside Feng Mo in that fleeting moment of descent. The wind howled past her ears, like the breath of death itself, that as they neared the ground. Feng Maheng let out a silent sigh of relief. Fortunately, the drop was not as great as he had feared as he turned. Xin Yuling landed atop him. They rolled down the slope, fortunate that numerous trees grew along the way, either obstructing or cushioning their fall, preventing them from tumbling too far before coming to a stop. Xin Yuling, nestled in Feng Maheng's embrace, and having taken some precautions before leaving, sustained only minor scrapes. She hurriedly got up from atop Feng Maheng, her eyes filled with concern. "Husband, are you all right?" Feng Maheng bore several scratches. Though the impact from their fall had been less severe than anticipated, it still had enough force to cause some internal injury. He felt a metallic taste rising in his throat. Yet he suppressed his discomfort and responded to Shun Yuling's concern, "I'm fine." Only then did Shun Yuling relax slightly, assisting him to sit up and lean against her. She spoke soothingly, "It's all right. The guards from the prince's residence will surely find us soon." Feng Maheng was acutely aware of his own condition. Though injured, his life was not in peril, and he would at least survive to return to the prince's residence. However, Feng Maheng shifted slightly, casting a furtive glance at Shun Yuling. His eyes were filled with questions, confusion swirling within. Unable to contain himself, he finally asked, "Why did you take that blow for me?" Shun Yuling regarded him with puzzlement. But the complexity in Feng Maheng's gaze concealed emotions she could not comprehend. She seemed taken aback by his sudden inquiry. "Because you are my husband," she replied, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Her tone as though stating an undeniable truth. After a pause, she raised her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her demeanor. "Regardless of whom I marry, or who becomes my husband, I will love him. Just as my mother loves my father." It was not because of Feng Maheng, she stated plainly. Yet Feng Maheng could not fathom why Shun Yuling possessed such courage. Was love truly that simple? How could she so easily give her heart to another? Even when she knew he did not harbor feelings for her and would never reciprocate, she still loved him profoundly enough to risk her life. Feng Maheng understood that Lu Jingyi loved him because he loved her in return. Hence, he had always strived to distance himself from Shun Yuling in front of Lu Jingyi, while occasionally displaying concern for Shun Yuling, hoping to evoke jealousy in Lu Jingyi as proof of her affection. But now, as he listened to Shun Yuling, he found himself in deep contemplation. Could it be that someone could indeed love selflessly? As he pondered, Feng Maheng, leaning against Shun Yuling's shoulder, lifted his head, and at that moment, Shun Yuling happened to glance down at him. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to suspend. Feng Maheng gazed into Shun Yuling's eyes, where sincerity was laid bare, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he slowly leaned in, his lips drawn towards hers. Shun Yuling's eyes widened in surprise. The astonishment in her gaze was partly exaggerated for the sake of the moment. Yet a genuine shock flickered within. This body's first kiss had been given to Feng Maheng. Quan Mingyi harbored no affection for women. It was only during their initial encounter in the palace that Shun Yuling came to realize this. Presently, between her and Quan Mingyi, he was entranced by her beauty, while she coveted his power, regarding him as a mere tool in her grasp. Affection was of little consequence. However, unexpectedly, today she found herself kissed by Feng Maheng. Alas, she was merely an actress. Whom she kissed mattered little. The moment Feng Maheng's lips met Shun Yuling's, a soft sensation enveloped her, observing the foolish and dazed expression on the woman before him. He suddenly became aware that his long-neglected wife was inexperienced in the art of kissing. Instinctively, Feng Maheng wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing her closer. The fleeting taste had proven insufficient to quench his desire. An uncontrollable impulse surged within him. He yearned to advance further, to indulge recklessly in his passion. Yet at that very moment, tears unexpectedly welled in Shun Yuling's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. She extended a delicate hand to rest upon Feng Maheng's shoulder. Gently pushing him away, he distinctly felt the salty tears that slipped onto his lips. Momentarily taken aback, he ceased his actions. "What troubles you?" Shun Yuling's glistening gaze met his, her tone laced with a hint of defiance. "Whether it is a kiss or consummation, I wish only to share such moments with someone who truly loves me. Did I ask your affection born out of gratitude for my rescue? Or is it merely guilt?" Feng Maheng found himself momentarily speechless at her words. Gratitude? Guilt? Such sentiments were alien to him. That it was the unwavering declaration of love from Shun Yuling that set his blood ablaze, igniting a fervor that quickened his heartbeat to the brink of eruption. On their wedding night, he had humiliated her, and subsequently he had repeatedly neglected her for Lu Jingyi. Yet despite his transformation, her love for him remained steadfast. Was it possible that even when he revealed his darkest self before her, she would embrace him without hesitation? At this thought, a twisted obsession flickered in Feng Maheng's eyes, that he had believed that he would forever remain hidden in darkness. Yet suddenly, a woman appeared who seemed capable of accepting every facet of him. How could this not send his blood into a frenzy? In an instant, the passion in his gaze was veiled beneath an appearance of tenderness and vulnerability. After a brief silence, Feng Maheng nuzzled Shun Yuling's ear with his nose. Softly murmuring, What if I told you that I like you? It is neither gratitude nor guilt. Shen Yuling's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes wide with disbelief that it was astonishing that such words had escaped Feng Maheng's lips. It seemed he was even more starved for love, more consumed by madness, more unhinged than she had imagined. Yet, this was precisely to her liking. But you once professed your love for Lu Jingyi. How could you possibly harbor feelings for me? A faint sorrow tinged Shen Yuling's voice, disbelief lacing her words. Feng Maheng regarded her with a serious expression. Jingyi once saved my life, and I am grateful for her kindness. Before I met you, I truly believed I was in love with her. However, after encountering you, I find myself unable to resist the pull of my heart, even against my will. This assertion rang true. In that moment, Feng Maheng could distinctly feel his heart racing, driven wild by the presence of Shen Yuling. She had mentioned that she would only accept intimacy from someone who loved her. How fortuitous, for he felt the same. If I were to pursue another, would you deem me a villain? Feng Maheng's gaze held a probing intensity. Previously, he had meticulously crafted an image of loyalty before her. All he required was a glimmer of affection from Shen Yuling to incite jealousy in Jingyi, and that would suffice. Yet he had not anticipated that every word Shen Yuling spoke was imbued with sincerity, devoid of pretense, including her declaration of love. Indeed, her affection appeared more pure than that of Jingyi's. It was a form of love Feng Maheng had never dared to hope for, selfless and unreciprocated. Akin to a mother's devotion to her child, quiet and unwavering. Shen Yuling and Feng Maheng exchanged silent glances. After a moment, she gently shook her head. Regardless of who you are, I shall love you, for you are my husband. Shen Yuling extended her hands, cradling his face tenderly. Then, her soft lips met Feng Maheng's cool ones. That kiss felt like a warm current, instantly flowing into the depths of his heart. A surge of warmth enveloped Feng Maheng as he grasped her head, deepening the kiss, that he kissed her with a fervor that unleashed his innermost feelings, unrestrained and without reservation, until Shen Yuling found herself breathless. She gently pushed him away, her voice a sweet whisper, "Husband, enough." Only then did Feng Maheng gradually relent, gazing intently at Shen Yuling. Her cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, radiating an enchanting charm that was truly captivating. How he adored, how he cherished a wife who loved him wholeheartedly. Was she not a creation of divine providence, tailored specifically to fulfill the deepest longings of his soul? In that moment, Shen Yuling perceived the unmasked possessiveness in Feng Maheng's eyes. Were a normal person to hear Shen Yuling's words, they would likely be incredulous, for no one could love unconditionally. Alas, Feng Maheng was no ordinary man. His desire for love was inherently pathological. What he sought was deemed impossible. Yet when the impossible manifested, he would embrace it wholeheartedly, for he believed in himself. Chapter 28. Lu Jingyi's injury. Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling descended the mountain path slowly, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered a throng from the prince's residence who had come searching for them. The steward, spotting the prince and princess, hastened forward, respectfully assisting them into the carriage. Just as they were about to depart for home, the steward noticed how tightly the prince held onto the princess, causing him to hesitate momentarily that he opened his mouth but was uncertain whether to voice his concerns. However, after a moment's reflection, he deemed it necessary to inform the prince. Given his long-standing affection for Lu Jingyi, Your Highness, Lu Jingyi has yet to return to the residence. Feng Maheng's expression instantly hardened, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. What did you say? 2 hours had elapsed since Feng Maheng had fallen from the cliff, and darkness had already enveloped the sky. Logically, Lu Jingyi should have returned by now. Recalling Lu Jingyi's demeanor at the cliff's edge, he was neither entirely satisfied nor dissatisfied. The feeling was paradoxical. Perhaps it stemmed from his excessive expectations of Lu Jingyi. If her performance deviated even slightly from his ideal, disappointment would ensue. Yet Lu Jingyi was a woman he had secretly nurtured for several years. Indeed, nurtured, from the time she was 8 until now, at 18. A decade of companionship had seen him invest all his feelings into Lu Jingyi. Feng Maheng tightened his grip on Shen Yuling's hand slightly. She sensed the subtle shift and understood that Feng Maheng was anxious about Lu Jingyi. Lowering her gaze, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. Lu Jingyi was indeed clever, ruthless towards herself, and possessed a certain cunning. Feng Maheng paused to consider, then turned to Xin Yuling, stating, Yuling, you should return to the residence first. I must go in search of Jingyi. His voice bore a hint of raspiness. They had just shared tender moments, yet now he was off to find another woman, leaving Feng Maheng feeling somewhat unsettled. Husband, go ahead, and be sure to bring Lu Jiji back safely, Xin Yuling replied with genuine concern. Feng Maheng nodded slightly, then instructed the steward in a low voice, take good care of the princess. Once we return home, ensure the physician examines her thoroughly. With his words, Feng Maheng hastily exited the carriage. Accompanied by the guards of the prince's residence, he turned and sprinted toward the cliff's edge. Before long, he found himself back at the foot of the cliff. The area was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight casting a cold glow. Feng Maheng was consumed by urgency, diligently searching the sloping terrain, leaving no potential hiding spot overlooked. Time passed, and finally, he spotted Lu Jingyi huddled in a hollow. She sat trembling alone, surrounded by tall grass that obscured much of her form. Had one not looked closely, it would have been difficult to discern her presence. Jingyi, what are you doing here? Feng Maheng's heart tightened sharply. Upon hearing the noise, Lu Jingyi rose from her curled position, lifting her head to gaze in the direction of the sound. The moment she laid eyes on Feng Maheng, her expression brightened instantly, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with joy and excitement. Maheng! Lu Jingyi's voice trembled. Feng Maheng hurried toward her. Lu Jingyi enveloped him in a tight embrace. Maheng, I thought you were dead. Her tears flowed freely, imbued with profound fear and regret. How did you end up here? If you had fallen from the cliff and died, how could I possibly survive? Seeing you fall, I jumped after you, but I ended up injuring my leg and cannot walk. Lu Jingyi clung to Feng Maheng's neck, fearing that if she loosened her grip even slightly, he would vanish once more. As Feng Maheng listened to her words, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. Had he misjudged Jingyi? She still loved him dearly. How could he ever doubt the woman he had nurtured for a decade? Jingyi, we are both still alive. Let me take you home, he whispered softly, bending down to lift Lu Jingyi into his arms. The guards trailing behind hurriedly followed suit, and the group made their way back toward the duke's residence. Their figures gradually blending into the vast night. The night enveloped the duke's manor. Lu Jingyi and Feng Maheng arrived at the Sujin courtyard. Upon entering, the maidservants rushed forward to assist Lu Jingyi onto the bed. And soon after, a physician was summoned to tend to her injured leg. Feng Maheng also had the physician examine his own injuries and dress his wounds that he then settled by the bedside. His gaze filled with concern for Lu Jingyi. Once the physician had meticulously treated her injuries, Feng Maheng anxiously inquired, How is she? The physician respectfully replied, Your Highness, she is not in grave danger, but she must refrain from excessive movement for the next few days. With the continued application of the medicine, she should recover well. Once the physician gathered his supplies and departed, the room was left with only Lu Jingyi and Feng Maheng. Lu Jingyi slightly propped herself up, wrapping her arms around Feng Maheng's waist and resting her face against his chest, repeatedly voicing her worries from that day, seeking reassurance that he was indeed alive. Feng Maheng chuckled softly, gently patting her back, offering comfort. See, I am fine, aren't I? Pausing for a moment, he added, It is late now. You should rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyi's heart raced with anxiety. Was he going to leave again? He had said something similar that night before heading toward the Ninglan courtyard. Maheng, I am truly frightened. Will you stay with me tonight? Lu Jingyi looked up at Feng Maheng through tear-filled eyes, her voice laced with desperation. Feng Maheng's expression turned helpless as he responded softly. I must go check on Xin Yuling. She fell from the cliff today while trying to save me. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyi clutched him even tighter, her voice trembling as she pleaded, No, Maheng, I want you to stay with me. I was so scared on the cliff today. The Duchess must have seen many such scenes growing up in the Northwest that I envy her bravery. I feel so cowardly. She saved you today. Do you like her now? The tremor in her voice betrayed her insecurity. Feng Maheng felt a moment of stiffness, but he recalled confessing to Xin Yuling his feelings for her, even sharing a deep kiss. Now, under Lu Jingyi's questioning gaze, he felt a wave of discomfort that no, Jingyi, I can only like you. Feng Maheng did not wish to lose the woman he had painstakingly shaped over the years, even if he had developed a slight affection for Xin Yuling. Lu Jingyi's place in his heart and her status in the household would remain unchanged. He reached out, wiping away the tears on Lu Jingyi's face, and spoke gently. "All right, stop crying that I won't go to the Ninglan courtyard tonight. I will stay with you." Lu Jingyi, resting against Feng Mohang's chest, finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed that despite Shen Yuling's act of saving him today, Feng Mohang's feelings for her were limited to gratitude, with no deeper sentiments involved. Thankfully, she had reacted swiftly, staging a heartfelt performance. Chapter 29. Possessiveness. After Shen Yuling returned to the Duke's manor, she went to her quarters. She handed over all the protective items she had prepared before leaving to Shidong, instructing her to destroy them without leaving a trace. Following that, she called for a physician to carefully tend to the scrapes and bruises she had sustained from the fall. Currently, most of the personnel in the Ninglan courtyard were those placed there by Quan Mingyi, making it rather inconvenient for Shen Yuling to operate. Thus, she generally did not allow anyone but Shidong to enter her room without permission. That on the surface, only Baiwa was permitted entry after gaining her approval. As for others, Shen Yuling was aware they were aligned with Quan Mingyi, but she pretended to be oblivious to that moment. The room was lit with numerous candles, their bright glow dispelling the shadows that accompanied her late return. Shidong stood nearby, reflecting on how only half of their plan had succeeded, and she could not help but pout. "Lu Jingyi is quite clever," she muttered. Shen Yuling, knowing Shidong had a penchant for sarcasm, merely smiled without responding. She lazily reclined on her couch, picking up a book of strange tales to read. Seeing her mistress in such a state, Shidong could not resist commenting, "Mistress, you still find this amusing? With Lu Jingyi's maneuvering today, didn't you end up working in vain?" Shen Yuling, not raising her head from her book, replied with a light laugh. "How could it be in vain? The change in Feng Mohang's attitude toward me is the greatest success of today." Shidong, hearing this, remained somewhat disgruntled. Pouting, she remarked, "They are all bad men, only knowing how to bully you." Shen Yuling chuckled and shook her head, reaching out to pat Shidong's head in solace. Weiyang Palace. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across the intricately carved beams. Li Ming hurried in, his steps betraying a hint of hesitation. Upon entering the hall, he reported, "Your Majesty, today the Duke of Lingyang, along with the Duchess and the concubines of the household, went to the Cherry Blossom Mountain for an outing. But they unexpectedly encountered an assassination attempt. The Duchess fell from the cliff while trying to save the Duke. That Li Ming had been quite alarmed upon receiving this news. After much deliberation, he had hesitated to approach His Majesty directly. Quan Mingyi, who had been engrossed in reading a memorial, suddenly raised his head, icy light flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Li Ming. Shen Yuling, saved Feng Mohang. Li Ming, seemingly oblivious to the implication behind the Emperor's gaze, simply assumed His Majesty was concerned for the Duchess's safety. He continued, "Your Majesty, the Duchess is fortunate. She has returned safely to the manor." Quan Mingyi was a man of profound thoughts, his intentions often inscrutable to others. Even someone like Li Ming, who accompanied him daily, found it difficult to fully grasp his mind. Quan Mingyi then asked, "Who orchestrated the assassination attempt on the Duke?" "Your Majesty, it appears to be individuals offended by the princess." Li Ming hurriedly replied, "The assassins acted brazenly, revealing their intentions, and the princess is currently investigating the matter." He paused. "However, there were many people at Cherry Blossom Mountain today that if the assassins blended into the crowd after the attempt, locating them may prove quite challenging. Moreover, if we were to hastily dispatch troops to inquire among the townsfolk who visited the mountain today, it might incite panic among them." Li Ming took a moment before continuing. "Thus, the princess is only conducting an investigation discreetly. Although it is under the guise of secrecy, it essentially means she is not utilizing official resources. The princess has always been headstrong, and upon hearing that her precious son faced such danger, her guards have already mobilized. After all, Feng Mohang was her only biological child, treasured dearly." Quan Mingyi frowned, and he did not particularly care who attempted to assassinate Feng Mohang, though Feng Mohang was his nephew. If he were to be killed in such a manner, certain matters would become significantly easier for him, sparing him the need to devise elaborate plans. What irked him was the fact that Shen Yuling had chosen to save Feng Mohang. Had she not always held disdain for him? Just yesterday, she had cried in Yaohua Palace, begging him to accompany her. How could she so readily choose to accompany Feng Mohang to death today? Did she still harbor delusions of winning his affection? Did she dream of harmonizing with her husband? Was this all a mere ploy? She truly was delusional. "Bring her to the palace," Quan Mingyi commanded coldly. Li Ming momentarily failed to comprehend. Was His Majesty not just discussing the assassination? Who was to be brought to the palace? Oh, it must be the Duchess. Yes, I will arrange that immediately, he replied hastily before hurriedly exiting. As the candles in Sujin courtyard extinguished one by one, confirming Feng Mohang's overnight stay with Lu Jingyi, Shen Yuling followed the orders of Quan Mingyi's men into the imperial palace in Yaohua Palace. Shen Yuling reclined on a soft couch, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. Quan Mingyi entered, and Shen Yuling, still immersed in her own musings, failed to notice him until he settled into a chair some distance away. Positioned within her line of sight, she jolted back to reality, seeing Quan Mingyi's somber expression, which revealed nothing of his emotions, that he sat there silently, enveloped in an oppressive aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Shen Yuling's heart tightened, and she quickly propped herself up. What was troubling him? After a moment's hesitation, she softly called out, "Your Majesty." "Miss Shen, you are becoming increasingly unruly," Quan Mingyi replied. Quan Mingyi wore a stern expression and coldly uttered a single remark. Shen Yuling felt utterly perplexed. Was Quan Mingyi angry? He had begun to pick a fight the moment he entered the room. The manner in which he addressed her suggested that the reason for his ire was likely related to her. Shen Yuling softly retorted, "It is His Majesty who permitted me not to bow." Quan Mingyi remained impassive, as if he had not heard her, and did not engage with her words. Shen Yuling rose from the couch, intending to perform the customary bow. Yet, just as her feet touched the ground, she lost her balance and stumbled. Fortunately, the carpet in Yaohua Palace was exceedingly luxurious and soft, so she was unharmed. Nonetheless, Shen Yuling feigned a soft gasp. Quan Mingyi had encountered countless women, and he had long grown accustomed to their artifice of appearing pitiful. Faced with Shen Yuling's theatrical display, he remained seated, unmoved, his expression betraying no emotion, that if she was so delicate. What audacity did she possess to leap off a cliff? Quan Mingyi spoke coldly, his words laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuling sighed inwardly. Once again, it was the Emperor's inexplicable possessiveness rearing its head. If Quan Mingyi were to discover that not only had she saved Feng Mong, but that she had also kissed, flirted with, and seduced him. No. Quan Mingyi would never learn of it, but if he did, it would mark the end of Shen Yuling. Chapter 30. Quan Mingyi's plans. Shen Yuling gazed at Quan Mingyi with a look of pitiful grievance, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yesterday, the prince had taken Lu Ji to enjoy the blossoms under the moon at Yingshu Mountain. While she had been left alone, merely seeking a tranquil spot to ease her mind, her voice carried a tinge of helplessness. Little did she anticipate that a group of assassins would suddenly appear, driving the prince and Lu Ji to the very place she occupied. Not far from there lay a precipice, and the three of them were cornered perilously close to its edge by the assassins. In that moment of dire urgency, the prince, unwilling to see Lu Ji suffer, had grasped her hand and leapt down the cliff together. Shen Yuling slightly raised her chin, directing her gaze at Quan Mingyi. From His Majesty's words, it seemed as though she had willingly chosen to do so. After all, no one from Quan Mingyi's side had been present at that time, so she felt free to speak as she wished. Shen Yuling's voice choked as she added, "It appears I should have perished at the cliff's bottom. That way, I would neither be a nuisance between the prince and Lu Ji, nor cause you such distress." Your Majesty, lowering her head, her tone grew increasingly forlorn, imbued with deep sorrow. Quan Mingyi furrowed his brow and cast a sharp glance at Li Ming. Did they not say that the princess consort had leapt to save the prince? And they both fell into the abyss? Li Ming was taken aback. Although Quan Mingyi harbored doubts, he chose not to voice them, instead rising and striding toward Shen Yuling. When he reached her, he halted. Looking down at her from a superior vantage, he inquired, "Are you unable to rise?" Shen Yuling raised her gaze, her dark eyes shimmering, lashes fluttering like delicate wings. She looked at him with watery eyes, yearning for His Majesty's embrace. Biting her lower lip, she extended her arms toward Quan Ming. To her surprise, his heart inexplicably quivered. He stared at her for a prolonged moment, and the chamber fell into an oppressive silence. Shen Yuling felt disheartened, believing he would not hold her, and retracted her hands, preparing to rise on her own. They could not remain in this standoff forever, that if Quan Mingyi would not relent, then she would have to. The heartless emperor truly had no compassion. Yet, unexpectedly, Quan Mingyi bent down, wrapped his arms around her waist, and lifted her effortlessly, the motion fluid and seamless. Shen Yuling was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. She clung to his neck, nuzzling gently against his collar, murmuring, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Quan Mingi carried Shen Yuling to the soft couch, intending to set her down beside him. However, she clung tightly to his neck, unwilling to let go. Reluctantly, Quan Mingi sat on the couch, still holding her. "That I have heard that it was you who saved the prince, leading to your fall," he remarked, his gaze fixed on the woman in his arms. Shen Yuling replied in a subdued tone, "Who did Your Majesty hear this from?" Quan Mingi did not respond. That Li Ming quickly interjected, "Your Highness, it was the prince who mentioned it. I received this information from the steward of the prince's residence." How if the prince did not say such a thing? Would he not bear the stigma of attempting to harm his newlywed wife? Surely, His Majesty was not unaware that the prince had always favored Lu Ji. Since her marriage into the prince's household, the prince had treated her in such a manner. Did His Majesty truly believe she would risk her life for him? Quan Mingi fell silent. Indeed, just yesterday, she had shed tears over his absence during their lunch. That it was improbable that she harbored feelings for Feng Maheng that would drive her to such extremes. "Your Majesty, it was the prince who used me as a shield, as a buffer. Had it not been for the slope below the cliff, you would likely not have seen me today." Her voice trembled with a mix of anxiety and grievance. In truth, it was Feng Maheng who had served as her buffer. But this did not hinder her from twisting the narrative. That it was also a means to convey to Quan Mingi the difficulties she faced within the prince's household. Unconsciously, Quan Mingi tightened his grip around her waist. Death, for reasons unknown. That word associated with Shen Yuling stirred an inexplicable agitation within him. Originally, Quan Mingi had planned to dispatch Feng Maheng to the prosperous lands of Jiangnan in 3 months. At that time, Shen Yuling, as a hostage of the Shen family in the capital, would naturally not accompany him. He had even intended to fabricate an identity for her as the second legitimate daughter of the Shen family, as the eldest and second daughters were twins, thus resolving any issues concerning her appearance. However, this matter required arrangements with his father in the northwest, necessitating 3 months for preparation. That he had expended considerable effort and energy on these matters. Yet, Feng Maheng's recent behavior had prompted Quan Mingi to reconsider. But he decided to send Feng Maheng to a remote coastal area, allowing this pampered prince to experience the life of a fisherman. Shen Yuling noticed his silence. Her delicate skin was tender, and her waist ached from the pressure. She turned her head slightly to gaze at Quan Mingi. In that moment, their eyes met, and she found his deep gaze filled with emotions she could not decipher. "It hurts, it's too tight," she murmured, a hint of dissatisfaction underlying her fragility. Quan Mingi snapped back to reality and loosened his grip. Yet, to her surprise, his hand began to gently caress her waist, as if to soothe her. However, the words that escaped his lips were anything but comforting to Shen Yuling. That he leaned closer to her face, his eyes brimming with possessiveness. "Rest assured, if you were to perish today, I would ensure you receive a grand burial, placing you in the imperial tomb." Shen Yuling was momentarily rendered speechless. Having played so many roles in the past, she found herself at a loss for words in this moment. Had she not nearly lost her life today? Could he not offer her a word of comfort? Was there not desire, even in the absence of love? A day as husband and wife merits 100 days of affection. Ah, forget it. This heartless emperor did not regard women as wives. Shen Yuling pondered briefly. Meeting Quan Mingi's gaze, her dark eyes were clear and tender. "Yet I wish to be present whenever His Majesty wishes to see me." Quan Mingi, however, scoffed inwardly. Was it truly that whenever he desired to see her, she was there? Or was it rather that she wished for him to be with her at all times? Quan Mingi favored women who understood their place. One should not harbor unfounded aspirations. Just as now, no woman in his harem dared to mention the words empress or imperial consort in his presence. Not even Lu Jiaoyi, who had borne him 2 imperial sons. The affection and power of Quan Mingi could only be dispensed by him. The more one exposed their greed, the less they would obtain. Shen Yuling dispelled Quan Mingi's suspicions and sought to broach the topic of her entry into the palace. The candlelight flickered, casting a hazy glow. Quan Mingi gazed at Shen Yuling before him, yearning to share a passionate encounter with her. Yet Shen Yuling remained composed, and when he felt the stirrings of desire, she softly uttered, "Your Majesty, I have arrived at Kuei Shui." As soon as the words left her lips, Shen Yuling distinctly observed that the usually indifferent Quan Mingyi's expression suddenly darkened, that a sense of triumph swelled within her heart. Prior to her arrival at Kuei Shui, she had been aware of her destination, yet Quan Mingyi remained cold towards her. Shen Yuling felt unsettled, and she resolved that he should not fare any better. Having arrived at Kuei Shui, she informed Quan Mingyi of her intention to return to the duke's residence, wishing to avoid lingering in Yaohua Palace. After all, Feng Maheng had mentioned that he might come to Ningxuan Courtyard to seek her out at any moment. Their bond had been solidified at the precipice. After all, presently, she found herself quite occupied, needing to appease two men simultaneously. Since Quan Mingyi was so steadfast in his demeanor, she thought it wise to initially maintain her distance from him. Although Quan Mingyi's mood soured at her arrival in Kuei Shui, he considered that she had been hurt by Feng Maheng that day, compounded by his own neglect of her feelings the previous day when he had not joined her for dinner. Even if he chose not to engage in any intimate activities that night, he could still keep her company in Yaohua Palace. After all, it was not their first time staying there together. However, Shen Yuling proactively suggested returning to the duke's residence. Quan Mingyi's expression shifted from cold to tense, and despite several changes in his demeanor, he ultimately refrained from voicing any objections. Yet, the darkness in his gaze deepened, resembling an inky mass that could not be dispersed. Thus, Shen Yuling returned to the duke's residence. If she did not return that night, she would have to wait until Quan Mingyi left for court the following day, which was too early. Should she not rest well, her condition would surely be poor, complicating her dealings with Feng Maheng. The following day, after accompanying Lu Jingyi for breakfast, Feng Maheng made his way to Ningxuan Courtyard. His feelings toward Shen Yuling had changed, yet she remained wary of Quan Mingyi discovering her close interactions with Feng Maheng. Should he find out, both she and Feng Maheng would face dire consequences. To guard against any mishaps, she had instructed Shitong to stand watch outside her room. She even had breakfast served in her inner chamber, placing it on a small table. Upon entering the inner chamber, Feng Maheng found Shen Yuling seated there. Enjoying her meal, he paused briefly before moving to the opposite side and taking a seat. "How are you feeling?" Feng Maheng inquired, looking at her. "My lord, I am well. Merely a few minor scrapes, nothing serious," Shen Yuling replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. After a slight pause, she continued, "How is Lady Lu? She sustained an injury to her leg, but will recover in a few days." "It is not serious," Feng Maheng responded candidly. Shen Yuling nodded slightly and then resumed her leisurely consumption of kanji, allowing silence to envelop them. Feng Maheng sat nearby, momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze following her every movement. Sensing she had eaten sufficiently, Shen Yuling noticed his intense gaze still fixed upon her. She chuckled softly, placing her spoon down. She then rested her hand on his shoulder, rising gracefully to walk around to his left side. Before Feng Maheng could react, she leaned against him, playfully perching herself on his lap, her beautiful eyes slightly lifted. Leaning closer to his ear, she teased, "My lord, am I truly that captivating?" Feng Maheng stiffened for a moment, but quickly regained some composure, though a hint of awkwardness lingered in his expression. If Jingyi were to know, the thought flashed through his mind, and he hastily shook his head that no, she will not know. Instinctively, Feng Maheng wrapped his arms around Shen Yuling's waist, his voice low and deep as he murmured, "You are indeed enchanting." Previously, Feng Maheng had considered Shen Yuling to be someone whose heart did not align with her words, perpetually professing her affections. However, after the events of the previous day, he understood that her heart overflowed with love, selflessly devoted to him. Consequently, he found her beauty increasingly irresistible. No, it was not merely a matter of resistance. Rather, he had no desire to resist at all. Feng Maheng gently closed his eyes, leaning his head against Shen Yuling's neck, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered there, a delicate essence that stirred his heartstrings. He parted his lips, pressing soft kisses against her neck, each one like a gentle raindrop cascading upon her skin, trailing down to her collarbone and then to her fragrant shoulder, that a wave of tingling sensations coursed through Shen Yuling. She tilted her head back, placing her hands behind Feng Maheng's head, reciprocating his affectionate gestures. Time passed, perhaps the length of a tea brewing, before Shen Yuling finally placed her hand against Feng Maheng. Halting his increasingly intimate and nearly uncontrollable advances, "My lord, it is still daylight," she whispered softly. Feng Maheng ceased his fervent kisses, resting his head on her shoulder, breathing heavily. His breath was warm and rapid, brushing against Shun Yuling's neck, and he found himself further ensnared in the intoxicating atmosphere that enveloped them, becoming increasingly unable to extricate himself. Gently, Shun Yuling soothed him like a child, running her fingers through his hair in a tender, rhythmic motion. My lord, you must attend to your official duties. She reminded him once more that in a bid to minimize the time Feng Maheng spent in Shun Yuling's presence, Quan Mingyi had assigned him numerous tedious inspections during the day. Upon returning home in the evening, Feng Maheng would still have to deal with a backlog of long-standing, trivial matters. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his chaotic emotions. Moments later, he lifted Shun Yuling into his arms, carrying her to the bed and gently placing her down. Supporting himself on one elbow, he gazed at her intently for a while, a strange restlessness brewing within him. Feng Maheng tilted her chin down, his tongue prying open her lips to delve inside, feeding her with his heated breath. Shun Yuling found herself breathless and feverish. Yet considering her recent arrival at Kueishui, even if Feng Maheng wished to pursue something further, he would be unable to do so. She slightly raised her head, willingly meeting his kiss, exuding a unique allure. They continued in this manner for some time, until Feng Maheng finally ceased his passionate kisses. His lips lingered near her ear, his voice low and husky as he murmured, "I shall come to Ningxuan Courtyard tonight." With that, Feng Maheng inhaled deeply, as if to draw the lingering, seductive atmosphere into his lungs. Before turning and striding out of the chamber, watching him leave, Shun Yuling gradually sat up, leaning against the bed's headboard, her fingers brushing through her silky black hair as a faint smile played on her lips. Feng Maheng's kissing skills were undeniably impressive. Come, she thought, I have just arrived at Kueishui. Even if Feng Maheng stays in Ningxuan Courtyard, Quan Mingyi will not suspect anything. That it was the perfect opportunity to provoke the cold and indifferent Quan Mingyi. Should he inquire, she would simply say that Feng Maheng was merely putting on a show for the Grand Princess. Even if he rested in Ningxuan Courtyard, they had not shared the same bed. After all, who could truly know what transpired within the confines of her chamber? As dusk enveloped the Duke's residence, Feng Maheng, having concluded a myriad of tedious official matters, made his way towards Ningxuan Courtyard. However, midway through, he was intercepted by a maid from Sujin Courtyard. The maid attempted to persuade Feng Maheng to visit Sujin Courtyard, but he furrowed his brow slightly, impatience flashing in his eyes, and dismissed her with a few terse words. Without pausing, he arrived at Ningxuan Courtyard, where Shun Yuling lay languidly upon the couch. As he entered the room, she gracefully rose to meet him. Amid their playful banter, Feng Maheng swept her into his arms and carried her to the bed. Yet, just as he was about to grow intimate, Shun Yuling shyly protested, "My lord, we're in Kueishui." How amusing it was to utter such words to two men. A mischievous devil stirred within Shun Yuling. Feng Maheng hesitated momentarily, but still embraced her tightly. No matter. We have plenty of time ahead." Nestled against his shoulder, Shun Yuling drummed her small hand against Feng Maheng's chest, her mind racing with thoughts. Curiosity consumed her. What method had Feng Maheng employed to placate Lu Jingyi? Surely he could not have professed his affections to her only to turn around and do the same with Lu Jingyi. A smile, reminiscent of a blooming poppy, graced Shun Yuling's lips. Let Lu Jingyi witness firsthand how Feng Maheng, who professed to adore her, lavished tenderness upon another woman. It was time for Lu Jingyi to experience the heartache that the original had endured in her past life. She would repay in kind, followed by a double dose of retribution. At that moment, all of Feng Maheng's attention was captivated by the tingling sensations emanating from his chest, oblivious to the enigmatic smile on the woman's lips or the contemplative expression on her face. The first grand performance for Quan Mingyi. Did you not claim to dislike her? Why did you spend the entire night in her courtyard last night? Quan Mingyi's expression was devoid of emotion. Yet his voice carried a chilling undertone. The moment he learned of the news today, his countenance darkened, enveloped in an air of profound gloom. Previously, Shun Yuling would only be brought into the palace at night. However, today, she was hastily ushered in during broad daylight. Standing before Quan Mingyi, who reclined on a soft couch, her heart raced as his piercing gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul. As she beheld his grim visage, a flicker of fear glimmered in her eyes. She pressed her lips together, lowering her head, too apprehensive to utter a word. Witnessing her silence only intensified Quan Mingyi's simmering fury, yet his demeanor gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. He extended his hand. Shen Yuling lifted her gaze to meet the outstretched hand, her eyelashes fluttering. Hesitantly glancing at him once more, cautiously, she placed her hand in his palm, tinged with trepidation. With a swift movement, he pulled her closer, sitting upright. His previously half-closed eyelids lifted slightly, revealing a glint of icy, inscrutable light buried deep within. The tranquil silence surrounding Quan Mingi was even more intimidating. Shen Yuling felt a surge of panic within her. Instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp, she yearned to flee. Yet Quan Mingi was unyielding, firmly holding her with one hand while the other gently caressed her face, though his touch was soft. It exuded an undeniable sense of pressure amidst the charged atmosphere. "Where did he touch you last night?" Quan Mingi's voice was flat, devoid of any inflection, yet the question felt almost like a verdict against her. The chill embedded in his words seemed capable of piercing through to her very marrow. "Nowhere. Not at all," Shen Yuling hastily replied, her voice trembling. She was uncertain whether Quan Mingi believed her, but his hand continued to stroke her cheek, indicating his doubt that he was dissatisfied with her answer. In Quan Mingi's mind, the thought of another man lying beside his woman, even without any physical contact, was utterly intolerable. Shen Yuling could only continue. "Last night, Feng Maheng slept on the couch while I slept in the bed. We did not share a bed." Her voice was soft, her large, clear eyes fixed on him, imploring him to believe her. Fortunately, she had prepared her alibi in advance. However, she knew she must not present her reasons as if reading from a script. They needed to flow in harmony with Quan Mingi's emotions, revealing themselves gradually. It was not yet the time for him to lose his composure. The more he raged, the more perilous her situation became. Her words. Quan Mingi's grip slightly faltered. He lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Give me a reason to believe you. Otherwise," his eyes narrowed, a glimmer of harshness flickering within them. Shen Yuling, intimidated by his fierce gaze, dared not look him in the eye, fear gnawing at her heart. In a moment of desperation, she threw herself onto him, instinctively parting her legs to sit atop him. "Your Majesty, please do not act this way. I am frightened." Her voice trembled, laden with genuine dread. "Feng Maheng has never favored me, nor have I him. It was only after that assassination attempt at the cliff that everyone assumed I saved him. To preserve his own reputation, he had to visit Ninglan Courtyard, lest others accuse him of ingratitude. Moreover, Your Majesty, you are aware that I have been visiting Kuisui these past few days." She continued, "Feng Maheng is aware of my presence in Kuisui, which is why he stayed at my place. That he only has eyes for Lu Jingyi. On our wedding night, he slept on the couch while I occupied the bed. Our relationship is entirely innocent." As she spoke, Quan Mingi's hands remained at his sides. Only after her explanation did he slowly extend his right hand to encircle her waist. "That I must inspect," he declared, clearly not entirely convinced by Shen Yuling's words. He reached to pull her dress up to her elbows. Shen Yuling shivered, her shoulders trembling slightly, her face flushed with a mix of shame and anger, yet she dared not hinder him. Upon seeing no unusual marks on her flawless skin, he gently assisted her in redressing, his movements becoming significantly more tender. Shen Yuling's delicate skin left red marks with the slightest pressure. Had there been any intimate contact with Feng Maheng last night, the evidence would not have vanished by morning. Since there were none, it seemed they had indeed remained as innocent as Shen Yuling claimed. Watching Quan Mingi's actions, Shen Yuling felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Fortunately, whenever she had been close to Feng Maheng, she had always resisted any advance, knowing he was far easier to placate than Quan Mingi. Moreover, in terms of physical intimacy, Feng Maheng was far more gentle. Quan Mingi's approach was often domineering and brusque. Additionally, she had brought back a special ointment from the western regions, specifically formulated for her delicate skin. After her encounters with Feng Maheng, she would always apply it, even on her lips. She dared not underestimate the meticulousness of an emperor, nor could she gamble with her standing in Quan Mingi's heart that if he were to discover her connection with Feng Maheng, it would spell her doom. Tears brimmed in Shen Yuling's eyes, holding back a deluge that threatened to spill over this moment. As Quan Mingi's gentle touch persisted, they cascaded down her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" "I believe you now," he said, his expression devoid of warmth. He lifted his hand to wipe away her tears, again and again, yet the tears seemed unrelenting, continuing to fall. "I am already a married woman. Do you not despise me?" Shen Yuling's eyes were hollow, staring blankly at him, the sorrow in her gaze unmistakable. Quan Mingyi's gaze dimmed slightly, his demeanor turning cold. You are my woman, even as a married wife. Your husband can only be me. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Shun Yuling's lips, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. Her words dripped with sarcasm. I in half a month, it will be the Tianchong festival. Your birthday. On that day, I will enter the palace with my husband, the Prince of Lingyang, to celebrate your longevity. She emphasized the word husband, for everyone knew that Xin Yuling, daughter of Xin Yuan, had been betrothed to the Prince of Lingyang by imperial decree. None were aware that she was also Quan Mingyi's woman. Her words pierced through Quan Mingyi's imperial dignity, a boldness unmatched by anyone before her. His gaze turned frigid on the day of the Tianchong festival. The Prince of Lingyang need not enter the palace. It shall be you, the princess of the county, who comes alone. He emphasized the title princess of the county, that he had never referred to Xin Yuling in such a manner. As in his heart, she was solely his woman, and her title as princess was merely a happenstance. Then, echoing the very pain Xin Yuling had inflicted upon him, he uttered 3 words, serve me. To have his nephew's wife serve him created an atmosphere thick with shameful betrayal between them, overshadowing their interaction like a dark cloud. Suddenly, Xin Yuling let out a defiant laugh. Your Majesty, why not allow him to enter the palace? On the day of the flower viewing, Feng Maheng deliberately flaunted his affection for Lu Ji before me. Did you not proclaim that I was yours? Did you not just express doubts about my relationship with Feng Maheng? She paused, then leaned closer to his ear, lowering her voice. Then, Your Majesty, let him come to the palace and witness our affection. What do you think? With that, she leaned back slightly, her defiance unwavering. I detest him. Quan Mingyi studied her intently for a considerable time. Suddenly, the chill in his gaze dissipated entirely, and even the heightened emotions stirred by her words diminished abruptly. Moments later, he unexpectedly chuckled. He reached out to ruffle her hair. Such a good girl. Xin Yuling's unreserved words and actions dispelled Quan Mingyi's lingering doubts about her feelings for Feng Maheng. Seeing this, Xin Yuling relaxed and naturally leaned into Quan Mingyi's embrace. Your Majesty, you truly frightened me today, she said, her voice soft and endearing. I shall not again. Quan Mingyi stroked her silky black hair. Feng Maheng will not be permitted to stay in your courtyard any longer. His expression was calm, and his tone flat as he conveyed this decision. However, Xin Yuling appeared perplexed. How would Quan Mingyi discreetly prevent Feng Maheng from entering her quarters? At times, the subtle tactics exhibited by Quan Mingyi leave Xin Yuling utterly astounded, allowing her to vividly perceive the formidable strength of an emperor. It seems as though there is nothing beyond his reach, with everyone firmly under his control. Chapter 33. The Peony Garden. Upon returning from the palace to the Duke's residence, Xin Yuling indulges in the daily pleasures of admiring flowers and teasing birds. During the day, she need not placate the one within the palace, and her encounters with Feng Maheng are rare. Life could not be more comfortable. Although she is the rightful duchess, many affairs within the residence require not her attention or management. Feng Maheng has entrusted all matters to the steward, and the presence of the princess's envoy, Aunt Yin, further alleviates her burdens. However, the servants of the household are adept at discerning whom to favor. Though Lu Jingyi's status is a notch below Xin Yuling's, her treatment within the residence is scarcely distinguishable from Xin Yuling's. In fact, due to Feng Maheng's affection for her, Lu Jingyi's quarters are adorned with unparalleled opulence. Exquisite paintings by renowned masters grace the walls, and rare artifacts abound, embodying an air of affluence. Conversely, many invaluable possessions in Xin Yuling's chamber are remnants of her dowry brought from the northwest, such as a grand screen intricately carved with phoenix designs and a stunning folding screen featuring blue and gold floral motifs, both meticulously prepared by her mother. Last night, Feng Maheng's stay in Ninglan Courtyard not only provoked Quan Mingyi, but also stirred Lu Jingyi. Yet, the extent of this provocation remains insufficient. Seated upon a swing that she had arranged, Xin Yuling gently sways, contemplating how to further unsettle Lu Jingyi, ensuring that she no longer harbors any faith in Feng Maheng's words. Surely, Feng Maheng's explanations to Lu Jingyi last night were merely to repay her life-saving grace at the cliff's edge, perhaps also for the sake of the princess's approval. Lu Jingyi is indeed pitiable. Yet those who inspire pity often harbor their own faults, and Xin Yuling feels no sympathy towards her. For years, Lu Jingyi has been manipulated by Feng Maheng. She believes his every word without question. If that is the case, let Lu Jingyi witness the true nature of Feng and Mon, that my lady. Lu Jingyi is currently in the peony garden, admiring the flowers. Shitong softly reports that a faint smile graces Shen Yuling's lips. Then let us proceed and present Lu Jingyi with a splendid performance. With that, Shen Yuling lightly touches the ground with her toes, rising from the swing. She leisurely adjusts her gown before making her way to the peony garden. In full bloom, the peonies compete for attention, their vibrant blossoms exuding an allure that is simply breathtaking. At the center of the garden stands an exquisite pavilion, furnished with stone tables and benches. Opposite the pavilion lies an elegant hall with half-draped windows, through which the delicate interior can be glimpsed. The garden is adorned with carefully arranged rock formations, offering a picturesque escape. It is no wonder Lu Jingyi chose this place for her floral reverie. Sometimes when one is in low spirits, gazing upon such beauty truly brings solace. As Shen Yuling strolls gracefully towards a cluster of peonies yet to bloom, the buds resemble bashful maidens, closely enveloped in their own beauty. While hinting at the vibrant vitality just waiting to emerge, Shitong pluck these blossoms that are on the verge of blooming. This evening, when my husband returns, I wish to place them in a vase and present them to him. Shen Yuling instructs softly. Of course, my lady, Shitong replies, extending her hand to gather the flowers. With a teasing smile, she adds, yesterday, His Highness remarked that you carry a subtle fragrance, hoping you might embroider a sachet for him. Yet here you are, only sending him a vase of flowers. Such laziness. A blush creeps across Shen Yuling's face as she glares at Shitong in mild annoyance. The Dio not speak nonsense. A sachet cannot be crafted in a mere moment. I merely believe these flowers are exceptionally lovely, and if my husband gazes upon them, it may lift his spirits. You know well that he has been overwhelmed with official duties lately, returning home only to comfort Lu Ji. He is fatigued in both body and spirit. After a brief pause, she continues, if these flowers can provide him with a moment of relaxation, that would be most splendid. The Shitong's eyes gleam with a spark of inspiration. Why not invite His Highness to dine with you in the Peony Pavilion tonight? The garden is resplendent, and seated within the pavilion, he can take in the entire view. I am certain it would please him. Shen Yuling lowers her gaze, contemplating thoughtfully, then raises her eyes to survey the picturesque surroundings. You speak with some merit. However, I am uncertain whether my husband is free this evening. Lu Ji may well wield her past life-saving grace to coerce my husband into visiting Su Jin Courtyard, she remarks, her tone tinged with disappointment. After a moment of silence, she concedes, very well. When His Highness returns, have someone extend the invitation that if he truly lacks the time, let us not press him unduly. Understood. Behind the rock formation, Lu Jingyi has been quietly enjoying the flowers. Feng Maheng's overnight stay with Shen Yuling indeed dampened her spirits. To her surprise, Shen Yuling's presence only intensifies her discomfort as she overhears the exchange between the two. Why does Shen Yuling speak so intimately with Feng Maheng? How does she know about Lu Jingyi's life-saving grace? What is Feng Maheng's demeanor before Shen Yuling? Is their relationship merely a facade to appease the princess? Lu Jingyi's mind swirls with questions. Having always trusted Feng Maheng's character, she believed his declarations of love were sincere, that if he were to fall for Shen Yuling one day, surely he would confess without deceit. Yet, reality seems to deliver a harsh slap to her face. Concealed behind the rock formation, Lu Jingyi clenches her fists, nails digging into her palms, oblivious to the pain as her heart fills with sudden doubt and resentment. In that moment, she longs to confront Feng Maheng, demanding clarity. Yet, reason urges her to remain calm. Meanwhile, Shen Yuling speaks again, the Shitong. Let us return to Ninglan Courtyard. Choose an appropriate garment, should my husband come to the Peony Garden to dine with me. We must be prepared. With that, she casually glances in Lu Jingyi's direction, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she strides away. Once Shen Yuling has departed, Lu Jingyi's personal maid, Li Su, perceives her mistress's unease and expresses her concern. My lady, you must not take the words of the Duchess at face value. His Highness has always favored you. How could he act, as she suggests? If you inquire just a little while here in the Peony Garden, you would surely learn the truth. Her intentions in speaking thus are to sow discord between you and His Highness. You must not fall for her scheme. Upon hearing Li Su's comforting words, Lu Jingyi finds some semblance of calm amidst the turmoil of her thoughts. Perhaps Xin Yuling is indeed aware of her presence and has spoken those words with intent. It seems the once naive protagonist has adopted a more cunning demeanor since stealing away the male lead. Lu Jingyi scoffs softly that if the heroine has truly deviated so far from her original character, then surely the male lead would not remain enamored. She lifts her foot, intending to leave the peony garden. But suddenly an idea strikes her. Pausing, she resolves to stay and observe. Xin Yuling plans to invite Feng Moheng to dine here tonight. Thus, she shall witness their interaction firsthand. Hearing is but a rumor. Seeing is believing. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Jingyi turned back once more. With less than an hour until mealtime, she decided to rest in the peony pavilion, awaiting the arrival of Feng Moheng and Xin Yuling. Chapter 34. Dining in the peony garden as dusk descended. The peony garden was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, enhancing its tranquility and splendor. Xin Yuling had long been seated in the pavilion. After Feng Moheng returned home, she dispatched someone to invite him to dinner. Upon his eager acceptance, she instructed the kitchen to present the specially prepared northwestern delicacies before him in the pavilion. Yet her invitation to Feng Moheng was a precaution against the potential wrath of Quan Mingyi, should he discover their rendezvous. Xin Yuling had already devised a plan, with her justifications firmly in mind. Claiming that Feng Moheng wished to dine privately with Lu Jingyi, she was merely providing cover, especially since Lu Jingyi was indeed present in the peony garden at that moment. With this thought, Xin Yuling felt herself relax. She contemplated her scheme, occasionally smiling at the enchanting scenery of the garden at dusk. Surrounding the pavilion, lush flowers and plants flourished, creating a natural emerald barrier. Not far from the pavilion stood a peach tree, adorned with delicate pink blossoms that swayed gently in the breeze, creating a sight of breathtaking beauty. Sensing a gaze upon her, Xin Yuling's smile deepened, imbued with a hint of profound meaning. Before long, she noticed Feng Moheng striding confidently into the pavilion. Xin Yuling quickly rose to greet him, her hand instinctively reaching out. Feng Moheng, equally familiar, took her hand in his, their movements fluid and natural, as if such intimacy had occurred countless times before. "Darling, today I have sent all the servants away from the peony garden. Even my personal maid is absent. Thus, it is solely I who shall attend to you during our meal," Xin Yuling said playfully. Sharing her arrangements, Feng Moheng, holding her hand, took a seat beside her, just as I wished. Xin Yuling smiled as she introduced the dishes prepared for the evening. These meals, originating from the northwest and the western regions, may not rival the exquisite culinary offerings of Qianjing, yet they possessed a unique flavor worth savoring. "Do give them a try, my husband." Feng Moheng nodded with a smile. The delicacies from your homeland. I regrettably missed them last time. Today I shall relish them." The two enjoyed a harmonious dining experience. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyi, upon Feng Moheng's entrance into the peony garden and his subsequent arrival in the pavilion, observed them through the window of the peony pavilion. Feng Moheng wore an expression of utmost tenderness as he naturally took Xin Yuling's hand. Lu Jingyi felt as though struck by lightning. Her heart seethed with bitterness, as Feng Moheng had been deceiving her all along. The intimacy between them suggested a bond that had surely blossomed long before. Yet Feng Moheng continued to profess his singular love for her. Lu Jingyi's gaze was fixated on the pair, who sat closely together, sharing laughter and sweet exchanges. Xin Yuling animatedly recounted amusing tales from the northwest, occasionally sharing a cup of wine with him. Feng Moheng, in turn, teased Xin Yuling, causing her to blush and lean closer into his embrace. Though Lu Jingyi could not discern their exact words, the atmosphere of joy and affection was enough to ignite her fury. Why? What had she done wrong? Did Feng Moheng fall for Xin Yuling on their wedding night? Or did his perspective shift after Xin Yuling saved him from an assassination attempt on the cliff? Or was it simply the innate chemistry between them? A multitude of questions swirled in Lu Jingyi's mind, but all she could do was suppress her emotions that if she were in the modern world, she would have charged at the deceitful couple without hesitation. But in this reality, they were the legitimate spouses, while she was merely a deceived concubine that not deceived, she had willingly entangled herself with the protagonist. Choosing to become his concubine, as Xin Yuling and Feng Moheng neared the conclusion of their dinner, she picked up a handkerchief and leaned forward, delicately wiping the corner of Feng Moheng's mouth. Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's warmth. Xin Yuling's breath brushing against his cheek, a gentle caress that stirred his heartstrings. Feng Moheng gazed at her intently, his eyes burning with desire. Shen Yuling, noticing his unwavering stare, raised an eyebrow playfully. "Why do you enjoy looking at me so much?" Feng Mohang did not respond immediately. Instead, he wrapped his arm around her waist, gently pulling her onto his lap. The intimacy of the position sent a flush to Shen Yuling's cheeks. Feng Mohang smirked slightly, his voice low and rich. "Once I gaze upon you for long, I cannot tear my eyes away." Pleased with his compliment, Shen Yuling proudly lifted her chin. Then, with a hint of mystery, she leaned closer to him. "Before marrying you, I had a wish. Can you guess what it was?" "Oh, what could it be?" "I wished for a handsome husband, with starry eyes and a striking brow, a visage as beautiful as jade that would captivate all." Shen Yuling's eyes sparkled with dreams, reminiscent of the innocent girl who once stood beneath the marriage tree. Filled with hope, upon seeing you on our wedding night, I knew that the heavens had taken pity on this small girl who traveled thousands of miles to Qianjing, fulfilling my wish. Shen Yuling's smile was sweet, her eyes brimming with affection. Feng Mohang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, the sound echoing pleasantly in the pavilion, that he lowered his head, amusement dancing in his eyes, and no wonder my wife was so affectionate that night. Embracing and teasing me. Shen Yuling shot him a playful glare, lightly smacking his chest. "You mustn't say such things." Feng Mohang was so close that he could clearly see the porcelain smoothness of her skin. Her lips a delicate pink, her nose elegantly shaped, and the faintest hint of blush at the corners of her eyes, truly breathtaking. His heart raced uncontrollably, and without thinking, he instinctively drew closer to Shen Yuling. Lowering his head, he gently pressed his lips against hers. Shen Yuling, taken by surprise, perhaps unwilling to kiss him in broad daylight, instinctively tightened her jaw and leaned back slightly, attempting to retreat. Yet Feng Mohang remained composed, patiently continuing to press his lips against hers. Inch by inch, his kisses soft yet unwaveringly insistent. Gradually, Shen Yuling felt her resolve weaken, her body surrendering to the moment. The tension in her jaw finally gave way. And Feng Mohang seized the opportunity, deepening the kiss with a hint of fervor that in that instant, the pavilion was filled with the soft sounds of their passionate exchange, warm and tender. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, gazing into each other's eyes, the lingering affection still palpable. Chapter 35. Immersed in the love of two women, Shen Yuling languidly leaned against Feng Mohang's shoulder. The passionate kiss had left her lips slightly flushed, her entire face radiant with a captivating glow that seemed to rival the twilight. She raised her gaze, casting a light glance in the direction of Lu Jingyi, that a smile danced on her lips. Enchanting as that of a fairy. "Lu Jingyi, today you ought to thank me for unveiling Feng Mohang's deceit." That a cold glimmer flashed in Shen Yuling's eyes. "Regardless of whether you choose to continue vying for his affection or cast him aside, I shall not let you off the hook. The enmity between us runs far deeper than this mere lifetime." Shen Yuling despised the notion of forgiveness for those who had committed heinous acts. If a villain laid down their weapon, she would unhesitatingly pick it up and strike back. Once she dealt with Lu Jingyi, her next target would be Feng Mohang. With her eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling aura emanated from Shen Yuling. After Feng Mohang and Shen Yuling departed hand in hand, Lu Jingyi slowly emerged. Her steps faltered, unsteady as if even standing upright was a challenge to avoid detection. She had previously sent away her personal maid. Now, the vast peony garden was left desolate, with only her lingering presence. The cool night breeze swept through, chilling her to the bone, yet it paled in comparison to the icy despair within her heart. Though she had not loved Feng Mohang to the point of sacrificing her life, they had grown up together, side by side for a decade. Throughout those 10 years, she had devoted all the love she could offer to him. Yet, in the end, the bond of a mere 10 years could not compete with the budding feelings between Feng Mohang and Shen Yuling, who had known each other for only a handful of days. Was she, Lu Jingyi, destined to remain a mere supporting character in another's tale, helplessly watching as everything that belonged to her was taken away? No, she would never accept such a fate. She invested a full decade of her heart and soul into Feng Mohang. He was meant to be hers. No one shall wrest him from her grasp. Shen Yuling, though there exists a path to paradise, you refuse to tread it. And though hell has no doors, you insist on entering. Lu Jingyi, usually characterized by her gentle and charming demeanor, now appeared slightly twisted, emanating a chilling and terrifying aura in the pitch-black night. Upon returning to Sujing Courtyard, Lu Jingyi wasted no time and immediately dispatched someone to summon Feng Meng. Shen Yuling, on the other hand, displayed remarkable magnanimity, merely waving her hand to allow Feng Meng to leave. Last night, Feng Meng had stayed at Ninglan Courtyard, infuriating Quan Mingyi to no end, who had gone mad early this morning. If Feng Meng were to stay out again tonight, it remained uncertain whether it would be Shen Yuling or Feng Meng who would suffer first at this moment. Feng Meng was in remarkably high spirits. Ever since he realized Shen Yuling's genuine affection for him, every interaction with her, marked by her natural concern, playful banter, and tender affection, filled his heart with joy for Lu Jingyi. Her jealousy often prompted her to summon him away from Ninglan Courtyard. Yet Feng Meng was not at all vexed by this, for Lu Jingyi truly loved him. She needed him. He was her sole support. Their decade-long romance, characterized by her anger and his attempts to placate her, was a dynamic he equally cherished. Before long, Feng Meng arrived at Sujing Courtyard. Upon entering, he saw Lu Jingyi with a frosty expression, seated on the couch, seemingly filled with grievances and resentment. That he hurried over and gently embraced her. Softly, he inquired, "What troubles you? Why the long face? You dined with the princess tonight. Had I not sent someone to call for you, would you have stayed at Ninglan Courtyard?" Lu Jingyi coldly replied, her words laced with an unmistakable bitterness and indignation. "Even if I had stayed at Ninglan Courtyard, I wouldn't have laid a finger on her. Why must you fret?" Feng Meng, unfazed, responded with a calm demeanor. He had mastered the art of soothing Lu Jingyi. He even found enjoyment in the process of comforting her, watching her emotions rise with his words, only to gradually calm under his gentle reassurances. That sensation of having control over her captivated him. He rested his head lightly on Lu Jingyi's shoulder, whispering, "Jingyi, rest assured, no one can usurp your place in my heart." That in the past, such declarations from him would have brought Lu Jingyi to tears. However, her mind was now filled with the scene she witnessed in the Peony Garden tonight. Feng Meng deeply embracing and kissing Shen Yuling. Although she had not seen the scene directly, the muffled sounds that reached her ears were enough to conjure the most unbearable images in her mind. "Feng Meng, are you not the male lead? Do you not refrain from touching women you do not love? In the original story, were you not destined to be together with the female lead for eternity? I arrived by your side years before the female lead did. Why is the man I possess now one who fills my ears with lies?" Yet even aware of his true nature, she lacked the courage to confront him. How absurd. For now, she had nothing as the daughter of the Minister of Justice. She could have been the legitimate wife, but now she could only settle for being his concubine. That in this world, he was her only refuge. "Feng Meng, do you take pride in this?" Hatred for him began to intensify within Lu Jingyi. "Whoever you favor becomes my enemy. I shall ensure her demise. The position of the princess must be mine. Since I am bound to you in this life, even in death, I wish to share it with you." Leaning against Feng Meng, a glint of resolute ferocity akin to his occasional madness flickered in her eyes. In half a month, the Emperor's Eternal Festival would arrive, and as a concubine, she naturally had no right to enter the palace. Yet her sister held immense power within the court. Shen Yuling's entrance would be akin to a lamb walking into a den of wolves. At that time, she would ensure Shen Yuling's disgrace that a princess sullied. Feng Meng, I shall see if you will still hold her in esteem. Chapter 36. Is there a problem? Seeing Lu Jingyi's emotions gradually improve, Feng Meng smiled, feeling quite satisfied. Without further ado, he scooped Lu Jingyi into his arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck. Carrying her, he strode steadily towards the inner chamber. Once inside, he laid Lu Jingyi upon the bed. She gazed up at him, her eyes filled with affection, a smile gracing her lips. Raising her hand, she hooked it around his neck, gently pulling him down. The two shared an intimate moment, the atmosphere in the room growing increasingly amorous. Just as Feng Meng was about to delve into the deeper matters of the night, his expression abruptly changed, a flicker of panic crossing his features. Lu Jingyi, perplexed, quickly asked Meng, "What is wrong?" Feng Meng's eyes darted, and he nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing. Jingyi, that I suddenly recalled some official business I must attend to in the study." With that, he hastily rose, adjusted his attire, and left the inner chamber without a backward glance. Leaving Lu Jingyi lying on the bed in a daze, Meng, Lu Jingyi watched his hurried departure, unable to suppress the urge to grasp something. Yet her hand closed around emptiness, her fists slowly clenched. Knuckles turning white, her heart brimming with disappointment and resentment. Just when she believed they were on the brink of a passionate encounter, one had withdrawn so abruptly, leaving her feeling humiliated. The shame surged like a tide, almost drowning her. Her close maid, Li Su, entered. Observing her mistress's icy demeanor, she furrowed her brow with concern. Softly, she reported, "Mistress, the prince indeed headed towards the study. Perhaps there are pressing matters at hand." Lu Jingyi inhaled deeply, forcing her tumultuous emotions to settle. Yet, how could the storm within her be quelled so easily? Had Feng Maheng truly begun to lose interest in her, just because he had developed feelings for Xin Yuling? Was he now even striving to maintain his distance from her? A myriad of thoughts flooded Lu Jingyi's mind, each sharp as a dagger, piercing her heart with unbearable pain and dread. Meanwhile, Feng Maheng rushed back to his courtyard, his retreat marked by an unexplainable urgency and anxiety. The maid, Qingyi, noticed his return, and a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable depth passed through her eyes. "Your Highness," she called softly, slightly bowing. Feng Maheng strode directly into his room and seated himself on a chair, frowning deeply, his expression dark and foreboding. Just moments ago, while being intimate with Lu Jingyi, his body had shown no response, leaving him both shocked and furious that he could not fathom the reason. Standing beside him was Qingyi, clad in a light blue dress, her graceful figure captivating. She lowered her head slightly, obscuring her features, yet her alluring form was hard to ignore. Soon, she seemed to sense Feng Maheng's distress and lifted her head, revealing a face of ethereal beauty. She was a pawn placed beside Feng Maheng by the Emperor. This evening, Feng Maheng had already sensed something amiss with his body. The Emperor had secretly given her a pair of mother and child worms. The child worm now resided within Feng Maheng, while the mother worm was with her. As long as this curse remained unbroken, Feng Maheng would find himself in a state of awkwardness with any female. Only in the presence of her, who bore the mother worm, would he respond differently. Moreover, this curse would manifest each month on the night of the full moon. Coincidentally, today was the night of the full moon. As Feng Maheng sat deep in thought, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting through the air. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to meet Qingyi's eyes that a frown crossed his brow, confusion clouding his expression. Almost at once, a wave of heat surged through his body, and an indescribable urge arose as he looked at Qingyi. "What is happening to me?" Feng Maheng was engulfed in bewilderment and even panic. Qingyi seemed to sense the gaze directed at her, and slowly raised her head again, her delicate features unobscured. Feng Maheng shook his head violently, as if attempting to shake off the haze. He snapped at Qingyi, "Get out." The voice was laced with an oppressive fury and agitation. Qingyi was acutely aware that at this moment, Feng Maheng was exerting every ounce of strength to combat the malevolent insect that plagued him from within. Yet, she also understood that he could not withstand the potency of the poison. Initially, His Majesty had merely dispatched someone to the northwest to deal with matters concerning the county princess, but unexpectedly, he encountered this peculiar insect in the western region. Last night, the county prince had stayed in the courtyard of the county princess, which had thoroughly enraged His Majesty. Meanwhile, Qingyi, who had been lurking within the county prince's residence, promptly received the imperial decree to bewitch the county prince. Becoming his woman, the Qingyi's gaze settled upon Feng Maheng. As expected, it wasn't long before his eyes turned crimson. The clarity within them gradually faded. As if all reason had vanished, he felt an unbearable heat coursing through his body, as though a fire raged within him. Yet he was engulfed in confusion. What did he truly desire? Feng Maheng suddenly rose to his feet, his steps unsteady yet resolute as he moved towards the source of an inexplicable allure. Following the faint scent, he approached Qingyi step by step. Feng Maheng embraced Qingyi. Inhaling deeply, he murmured, "How fragrant!" And no sooner had the words left his lips than he swept her up in his arms and made his way toward the chamber. Observing this, Qingyi's heart was filled with schemes, yet she feigned a slight struggle, her mouth moving to utter feeble and pitiful words. For when Feng Maheng awoke the next day, he would remember everything that transpired tonight, including how he had forcibly taken her. She needed him to understand that her actions were not voluntary, even dispelling any doubts he might harbor against her. Her struggles proved futile against a Feng Maheng already ensnared by the poison and devoid of reason. Soon, the temperature in the room soared dramatically, as if an invisible blaze had ignited. Scattered across the floor were shredded garments, creating a scene of chaotic disarray, a testament to the uncontrollable madness unfolding within the confines of the chamber. The following day, Feng Mohang stirred from slumber, the daylight already bright, that in order to preserve her life, Qingyi had long since tidied herself before his awakening. Pretending as if nothing had transpired and quietly vacating the room, Feng Mohang felt as though his head would split apart. As if countless needles were mercilessly stabbing at his mind, he lifted a hand to his head, striking it in an attempt to alleviate the unbearable pain. Suddenly, the memories of the previous night surged forth. That he truly touched the maid Qingyi? Feng Mohang's eyes widened in shock, that he threw off the covers, revealing his bare form, and upon noticing the disheveled signs on the bed, he immediately grasped that the events of last night were not merely a dream. His eyes darkened, shrouded in turbulence, the heavy blackness seemingly capable of tainting the very air around him. It was his father's love for a maid, and the subsequent indiscretion that had led to his mother's heartless abandonment. From that moment on, he had vowed never to develop feelings for, let alone engage with, those of lowly status. Yet last night Feng Mohang gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the fury welling up inside him. There must be something amiss with his body. For an entire day, he did not step foot outside the county prince's residence, that he even covertly summoned several physicians to examine him. To his astonishment, those physicians adamantly declared that there was nothing wrong with his body. Confusion enveloped him. Evident irritation etched upon his face, that he composed himself and commanded that Qingyi be summoned. His gaze was cold, fixating on Qingyi, who appeared as though nothing had occurred the previous night. He coldly inquired, "Qingyi, what transpired last night?" Qingyi's expression remained as calm as still water, unperturbed. "Your Highness, I merely rested in my chamber last night and did nothing out of the ordinary." Boldly, "Do you think I am oblivious to everything?" Feng Mohang reprimanded sharply. Only then did Qingyi seem to realize that he remembered everything clearly. With a thud, she knelt, tears welling in her eyes. "Your Highness, I believed you had merely fallen prey to an aphrodisiac, seeking me for relief. That I thought that once you awoke this morning, you would not recall this matter. Thus I treated it as if it had never occurred." Wiping her tears, she continued, "I also understand that His Royal Highness could never possibly harbor feelings for someone of my lowly status, which is why I concealed this matter. I implore your Highness to forgive me." Feng Mohang's initial doubts regarding Qingyi began to dissipate upon hearing her words, that if she had harbored ambitions of ascending socially, she would not have acted as if nothing had transpired. Clenching his fists, the turmoil and confusion in his heart intensified. What on earth was wrong with his body? "You may leave," Feng Mohang commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, the afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the courtyard of Ninglan. Xin Yuling, basking leisurely in the sunlight, suddenly spotted Feng Mohang entering. Normally, due to the machinations of Quan Mingyi, Feng Mohang was preoccupied during the day. What could have brought him here today? Though puzzled, Xin Yuling did not dwell on it and followed Feng Mohang into the room, to her astonishment, as soon as they entered. Feng Mohang abruptly embraced her, kissing her fervently without hesitation, his hands roaming freely over her body. Xin Yuling was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. She hurriedly exchanged a glance with Shidong, silently instructing her to keep an eye on the outside. Ensuring no one intruded afterward, Xin Yuling softly asked, "Husband, what troubles you?" Feng Mohang appeared deaf to her words, remaining silent, even more roughly disrobing her. His gaze burned with desire as he beheld Xin Yuling's flawless form. His heart momentarily stirred. Yet to his dismay, his body showed no response whatsoever. Feng Mohang pressed his lips together, his expression deepening with frustration, that he then quietly dressed Xin Yuling, piece by piece, as if the impulsive actions moments ago had never occurred. Suddenly recalling an urgent matter, he uttered a hasty farewell and left the room without looking back. Xin Yuling gazed after Feng Mohang's receding figure, bewildered. What had brought him to Ninglan Courtyard, if not madness? Chapter 37. The Eternal Festival. Half a month later, in the Imperial Palace, the night descended. The stars twinkled in the sky. Today marked the Eternal Festival, the 27th birthday of His Majesty, and indeed the most grand occasion in the entire Qian dynasty. The responsible Lu Zhao, he had long since chosen the Grand Tai Chi Hall as the venue for the birthday banquet. The Grand Tai Chi Hall stood majestically, its grandeur evident. The golden silk Nama beams were adorned with brilliant gemstones. Reflecting the opulence around at this moment, the hall was alive with song and dance. Imperial relatives, dignitaries, and ministers entered in succession, guided by the palace maids, taking their seats in an orderly fashion according to the etiquette of the Qian dynasty. The seats for imperial relatives and ministers were positioned nearer to the front. But as His Majesty had yet to arrive, they engaged in casual conversation. Behind the ministers sat the wives of the officials. Adorned in splendid attire, their makeup exquisite, exuding elegance in every gesture. Though they murmured softly among themselves, their voices were gentle and warm, never daring to raise a clamor. Prior to entering the palace, they had been tutored by a designated etiquette matron. For any offense to those of higher rank could lead to punishment or bring calamity upon their families. These noble women could not afford such disgrace. Further back were the legitimate sons and daughters of their households. Young gentlemen and ladies, especially those visiting the palace for the first time, would curiously survey the magnificent hall, yet they remained reserved, sitting properly in their allocated places. Palace maids darted to and fro, serving drinks and delicacies. The entire Grand Tai Chi Hall, though bustling with voices, exuded an air of solemn order. Shen Yuling entered the banquet hall alongside Feng Mohang. Their seats were situated just below the princess, nearly at the forefront. According to court etiquette, officials attending a royal banquet were permitted to bring only their legitimate wives and legitimate sons and daughters. Thus, only Shen Yuling had accompanied Feng Mohang from the county prince's residence. She settled beside him. The banquet table appeared grand, yet space was limited to as they sat. Their garments inevitably brushed against one another. As soon as Feng Mohang took his seat, he intended to grasp Shen Yuling's hand. But she, feigning shyness, withdrew her hand, politely declining his gesture that if she dared to hold Feng Mohang's hand, she might well lose it by the next day. Feng Mohang did not insist, assuming she was still acclimating to the grandeur of such a royal affair. However, the main guest, Quan Mingyi, had yet to arrive. Shen Yuling, feeling bored, was consumed with curiosity about one matter. For the past half-month, Feng Mohang had not once stayed overnight in her Ninglan courtyard. At times, Feng Mohang would come to Ninglan courtyard for dinner, and she would deliberately employ subtle tactics to provoke him. Each time, Feng Mohang would feign calmness, yet the turmoil in his eyes was impossible to disguise. Ultimately, he would hastily flee. This left her perplexed. What means had Quan Mingyi employed? As she pondered, a resounding shout pierced the air. His Majesty has arrived. At the sound, everyone turned to gaze. Quan Mingyi, clad in a black dragon robe adorned with a vividly embroidered golden dragon, exuded an extraordinary aura of power. Following closely behind him were Lu Zhaoyi and several concubines, including beautiful maidens from the imperial harem. Even though Lu Zhaoyi wielded considerable influence within the palace, she could not walk alongside His Majesty in such an occasion and could only silently follow behind. She gazed at His Majesty's imposing figure, her unquenchable ambition surging within her. Initially, she had contemplated that if His Majesty were to remain without an empress for life, she could accept being the sole Zhaoyi in the harem. However, the recent emergence of Shen Jiyu, whom His Majesty seemed to protect so fiercely, left her anxious. Despite her relentless inquiries, she could find no trace of Shen Jiyu. She feared that His Majesty might fall for another, jeopardizing her chance at the empress's position. Lu Zhaoyi would not permit anyone to overshadow her in the harem. She could not believe that His Majesty could confine someone for a lifetime within Yaohua Palace. Coincidentally, her sister Jingyi's rival also bore the surname Shen. Since her sister had written to request her assistance, Shen Yuling would not leave unscathed today. A smile danced in Lu Zhaoyi's eyes, yet it concealed a hint of calculation. Quan Mingyi's expression was solemn, his gaze unwavering as he strode directly toward the dragon throne. In an instant, all present rose and respectfully knelt, chanting in unison, "Long live your Majesty, may you enjoy boundless blessings. Benevolence across the seas, eternal stability for the realm, and a prosperous state for millennia." Their voices rang in perfect harmony. Once seated, Quan Mingyi gradually commanded, "Rise." His profound, piercing gaze swept across the grand hall like a tangible force, enveloping everyone in an invisible pressure. Soon, a palace maid approached gracefully, skillfully filling his cup with wine. Quan Mingi then stood, and all present hastily raised their cups, respectfully following suit. His voice, imposing and resonant, reverberated throughout the hall. Having received the mandate of heaven, I established this nation that I vow to create a great legacy, leaving an enduring name for posterity. Today marks 9 years since my dynasty was founded. The realm enjoys peace, and our territory remains secure. This is our fortune and the blessing of the people. On this joyous occasion of my birthday, I am grateful to gather with all of you that I shall uphold righteousness alongside you, safeguarding our territory and protecting our subjects at this moment. Let us share this cup together. As his words fell, the ministers raised their heads, downing their wine in unison, and then bowed together, reciting what seemed to be a meticulously crafted congratulatory phrase. Your Majesty, the founder of our nation, endowed by heaven, has stabilized the world and created this unparalleled achievement. Truly a blessing for the people and a fortune for the state, that on your birthday, may you enjoy robust health and achieve immortal feats. Shen Yuling also lifted her cup, downing its contents. The individuals present in the hall were the power brokers of the Qian dynasty, yet they all knelt before Quan Mingi. What must it feel like to stand in such a lofty position? Her gaze inadvertently flicked upwards, only to collide with Quan Mingi's sharp, penetrating gaze. Shen Yuling's heart skipped a beat, and she swiftly lowered her head. Quan Mingi's eyes caught sight of her proximity to Feng Meng, and his long lashes gently veiled his eyes, revealing a flicker of cold disdain. Feng Meng was increasingly displeasing to him. Lu Jiaoyi occupied a position beneath his majesty on the left, utilizing the act of drinking. Her gaze subtly fell upon Shen Yuling. This young lady from the Shun family possessed considerable skill. Her sister Lu Jingyi had shared a childhood bond with the prince, yet she had easily managed to stir discord. Ever since the entry of Wang Marin into the palace 2 years prior, Lu Jiaoyi had harbored an intense disdain for women who flaunted their beauty and expertly ensnared men. Lu Jiaoyi coldly withdrew her gaze, reverting to a demeanor of composure and dignity. She slightly turned her head, conveying a barely perceptible signal to the palace maid beside her. The maid understood and nodded before quietly retreating. Chapter 38. Lu Jiaoyi's wine. Shen Yuling was also discreetly observing Lu Jiaoyi, who had been providing numerous advantages to Lu Jingyi, her adversary that in the previous life of the original owner. Lu Jiaoyi had drugged her at this very birthday banquet. The original owner had merely thought she was intoxicated and sought fresh air to sober up, only to find her consciousness fading. She was even led by a palace maid, bewilderingly disrobing in a pavilion. Thankfully, Lu Jiaoyi had not gone to extremes. It seemed that Lu Jingyi had not yet developed such deep-seated animosity towards the original owner. Lu Jiaoyi merely intended for Feng Meng to grow disdainful of the original owner. Moreover, as a member of the Shen family, if matters escalated, it would be difficult for Lu Jiaoyi to avoid the consequences if His Majesty chose to investigate. Thus, only a select few, His Majesty, Lu Jiaoyi, Princess Chong, and the Prince of Lingyang, had witnessed the original owner's disgraceful scene. Quan Mingi had intended to bring the daughter of the Shun family to Qianjing as a hostage and did not wish to tarnish the reputations of the Shun and Yi families over a single woman. So he forcefully kept the matter under wraps. After awakening, the original owner had been engulfed in melancholy for a long time, her heart heavy with grievance and shame. Yet, Feng Meng's affection for the original owner had always been a means to provoke Lu Jingyi, to incite jealousy. Thus, Lu Jingyi's schemes had little effect on Feng Meng's continued display of affection toward the original owner. Lu Jingyi mistakenly believed that Feng Meng's feelings for the original owner were genuine, and thus he remained indifferent to her shame. Consequently, she resorted to even more ruthless tactics against the original owner. However, Shen Yuling harbored doubts if Feng Meng did not harbor feelings for the original owner. Why had he consummated their union? Why had he allowed her to bear a child, only to coldly witness her tragic demise in the raging flames? These thoughts lingered in Shen Yuling's mind. Alas, the truth would eventually be revealed. Tonight, Lu Jiaoyi was of utmost importance. Lu Jingyi had been provoked following that day in the Peony Garden, and her situation differed from that of the original owner. It was uncertain what insidious schemes Lu Jiaoyi would employ against her this evening that as Shen Yuling contemplated. The royal relatives and ministers began to present gifts to His Majesty. The first to offer a gift was Princess Xia. His Majesty's beloved elder sister, of unparalleled status. Following her was the Prince of Lingyang, Feng Maheng, who basked in the glory of Princess Xia. Feng Maheng rose with poise. Shun Yuling silently trailed behind him. Her head bowed the entire time. Previously, when Quan Mingi had heard Shen Yuling express her intent to celebrate His Majesty's birthday alongside her husband, the Prince of Lingyang, his expression had darkened. Now, the scene described by Shun Yuling unfolded before his eyes. He had never seen Shen Yuling and Feng Maheng together. Yet even in their current formal alignment, a wave of brutality surged within Quan Mingi. His gaze deepened, and his desire to expel Feng Maheng from Qianjing intensified. Fortunately, he was not concerned about any illicit affairs between Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling. Quan Mingi internally scoffed. Once Feng Maheng departed from Qianjing, he would release the hold he had over him. For now, he could only impose a temporary constraint on his nephew. After all, he could not allow himself to be wronged. Quan Mingi maintained an air of authority and gravitas, yet his eyes, dark as the abyss, remained fixated on the two bowing below. Shen Yuling had yet to raise her head, not wishing to provoke Quan Mingi's ire. She hoped he would not take out his frustrations on her, but rather direct them toward Feng and Maheng. As Feng Maheng exchanged glances with His Majesty, he sensed an inexplicable strangeness in his uncle's gaze that evening. However, upon closer examination, he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Just as Feng Maheng and Shen Yuling completed their salutations and were about to return to their respective places, Lu Jiaoyi suddenly spoke up. She turned her head slightly, addressing His Majesty in a soft voice. Your Majesty, I truly did not expect that the princess consort would be so breathtakingly beautiful. When Your Majesty decreed the marriage, bestowing such a gem upon the Prince of Lingyang, it appears that they truly are a match made in heaven. The dark and brooding eyes of Quan Mingi seemed as if they could drip ink. Shen Yuling continued to lower her head. She struggled to suppress a laugh, fearing that if she lost control, she would burst into laughter. Lu Jiaoyi certainly knew how to incite animosity in front of Quan Mingi. Quan Mingi remained silent. Shen Yuling had no intention of stepping forward or responding to Lu Jiaoyi's question. Let Feng Maheng answer instead. Feng Maheng, with a calm and steady demeanor, spoke in a respectful yet assertive manner. Your Highness is too kind. That it is indeed a tremendous blessing for both myself and the lady to receive His Majesty's grant of marriage. We only wish to support one another, uphold our duties, serve the Emperor loyally, and contribute to our dynasty, thereby not disappointing His Majesty's grace. Lu Jiaoyi nodded gently. Her gaze then fell upon Shen Yuling, who was still keeping her head down. Princess consort, I am merely the daughter of a civil servant, that I have long heard of the great deeds of the Grand Protector in battle alongside His Majesty, and have admired them greatly. To see you today is akin to meeting the Grand Protector himself. Shen Yuling, feeling helpless at being singled out, reluctantly lifted her head, forcing a smile that barely reached her eyes, her gaze avoiding Quan Mingi entirely. Your Highness is too gracious that my father, a man of war, performed his duties, and the trust bestowed upon the Shen family by His Majesty is indeed an honor. Shen Yuling paused, and compliments flowed from her lips. Your Highness, being of a scholarly family, is undoubtedly exceptional in talent. Now, as the foremost lady of the harem, your virtue and grace are indeed, as the rumors suggest, elegant and extraordinary. Lu Jiaoyi inwardly sighed, realizing that the daughter of the Shen family was not easily dealt with, speaking with precision and poise. However, her smile grew brighter at the praise, though a hint of inscrutable calculation flickered in her eyes. The princess consort's words are truly sweet. The Grand Protector's achievements in battle are unparalleled. Today, on the occasion of His Majesty's birthday, it is unfortunate that the Grand Protector is absent. Might I trouble the princess consort to drink a cup on his behalf? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuling's heart sank, confirming her suspicion that Lu Jiaoyi's intentions were not pure. She spoke of her father's great achievements while highlighting his absence from the birthday celebrations, since she was to drink on her father's behalf. She had no reason to ask Feng Maheng to drink for her. Before she could think of a suitable excuse to refuse, a maid approached with a tray, upon which rested a cup of wine. But how could Lu Jiaoyi's wine be consumed so casually? The original owner had already fallen victim to the drugged wine Lu Jiaoyi had brought. Shen Yuling glared at the cup, clenching her teeth in frustration. Yet she could only reach for the wine glass. Holding the cup, Her gaze fixated on the liquid, she dared not bring it to her lips. Yet in the current situation, all eyes were upon her, and she found no reason to refuse the drink. The high-ranking consorts in the palace watched Lu Jiaoyi's actions with disdain. That it was one thing for Lu Jiaoyi to plot against the other consorts, but to employ such tactics against the princess consort was unexpected. That it was clear that this was all for her sister, who resided in the duke's residence as a concubine. Although these consorts understood Lu Jiaoyi's schemes and felt disgusted or resentful, they maintained an attitude of indifference, believing it was not their concern. Lu Jiaoyi's influence in the harem was substantial, not something that could be easily countered. Simply having borne 2 princes was enough to sway the emperor's favor towards her. Who would dare provoke her? Chapter 39. A toast. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Shun Yuling's eyes, and an idea formed. Since Lu Jiaoyi had dared to provoke her, she would not hesitate to set a trap in return. Your Highness, even though my father could not personally attend the capital to celebrate His Majesty's birthday, he has always kept His Majesty's approaching birthday in his thoughts. Shun Yuling spoke calmly, her voice clear and resonant in the grand hall. My father is a man of war, yet my mother is a talented lady of the Yi family. My father has shared many tales of his battles alongside His Majesty with my mother, who, moved by this, composed a poem for His Majesty's birthday. I have come today to present it as a gift on behalf of my father. Since I am representing him today, I believe it is only fitting that I first offer this cup of wine to His Majesty. Shun Yuling's gaze was sincere as she looked towards Quan Ming. To his surprise, Quan Mingyi found that the woman who often acted coyly towards him could articulate herself so well, deftly erasing the disrespect implied by Shun Yuan's absence. Your Majesty, may I personally present the wine to you, as a demonstration of my father's respect? Lu Jiaoyi's expression tightened. She nearly sprang to her feet, but ultimately restrained herself, just as she was about to refuse Shun Yuling's proposal. She heard Quan Mingyi address Shun Yuling, his voice low and measured. Bring it forth. With this permission, Shun Yuling stepped forward, one deliberate step at a time. Lu Jiaoyi's heart raced, fearing that the emperor must not drink from this cup. She gripped the armrests of her seat tightly, wishing fervently that Shun Yuling would stumble and spill the wine. Yet, Shun Yuling did not comply with her wishes. Instead, Lu Jiaoyi watched helplessly as Shun Yuling approached and presented the cup to the emperor. At that moment, Quan Mingyi spoke again. Since this is a toast from the Grand Protector, let me grant the wine. Li Ming, standing nearby, promptly filled a cup and handed it to Shun Yuling. Shun Yuling was taken aback by Quan Mingyi's unexpected cooperation and accepted the wine with delight. As long as she handed the cup to Quan Mingyi, she need not worry about Lu Jiaoyi drugging her second cup. After all, if something were to happen to both the princess consort and the emperor after consuming the wine, everyone would immediately suspect that Lu Jiaoyi's toast was the source of the problem. Shun Yuling held the wine cup with both hands, her posture graceful, her expression solemn and respectful. Her demeanor mirrored that of her father. Slightly tilting her head back, she fixed her gaze upon Quan Mingyi and spoke loudly and clearly, reciting the toast. The Qian dynasty begins, a great emperor arises, renowned through the ages. In expanding territories, a hero stands proud. In stabilizing the realm, ambitions soar high. The Yuan emperor appears, leading the valiant. The foundations of a great enterprise begin to show. Heaven and earth shift in tumult, witnessing the grand vision unfold. Admire the palace's magnificence. Standing tall, the rivers and mountains are splendid, filled with captivating sights. Who can judge? As the winds and clouds shift, the emperor's grandeur shines bright. Reforming the old, establishing governance, leading to prosperity and commerce, creating a legacy of cultural achievement. Talents gather, military accomplishments extinguish the flames of war. In 1,000 years, we shall remember the Qian dynasty's founding emperor, forever renowned in history. Upon finishing, Shun Yuling intentionally steadied her tone, clearly proclaiming, I raise this cup in salute to your majesty. As her voice echoed, the banquet fell into a profound silence. The guests were immersed in the grand imagery painted by her words, momentarily lost in thought. Quan Mingyi listened intently, astonishment evident in his eyes, which he did not bother to conceal. Ha ha! After a moment, Quan Mingyi suddenly burst into hearty laughter, exuding a sense of grandeur and exhilaration. What a splendid line! The Yuan emperor appears, leading the valiant. The foundations of a great enterprise begin to show. As he laughed, he praised her, his eyes filled with admiration. What a remarkable line! Who can judge? As the winds and clouds shift, the emperor's grandeur shines bright. He repeated it, his words brimming with appreciation for the toast. Thereupon, Quan Mingi stood tall, his posture regal as a pine tree, exuding an emperor's commanding presence. But I must toast to, in 1,000 years, we shall remember the Qian dynasty's founding emperor, forever renowned in history. His voice carried an uncontainable fervor. He had not expected to hear such a toast today, encompassing all his past achievements and each line igniting his passion and stirring his heart. What emperor does not desire to be remembered through the ages? With that, Quan Mingi tilted his head back and drained the cup in one go. Shen Yuling, seeing his reaction, also unhesitatingly drank down her wine, her movements decisive and fluid. Thankfully, her words had struck a chord with Quan Mingi. At the banquet, anyone who could grasp the deeper meaning of the toast wore an expression of shock. The Grand Protector truly married a remarkable wife. The daughter of the Lingxi, Yi family certainly possessed extraordinary talent. Such a toast was not something just anyone could compose. With Quan Mingi rising, the guests swiftly followed suit, raising their cups in salute to him, chanting in unison, in 1,000 years, we shall remember the Qian dynasty's founding emperor. Forever renowned in history, Lu Jiaoyi could only rise alongside them. Though her face appeared somewhat pale, her body trembling slightly, she felt a pang of regret in her heart. She had not anticipated that Shen Yuling could so easily defuse her scheme, and, in turn, win the emperor's favor. That it was indeed a miscalculation. The crowd once more took their seats. Shen Yuling, unhurried and composed, raised her wine glass towards Lu Jiaoyi in a toast. She noted the unmistakable displeasure etched on Lu Jiaoyi's face, confirming her suspicions that the cup Lu Jiaoyi had presented to her contained something nefarious, that the original owner's past life. Lu Jiaoyi had resorted to such despicable acts while still attempting to obscure her intentions, never leaving Shen Yuling with no way out. Now, in this public setting, Lu Jiaoyi sought to humiliate her, undoubtedly enraged by Lu Jingyi's provocations. However, Shen Yuling had never been one to engage in unprepared battles. The toast she had just composed was a spur-of-the-moment creation. Before arriving in Qianjing, she had diligently studied the prominent figures within the city, relying on the remnants of the original owner's memories. The only notable discrepancy was with Feng Mohang, whose persona had transformed from that of a scoundrel to a twisted, obsessive character. As for Lu Jiaoyi, Shen Yuling planned to settle scores with her once she officially entered the palace. Today's encounter would merely serve as a greeting gift, allowing her to deftly navigate the formidable presence of Quan Mingi. While Quan Mingi typically remained aloof from palace affairs, should he be ensnared in any schemes targeting him directly, his reaction would be entirely different. Chapter 40. Your Majesty requests your presence. Lu Jiaoyi was filled with trepidation. The emperor had already consumed the wine she had laced with poison, and her mind was far from the festivities. She had lost all leisure to aid Lu Jingyi in dealing with Shen Yuling. The drug she had administered was particularly insidious that if ingested by a woman, it would induce dizziness and lead to various unsightly behaviors. However, for men, it acted as an aphrodisiac. Unfortunately, she had dosed it according to a woman's measurements, so perhaps the emperor would not feel its effects. Even if he did, the copious amount of alcohol he had consumed might cloud his awareness. Lu Jiaoyi reassured herself. Initially, she had intended for Shen Yuling to behave scandalously at the banquet, thus providing her with a legitimate reason to escort Shen Yuling away. She had even arranged for Shen Yuling to be caught in a compromising situation. When the affair was discovered and people recalled Shen Yuling's indiscreet behavior at the banquet, no one would believe her to be innocent. Consequently, Lu Jiaoyi could solidify the accusation against the Duchess of the county for her indiscretions with a man outside of her marriage. Such matters among women were always entrusted to her by the emperor. She could handle it as she pleased, even if the emperor wished to keep the situation contained due to Shen Yuling's status. The right people would still be aware, and her plot would succeed. Moreover, with such a scandal tarnishing the royal reputation, how could Shen Yuling expect to lead a charmed life thereafter? How could the duke continue to favor a woman who had already lost her virtue? Her meticulously crafted plan had seemed flawless, until she realized that Shen Yuling had handed the poisoned cup directly to the emperor. Had Shen Yuling perceived something amiss, or was it merely coincidence? Lu Jiaoyi was in turmoil, her countenance revealing her distress. Soon after, she excused herself from the banquet, claiming ill health. Shen Yuling, observing her departing figure, let out a soft scoff that it was likely that Lu Jiaoyi was hurriedly attempting to manage the aftermath of her actions. Quan Mingyi had been drugged at his own birthday banquet. It remained to be seen how furious he would become. It was uncertain which unfortunate soul would ultimately bear the brunt of Lu Jiaoyi's schemes. Meanwhile, the oblivious Quan Mingyi continued to revel in the company of numerous ministers and royal offspring, enjoying the lively atmosphere of the gathering. However, it was not long before Quan Mingyi sensed something amiss in his own body. His gaze sharpened suddenly. Li Ming, I am fatigued. Return me to the Weiyang Palace. The ministers, who had been preparing to raise their glasses to the emperor, saw his expression darken in an instant and feared they had unknowingly offended him, leaving them in a state of anxious uncertainty, some frozen in place. Wang Marin, noticing the emperor's departure, was overcome with suspicion. Had Lu Jiaoyi's wine truly contained something foul? Was the emperor merely returning to rest after overindulging with his ministers? Or was there more to it? As doubts swirled in her mind, she discreetly left the Taiji Hall, accompanied only by a personal maid, making her way towards the corridor leading to the Weiyang Palace. The Weiyang Palace was notoriously well guarded. Without the emperor's summons, no palace consorts were permitted to approach. Wang Marin stood at a crucial juncture, the only path from the Tai Hospital to the Weiyang Palace. She was determined to ascertain whether the emperor was genuinely unwell or simply retiring for rest. Before long, Hu Tai, the doctor assigned to the emperor, hurried towards the Weiyang Palace, concealed in the shadows. Wang Marin witnessed this scene unfold, her expression revealing her certainty that if Lu Jiaoyi had indeed administered such a vile drug, what might transpire with the emperor tonight? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she felt a surge of excitement. The emperor had never before spent a night at the palace of an empress, nor had any empress ever gained access to the Weiyang Palace. Could it be that tonight she might have the chance? As her hopes soared, she swiftly instructed her maid, "Return to the palace. I must bathe and change." Wang Marin hurriedly returned to her chambers, quickly preparing herself, eagerly anticipating the emperor's visit. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he did not arrive, nor did she receive any summons to the Weiyang Palace. Meanwhile, Xin Yuling, witnessing Quan Mingyi's departure, remained unfazed, leisurely savoring the exquisite cuisine of the imperial banquet. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Lan Ying, disguised as an ordinary palace maid, approached Xin Yuling. Holding a wine jug, she leaned in slightly while pouring wine for Xin Yuling and whispered softly, "Your Majesty requests your presence." Xin Yuling, poised to take a bite of her food, paused mid-action. Was Quan Mingyi summoning her as an antidote? Were the women of the harem merely ornamental? What would she do when Feng Mohang sought her out? Was she truly expected to act intimately in front of Feng Mohang? Her earlier comment had merely been to convey her disinterest in Feng Mohang, not to expose her connection with Quan Mingyi. If she were to reveal their relationship, it certainly would not be at this moment. Did Quan Mingyi derive pleasure from such provocations? Yet, since he had sent for her, she had no choice but to comply. Lan Ying was likely sent by Li Ming to relay the message. Had it been any other unknown maid, she would have refused. One must always guard against others. Each step in Xin Yuling's quest for revenge had to be meticulously planned and executed. Once Lan Ying had departed, she resumed her facade of nonchalance, taking her bite of food, chewing it thoughtfully before sipping her wine. Only then did she slowly turn to Feng Mohang, who was animatedly conversing with the dignitaries at the adjacent table. "Husband, I've had a bit too much to drink and feel rather stifled. I wish to step outside for some fresh air." Feng Mohang, not pondering too deeply, replied casually, "Very well, but do not wander too far lest you lose your way." Xin Yuling nodded and then rose to leave the banquet. Awaiting her in the shadows, her female covert guard escorted her directly to the rear hall of the Weiyang Palace. The crimson doors, adorned with gilded copper studs, exuded an air of authority. Guided by Li Ming, who bore an anxious expression, Xin Yuling stepped through the portal. The ground beneath her feet was laid with white marble, faintly shimmering. Inside, the palace lanterns illuminated silk shades embroidered with exquisite dragon and phoenix motifs, casting a hazy glow. Xin Yuling proceeded deeper into the palace, arriving at the sleeping quarters, the grand dragon bed. Meticulously crafted from precious rosewood, featured intricately carved golden dragons on the posts. Quan Mingyi reclined against soft cushions, his weighted coverlet adorned with gold thread, silver strands, pearls, and jewels, all intertwined, reflecting a dazzling brilliance beneath the lanterns, epitomizing the utmost luxury and royal grandeur. Quan Mingi lay there, eyes closed, visibly agitated, breathing heavily, his complexion flushed. Chapter 41. Unable to resist. Shen Yuling approached Quan Mingi. "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" Quan Mingi, upon hearing her voice, opened his eyes, revealing a deep yearning within. Without uttering a word, he reached out, pulling Shen Yuling into his embrace. Earlier, the physician had examined him. Indeed, something was amiss with his body. However, perhaps due to Quan Mingi's robust constitution, the effects of the drug were not overwhelming, allowing him to maintain some semblance of control. Nevertheless, the physician had advised him to expel the pent-up energy from his body, which would be beneficial for his health. This marked the second time he had been drugged. The previous assailant had employed vicious tactics, nearly silencing all those connected to the incident. It was evident that this was not merely a matter confined to the women of the harem. It was a cruel plot backed by the resources to hire assassins, likely orchestrated by someone within the court or perhaps remnants of the nation he had annihilated. It appears that a traitor has infiltrated his harem, either conspiring with the enemy or harboring intentions of rebellion. Due to previous experiences, the frustration within Quan Mingi had yet to dissipate. To his astonishment, in his own palace, and even during his birthday banquet, he found himself once again drugged. Beneath the gaze of his lustful eyes lay an unmistakable tempest of fury, raging like an unbridled storm. He found it impossible to trust any of the concubines in the harem. The only exception was the woman before him, who neither had the capability nor the motive to poison him. Therefore, he ordered for Shen Yuling to be brought forth. Shen Yuling maintained an expression of complete ignorance. She extended her slightly cold hand and gently pressed it against Quan Mingi's feverish chest. With concern, she inquired, "Your Majesty, you feel quite warm. Are you unwell? I shall summon the royal physician at once." "I am indeed unwell, and you are my remedy," replied Quan Mingi. Before he could finish speaking, he rolled over, pinning Shen Yuling beneath him. The curtains of the dragon bed slowly descended, obscuring their figures. Soon, the regal black dragon robe was cast aside onto the white jade floor. Following that, the flowing brocade, silk nightgown, and embroidered undergarments were gradually discarded. Finally, the azure lotus-pink bodice also fluttered to the ground. This time, the effects of the drug within Quan Mingi's body receded rather swiftly. This might be attributed to the lesser potency of the drug administered this time, or perhaps it was because he had immediately ingested the antidote provided by the royal physician upon returning to his chamber. Shen Yuling lay upon Quan Mingi's chest. Her breathing quick and shallow, he caressed her smooth back, yet his gaze drifted elsewhere, lost in thought. Shen Yuling slightly lifted her head and asked in a delicate tone, "Your Majesty, what troubles you? Why are you so fierce today?" Quan Mingi lowered his gaze to her, a smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Today is my birthday. Since you have not presented me with a gift, I shall take the initiative to claim one for myself. That not permissible." Having consumed considerable amounts of wine that evening, the libations had come from various sources. Some were from ministers, many of whom harbored thoughts of offering daughters to the harem. Others were from royal relatives, each entangled in intricate relations with the concubines and ministers. Not to mention the concubines themselves, who were the most likely candidates to have poisoned him at that moment. He had yet to ascertain who had drugged him, nor did he intend to disclose this humiliation to Shen Yuling, as it was an immense disgrace to him. However, Shen Yuling let out a soft hum, playfully chiding, "The praises I offered to congratulate your Majesty today are indeed a gift from me." Quan Mingi had previously suspected that the praises were penned by Shen Yuling. Having interacted with Shen Yuan, he knew well that Shen Yuan was not a man of delicate sentiments, nor would he think to compose any special praises for him. Furthermore, the congratulatory edict from Shen Yuan still lay on his desk, devoid of any mention of praises. Thus, he deduced that the verses were indeed the work of Shen Yuling. Yet upon confirming this, he could not help but feel a sense of surprise. "How old are you this year?" Quan Mingi suddenly inquired. He had never paid attention to her age, but presumed she was around 16 or 17, not exceeding 18.16. She replied that it seems the Lingxi family truly produces talented individuals. He remarked, "Your mother was also renowned for her talents in her youth." Quan Mingi sighed, acknowledging Shen Yuling's exceptional abilities at such a tender age, compared to those ministers who merely flattered him with empty praises. Her verses were far more exquisite and resonated deeply with him. "Then it seems your majesty is quite pleased with my verses," Xin Yuling said, supporting herself on his chest, lifting her head to meet his gaze. Her eyes sparkling with pride. "That it is splendidly composed. I, the person concerned, am exceedingly satisfied," Quan Mingyi affirmed. His praise, direct and forceful, caused Xin Yuling to laugh heartily. Were a minister to receive such commendation, he would likely be overwhelmed with emotion. "Yet, if that poem is your creation, why then did you claim it was a congratulatory gift from your father?" she queried. What woman does not wish to showcase her talents before him, seeking his attention and favor? What woman does not hope to establish her name during his birthday banquet? Had Xin Yuling boldly declared that the poem was her own creation at the banquet, the title of the first talented woman in Qianjing would surely have spread like wildfire by the following day. At that point, fame and fortune would come knocking at her door. "Since Lu Jiaoyi has asked me to drink on behalf of my father, had he been present, he would have certainly honored your majesty first. As his only daughter, I naturally understand my father's intentions. Although he is not a man of intricate thought, as his daughter in his absence, it is my duty to serve your majesty loyally. What I have written truly reflects my father's sentiments." Quan Mingyi harbored considerable apprehension regarding her father's military power in the northwest. Were it not for this, why would she have been summoned to Qianjing? However, her father was indeed a man of profound loyalty. Possessing that foolish loyalty where a subject must die at the behest of his sovereign. Thus, when the decree to marry was issued, despite her mother's reluctance to let her go far, her father insisted she come. Quan Mingyi was the sovereign of the Qian nation, the founding emperor of the Qian dynasty, the man to whom her father had once pledged his life in loyalty. Xin Yuling hoped that Quan Mingyi would come to trust her father's loyalty. She answered with utmost seriousness, hoping to bolster her father's standing in Quan Mingyi's eyes. She could not simply state that Lu Jiaoyi was the sister of Lu Jingyi and that she dared not drink from Lu Jiaoyi's cup, thus offering it to him instead. That would reduce Quan Mingyi to merely a test subject for her father's ambitions. Moreover, her relationship with Lu Jiaoyi could only be one where Lu Jiaoyi targeted her first. She could not afford to antagonize Lu Jiaoyi. After all, Lu Jiaoyi had borne 2 sons. Even if Quan Mingyi did not care for Lu Jiaoyi, he could not disregard her 2 sons. Between the princes and her, was it not evident who held more weight? Xin Yuling was keenly aware of her position. Lu Jiaoyi wielded considerable influence in the harem, even daring to drug him openly at his banquet. All because of her 2 royal sons. Quan Mingyi's expression was complex and inscrutable. Although Xin Yuling had grown up in the northwest, she had been raised with considerable refinement. But today's performance at the banquet left the ministers with little to criticize regarding Xin Yuan. Her talent and quick wit were nothing short of remarkable. Quan Mingyi never expected that the illustrious achievements of his earlier years could be so exquisitely summarized by a mere 16-year-old girl. Nor did he anticipate her to speak so eloquently of Xin Yuan's loyalty. While Quan Mingyi was familiar with Xin Yuan's character, the latter was a powerful man in the northwest, steadfastly loyal at present. Yet, in Quan Mingyi's heart, no one could be certain that Xin Yuan's loyalty would remain unchanged as time passed. Quan Mingyi had always preferred to have everything under his control to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances and to maintain a balance of power over Xin Yuan when necessary. He summoned Xin Yuan's only daughter to Qianjing. Perhaps it was all predestined to be by virtue of his decision. The woman in his arms was now his. With a graceful hand, Quan Mingyi cupped half of Xin Yuling's face. His thumb, adorned with a ring, slowly glided over her porcelain-like cheek, seemingly absent-mindedly caressing her. Xin Yuling tilted her head, leaning into his palm, her bright eyes blinking playfully. Gazing up at Quan Mingyi, she radiated purity and vitality. Yet he could not help but frown, a strange emotion stirring within him. An inexplicable sense of panic surged forth, prompting him to raise his other hand to shield Xin Yuling's eyes that he feared that if he continued to gaze upon her, he might lose control. Chapter 42. Feng Maheng seeks an audience while Quan Mingyi and Xin Yuling were enveloped in their tender moment in the Weiyang Palace. Feng Maheng was frantically searching for Xin Yuling. Utterly distressed that he scoured every corner outside the Taiji Palace in search of her, yet found nothing. The Taiji Palace belonged to the former court of the Imperial Palace. To conduct a large-scale search for someone here required the Emperor's approval. Thus, as soon as the banquet concluded, Feng Maheng hurriedly made his way to Weiyang Palace. Intent on seeking an audience with the Emperor to request permission to search for her, Li Ming initially intended to refuse the request of the Lingyang prince to enter Weiyang Palace, considering that the princess was currently with the emperor. However, he was merely a servant and could not make such decisions that he had to first inquire about the emperor's wishes. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Lingyang prince requests an audience. Li Ming reported nervously. Finding the situation among the three noble figures exceedingly awkward, he has served for so many years before His Majesty, yet he never anticipated that such a complex and troublesome relationship would arise surrounding His Majesty. Upon hearing the words Lingyang Junwang, Xin Yuling was taken aback. She hurriedly reached out to remove the hand of Quan Mingyi that was covering her eyes. Almost instinctively, she rose from Quan Mingyi's side and moved to the edge of the bed, her legs naturally resting on the footstool. Her expression was one of alarm. Quan Mingyi languidly leaned against the headboard, extending his right arm to wrap around Xin Yuling's slender waist as she sat by the bed. "Where are you going?" Quan Mingyi raised an eyebrow slightly. Was she frightened? Xin Yuling turned her head in surprise to look at him and exclaimed anxiously, "We need to hide. Did you not say you wanted to show Lingyang Junwang how intimate we are?" Quan Mingyi's lips curled into a knowing smile that he was unsure if she had been serious when she spoke those words, but he took her words to heart. Initially, he had genuinely intended to concoct a pretext to send Feng Mohang to a palace, while he would confine Xin Yuling beneath him, just a wall apart, allowing her to reach ecstasy amidst both exquisite pleasure and sheer panic, that he also intended to dig at Feng Mohang's already wounded heart due to his impotence. Quan Mingyi had struggled to accept the notion that another man's wife was his own woman. Had he not been merciful to preserve her virtue, he would not have had to endure such torment. However, tonight, having been drugged, all his plans had fallen apart. Unexpectedly, Feng Mohang had come knocking at his door. With a firm pull, Quan Mingyi drew Xin Yuling back against his chest. Xin Yuling was momentarily stunned. She had suggested that Feng Mohang witness their intimacy, yet it could not be so brazenly displayed before him in the inner chamber with all three of them facing one another. Observing her unwilling demeanor, Quan Mingyi's possessiveness surged forth uncontrollably. At the banquet today, he had watched Feng Mohang and Xin Yuling attend together, praised by Lu Jiaoyi for their perfect match, which left him feeling stifled and unable to vent his frustrations. As an emperor, it had been a long time since he had experienced such suffocating feelings that he had thought Xin Yuling to be audacious, truly unafraid to allow Feng Mohang to see their closeness. Quan Mingyi narrowed his elongated eyes slightly, that he ordered Li Ming. "Let him in." Li Ming was momentarily taken aback. What had Your Majesty just said? To allow the Junwang to enter? What could this mean? Was His Majesty truly intending to make this matter public, to seize his nephew's wife? Though filled with confusion and shock, Li Ming dared not question further, and simply replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Xin Yuling had not yet reacted when Quan Mingyi abruptly pulled her back onto the bed. "The dress!" Xin Yuling exclaimed, pointing at the scattered garments on the floor, that if Feng Mohang were to enter and see her skirt discarded, it could not possibly be hidden. Quan Mingyi, unfazed, instructed Li Ming to summon the palace maids to tidy up. Once the maids swiftly organized the emperor's chamber, he adjusted his expression to appear calm and composed before stepping outside. "Your Highness, the emperor requests your presence." Feng Mohang nodded. Upon entering the room, he found Quan Mingyi leisurely reclining against the headboard. Xin Yuling pretended to be frightened, curling herself entirely under the covers, with only her head peeking out. Since Quan Mingyi wished to play, she would indulge him. Did he not desire to see her in a state of embarrassment and shame? This, she presumed, was the peculiar thrill that men enjoyed. Xin Yuling secretly scoffed in her heart while maintaining an outward appearance of sheer terror. After all, Feng Mohang would not dare to peek inside. Feng Mohang kept his head bowed, his gaze carefully averted. This was the emperor's inner chamber, solemn and dignified, allowing no room for disrespect. "Your humble servant greets Your Majesty." "Rise," Quan Mingyi replied indifferently, the imperial authority palpable. Upon hearing this voice, Feng Mohang sensed something amiss as a man himself. He could not fail to detect the underlying desire in those words. His Majesty had just... It appeared that his timing was rather unfortunate. Yet, what could be the purpose of his visit at such a late hour? "Your Majesty, my wife left the Taiji Hall during the banquet, claiming she needed some fresh air, yet she is yet to return." Feng Mohang's tone was filled with concern. "Might Your Majesty send guards to assist in the search?" Upon hearing the word wife, Quan Mingyi instinctively pressed his lips together, his gaze darkening, that he reached out to pull Xin Yuling. who was curled up with her back to him under the covers. In view, Feng Mohang, separated by heavy drapes, still kept his head lowered, not daring to look up. However, the rustling sounds were distinctly audible. The Taiji Palace had never before hosted an empress. Moreover, the emperor had never summoned an empress to his chamber on his birthday. The presence of an empress in the emperor's chamber today was indeed a rarity. Could it be that a new favorite concubine had emerged in the harem? Recently, there had been whispers of a mysterious and highly favored Shinjiyu. Could it be that she was the one currently in the emperor's chamber? If that were true, it seemed the emperor truly held her in high regard. The rumors were not without foundation. Quan Mingyi's attention fell upon Xin Yuling, who was covering her mouth and gazing at him with bashful eyes, clearly flustered by his touch. The wife of Lingyang Junwang had disappeared within the palace, yet to conduct a widespread search at this hour would likely incite considerable panic. Intentionally emphasizing the word wife in his tone, Quan Mingyi directed it towards Xin Yuling. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Feng Mohang felt a sense of urgency as he realized the emperor seemed inclined to reject his request. Yuling is a person of great propriety. She would never simply vanish within the palace without cause that I fear. Feng Mohang's words were abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a soft sound escaped Xin Yuling's lips due to a certain action from Quan Mingyi. Chapter 43. The Kiss. Feng Mohang's words halted abruptly. What was the emperor doing? Xin Yuling, both anxious and furious, glared at Quan Mingyi, her eyes filled with indignation. Yet Quan Mingyi maintained his calm and composed demeanor, seemingly relishing the current scenario, particularly enjoying Xin Yuling's fearful and tense expression. Xin Yuling, having entertained him for a while, no longer wished to play the innocent. She lowered her head and bit down on Quan Mingyi's chest. Surprised by her boldness, Quan Mingyi let out a muffled grunt. She was audacious. Feng Mohang stood there, awkward and embarrassed. When had the emperor become so impetuous? Ever since he discovered that he had no reactions towards the two women he favored at Sujing Courtyard and Ninglan Courtyard, but instead found himself drawn to a maid named Qingyi. Feng Mohang had suspected something was amiss with his body, that he had even sent people to investigate his condition and that of Qingyi. But no issues were found. It was not until a few days ago, when he met several merchants from foreign lands, that he learned about the existence of parasitic insects. Thus, he had urgently dispatched individuals to the western regions to find an expert in such matters. Though he believed that a parasite was indeed troubling him, he refused to accept that he was truly impotent. Given his current state, Feng Mohang had grown increasingly averse to anything related to romantic encounters, avoiding places like brothels even when drinking with official friends. Yet here, before him, was the emperor reenacting a spring palace scene. Feng Mohang could only endure. What sort of person was this Shinjiyu? Possessing such skill that she could remain in the emperor's chamber even while he was summoned. He parted his lips, hesitating before finally speaking. Your Majesty, if this is an inconvenient time, Xin Yuling decided to abandon her pretense of innocence. Raising an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of provocation. Your Majesty, seeing Lingyang Junwang, so worried about his wife, truly moves me with his deep affection. Might your Majesty send someone to assist Lingyang Junwang? Xin Yuling spoke these words in a perfectly authentic, alluring tone, nearly unrecognizable from her original voice. Mature, composed, enchanting, and resplendent. Quan Mingyi's eyes instantly reflected a hint of surprise. She indeed possessed the remarkable ability to alter her vocal inflections. As an actress, voice acting constituted a significant part of her profession. During her studies with a voice coach, she had also learned the popular alluring and lowly tones prevalent online. Since the favored consort had spoken, it was only fitting to let Li Ming lead a search. Quan Mingyi was evidently captivated by her voice, so distinct from her usual soft timbre, with drooping eyelids and long lashes casting shadows. His dark eyes were fixed intently on Xin Yuling, as if attempting to see through her very essence. Such a voice was best left unheard by Feng Mohang, and thus Quan Mingyi readily acquiesced. Upon hearing Xin Jiyu's voice from the dragon bed, Feng Mohang involuntarily shuddered. This empress indeed possessed extraordinary talents. It was no wonder the emperor was ensnared in her charms, with a mere utterance. She had swayed his decision. Thank you, your Majesty, thank you, Empress, that I shall take my leave, Feng Mohang said respectfully, bowing deeply before swiftly departing the somewhat ambiguous chambers. After his exit, Quan Mingyi lowered his voice, laced with curiosity and intrigue. How is it that I was unaware of your capability to produce such a voice? Your Majesty, there are many things you remain oblivious to, Xin Yuling replied, her tone suddenly elevated, her voice deliberately sharpened, and her nasal inflections intensified. She instantly adopted an exceedingly youthful, lowly tone that I truly underestimated my Shinjiyu. Quan Mingyi remarked with a slight smirk. Xin Yuling wrapped her arms around his neck, curling herself entirely into his embrace. She then seamlessly transitioned back to her alluring tone, languidly stating, Your Majesty, I harbor many secrets yet to be discovered by you. Listening to her ever-changing voice, Quan Mingyi was secretly astonished. It was remarkable how a mere voice could stir one's heart. Desire surged within him, even more intense than before, just as he prepared to draw her closer for a moment of intimacy. Xin Yuling halted his advance. Your Majesty, Feng Maheng is already searching for me. I must take my leave. The evident dissatisfaction etched on Quan Mingyi's face was unmistakable, yet Xin Yuling deliberately allowed him to see, yet remain unattainable. Thoughts of her lingered in his mind. Quan Mingyi had never faced rejection from a woman. The sudden denial felt like a bucket of cold water dousing his fervor. His expression turned frosty. Yet he made no move to prevent her departure. His women were always eager to approach him, never requiring him to pursue. Xin Yuling understood Quan Mingyi's stubbornness, since he chose not to retain her. She naturally would not linger. Rising from his side, she descended from the bed barefoot. After donning her garments, she returned to the bedside, lifting the bed curtains to that moment. Quan Mingyi remained reclining against the headboard, gazing at her. He assumed Xin Yuling intended to stay and raised an eyebrow, questioning, Did you not say you were leaving? However, Xin Yuling did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she bent down, their faces mere inches apart. Their eyes locking, each reflected the other's image. Your Majesty, happy birthday, she pronounced, articulating each word with a slight tilt of her head. Upon finishing, she flashed him a radiant smile, as vibrant and captivating as blooming spring flowers. Quan Mingyi felt his heart skip a beat, as if time itself had paused. As Xin Yuling made to turn away, Quan Mingyi suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her back with force, caught off guard. She stumbled, landing onto his lap, her body instinctively leaning back. Quan Mingyi's hand steadied her neck, anchoring her posture, before he lowered his head to press his lips against hers. Xin Yuling's eyes widened, her long, thick lashes fluttering in surprise and confusion. Could it be that Quan Mingyi had kissed her? He too was taken aback by his own actions, merely following the instinct of his body that he had never kissed anyone before. The thought had always repulsed him, and he had never encountered anyone who ignited such a desire in him. Yet just moments ago, he had succumbed. Initially, he merely brushed his lips against Xin Yuling's. However, her astonished gaze, so direct, ignited a flicker of irritation within him that he pulled back slightly, murmuring, Close your eyes. Xin Yuling stifled a laugh in her heart, realizing that even Quan Mingyi was inexperienced, but since he lacked proficiency, she certainly could not allow herself to be more adept. Complying, she obediently shut her eyes. The firmness of his words contrasted with the softness of his lips. Observing her closed eyes, Quan Mingyi pressed his lips against hers once more. The sensation akin to the most delicate petals of spring. Tentatively, his tongue ventured forth, and their tongues brushed against one another unintentionally. This simple contact sent a shiver of exhilaration through Quan Mingyi. He seemed to crave this sensation, deepening the kiss. Xin Yuling experienced Quan Mingyi's rare tenderness during their intimate moment. Perhaps it was due to his novice status in kissing. Thus, this kiss unfolded between them, lingering and intertwining. Xin Yuling found herself instinctively responding to him. The ambiguous sounds of their kisses filled the air, yet the fervor was tempered by tenderness, creating a soft and lingering intimacy. They appeared to be lost within this kiss. Quan Mingyi discovered that a kiss could be gentle, sweet, and tantalizing, capable of stirring his heart and ensnaring him in its depths. Xin Yuling reveled in this rare display of warmth from Quan Mingyi. However, as the kiss continued, a semblance of rationality returned to Quan Mingyi, his eyes reflecting clarity, turmoil, and restraint. Suddenly, with resolve, he withdrew from her lips. Xin Yuling opened her eyes, her lashes trembling that a faint sheen of moisture glimmered in her gaze as she looked at him innocently. Return now. Li Ming will provide you with a suitable explanation. Quan Mingyi's voice regained its customary steadiness, though his lips, now flushed and moist, contrasted starkly with his restored authoritative demeanor, evoking a sense of conflict. It was as if a deity, previously untouched by earthly desires, had unexpectedly plunged into the abyss of longing, now struggling to regain its former aloofness. "Very well. Thank you, Your Majesty," Shen Yuling replied softly, unperturbed by Quan Mingyi's abrupt shift in demeanor. She rose from his lap and turned to exit his chambers. Her fingertips brushed her lips, a smile gracing her features. "Quan Mingyi, have you come to realize your own heartbeat? I have a surprise awaiting you." This time, Shen Yuling encountered no harm within the palace. Perhaps Lu Jingyi had dispatched assassins to eliminate her in advance. Had it not been for the protection of the Shen family, she might have met her demise. Now, Shen Yuling intended to play along with the scheme. Amnesia, falling in love with Feng Maheng, a common trope in dramas, might just work with this male protagonist. "Quan Mingyi, will you choose to kill me? Or forcefully seize me?" Shen Yuling's smile turned increasingly wicked, as she eagerly anticipated witnessing any cracks in Quan Mingyi's usually stoic and composed facade. Meanwhile, within the confines of his chambers, Quan Mingyi leaned against the headboard. His gaze somewhat unfocused, lost in contemplation. Chapter 44. Fierce momentum. Shen Yuling sat quietly within the carriage, the interior enveloped in tranquil silence. Feng Maheng furrowed his brows slightly. Upon locating Yuling, Li Ming had merely stated that she had lost her way in the palace and was resting in a certain hall. However, since their encounter, she had remained silent, her expression devoid of any notable emotion. Earlier, with Li Ming present, Feng Maheng had refrained from probing further. Once inside the carriage, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired about her well-being, to which she simply replied that she was fine, merely tired and wishing to rest this moment. The only sound within the carriage was the rhythmic clattering of the wheels turning point one after another. Monotonous and heavy. Shen Yuling's silence left Feng Maheng's mind swirling with thoughts. Could it be that Lu Jiaoyi had truly done something to her? He felt a twinge of anxiety, yearning to seek clarity. Yet when the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for how to articulate them. Should he inquire, it might seem as though he had anticipated her misfortune within the palace all along. But if he refrained from asking, the uncertainty of her situation would gnaw at his mind, leaving him in a perpetual state of speculation. Thus, the two of them journeyed from the palace back to the Duke's residence in complete silence. Shen Yuling's eyelids drooped slightly, her demeanor appearing somewhat aloof, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Fortunately, the distance between the palace and the Duke's residence was not considerable. In merely a quarter of an hour, the carriage came to a halt before the gates of the estate. Feng Maheng was the first to alight from the carriage. He stood at the side, extending his hand in an attempt to assist Shen Yuling down. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his gesture, merely lifting the hem of her gown before descending the carriage on her own. Once she had disembarked, she did not spare him a glance, bypassing him entirely as she made her way into the residence. Feng Maheng strode forward, grasping her elbow with a sense of urgency. "Yuling, what on earth is troubling you?" He pressed, his brows furrowing deeply. "Has someone in the palace wronged you?" The inquiry emerged with difficulty, for he feared the truth might reveal that Shen Yuling had indeed been mistreated during her time within the palace. However, Shen Yuling abruptly turned her head, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she regarded him coldly. "Who, pray tell, would dare to bully the wife of the Duke of Lingyang within the palace?" Feng Maheng was momentarily rendered speechless, staring at her in stunned silence. Shen Yuling forcefully shook off his hold and continued forward without a backward glance. Helpless, Feng Maheng hastened to keep pace behind her. The further they walked, the more perplexed he became. They had clearly arrived at Ninglan Courtyard, yet she showed no inclination to enter. Anxiety began to swell within him. "Yuling, where are you headed?" he called out, raising his voice slightly. Yet Shen Yuling appeared to be deaf to his words, maintaining her silence as she pressed on as he observed the direction she was taking. A sense of dread washed over him. Was she heading towards Sijinyuan? Was she going to seek out Jingyi? Feng Maheng's expression darkened, a wave of inexplicable irritation and unease coursing through him. "Shen Yuling, stop!" he bellowed. Only then did her pace falter slightly. "Your Highness, I merely wish to seek out Lu Ji to clarify a few matters. You need not accompany me." Shen Yuling's tone remained frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet, Feng Maheng was jolted by her words. She had not only omitted addressing him as husband, but had also bluntly stated her intent to meet with Jing. It seemed that something significant had indeed transpired in the palace, and it was inextricably linked to Jingyi. At that moment, Feng Maheng was enveloped in confusion. Entirely unaware of the tribulations Shen Yuling had faced in the palace, he opened his mouth, uncertain of how to comfort her or how to deter her. Just as he hesitated, Shen Yuling had already arrived at the entrance of Sijinyuan. Sijinyuan and Ninglan Courtyard were among the most esteemed residences within the Duke's estate, situated a mere quarter of an hour apart. At that moment, Lu Jingyi was still awake in Sijinyuan, eagerly anticipating good news from her sister. Reclining on a soft couch, a smile graced her lips as she envisioned her triumph. She seemed to imagine Shen Yuling caught in an illicit affair within the palace, her disgrace laid bare before all. Does the Grand Princess not hold this daughter-in-law in high esteem? If she becomes a tarnished wife, will her affection remain? Moreover, Feng Maheng had gradually developed an affection for Shen Yuling. If he were to witness his wife in the embrace of another man, would his feelings endure? As these thoughts coursed through Lu Jingyi's mind, she could not help but emit a cold snort, which echoed sharply in the otherwise silent room. Suddenly, Li Su entered in haste and "My lady, the Duke's wife has arrived." Lu Jingyi's eyebrows shot up in surprise, her mind racing. Why has she returned so swiftly? What could have prompted Shen Yuling to come here? Could she have surmised that I contacted my sister and orchestrated her humiliation in the palace? If that is the case, does it not mean my sister has succeeded? A glimmer of uncontainable joy flickered in Lu Jingyi's eyes. She then rose with a smile and gracefully made her way to the grand hall. As Lu Jingyi approached the hall, Feng Maheng, concerned about potential complications, hurriedly followed suit. Ever since he realized his feelings for Shen Yuling, he had been deliberately avoiding situations where she and Lu Jingyi would be alone together, even going so far as to prevent their meetings. Little did he expect. Chapter 45. A resounding slap upon Lu Jingyi's arrival. She beheld Feng Maheng alongside the exquisitely adorned Shen Yuling, and an inexplicable sense of unease surged within her. Shen Yuling appeared unscathed, yet her countenance bore an icy demeanor, as if shrouded in frost, sending chills through those who beheld her. However, Lu Jingyi, having spent considerable time within the Duke's residence, was quick-witted. Despite her inner doubts, she maintained an outwardly gentle and composed demeanor. Approaching Shen Yuling, she feigned a curtsy. Yet, just as she began to bend her knees, a resounding slap echoed through the grand hall, sharp and startling, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Feng Maheng stood frozen, his face a mask of shock. Lu Jingyi, too, was left utterly bewildered by the sudden blow. Losing her balance and collapsing to the floor, instinctively, she pressed her hand to her stinging cheek, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gaped at Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling, chin held high, looked down upon her with a gaze that was cold and unyielding. "Duke's wife, what have I done to deserve this? Why would you strike me?" Lu Jingyi stammered, her voice trembling and laced with tears as she sought refuge in Feng Maheng's gaze, her eyes brimming with innocence and desperation. "Oh, Maheng," she cried, her voice breaking, evoking sympathy. Feng Maheng finally regained his composure and rushed to Lu Jingyi's side. Helping her to her feet, as Lu Jingyi stood, she pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Yuling. Continuing to lament, "Maheng, are you truly going to stand by and watch as the Duke's wife strikes me?" Feng Maheng's brow furrowed deeply, caught in a dilemma as he grappled with the events of the evening. He was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Yuling, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Lu Ji, do you genuinely not understand why I struck you?" Her gaze bore into Lu Jingyi, filled with icy disdain and inquiry. Lu Jingyi, though often cunning, found herself flustered under Shen Yuling's direct scrutiny, her composure faltering. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her poise. "That Duke's wife. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. I harbor no enmity towards Lu Jiaoyi. Why would she act against me?" Shen Yuling's previously frosty expression now shifted to one of indignation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lu Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. Her sister was known for her meticulousness. How could Shen Yuling have uncovered her involvement? Observing Lu Jingyi's panicked demeanor, Feng Maheng connected the dots, realizing that Lu Jiaoyi must have committed some unspeakable act against Shen Yuling. Lu Jingyi found herself in a whirlwind of confusion. Unable to formulate a coherent response to Shen Yuling's inquiry, She was oblivious to the events that had transpired in the palace. Had her sister truly been exposed? Standing there, her lips trembled, failing to articulate a complete thought. Feng Maheng, witnessing Lu Jingyi's disarray, felt his suspicions solidify. His expression darkened, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. He turned his gaze back to Lu Jingyi, his voice heavy with disappointment. "Jingyi, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Where has your former kindness gone? You should take this time to reflect on your actions and said genuine." Feng Mohang's words were laden with disappointment. Jingyi had indeed gone too far this time. He could tolerate her petty whims, but such a malicious act was utterly unacceptable. Lu Jingyi stood in stunned silence, her gaze fixed on Feng Mohang. With a steely resolve, he turned away, refusing to meet her eyes once more. Even in moments of jealousy and childishness, there must be a line drawn that he needed Jingyi to understand that the person he cherished was the once innocent and kind-hearted version of herself. The generous and considerate one, and not the calculating individual she had become. It was this version of Jingyi that he could hold in his grasp. Feng Mohang then shifted his attention to Shen Yuling. "Let me escort you back to Ninglan Courtyard. We must have a thorough discussion about this matter." Shen Yuling nodded, a smirk of derision escaping her lips. Since Lu Jingyi dared to scheme against her, she should not expect to emerge unscathed. This slap was merely the beginning, far from sufficient. Tonight, she intended to catch Lu Jingyi off guard, acting before she could make any preparations. The banquet had just concluded, and with Lu Jiaoyi aware that His Majesty had consumed drugged wine, she would undoubtedly be preoccupied. That it was likely that no news had yet reached the palace. In such circumstances, as long as she positioned herself as the victim. And with Lu Jingyi already feeling guilty, it was easy to see that not everyone could possess her level of acting prowess. Thus, Lu Jingyi would inevitably expose herself, leading her to confess that she and Lu Jiaoyi had indeed conspired against Shen Yuling. The outcome of their plot was of little consequence. Shen Yuling flicked her sleeve dismissively and left Sujin Courtyard without a backward glance. Feng Mohang hurried to follow her. Lu Jingyi stood rooted to the spot, watching the two of them depart with wide eyes. After a considerable pause, she clenched her teeth in frustration and resentment. This was the first time Feng Mohang had spoken to her with such coldness. Her past kindness? Had she ever truly been kind? She had always been selfish, intent on seizing every opportunity meant for the heroine, aiming to become the central figure in this world. What wrongdoing had she committed? In her eyes, her actions were not theft, as the heroine had not yet arrived. Now that the heroine was present, it was she who had taken away her Mohang, was it not? Li Su, send someone to the palace to inquire about what transpired today. Lu Jingyi commanded coolly, while touching the bruise on her face, that if Shen Yuling ultimately fell victim to her sister's schemes, then this slap would indeed be worth it. Chapter 46. Fabricating lies. Feng Mohang followed Shen Yuling back to Ninglan Courtyard, his heart heavy with uncertainty about what she had encountered in the palace. The sight of her unusually cold demeanor only deepened his unease. That as he entered the room after her, he found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Shen Yuling turned and embraced him tightly, her quiet sobs filling the air with an overwhelming sense of injustice and fear. Moments ago, she had appeared so resolute, yet now she seemed fragile and pitiable. Had she been holding it together all this time? Feng Mohang felt a pang of pain at the sight of her distress. Previously, he had never truly considered whether Lu Jingyi would harm Shen Yuling. His thoughts had only been consumed by his own feelings. But witnessing the woman in his arms weep so softly, like a cornered beast, evoked a powerful sense of sympathy within him that he held Shen Yuling close. His gaze clouded with confusion. Why was he feeling this way? He should not feel this way. When he saw Jingyi in a fit of jealousy, afraid of losing him, he felt exhilarated. When he noticed Shen Yuling risking her life for him, he was filled with boiling blood, realizing how deeply she loved him. But now, what was this feeling? Instinctively, he reached out to stroke her back in comfort. His voice, laced with tenderness, inquired, "What truly happened tonight?" Shen Yuling shook her head in his embrace, seemingly unwilling to divulge anything. "That I am your husband. Trust me. Please, that I will always stand by your side." That it seemed his words offered her some sense of security, and she began to recount the events of the evening in fragmented sentences. There was a terrifying person. He wanted. Shen Yuling's voice trembled. "That I ran for my life, and he pursued me relentlessly, even questioning me about the strength I had despite drinking the drugged wine. That I was so frightened. I hit him with a stone, and he fell to the ground, bloody that I fled, and ended up hiding in an unfamiliar palace. During the banquet, when Lu Jiaoyi toasted me, I felt something was off. Later, I heard that man's words and realized perhaps the wine I served His Majesty was drugged. Husband, if this matter is traced back to me, what shall I do? That wine was handed to His Majesty by my own hand. As Shen Yuling's fears grew, her sobs intensified. Feng Mohang listened intently to her disjointed narrative, lost in thought that if Lu Jiaoyi had indeed poisoned the wine, then everything that transpired tonight would make sense. His Majesty had acted unusually today, leaving the banquet hastily and even summoning the imperial consorts afterward, but a shiver of apprehension coursed through Feng Mohang as he contemplated Lu Jingyi's ruthlessness in attempting to tarnish Shen Yuling's honor. It is all right. Nothing happened, don't be afraid. Jingyi has indeed crossed a line. For the time being, I will confine her to Sujing Courtyard, and I will ensure that such incidents never occur again. All right, he held Shen Yuling tightly, his voice soothing. Shen Yuling released her embrace, stepping back slightly to meet Feng Mohang's gaze. Despite the remnants of tears in her eyes, her expression bore a chilling intensity. Your Highness, Lu Jingyi is your savior. I merely slapped her this time. Because I love you, I can let her go this once. But if there is a next time, I will command the Shen family army to take her life. I, Shen Yuling, am the wife of the Linyang prince and a daughter of the illustrious Shen family, born with a proud spirit. Should anyone dare to insult or wrong me, I shall retaliate fiercely. And I will not allow it, that I hope your Highness understands. Feng Mohang's expression was one of complexity, though she was now willing to spare Lu Jingyi due to her love for him. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss upon witnessing Shen Yuling's unwavering resolve, as if he could never fully grasp the essence of this woman before him. He quickly stepped forward, enveloping her once more in a tight embrace. His arms almost as if trying to meld her into himself. It won't happen again. I promise you. Trust me. Shen Yuling nestled against his chest, but a sardonic smile crept into her heart. When a man utters the words, trust me, it is often a mere illusion. Yet she understood that at this stage, Feng Mohang could not bear to be harsh with Lu Jingyi. Furthermore, having suffered no significant harm in the palace, and lacking evidence against Lu Jiaoyi, Feng Mohang would not impose severe punishment on Lu Jingyi. However, there was still one matter she had yet to verify tonight, that a glint of determination sparkled in Shen Yuling's eyes. She seemed to genuinely believe Feng Mohang's reassurances and embraced him tightly, exuding a sense of reliance. Husband, do you truly like me? She asked, tilting her head upward. Feng Mohang responded with unwavering certainty. Of course, I like you, Yuling, my wife. His gaze held sincerity and seriousness. How could he not be fond of such a pure-hearted woman who loved him wholeheartedly? But then she questioned, then why doesn't my husband touch me? Shen Yuling bit her lip, a hint of grievance crossing her features. She had been married into the prince's residence for a whole month. Yet Feng Mohang had yet to lay a finger on her. Instantly, he stiffened, his movements faltering. It wasn't that he did not desire her. Rather, every time he wished to draw close, his body had betrayed him. Feng Mohang's expression darkened, but he quickly concocted an excuse. Yuling, I merely wish to prepare a truly special and complete wedding night for you. However, these past few days, I have been overwhelmed with official duties, especially with the upcoming birthday celebration for His Majesty, leaving me utterly swamped and unable to find the time. Feng Mohang spoke as he lowered his head, gently licking her earlobe with an action imbued with intimacy and ambiguity. Yuling, do not overthink. With a wife as beautiful as you by my side, do you know how arduous it is for me to restrain myself? Yet, even if I endure this hardship, it matters not. For I am determined to grant you the most splendid wedding night, one that you shall remember for a lifetime. Shen Yuling, feeling the tenderness of his gesture, instinctively recoiled, her cheeks subtly tinged with a rosy hue. Ah, his words indeed carried a semblance of truth. Yet had it not been for her unfortunate timing with her monthly cycle, she feared he would have taken her entirely, that he speaks of preparing the most wonderful wedding night. Does he not find this notion somewhat ludicrous? Shen Yuling slowly lowered her eyelashes. Could it be that Quan Ming, he truly rendered Feng Mohang impotent? But if that were the case, how could Feng Mohang maintain such composure? This concerned a man's dignity. How could he appear so unfazed? It seems I have misjudged my husband. You have been startled today. It would be best for you to rest early. I shall not accompany you. for I fear I may succumb to temptation." Feng Mo Hang released Shun Yuling, yet his hands lingered on her shoulders. She softly responded, and he embraced her once more, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Before turning to leave the Ning Lan courtyard, in that fleeting moment of departure, the warmth on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a brooding demeanor shrouded in the darkness of night. Recent troubles weighed heavily upon him, he pondered the source of his physical malaise. Lu Jing, he was also a source of unrest, conspiring with Lu Zhao to target Shen Yuling. He understood her jealousy, yet he had not anticipated her transformation from a spoiled girl to a venomous adversary. Had Lu Jing merely feigned kindness all along? He had made it clear to her that his feelings for Shen Yuling were but a fleeting performance. Why then was her animosity towards Shen Yuling so profound? Was her alliance with Lu Zhao intended to disgrace Shen Yuling, or did she covet the position of Duchess for herself? As he walked, memories of the assassination attempt at the cliff resurfaced. The darkness in his eyes deepened, gradually morphing into a foreboding shadow reminiscent of the night itself, evoking an eerie sense of dread. Lu Jingyi, should your actions stem from love for me, I hope they are sincere. Otherwise, Chapter 47. The fury of the concubine Wang in the Changla Palace. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt tangible. With a sharp command, the concubine Wang, seated at the head of the hall, extended her hand and bellowed, "Bring it here." The maid Qing Er, holding a delicate vase, hesitated, her expression troubled. "Your Highness, this vase was just gifted by the Minister of Revenue yesterday. It is quite precious." Before she could finish, the concubine Wang's fiery gaze bore down upon her, silencing any further protest. Trembling, Qing Er presented the vase to the concubine Wang, who seized it only to shatter it against the ground with a resounding crash, scattering shards across the hall. The room was instantly strewn with broken porcelain, creating a chaotic scene. The attendants, witnessing the commotion, stood petrified, afraid that the concubine's wrath might inadvertently fall upon them. Just yesterday, the emperor's birthday celebration had concluded, and rumors had spread throughout the palace that Shun Jieyu had been summoned to the Wei Yang Palace. Who exactly was Shun Jieyu? Having been in the palace for over 2 years, the concubine Wang had become accustomed to her unique position in the emperor's heart, particularly as he had never summoned any concubine for his birthday celebrations. Yet now, this unfamiliar Jieyu, whom none of the concubines had even seen, had broken all of the emperor's established principles that to date. He had only stayed in the Yaohua Palace where Shun Jieyu resided. Despite not having borne a prince, the concubine Wang had enjoyed the emperor's favor, allowing her to ascend to her current status. She had always believed her beauty to be unparalleled in the harem and considered herself above all others, save for Lu Zhao, who had given birth to 2 princes. She thought herself the only one capable of charming the emperor, even bullying lesser-ranked concubines without fear of reprimand. Seated with a cold demeanor, the concubine Wang was watched with concern by her close maid, Yinji, who dared not speak up during such a volatile moment. Only after the concubine had vented some of her fury did Yinji cautiously suggest, "Your Highness, perhaps you should calm down. Shun Jieyu is currently under the emperor's protection and has become the target of the entire harem. Lu Zhao, you will certainly not let her off easily, that if you can endure a little longer. Shun Jieyu will eventually show herself, and then you can deal with her." Upon hearing that Shun Jieyu was so well protected, the concubine Wang felt her anger flare anew, as if doused with gasoline. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a teacup from the table and hurled it forward with force, her movements devoid of any grace. Fortuitously, the cup landed right at the feet of Quan Minghe, who had just entered. The cup shattered with a sharp sound, startling Li Ming, who rushed to shield the emperor. How audacious! Protect his majesty. Quan Minghe merely glanced at the broken cup, not uttering a word. The concubine Wang, realizing the emperor's presence, was taken aback. She scrambled to her feet, adjusting her attire, and hurriedly approached to pay her respects. "This humble servant greets your majesty." The other palace attendants trembled, quickly kneeling, heads bowed, afraid to breathe. What was the meaning of this chaos? Quan Minghe surveyed the disarray in the hall. The concubine Wang rushed to his side, casting a discreet glance at her maid, who promptly understood and began to clear the debris. Maintaining her composure, the concubine Wang donned a demure expression and softly explained, "Your Majesty, I was feeling quite bored and thought to amuse myself by breaking a few vases. I did not wish to disturb you. I beg for your forgiveness." Quan Mingyi regarded her with a piercing gaze, but remained silent, walking towards the inner chamber. The concubine Wang followed closely behind, her heart racing with uncertainty. Without his words, she could not discern his mood. "Your Majesty, since you have come without prior notice, and as dinner approaches, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare the meal." Quan Mingyi lazily lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Marin. She was adorned in a delicate smoke-colored dress, intricately embroidered with vibrant peonies that accentuated her fair complexion, complemented by an exquisite makeup. She appeared enchanting and exuded a unique charm. Shen Yuling also favored vivid colors, donning various hues each time he encountered her. Red, as radiant as the most splendid blooms of spring, dazzlingly captivating. Green, imbued with a lively spirit. Pink, tender and alluring, evoking affection. Blue, elegantly refined. And purple, imbued with an enchanting allure. Each color seemed to reveal a distinctive charm and character that made her unforgettable at a mere glance. From their first meeting at Fanyin Temple, Quan Mingyi had resolved to bring her into the palace. Even upon learning of her marriage to Feng Mohang, he suppressed the surge of murderous intent within. Reflecting on this, his expression grew increasingly somber. Perhaps it was due to his affection for Wang Marin that those in the harem assumed he favored women who were flamboyant and alluring, that in truth, Quan Mingyi believed no one could truly embody the ethereal purity of white. It was only during her second entrance into the palace, clad in a white gown, that he grasped the essence of breathtaking beauty. That it was at that moment that his desire to have her in the harem intensified. Even considering the previously set timeline of 3 months until her arrival as overly prolonged. Yet, Quan Mingyi felt his attitude toward women had never wavered, even with the multitude of first experiences shared with Shen Yuling. He regarded her merely as a pet, more beautiful than anyone else. However, last night, he succumbed to temptation and kissed Shen Yuling. It seemed in that instant he finally recognized that she was indeed different in his heart. But Quan Mingyi disliked this feeling that To like someone meant losing control, revealing a weakness, and inviting uncertainties, each of which incited profound resistance within him. Thus, after reviewing memorials today, agitated and restless, he sought solace in Wang Marin's company. Equally beautiful, equally spirited, and equally fond of bright colors, if one person could be replaced by another, then such affection would be rendered trivial. "Tonight I shall dine in Changle Palace." Quan Mingyi spoke casually. "I have brought you a dress. Do try it on." With that, he signaled Li Ming, who promptly instructed a palace maid to present the gown with utmost reverence. Wang Marin's face lit up. The emperor had personally brought her a dress, a gesture he rarely made. She gazed at the neatly folded gown on the maid's tray, accompanied by matching accessories and adornments, all meticulously prepared. Yet upon closer inspection of the dress, her expression stiffened. Ming interjected, "Your Highness, this is a recent tribute from foreign lands. Known as the Snow Lotus Feather Silk Gown. The material is exceedingly rare and has yet to arrive in the Qian dynasty. Having served before the emperor, Li Ming was well informed. This fabric will only be introduced to the Qian dynasty once trade routes are secure later this year. Currently, it is a singular treasure. It seems the emperor holds Wang Marin in high esteem. Earlier, upon seeing this gown, he had presumed it would be sent to Yaohua Palace, especially since the last time Shinjiu donned a plain silk gown. It had left a lasting impression on the emperor. To his surprise, the emperor had personally delivered the gown to Changle Palace. Though Wang Marin felt the white might not suit her, she was nonetheless delighted after hearing Li Ming's explanation. "I am grateful to your majesty. I shall change into the gown immediately. Please wait a moment." With a smile, she hurried into the inner chamber to change. Before long, she emerged, adorned in the gown, gazing nervously at her reflection. "Inji, does this gown not clash with my makeup today?" she fretted. Inji observed, "Your Highness, your usual makeup is indeed a bit bold, but this palace gown exudes an air of cool elegance." After scrutinizing her makeup, Inji suggested, "Perhaps a touch-up is in order?" Wang Marin pursed her lips. "But does the emperor have the leisure to wait for me to redo my makeup? Not to mention, removing it entirely would consume considerable time. If he were to leave before I finished, that would truly be counterproductive. Moreover, when he departs, I must see him off. I cannot present myself with half-finished makeup." After some contemplation, she decided to proceed with her current look. Although it may not perfectly complement the gown, her beauty remained undeniable. The emperor, after all, appreciated her charming visage. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she gracefully stepped out. "Your Majesty, I am ready. This gown fits beautifully and is wonderfully soft and comfortable." Wang Marin's voice was gentle. Quan Mingyi, seated, lifted his gaze upon hearing her, his expression unchanged, still bearing the same cold and indifferent demeanor. Rising from the soft couch, he replied, "Let us dine." Wang Marin, accustomed to his stoic nature, refrained from further chatter, obediently following him to the dining table. Tonight, she resolved to ensure the emperor would spend the night in Changle Palace. Chapter 48. The Conspiracy of the Lantern Festival. Recently, the harem had become increasingly lively. Ever since that Jiyu entered the palace, the emperor had scarcely summoned any other empresses or consorts to his side. Who could have anticipated that, in this brief period, the usually favored Shinjiyu would suddenly appear to have lost the emperor's favor? It had been a full half-month since the emperor had stepped foot in Yaohua Palace. Consequently, Wang Marin's confidence and arrogance in the harem had grown exponentially. When Shinjiyu was in favor, she remained sequestered in Yaohua Palace, and others regarded it as the emperor's cherished secret, a testament to his affection. Now that Shinjiyu was out of favor, yet still confined within those walls, the onlookers perceived it as a punishment for her loss of favor. Wang Marin had begun to pay little heed to Shinjiyu lately. She had been in the palace for 2 years without ever inciting the emperor's displeasure. Yet this Shinjiyu, having been in the palace for merely a month, had already fallen from grace. Truly a display of ineptitude. Wang Marin had initially contemplated visiting the now disgraced Shinjiyu, but the emperor's vigilance over Yaohua Palace remained unwavering, inciting her frustration. Meanwhile, the myriad happenings within the harem had not reached Shun Yuling's ears. She leisurely plotted her own schemes at the prince's residence that I in these past 2 weeks. Quan Mingyi had not sent anyone to fetch her into the palace. Shun Yuling, rather than feeling sorrowful, found herself increasingly elated that if, after kissing her, Quan Mingyi remained indifferent and continued to secretly summon her to serve him, she would have felt reduced to nothing more than a pretty pet for his amusement. However, now it seemed that Quan Mingyi was indeed taking her feelings into account, deliberately distancing himself from her. Of course, there was also the possibility that he had grown weary of her. Regarding this third potentiality, Shun Yuling felt powerless. She had yet to enter the palace, and the maintenance of their relationship hinged entirely on Quan Mingyi's initiative. Yet, a man who could not restrain himself from kissing her hardly appeared to be one who had grown weary of her. Given that she had begun to occupy a unique place in Quan Mingyi's heart, it was time to set certain plans into motion. She could not allow the emperor's heart to remain unperturbed. Shun Yuling subsequently ceased her contemplation of Quan Mingyi, redirecting her thoughts towards analyzing Lu Jingyi's current state. For the past fortnight, Lu Jingyi had been confined within the Sujin courtyard. That it was likely that she had received news from Lu Jiaoyi, becoming aware of the circumstances within the palace on that fateful day. Therefore, Lu Jingyi would comprehend that her visit to Sujin courtyard, seeking trouble, was a mere ruse orchestrated by Shun Yuling, leaving Lu Jingyi to suffer in silence. Burdened by indignation, such a scenario must have caused Lu Jingyi's fury to reach a boiling point. One could only speculate whether, during her confinement in Sujin courtyard, she had devised any ingenious plans for revenge against her. A flicker of anticipation tugged at the corners of Shun Yuling's mouth. However, it was important to note that the original owner of this body had been targeted for assassination by Lu Jingyi during the Qixi festival, and now the festival was still a considerable distance away. Furthermore, according to Quan Mingyi's arrangements for Shun Yuling, she was expected to have entered the palace by the time of the Qixi festival, having wed Feng Mohang in early April. Nevertheless, Shun Yuling had unwittingly provided Lu Jingyi with an excellent opportunity. The Lantern Festival, which was merely 5 days away to this moment, Shi Tong, who was gently pushing Shun Yuling on the swing, could not help but show a hint of concern that my lady, if we proceed as you have devised, might you not come to harm? What if the balance is not maintained? Fear not, I possess my own measure. Shun Yuling replied, swinging gently with an air of calmness. Hearing this, Shi Tong refrained from further inquiries. Her lady was exceedingly clever. Such matters were rarely as simple as they appeared. However, since her lady chose not to elaborate, she too remained silent. After all, her lady had set her up with traits such as loyalty, reticence, and vivacity. Matters not disclosed by her lady were never to be questioned. Shi Tong was indeed a most diligent and competent assistant. At the Lantern Festival in 5 days, Feng Mohang would undoubtedly take Shen Yuling out. Should Lu Jingyi find a way to join them, all would be well, but if she could not, Shen Yuling would lend her a hand. Regardless, it was imperative that three individuals attended the festival together. They would simply await Lu Jingyi's assassin. Since Lu Jingyi intended to kill her, she would naturally seek to distract Feng Mohang, which suited Shen Yuling perfectly. With Feng Mohang and Lu Jingyi absent, she and the Shen family army could execute their plans without restraint. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyi, confined for a fortnight, was grappling with the revelation of the truth from her sister. It took her several days to quell the fury that had surged within her. Indeed, this protagonist was markedly different from her former self. The Shen Yuling depicted in the book was a quintessential naive and sweet character. But now, was it her arrival that prompted this transformation in Shen Yuling, or was Shen Yuling, like herself, a victim of transmigration? Lu Jingyi found herself perplexed by the reasons behind it all. Regardless of Shen Yuling's identity, whether as the original protagonist or something else, this lifetime, they would forever be adversaries. Her sister had navigated the intrigues of the harem with unparalleled skill, rarely facing defeat. Yet this time, Shen Yuling had ensnared her sister in a significant trap. Fortunately, her sister was adept and had swiftly sought a scapegoat, managing to navigate the situation with some semblance of grace. However, the emperor was notoriously suspicious. According to her sister's letters, he likely harbored doubts about her. This predicament had rendered her sister's actions in the harem considerably constrained. Lu Jingyi could only hope that this vexing situation would soon resolve itself. Thus, there was no need for her to solicit her sister's assistance in dealing with Shen Yuling. Her sister would be unable to swallow the insult of being outmaneuvered by Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling, since you dared to offend my sister, you have effectively sealed your own fate. Escaping death will be a challenge. Lu Jingyi turned to Yinji, her voice icy. Today, I shall bathe in cold water. My lady, how can your constitution withstand such torment? It is precisely because I cannot withstand it that I shall bathe in cold water. Lu Jingyi replied with a frigid expression, if I do not inflict a little pain upon myself. How can I elicit any sympathy from Feng Mohang? Tomorrow, once I fall ill, do not summon a physician. Simply fetch the prince directly. Inform him that I have been reflecting on myself these past days, unable to eat or sleep well, and that I have caught a chill at night, resulting in a persistent high fever. My lady, if you wish to see the prince, I can make arrangements. You should be able to meet him. Yinji hastily interjected. She had spent considerable time in the prince's residence and had witnessed countless instances of the prince's boundless affection for her lady. Surely, he would come to see her. Yet, Lu Jingyi no longer believed in Feng Mohang's affections. To ensure that her sister's Lantern Festival plan went off without a hitch, she needed to prepare meticulously that if she were to call Feng Mohang over directly, and he resolutely refused, feigning illness would be too obvious, that it would be far better to genuinely fall ill, prompting Feng Mohang to come to her of his own accord. Given that Feng Mohang still harbored some affection for her, it was crucial that she attend the Lantern Festival. Lu Jingyi's expression remained impassive. Coldly, she commanded, do not speak further. Simply carry out my instructions. Chapter 49. Love Gu. Feng Mohang sat quietly on the edge of the bed, his gaze resting on the bare figure of Qing Yi beside him. She remained deeply asleep, her features serene. Lowering his eyelashes, the darkness within his eyes appeared to be enveloped by a shroud of clouds, deepening their intensity. The events of the previous night surged through his mind, yet a peculiar sense of strangeness lingered in his heart. For the past month, he had only experienced such reactions towards Qing Yi. The last time they had been intimate was on the night of the full moon a month prior. Last night, prior to their encounter, he had once again found himself in a state of confusion. Yet upon waking the next day, the memories of the previous night were vividly etched in his mind, that it seemed he unconsciously engaged with Qing Yi every month during the full moon. Recently, he had sent someone to the western regions to seek a Gu master, who had now arrived in Qianjing. However, after much contemplation, Feng Mohang felt that the prince's residence was likely not secure, potentially harboring spies lurking in the shadows. Thus, he refrained from bringing the Gu master directly to the prince's residence. His current physical state was exceedingly strange. Not only did he respond solely to one woman, but during certain pivotal moments, he would mindlessly engage with her. In light of this situation, Feng Mohang was nearly certain that he had either been afflicted by some peculiar poison or had been subjected to a Gu. It appeared imperative that he meet with the Gu master today. Feng Mohang lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the still, slumbering Qing Yi beside him. She had served him since childhood. Now for 7 years. She had arrived when she was merely 11 years old. Thus, was Qing Yi a treacherous spy with ulterior motives, or was she an unwitting victim like himself? Feng Mohang found himself unable to ascertain the truth. Taking a deep breath, he rose and silently exited the room, that he hurriedly left the prince's residence, making his way to the courtyard where the Gu master resided, located on the outskirts of the city. The courtyard was remarkably tranquil. As Feng Mohang stepped inside, he beheld the oddly dressed Gu master, clad in a deep gray robe that enveloped his form, leaving only a face imbued with an air of mystery visible. The two sat facing each other at a stone table in the courtyard, quietly sipping tea. Feng Mohang spoke first, his tone laced with urgency. "The Gu master, can you discern whether there is Gu within my body?" The Gu master set down his teacup, responding in a leisurely manner. "Your Highness must clarify the recent peculiarities of your physical condition before I can make an accurate judgment." Feng Mohang took a moment to gather himself, meticulously outlining the various unusual symptoms he had been experiencing. Once he finished, the Gu master nodded slightly. "Your Highness, these symptoms indeed bear a striking resemblance to the effects of the love Gu from our western regions." Feng Mohang furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Love Gu? Indeed, the love Gu consists of a mother and child pair. Based on what you have described, the child Gu is likely within you, while the mother Gu resides within the maid you mentioned." The Gu master explained unhurriedly. Feng Mohang's brow remained tightly knitted. "Is there a way to resolve this?" The Gu master lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip before responding. "The effects of the love Gu only last 4 months. As the child Gu can survive in the human body for only that duration after separating from the mother Gu, your Highness need only exercise patience." Feng Mohang murmured to himself, "For months? Does that not mean there are still 3 months remaining?" He pressed further. "Is there a method for an early resolution of the Gu?" "In Miaojiang, there exists a rare Gu known as Blood Gu. This Gu is considered the natural enemy of all other Gu. Should you acquire it, you would be able to suppress the love Gu within you, thereby freeing yourself from its control entirely." "Is there any way to obtain this bloodworm?" "Of course. Feng Mo Chung wishes to swiftly rid himself of the parasitic insect. Otherwise, he feels exceedingly uncomfortable in the presence of both Xin Yuling and Lu Jingyi." The Gu master shook his head, displaying a countenance of helplessness. "The bloodworm is a rare insect possessed solely by the royal family of Miao Jiang. At present, there remains only one within the royal family, while another resides within the imperial palace. 2 years ago, the royal family of Miao Jiang presented a bloodworm to Emperor Qin Yuan." Feng Mo Chung clenched his fist that he pondered whether his uncle would agree to part with the bloodworm if he were to request it. After a moment's pause, he inquired, "Am I not allowed to eliminate the woman harboring the mother worm? In doing so, perhaps I could free myself from this entanglement of love worms." Upon hearing this, the Gu master's expression turned grave. He replied earnestly, "No. All mother worms possess unique characteristics that if the host of the mother worm perishes, the host of the offspring worm will inevitably follow suit." Feng Mo Ching's countenance darkened immediately. "So, it seems that he and Qing Yi are now bound in a relationship of life and death. Does this not imply that if someone desires his demise, they need merely to secretly eliminate Qing Yi to achieve their goal? Yet, what could be the underlying motive of the person who cast this love worm upon him?" Feng Mo Chung was utterly perplexed. If he were to assert that Qing Yi is innocent and merely a pawn in someone else's scheme to harm him, he could not overlook that they have been entwined for a month. If those individuals truly wish to act against him, they should have done so by now. Yet, he remains alive and well. The only rationale he could conceive was that Qing Yi harbors feelings for him, thus willingly administering this love worm. However, having served him for so many years, why would she choose this moment to do so? Furthermore, from where did she acquire such a worm? Feng Mo Chung was beset by uncertainties. Yet today he had confirmed he had indeed fallen victim to a worm. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, he promptly commanded his servants to submit a request for an audience at the palace. Within Weiyang Palace, Feng Mo Chung stood in the Grand Hall, articulating his intentions to Quan Minghe. However, he refrained from disclosing the nature of the worm afflicting him, nor its effects. Quan Minghe, seated upon the dragon throne, chuckled inwardly. How amusing that he sought an antidote from the very person orchestrating his plight. The bloodworm had already been utilized by the Imperial Hospital last year to treat the lingering ailment I sustained during my past campaigns. Thus, there is no bloodworm within the palace at present, Quan Ming, he remarked leisurely. Feng Imo Chung could not help but press his lips together. Must he then wait an additional 3 months? In that case, this humble subject takes his leave. Feng Imo Chung bowed respectfully before turning to depart. His duke's residence was riddled with vulnerabilities. How could he, a dignified duke, have been ensnared by a hidden worm without any awareness? If poisoned, would he remain oblivious as well? Quan Ming, he observed Feng Mo Cheng's retreating figure, his gaze profound. The bloodworm is indeed within the imperial palace. However, I shall not permit Feng Mo Cheng to regain his health until after Shen Yuling has entered the palace. For the time being, I will ensure Shen Yuling does not gain entry. Feng Mo Cheng's impotence brings me a sense of ease. Some women are undeniably addictive. Yet, as an emperor, Quan Ming, he possesses an abundance of restraint and patience. Chapter 50. Attempted assassination at the Lantern Festival, as on that previous occasion when they ventured out to admire the blossoms, upon arriving at the gates of the Duke's residence. Feng Mo Chung and Lu Jing were already waiting at the entrance. This time, the interactions between Lu Jing and Feng Mo Chung appeared notably more intimate. Even their attire bore striking similarities. From a distance, they truly resembled a pair of perfect couple. Lu Jing, he had feigned illness a few days prior, employing a strategy of self-pity. Feng Mo Chung, feeling a pang of sympathy, had allowed her to accompany him on this outing. As Shen Yuling approached, Feng Mo Cheng's gaze fell upon her. He instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand from Lu Jing's grasp, yet hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. His demeanor was subtly uncomfortable. During their last outing, he had been indifferent to Shen Yuling's feelings, but now, having expressed his affections for her numerous times, declaring her his wife, how could he be seen holding another woman's hand, especially when they donned similar styles? What must Yuling think? Would she feel jealousy like Jing Yi? As Shen Yuling drew closer, her eyes flitted over their matching garments and entwined hands. She lowered her lashes, her face betraying a palpable sense of disappointment. Feng Mo Chung furrowed his brow, pressing his lips together, increasingly uneasy, even contemplating releasing Lu Jing's hand. Yet Lu Jing, he felt a sense of triumph within. Shen Yuling, since you are merely a latecomer in Feng Mo Cheng's life, you must accept this outcome. In matters of precedence, I simply wish to assume the role of the leading lady in this world. The three of them strolled in this peculiar atmosphere toward the bustling long street. During this outing, Shen Yuling distinctly perceived an increase in the number of bodyguards accompanying them. Disguised as commoners, the guards discreetly flanked their sides, ever vigilant of their surroundings, following the assassination attempt at the cliff. Feng Mo Chung had grown increasingly cautious, fortifying his personal defenses. Soon, they arrived at the vibrant long street, where the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool, silvery glow. The annual Lantern Festival in Qianjing was a spectacle of exuberance. Lanterns of various designs swayed gently beneath the eaves of buildings, vying for brilliance against the moonlight, while others were held by pedestrians, moving like rivers of stars. The lanterns exhibited an extraordinary array of styles, from intricately crafted jade rabbit lanterns to imposing Qilin cloud-laden lanterns. The gentle breeze stirred the lanterns, creating a dreamlike interplay of light and shadow. Feng Mo Chung and Lu Jing remained hand in hand, their matching attire appearing even more harmonious under the lantern's glow, resembling a true married couple. In contrast, Shen Yuling stood to the side, seemingly superfluous. Feng Mo Chung and Lu Jing walked closely together, their actions exuding tenderness. Mo Chung, look at this lantern. It's so beautiful. Please buy one for me, and afterward, shall we go by the lake to release the lanterns? Lu Jing gently tugged at Feng Mo Cheng's arm, speaking in a sweet, coaxing tone. Very well. Feng Mo Chung replied indulgently, complying with her wish to purchase the lantern. After receiving the lantern, Lu Jing beamed with delight before handing it to a nearby servant to carry. It was then that she seemingly chanced upon the solitary Shen Yuling. Mo Chung, why not buy one for sister as well? I think that lantern shaped like a begonia is quite lovely. Lu Jing suggested, pointing to an exquisitely crafted lantern. Upon hearing this, Feng Mo Chung turned to Shen Yuling. Do you like that one? Shen Yuling gently shook her head. No need, my husband. My mother grew up in Qianjing and adored lanterns. Every year, my father would personally craft lanterns for her. She once said that no matter how exquisite the lanterns sold outside may be, they cannot compare to the heartfelt intentions of a loved one's handiwork. Thus, I have no interest in lanterns made by others. Lu Jingyi's smile faltered slightly, a flicker of barely concealed displeasure crossing her eyes. Yet, Feng Yimo Cheng took Xin Yuling's words to heart. Seeing that she genuinely did not wish for one, he no longer pressed the issue. Lu Jingyi, unwilling for Feng Yimo Cheng's attention to linger on Xin Yuling, took his hand once more, leading him forward. However, as they walked, Feng Yimo Cheng could not help but glance back at Xin Yuling from time to time, noticing the growing disappointment on her face. He felt a twinge of empathy. Yet he also found himself secretly relishing the situation, much like he relished the sensation of Lu Jingyi's jealousy. At times, Feng Yimo Cheng scolded himself for his peculiar mindset. Yet this was undeniably his true sentiment. With a beautiful wife and a charming concubine by his side, both of whom held deep affections for him, he could hardly fathom how he had come to deserve such fortune. In the past, he would never have dared to dream of receiving such unconditional love from anyone. Yet now, it seemed as though fate had conspired in his favor, bestowing upon him everything he desired. Even double the affection. There were no regrets in this life. The three of them continued to explore the festivities. Before long, Lu Jingyi, beaming with joy, began to guide Feng Yimo Cheng away from the lively, crowded streets toward the lakeside, where the lanterns were being released. Xin Yuling, empty-handed, gazed up at Feng Yimo Cheng. "Husband, please go ahead and release the lanterns. I wish to browse the nearby clothing shop." Feng Yimo Cheng frowned, as a delicate woman, wandering alone in such a densely populated area could pose a danger. Lu Jingyi quickly chimed in with a smile. "Yimo Cheng, sister has never been particularly interested in lanterns. So let her peruse the clothing instead. It's no trouble at all, that we can assign a few guards to accompany her, ensuring her safety." Feng Mohang pondered briefly and found some truth in Lu Jingyi's words. Thus he nodded in agreement. Xin Yuling turned and strolled towards the direction of the ready-made clothing shop. Lu Jingyi naturally linked her arm with Feng Mohang's and led him towards the lakeside. Xin Yuling navigated through the bustling crowd alone, but soon, her attendants who had been following her mysteriously vanished from sight. Xin Yuling could not help but let out a soft snort, a cold smile creeping upon her lips. Those attendants must be Lu Jingyi's people. However, this may work to her advantage. If those attendants had remained by her side, she would have found it difficult to execute her subsequent plans with this thought. Xin Yuling smiled slyly, her steps unwavering as she continued towards her predetermined destination. Before long, she arrived at a relatively secluded alley. The assassins who had been trailing Xin Yuling, noticing that their target had unwittingly walked into a dead end, immediately grew emboldened. "Princess consort, cease your struggles. Today marks your demise," one of the masked assassins declared arrogantly. Xin Yuling raised an eyebrow, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. "Eliminate them all," she commanded coldly. "Yes, miss," came the unified response from the Shun family soldiers who emerged from the shadows. These were the iron-blooded soldiers who had fought alongside the Emperor and General Shun on the battlefield, exuding a formidable aura born from countless battles. Once this aura was unleashed, it instilled an unshakable sense of unease among the following assassins, a chill creeping into their hearts. The princess consort had been well prepared. The Shun family soldiers wasted no time and swiftly engaged the group of assassins. The clash erupted fiercely in an instant. The number of assassins rapidly dwindled under the onslaught of the Shun family soldiers. Realizing the dire situation, the remaining assassins attempted to flee, but it was too late. The paths they had taken to arrive had been meticulously blocked by the Shun family soldiers, leaving them no escape. Xin Yuling stood quietly to the side, her expression austere, calmly observing as the Shun family soldiers methodically dealt with all the assassins. Faced with such a brutal scene of carnage, she seemed unfazed, her countenance remaining composed. Had she witnessed such a spectacle in modern times, she likely would not have remained so tranquil. However, she had spent 16 years in this unstable dynasty, particularly in the tumultuous northwestern border region. Once the Shun family soldiers had cleared away all the bodies of the assassins, Xin Yuling leisurely began to prepare for her next steps. Chapter 51. Lu Jingyi is attacked. Meanwhile, Xin Yuling was embroiled in an assassination attempt. On the other side, Shi Tong, visibly anxious, rushed to the lakeside, desperately searching for Feng Mohang, who was accompanying Lu Jingyi in releasing lanterns. Before long, she spotted Feng Mohang's figure and hurriedly maneuvered through the throngs of people, running towards him. "Your Highness, it's bad," Shi Tong exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency. After the master left, she was attacked by assassins. Feng Mohang's expression tightened, questioning, "Then why did you return without protecting your master?" "It was the master who decisively instructed me to separate and flee, hoping to create an opportunity for you to come to her aid," Shi Tong explained. "After we parted, all the assassins pursued the master. Your Highness, you must hurry to save her." Tears brimmed in Shi Tong's eyes. Feng Mohang's heart sank, that he cast aside the lantern he had been holding and, without hesitation, prepared to rush with his guards in search of Shen Yuling. Meanwhile, Lu Jingyi remained composed by the lakeside, her gaze fixed on the water, seemingly harboring an inscrutable depth of meaning. Just at that critical moment, a sudden change occurred that a group of men, who appeared to be ordinary revelers, swiftly drew gleaming blades from their bodies in the blink of an eye. The cold glint of their weapons, illuminated by the vibrant lanterns around them, radiated a chilling aura. Feng Mohang's dark eyes instantly narrowed, realizing yet another assault was directed at him. The enemies of his mother were indeed numerous. Fortunately, he had been prepared for this outing. The guards, dressed in plain clothes, quickly recognized the danger and sprang into action, instinctively rushing to the side of Feng Mohang and Lu Jingyi, forming an impregnable barrier around them. The assassins and guards faced off, the atmosphere charged with tension. However, Feng Mohang was in a state of frenzied urgency and could not afford to wait for a stalemate to resolve. "Eliminate them," he commanded, his voice sharp and authoritative. The guards immediately launched their assault, plunging into a chaotic melee with the assassins. Thanks to the ample number of guards accompanying Feng Mohang, the overwhelming force pushed the assassins back significantly. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Feng Mohang planned to leave with several guards. Yuling was a frail woman. If he delayed any longer, it might truly spell disaster for her. Lu Jingyi, sharp-eyed, noticed his intentions and quickly grasped his hand. Worry etched across her face. "Mohang, where are you going?" "Jingyi, I must save Shen Yuling," Feng Mohang replied, his expression complex. "Mohang, all the guards are engaged in fierce combat with the assassins here, that if you leave now, how will they find you later? If other assassins are hiding nearby, this could be a trap to lure you away using the princess consort." Lu Jingyi's words were earnest, filled with concern. "Last time, during the cliff ambush, the assailants targeted only you and did not harm us. Mohang, the princess consort will be fine. Do not worry excessively, just protect yourself." Lu Jingyi continued to persuade him. Feng Mohang hesitated. Shi Tong interjected. "Your Highness, one of the assassins disguised as a commoner had stealthily approached the master and suddenly lunged at her with a knife. But the crowd was large, and the master is always perceptive. She noticed the assassin's movement just in time and narrowly escaped. Later, we fled through the crowd, but the assassins only pursued the master, allowing me to evade them and rush back to seek your assistance. Your Highness, please save the master. It may soon be too late." Feng Mohang no longer hesitated. This assassination was indeed different from the last. Shen Yuling was his. Without his permission, she could not perish. "Jingyi, I will protect myself and ensure that Shen Yuling does not fall to the assassin's blades." Feng Mohang's expression was resolute. Without further ado, he shook off Lu Jingyi's hand and turned to lead several guards away amidst the chaos. Lu Jingyi stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the hand that Feng Mohang had forcefully cast aside. A flicker of resentment crossed her eyes as she gritted her teeth. "Feng Mohang, you vowed never to let go of my hand. Since Shen Yuling holds such significance in your heart, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I will see to her demise." Lu Jingyi's gaze turned sinister as she casually glanced toward the direction of the assassins, that in the blink of an eye, several assassins darted forward like phantoms, swiftly surrounding Feng Mohang and sealing off all his escape routes. Feng Mohang had no choice but to join forces with his surrounding guards to eliminate the encroaching assassins. But amidst the fierce battle, no one noticed a long sword aimed directly at Feng Mohang's back. The blade glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Lu Jingyi gritted her teeth, resolute. "Feng Mohang, I will not let you find Shen Yuling." She charged forward, blocking the sword meant for Feng Mohang. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced through flesh, the sound echoing painfully. Feng Mohang's eyes widened in shock as he watched Lu Jingyi's body slowly crumple. He rushed forward to catch her falling form, desperately applying pressure to the gaping wound at her side that if this action alone could stem the tide of blood seeping through his fingers. Yet the warm crimson liquid continued to flow, pooling on the ground in a horrifying display. Lu Jingyi lay in Feng Mohang's embrace, her face pale and devoid of color, exuding an aura of weakness. She slowly raised a trembling hand to caress Feng Mohang's cheek, her eyes filled with a mix of affection and reluctance. "Mohang, you must protect yourself." Lu Jingyi's voice was so faint that it was nearly inaudible. After uttering this sentence, her eyes slowly closed, and she fainted. This moment, the remaining guards, who had just dealt with the assassins, hurriedly returned to Feng Mohang's side, seeing that their attempt to assassinate Feng Mohang was in vain. The assassins dared not linger and swiftly fled the scene. Feng Mohang, consumed with worry for Lu Jingyi's injuries, lost all desire to seek out Xin Yuling, but he quickly cradled Lu Jingyi in his arms and hurried towards the carriage. As he settled her inside, he commanded loudly, "Return to the manor." However, after a brief pause, he instructed the guards, "Half of you go find the princess consort. Ensure her safety at all costs." Having said this, he directed the coachman to head towards the prince's residence. Meanwhile, the guards urgently searched and finally discovered the princess consort in a secluded alley. She was covered in blood, unconscious, and in a pitiful state. Just then, a masked assassin raised a long knife, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Xin Yuling. Fortunately, the guards arrived just in time, rushing forward to intercept the assassin's strike. Seeing the overwhelming number of guards, the remaining assassins understood that success was unlikely and quickly made their escape to Shitong. Upon witnessing Xin Yuling's condition, rushed to her side in a state of frantic concern. "My lady, what has happened to you?" Shitong cried, her voice tinged with having spoken. He turned and departed the room. Meanwhile, within the palace, upon receiving news from the duke's residence, Li Ming felt overwhelmed. His Majesty had previously instructed that there was no need to report any updates regarding concubine Xin. Yet, who could have anticipated that news would arrive today from the duke's manor? Concubine Xin had sustained injuries during last night's Lantern Festival festivities and was currently recuperating in the Durin Hall. However, those at the duke's residence had not personally witnessed the extent of her injuries, thus the specifics remained unknown. Sighing, Li Ming found himself increasingly agitated. This matter was indeed troublesome. Ultimately, he decided to report the situation truthfully, while also probing His Majesty's current stance towards concubine Xin. With these thoughts in mind, Li Ming stepped into the hall. That moment, Quan Mingyi was seated at the imperial desk, meticulously reviewing memorials. His expression austere, radiating an air of cold authority. "Your Majesty, during yesterday's Lantern Festival, the Duke took concubine Xin and her maid out for festivities, but unexpectedly encountered assassins. Unfortunately, concubine Xin was injured and is currently recuperating in the Durin Hall." Li Ming reported. Quan Mingyi, who had been holding his brush, paused momentarily, instinctively furrowing his brow. However, this unusual expression was fleeting, as he soon resumed his composed demeanor, continuing to review the memorials with unhurried diligence. He casually inquired, "Is the injury serious?" "In response to your Majesty, the Duke's residence has not reported that concubine Xin's injuries are severe." Li Ming replied earnestly, "Did I see? You may leave," Quan Mingyi stated, not lifting his gaze, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Li Ming promptly bowed respectfully and exited. Once Li Ming had left, Quan Mingyi's expression darkened slightly. Could it be that, having not summoned her for more than half a month, she had begun to resort to self-inflicted injuries to capture his attention? Quan Mingyi had always been indifferent to the petty schemes of the concubines. Yet, hearing that she had harmed herself inexplicably unsettled him. He set down his brush, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and furrowed his brow, that if her injuries were not severe, then she should recuperate well outside the palace. Chapter 53. Amnesia. Xin Yuling lay in a coma in the Durin Hall for a full 5 days before finally awakening. During these days, Feng Mohang made it a point to visit her daily. The longer she remained unconscious, the heavier his heart grew, even to the point of fear that he feared that Xin Yuling might never awaken. Why had she come to hold such a significant position in his heart? Why was it that the mere thought of her possibly remaining unresponsive kept him awake at night, tossing and turning in the company of Lu Jingyi in the Sujin courtyard? His mind was filled with the image of Shen Yuling's pale and fragile face, impossible to shake off. Today, Feng Maheng was dining with Lu Jingyi in the Su Jin courtyard. The room was enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional clinking of chopsticks against bowls. Lu Jingyi's wounds were healing well enough that she could now rise from her bed, though her body was still in recovery. And her meals were light, that as she quietly ate, she discreetly observed Feng Maheng from the corner of her. He appeared somewhat dazed, lost in thought. Lu Jingyi tightened her grip on her chopsticks. Her knuckles turning pale, he must be thinking of Shen Yuling again. She mused in recent days. Feng Maheng had spent sleepless nights beside her, unable to rest, and on one occasion, he had even called out Shen Yuling's name in his sleep. His voice soft yet piercing like a needle into Lu Jingyi's heart. She truly could not comprehend why her efforts for Feng Maheng seemed insufficient. Why would he not offer his genuine affection to her? All the sweet words he had once spoken were mere lies. Was it destined that they could only be lovers? Her sister had even sought out assassins from the underworld to deal with Shen Yuling. Yet they had failed to take her life. The heroine's aura was indeed formidable. Suddenly, a maid entered the room, one from Feng Maheng's household at My Lord. News has arrived from the Duran Hall. The Duchess has awakened. The maid reported. Feng Maheng's previously unfocused gaze sharpened instantly. Without hesitation, he declared, "Jingyi, I must check on Shen Yuling's condition." That he stood, eager to leave. Before Lu Jingyi could utter a word to retain him, he vanished through the doorway. Lu Jingyi, filled with fury, swept her sleeve in a dramatic flourish. The dishes on the table clattered to the ground, creating a sharp, jarring sound, akin to the shattering of her heart. Before long, Feng Maheng arrived at the Duran Hall. Inside, Dr. Su stood with a furrowed brow, assessing Shen Yuling's condition while contemplating her medication. Shen Yuling leaned against the headboard, appearing somewhat fatigued as she sipped the tea handed to her by Shitong. When Feng Maheng pushed open the door, Shen Yuling instinctively turned her gaze towards him, yet her eyes were filled with confusion. She then glanced at Shitong, as if inquiring, "Who is he?" Shitong quickly responded, "My lady, this is His Highness the Duke, your husband." Feng Maheng caught sight of Shen Yuling's bewildered expression. His heart tightened as he anxiously asked, "What happened to her? Why doesn't she remember me?" Shitong's face displayed concern. "Your Highness, after awakening, the lady has forgotten many things." Feng Maheng was momentarily taken aback. Without further ado, he strode towards the bedside, stirring a gentle breeze. Dr. Su, who had been attending to Shen Yuling, promptly stepped aside, moving to a nearby stool to focus on writing her prescription. Seeing Feng Maheng approach with such intensity, Shen Yuling instinctively shrank back, her eyes reflecting a hint of wariness and unease. Feng Maheng halted, standing at the edge of the bed, his hands clenched into fists, lips pressed tightly together, emotions of restraint evident on his face. "Do you truly not remember me?" Feng Maheng's voice trembled slightly as he gazed intently at Shen Yuling. Shen Yuling raised her head, her beautiful fox-like eyes wide with innocence as she looked at him, shaking her head silently. The sight was both pure and heart-wrenching. Feng Maheng's spirits plummeted. Shen Yuling seemed to sense his distress. Hesitating momentarily, she gradually inched closer to him. "Shitong said you were my husband," she said, her eyes sparkling. Feng Maheng sat at the edge of the bed, softly responding, "Yes, I am your husband. What do you remember?" "Yuling?" he gently inquired, his voice tender, though the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Shen Yuling furrowed her brows in thought for a moment before replying, "It seems I cannot recall much of what happened after arriving in Xianjing. But I remember everything before that clearly." Feng Maheng visibly sank further into despair. The wife who professed her love for him had lost her memories, specifically those after arriving in Xianjing. That meant she no longer remembered their journey from mutual respect to deep affection. Sensing his sorrow, Shen Yuling sat up and wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his shoulder in a natural, affectionate manner. "Do not be sad, husband. Even if I forget many things, I still like you the most," she spoke softly, her voice sweet and gentle. Upon hearing her declare that he was her favorite, Feng Maheng instinctively turned his head. Their eyes met, and though she had lost her memory, she blinked her long lashes, offering him a tender smile that melted his heart. Indeed, even in her amnesia, she remained the Shen Yuling who loved him dearly, as long as he was her husband. She would cherish him, just as her father had loved her mother. Feng Maheng reached out, embracing her waist, gently nuzzling his face against hers in a display of affection and deep emotion. As long as my lady is well, the world will remain bright, he murmured in her ear, his voice low and tender. Xin Yuling felt a surge of joy within her heart. Awakening to find such a handsome husband was indeed a stroke of good fortune. My husband, with a face like jade and extraordinary bearing, I fell for you at first sight, unable to contain my feelings. Xin Yuling lifted her head, gazing at Feng Mohang, her eyes brimming with affection. Chapter 54. Returning to the manor, Feng Mohang chuckled softly at Xin Yuling's candid expression of feelings. His hands, resting behind her, caressed her gently. Perhaps it was a blessing that Xin Yuling could not recall past events. Since her marriage into the royal manor, both he and Lu Jingyi had caused her considerable pain. Now that she had forgotten, he was determined to offer her a delightful and joyful new beginning. Ensuring that her future was filled solely with happiness and laughter, this thought warmed his heart. It dispelled the recent gloom that had clouded his mind this moment. They were so close that he could almost feel her breath. With a sudden impulse, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Xin Yuling's eyes widened in shock, reminiscent of a first kiss. Her beautiful orbs were filled with astonishment, and she instinctively blinked her long eyelashes several times. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Longzhong, who was diligently writing a prescription at the table. That a flush of crimson crept onto her cheeks, and she hastily pushed Feng Mohang away, her voice tinged with shyness. Husband, there are others present. Feng Mohang realized he had acted with undue haste. Although their intimacy had become commonplace, she was currently suffering from amnesia that he needed to proceed with caution. Reassessing his demeanor, he turned to Su Longzhong and inquired, "Doctor, what is the reason for my wife's amnesia?" Su Longzhong shifted his gaze from the prescription and replied, "Your Highness, the princess consort suffered a severe head injury. The head is the repository of the spirit, where various meridians and blood vessels operate to sustain memory and consciousness. The recent trauma has caused damage to the cranial meridians and disrupted the flow of qi and blood, which I believe is the cause of her memory loss. That she has survived such perilous circumstances is already a miracle. Losing her memory could be seen as a fortunate outcome." Feng Mohang pressed further, "Is there a possibility for my wife's memory to return?" Su Longzhong nodded slightly. "That if she follows my prescription and takes proper care, over time, her qi and blood will stabilize, and with additional calming remedies, her memory should gradually return. However, I cannot predict the exact duration required." Feng Mohang pondered silently. The restoration of her memory was not of paramount importance. That he turned his gaze towards the obedient Xin Yuling, who leaned against him. She seemed to trust and rely on him even more than she had before her amnesia. "When can my wife return to the manor?" he asked again, looking at Su Longzhong. "The princess consort is now in good health and may return today," Su Longzhong replied. "Here is the prescription I have prepared for her. She should take the medicine as prescribed, and in 5 days, I shall visit the manor to check her pulse and consider a new prescription." "Thank you, doctor." Feng Mohang expressed his gratitude. Zitting stepped forward to collect the prescription. Upon Xin Yuling's return to the manor, Feng Mohang concealed her amnesia from her. The assassination attempt during the Lantern Festival had left him suspicious, prompting him to investigate thoroughly. The more he uncovered, the more alarmed he became. Though he found no direct connection to Lu Jingyi, he discovered intricate ties between the assailants and the palace. From the outset, Feng Mohang had harbored a subtle suspicion that the assassination was not directed at him. As he delved deeper, he couldn't help but associate the mastermind with Lu Jiaoyi. Lu Jiaoyi's schemes during the Tianchong festival had failed, and she had suffered a blow due to Yuling's actions that had ensnared the emperor. In recent days, the emperor had seemingly neglected Lu Jiaoyi, that if she bore resentment towards Yuling, to seize the opportunity to strike during the festivities, framing another in the process while allowing Lu Jingyi to take the blame would serve her purposes perfectly, removing Xin Yuling, the thorn in her side, while simultaneously garnering Feng Mohang's sympathy for Lu Jingyi. But should he entertain such thoughts, Lu Jingyi's injuries were grave. Would she truly risk everything? Deep down, Feng Mohang had his suspicions. But without concrete evidence before him, he preferred to remain in disbelief, that he could only hope that the reality was not as dire as he feared. He cherished the innocent and kind Lu Jingyi, who had selflessly shielded him since she was 8 years old, forever etched in his heart. Whenever they ventured outside together, she would pause to show compassion, sharing her food or coins with beggars on the street. Her kindness had warmed many hearts, including his. Had he erred? Had he ignited Lu Jingyi's jealousy, transforming her into this cruel figure? Lost in these thoughts, Feng Mohang furrowed his brow. After bringing Shun Yuling back to the royal manor, he deliberately severed any contact between Lu Jingyi and Shen Yuling. Previously, he had instigated rivalry between the two, driven by his own twisted desires. Now, however, Lu Jingyi's actions were increasingly beyond his control. Resigned, he chose to keep Lu Jingyi unaware of his relationship with Shen Yuling, hoping to stabilize the situation for the time being. Moreover, Yuling's amnesia meant she was oblivious to Lu Jingyi's past actions against her. If she were to learn of Lu Jingyi's repeated schemes, her stubborn nature would likely lead her to retaliate, making matters worse. Having witnessed Shen Yuling slap Lu Jingyi upon returning from the palace, Feng Mohang had glimpsed another side of her, in retrospect. He even felt a sense of relief that she had lost her memory. Had she retained it and discovered the connection between the assassination and Lu Jingyi, she would not have let the matter rest, placing him in an even more precarious position. That he sighed, regretting that he had unwittingly created his own troubles. In recent days, he visited Ninglan Courtyard daily to see Shen Yuling, who showed no reluctance in the presence of the servants. Each time he arrived, she would affectionately take his hand as they entered the room, their intimacy apparent. Initially, Bai Hua observed the closeness between the princess consort and the prince with a frown, her thoughts in disarray. Recently, Eunuch Li had shown little interest in the affairs of the princess consort. Could it be that she had fallen out of favor with the emperor, prompting her to seek a new path? Was she attempting to secure the prince's affection entirely? After all, the princess consort was the emperor's woman. Could he truly tolerate her being so close to another man? Ultimately, she chose to dismiss her concerns. Having already voiced her opinions, whether Eunuch Li would report this to the emperor was beyond her control. Yet, Bai Hua still hoped to accompany the princess consort back to the palace. Serving as a close maid to a consort in the palace was undoubtedly a more promising future than being a mere servant in the royal manor. A fact that was all too evident. Chapter 55. Taking her into the palace now, Shen Yuling was unconcerned with the opinions of the courtiers that in Feng Mohang's presence. She embodied the role of a newlywed wife enamored with her husband. Feng Mohang seemed to sense the new feelings she evoked in him. Previously, her love was restrained by Lu Jingyi's presence, concealed deep within her heart, quietly observing yet afraid to express herself. Even when emotions surged, she strove to suppress and endure. Now, Shen Yuling's love was fervent and unreserved, radiating like a blazing sun, openly and unabashedly revealing her feelings. This stirred something deep within him, leaving him captivated and entranced. Today, as Feng Mohang entered the room, he found Shen Yuling arranging flowers by the vase. Unable to contain his emotions, he lifted her into his arms. Shen Yuling gasped, instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist and her arms around his neck. As her back pressed against the cool wall, his passionate kiss descended upon her. Breathless from his kiss, Shen Yuling felt her head growing dizzy. Remembering her task for the day, she gently pushed him away. Feng Mohang opened his eyes slightly, his gaze hazy. Shen Yuling's delicate lips glowed invitingly, her damp, fox-like eyes sparkling with a hint of innocence. "Husband, I wish to take a stroll today that I can't recall anything about Xianjing. And I would like to explore. Please accompany me," she cooed, still clinging to him. Feng Mohang's gaze deepened, a hint of crimson creeping into the corners of his eyes that he looked intently at Shen Yuling. His voice husky, "Very well." Before long, the two arrived at the bustling Chang Street of Qianjing. Shen Yuling was adorned in a delicate sky-blue gown today, cinched at her slender waist with a perfectly matched azure sash. This attire accentuated her graceful form, making her appear like a wisp of elegance. Though a sheer veil graced her face, her enchanting silhouette alone was enough to captivate the attention of passers-by. It seemed she had spotted something intriguing, as she suddenly released Feng Mohang's hand and eagerly dashed towards a stall selling hairpins. That a gentle smile played on Feng Mohang's lips as he leisurely followed her, his gaze never straying from her figure, filled with endearment. She spent a considerable time sifting through the array of hairpins, and soon returned to Feng Mohang's side, eyes gleaming with joy as she exclaimed, "Husband, look at this beautiful azure butterfly hairpin. It complements my gown perfectly. Would you help me put it on?" She tilted her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "That my dear wife is beautiful. Any hairpin would suit you." Feng Mohang replied, tenderly taking the pin from her hand, but he placed it in her hair with a gentle and focused touch, his gaze upon her radiating warmth, as if it could flow like water. The depth of his affection seemed as if it could engulf Shen Yuling entirely. On the third floor of Mingxiang Pavilion, Quan Mingyi stood by the intricately carved window. His dark eyes emanated a chilling intensity, as if the coldness within could solidify, spreading an aura of danger around him. It was a possessiveness, domineering to the extreme, that instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld it. Just days prior, he had received word from Li Ming, who reported that Shen Yuling had been frequently engaging in intimate gestures with Feng Maheng at the Duke's residence. Although displeased, Quan Mingyi contemplated the current state of Feng Maheng's health and doubted Shen Yuling's audacity. Perhaps she merely sought to capture his attention, attempting to provoke a sense of jealousy within him. As an emperor, when had he ever been made to feel jealousy by a woman? If Shen Yuling truly dared to become close with Feng Maheng, he would not hesitate to confine her within the palace, ensuring she aged in solitude, stripped of her title as the Duke's consort. Today, Li Ming reported once more that she had gone out shopping with Feng Maheng. Already in a foul mood due to recent events, Quan Mingyi decided to leave the palace to see for himself just how bold and audacious she had become. He observed Shen Yuling's every move from his vantage point. Every flicker of her expression, particularly the sweetness in her eyes when they fell upon Feng Maheng, radiating boundless happiness. Even a mere glance from onlookers could reveal her profound affection for him. Their tightly clasped hands, their similarly styled garments, and the tender moment when Feng Maheng had just affixed the hairpin in her hair. All of it transpired in plain sight. Shen Yuling dared to engage in such intimacy with Feng Maheng without a hint of restraint. One could only imagine the depth of their shared moments that had escaped the notice of the servants reporting back to him. Shen Yuling, do you believe I care for you, allowing you to audaciously test the limits of my patience? Do you truly think I would not have the heart to end your life? No, I shall not kill you. Instead, I will ensnare you within the palace, subjecting you to torment that no one had ever dared to trample upon his dignity as an emperor. Quan Mingyi's gaze deepened, thickening like an endless night, conveying an inscrutable darkness. Zhao Tsong stood silently at his side, head bowed. Although Shinjiu still held the title of the Duke's consort, she had long since established herself in the palace as truly belonging to the emperor. How could she act with such audacity? Angering the emperor would not only ruin her future, but would also bring misfortune upon those who served her. Peace would elude them all. Zhao Tsong sighed inwardly. Tonight, Quan Mingyi's voice cut through the air, cold and piercing. Bring her to the palace. Chapter 56. A bath as night descended. The stars twinkled in the tranquil depths of the sky. Feng Maheng had been caught up with urgent matters that arose unexpectedly in the evening. Hastily exchanging a few words with Shen Yuling before departing. Alone, Shen Yuling returned to the Ninglan courtyard, feeling a touch of fatigue from her outing. She resolved to wash up and change early so she could rest. Bai Hua had been waiting in the courtyard, intending to inform her of the emperor's summons upon her return. It was noteworthy that the Duke's consort had not entered the palace for nearly a month. The emperor's sudden interest in her could not be delayed. However, upon her arrival, Shen Yuling requested to bathe first. Bai Hua, seeing this, could only wait for a while, reasoning that it would be more efficient for the consort to bathe before entering the palace, thus saving time. Inside the inner chamber, steam enveloped the air. The Shitong stood nearby, skillfully arranging Shen Yuling's hair, ensuring not a single drop from the bathwater dampened her inky tresses. Lady, Quan Mingyi is not one to be trifled with. Your carefree interactions with Feng Maheng during this time may not bode well for you in his eyes. As she worked, she spoke softly, aware of Quan Mingyi's intense possessiveness. According to the character in the book, he would go to great lengths to punish any woman he deemed to have betrayed him. While Shitong did not claim to know Quan Mingyi intimately, she was well aware of his portrayal in the story. Generally, men possess a certain possessiveness over their women, and in ancient times, that constraint was even more pronounced. Quan Mingyi, as an emperor, exhibited an even more pronounced possessiveness. The consequences of inciting his wrath were not to be taken lightly. Shitong feared that Shen Yuling might be overstepping her bounds. Shen Yuling sat in the bath, scooping up water with both hands and letting it cascade down her shoulders in a languid motion. Shitong, you see only Quan Mingyi's fierce possessiveness, but have you considered his desire to conquer? Shen Yuling's gaze drifted, momentarily lost in thought as she posed the question, but Shitong, busy arranging her garments, frowned in confusion. Desire to conquer? She repeated, clearly perplexed. Indeed, Shen Yuling chuckled softly, a hint of a smile playing at her lips. Men are innately driven by a desire to conquer. Thus, one must learn to ensnare them. She rose from the bath, droplets of water glistening on her fair, delicate skin, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, resembling a lustrous jade. Her figure was alluring, the curves of her body subtly revealed through the thin veil of steam, adding an air of seduction. She paused momentarily to brush a wet strand of hair from her shoulder before continuing. Shitong, I shall enrich your database with some invaluable insights today. Men in general are driven by four primary desires: possessiveness, the desire to conquer, the instinct to protect, and the need for validation. Shen Yuling slightly raised her chin, her eyes reflecting a clarity and wisdom born from understanding the world. Initially, when I encountered Quan Mingyi and later chose to marry Feng Maheng, it stirred the embers of possessiveness within Quan Ming. At that time, he felt no genuine affection for me, only a reluctance to see his possessions coveted by another. She released a soft sigh, her tone tinged with subtle mockery. Now, after my amnesia, my heart and mind are filled with thoughts of Feng Maheng, which serves to awaken Quan Mingyi's desire to conquer. As she leisurely donned her attire, she turned to Shitong, who wore a worried expression. The character of Quan Mingyi in the book was ruthless, his heart impenetrable, even if he had some interest in a woman. He would rather endure discomfort than allow her to exert control over his emotions. You are his woman, yet you have fallen for another man. Isn't that akin to striking at his most vulnerable spot? Would he truly refrain from seeking your demise? Shen Yuling shook her head. Had I not lost my memory, he might have indeed sought my life. However, my amnesia has granted him a reason to spare me. Moreover, I must play the role of a naive woman deceived by Feng Maheng. I am, after all, the victim. She adjusted her clothing, her demeanor tranquil. Shitong pressed further. Even if Quan Mingyi does not kill you, how does this lead to a sense of conquest? The reason he has not yet taken an empress is that he believes no woman deserves to stand beside him, nor any worthy of his efforts to conquer. Shen Yuling raised a hand, gently toying with a lock of hair. Precisely because I have fallen for Feng Maheng, does he not yearn to know whether I had feelings for him before my memory loss? Do you not think he would compare himself to Feng Maheng? As an emperor, he is naturally unwilling to concede to anyone. Not only does he aspire to conquer me, but he also seeks to win my affection. The curve at Shen Yuling's lips became increasingly pronounced. Previously, he may have simply wished to possess me entirely, but now it seems his intentions have grown more intricate and profound. He is not merely satisfied with mere possession, but rather, he aims to fully capture my heart. As for the subsequent desires for protection and validation, I shall provoke them step by step. A cunning glint flickered in Shen Yuling's gaze. Who says that male protagonists in popular fiction cannot love? She is determined to test whether she can firmly grasp the heart of this emperor in her hands. Although it has always appeared that she has been subtly proactive in her relationship with Quan Mingyi, her expression now turned somewhat cold and harsh on the surface. It seems that Quan Mingyi has taken her purity, coercing her to betray her husband and engage in illicit acts with him. His insistence on bringing her into the palace is merely a manifestation of his possessive nature as an emperor. Once she is within the palace, it is likely that, once the novelty wears off, he will cast her aside, discarding her like a worn-out shoe. Quan Mingyi, as a lofty emperor, is a man who does not hold women dear. What can be achieved by tormenting him? What harm is there in seeking revenge? A fierce determination shone in Shen Yuling's eyes. She wished for Quan Mingyi to experience the anguish of unattainable love and the anxiety of uncertainty. Ultimately, when all is said and done, she would depart gracefully. Shen Yuling clad herself in a sheer garment over her fitted undergarment and stepped outside. Upon seeing Shitong summon someone to fetch water, Baiwa entered. Master, His Majesty requests your presence, Baiwa said respectfully, bowing slightly. Shen Yuling looked at Baiwa in confusion, her face reflecting bewilderment. His Majesty? At this late hour? Where could he be going? Shen Yuling's voice was tinged with incomprehension and surprise. Baiwa frowned. What troubles you, Master? His Majesty's summons is not to be questioned. Naturally, it is to enter the palace to serve the night. Baiwa patiently explained. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm the princess consort. Why would I enter the palace at such a dark hour? Shen Yuling raised her voice slightly, sensing the hidden implications in Baihua's words. Baiwa found her reaction increasingly perplexing. Master, do you intend to defy the summons? Baihua's tone grew colder. The hour is already late. If His Majesty is kept waiting for the princess consort, all those in Ninglan courtyard shall surely face punishment. Yet Shen Yuling remained resolutely resistant, stepping back a few paces, her expression firm, that I shall not go. You may leave. If you press me further, I shall call for help. Shen Yuling glared at Baihua, that Baihua's gaze darkened instantly. You cannot act on your whims, that I in an instant. Baihua moved swiftly, raising her hand to deliver a precise strike to the nape of Shen Yuling's neck. Shen Yuling felt darkness engulf her, her body collapsing weakly. She fainted. Chapter 57. Entering the palace in Yaohua Palace. The candlelight flickered. Quan Mingyi stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon Shen Yuling, who was being carried in by a female dark guard. The guard, light-footed, swiftly placed Shen Yuling upon the bed before kneeling respectfully to report. Your Majesty, Shen Jiyu refused to enter the palace upon hearing of your Majesty's summons, that I in desperation. Baihua had no choice but to render her unconscious. I hope your Majesty will pardon this. Quan Mingyi's expression remained unperturbed, as calm as a still pond. Since his return to the palace today, Li Ming had noticed that His Majesty had scarcely spoken a word. His demeanor was as solid as stone, unyielding despite any situation. This stoicism unnerved Li Ming, prompting him to exercise caution in his own actions and to instruct all servants of Weiyang Palace to avoid any mistakes. He could not fathom what had transpired outside the palace today, or why Shen Jiyu dared to defy the summons, only to be brought in unconscious. Quan Mingyi waved his hand, and the female dark guard silently withdrew. Lost in thought, Li Ming unwittingly followed the emperor into the chamber. Sensing movement behind him, Quan Mingyi halted abruptly, casting a cold glance that sent chills down Li Ming's spine. Your Majesty, this servant shall take my leave. Li Ming stammered, hastily retreating. As he exited, he ensured that all attendants nearby were dismissed as well. In an instant, only Quan Mingyi and the still unconscious Shen Yuling remained in the chamber. Quan Mingyi approached the bedside, his towering figure casting a heavy shadow over Shen Yuling. Her form was largely enveloped in darkness. His deep, dark eyes glimmered with an icy intensity, and his handsome features radiated a chilling aura. In just a month's absence, her audacity has grown exponentially. Not only did she dare to engage in intimate displays with Feng Mohang in public, but she also openly defied the imperial decree. Refusing to enter the palace, Quan Mingyi's expression turned frigid as he sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixated on Shen Yuling. Growing increasingly sinister over time, he slowly raised his hand, the broad back of his hand caressing Shen Yuling's delicate, smooth cheek. The gesture, seemingly tender, bore an unspoken chill. His hand glided downwards, inch by inch, as if savoring or measuring something, ultimately resting beneath her chin. With a sudden force, Quan Mingyi gripped her neck firmly, his movements decisive, his eyes narrowed, filled with cold fury. The pressure on her throat intensified. Dare you betray me? Have you contemplated the consequences? Shen Yuling instantly found it difficult to breathe. The sensation of suffocation surged within her, causing her face to flush an abnormal shade that moment. She had yet to fully awaken from her faint. Only weak, pitiful sounds escaped her throat, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. In the silence of the chamber, her plight grew more desperate. Before long, the searing pain in her neck and the overwhelming inability to breathe jolted Shen Yuling from her stupor. She struggled to open her eyes, terror and confusion filling her gaze. However, as her neck remained ensnared, she could utter no words, only desperately grasping at Quan Mingyi's hand in a futile attempt to break free. The once vibrant sparkle in her fox-like eyes was replaced with sheer terror. Her pupils dilated sharply, whether from physical pain or fear. Tears began to gather rapidly in her eyes, reflecting the cold, heartless visage of Quan Ming. Shen Yuling managed to produce a broken, helpless sound from deep within. Quan Mingyi's thin lips pressed together. Moments later, he finally released his grip. Shen Yuling, recovering from the near-suffocating fear, trembled uncontrollably. She bolted upright instinctively, seeking refuge in the inner corner of the bed, wishing to distance herself from the man who had nearly taken her life. Yet, the moment she moved, Quan Mingyi seized her waist tightly, his grip so strong that she could not budge an inch, leaving her ensnared in place, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Quan Mingyi leaned closer, a chilling smile gracing his lips, though it never reached his eyes. The intensity of his gaze sent shivers down Shen Yuling's spine, a coldness creeping from her feet to her heart. "Where's Feng Mohang touched you?" Tears streamed down Shen Yuling's cheeks like pearls strung from a broken necklace as she stammered. "You are, Your Majesty. I do not understand what you are saying. Why am I here?" Her words were filled with panic. She could not comprehend why she was on the ground or why she faced such terrifying accusations. Quan Mingyi's pupils constricted slightly, his brow furrowing that he stood upright, looking down at the cowering Shen Yuling. He repeated his inquiry. "What is wrong with you?" His tone bore a hint of inquiry. Seeing that he had released her from his grip, Shen Yuling seized the opportunity to flee, scrambling to the corner of the bed. Curling her body tightly in the corner, that a dreadful foreboding gripped her heart. It seemed that His Majesty shared an unusually close connection with her. Yet, she was already married. She was the princess consort of Lingyang, sharing a harmonious bond with her husband, deeply devoted to one another. How could she betray him? Shen Yuling shook her head helplessly, as if trying to rid her mind of the sudden and terrifying reality. Quan Mingyi's gaze bore into her, recognizing her evident confusion and bewilderment. A sinking feeling settled in his heart. Did she not recognize him? Quan Mingyi could not believe she was feigning ignorance, that if she truly had no recollection. Then many previous events would make sense. He clenched his jaw, vexed. What a useless bunch of fools. He had arranged for so many people to be by her side outside the palace, yet not a single one noticed anything amiss with her. Quan Mingyi rose from the bed, his garments swirling in a gust as he exited the chamber. Li Ming. His voice was laced with barely concealed fury. Li Ming, waiting outside the hall, trembled in fear and hurriedly pushed open the door. Stepping inside, "Your Majesty," he said, lowering his head, "investigate everything concerning Shun Jiyu this month, and ensure that nothing is overlooked, that if there is even the slightest omission, I will hold you accountable," Quan Mingyi commanded coldly. "Yes," Li Ming replied, not daring to delay, and quickly retreated, his footsteps betraying his fluster. Quan Mingyi suppressed the anger simmering within him and re-entered the chamber. However, when he swept aside the layers of bed curtains, he found it utterly vacant. He stood beside the bed, momentarily paralyzed. Yet, having trained in martial arts since childhood, he possessed keen senses. What eluded ordinary people was not difficult for him. He could hear Shen Yuling's heart pounding and her breath quickening in fear. Following the direction of the sounds, he moved closer, his steps light as a specter in the dark. Shen Yuling huddled in the corner, the profound silence of the palace amplifying her dread. Quan Mingyi circumvented the exquisitely crafted 12-panel screen adorned with yellow rosewood landscapes and continued forward. He lifted the draping column curtain. Trembling, Shen Yuling crouched against the wall, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Quan Mingyi could hardly fathom that just a month ago she had stood before him, beaming and wishing him a happy birthday. Yet now, a month later, she regarded him as a stranger. Such a transformation ignited a flame of resentment within him. "Stand up," Quan Mingyi's voice resonated from above her. Shen Yuling did not dare to raise her head. Instead, she knelt down. "Your Majesty, please spare me. I do not remember what transpired between us, but I am deeply devoted to my husband. I cannot betray him." Her voice trembled, laden with desperation. Upon hearing this, Quan Mingyi bent down. A cold laugh escaping his lips, he grasped her chin forcefully, compelling her to meet his gaze. "Devoted to your husband. Shall I assist you in recalling how you and I fell into love?" Initially, Shen Yuling failed to grasp the implication of his words, staring blankly at him. However, when she caught the glint of mockery mingled with coldness in his eyes, disbelief washed over her. She and His Majesty had. Shen Yuling shook her head vigorously, murmuring, No, it cannot be. I am a princess. I wouldn't. There is no." Chapter 58. Resistance. Quan Mingyi furrowed his brow, bending down to lift the still kneeling and pleading Shen Yuling from the ground. Shen Yuling was instantly thrown into a state of panic, struggling vehemently. Her hands pushed against him, while her feet flailed helplessly in the air. "Let me go. This is wrong," she cried, her voice laced with a sob, full of defiance. Yet at that moment, Quan Mingyi had no desire to engage in dialogue with someone who had lost her memory. His expression hardened, and he tightened his grip on her as if she were ensnared in an iron vice. Shen Yuling found herself utterly unable to break free, trapped in his embrace. Futilely writhing in her desperation and fear, she bit down hard on Quan Mingyi's shoulder. Caught off guard, he let out a muffled sound. his brow furrowing as he turned to glare at her, his voice low and filled with undeniable menace. For every moment you bite, your husband will face a corresponding punishment. Shen Yuling immediately released her grip. Confronted by the formidable emperor who wielded the power of life and death, a wave of helplessness surged within her, draining her strength and leaving her as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Seeing her cease her struggles, Quan Mingyi carried the now docile Shen Yuling to the bed and laid her down, having bathed at the duke's residence before being brought to the palace. She was now draped only in a sheer garment. The delicate fabric was nearly transparent, revealing the pale, smooth skin of her arms. Once placed on the bed, she flinched like a startled bird, quickly pulling the covers around her. Quan Mingyi sat at the edge of the bed, his posture straight and exuding a sense of unspoken authority. His gaze was profound as he fixed it upon Shen Yuling, beginning his interrogation. "You have no recollection of me whatsoever?" Shen Yuling bit her lip, nodding in response, reluctant to speak. "What about Feng Mohang?" Quan Mingyi casually twirled the ring on his finger as he continued to question her, his tone laced with an ambiguous undertone. Shen Yuling shook her head, her voice timid. I do not remember anything since arriving in Xianjing. When did you lose your memory?" Quan Mingyi pressed on. "My husband said it was during the Lantern Festival when I was attacked. I injured my head, and after waking, many things escaped my memory." Shen Yuling replied truthfully. Quan Mingyi's gaze had initially been fixed on the empty silence of the hall, seemingly lost in thought. However, upon hearing her refer to my husband, he turned sharply, his eyes narrowing as they bore into her with an icy intensity. "What? Is your neck no longer in pain?" Shen Yuling instinctively touched her neck. Recalling the sensation of suffocation from earlier, a chill of fear washing over her. Had she said something to provoke him? Hadn't she merely answered his questions? Quan Mingyi retorted with sarcasm. "In half a month, you and Feng Mohang have already grown deeply attached." Shen Yuling raised her head, meeting Quan Mingyi's gaze, clearly stung by the derision in his tone. "We are husband and wife. My husband is exceptionally handsome and gentle, treating me exceptionally well. Naturally, our bond is profound." That moment, her fear had diminished significantly, and her words bore a hint of defiance. Yet to Quan Mingyi's ears, her declarations felt like daggers piercing his very being. A fool deceived by a memoryless charade. Quan Mingyi could not help but let out a cold laugh. "What do you mean?" Shen Yuling's face flushed with anger as she glared at him. "Feng Mohang has a childhood sweetheart as a concubine. They share a love as deep as the sea. And what do you count for?" Quan Mingyi's expression remained impassive, yet his words struck Shen Yuling like arrows. "That is not true. Lu Jingyi is my husband's savior. He regards her with brotherly affection. It is only because Lu Jingyi loved him deeply that he did not wish to hurt her, and thus took her as a concubine." Shen Yuling hastily countered, her face stern and serious, fiercely defending Feng Mohang. Each word she spoke emphasized his deep affection for her and his loyalty. My husband once said that had he known he would meet me in the future, he would not have taken Lu Jingyi as a concubine. However, the more Quan Mingyi listened, the more ridiculous it seemed. Feng Mohang was merely adept at charming naive girls, and this fool believed every word he said without question. Truly, the depths of her folly were unfathomable. "What if I told you that everything he has said to you is a lie?" Quan Mingyi's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why would he deceive me?" Shen Yuling retorted incredulously. "Feng Mohang treats her with utmost sincerity. There is no reason for him to fabricate lies to deceive me." Faced with her defiance, Quan Mingyi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had never been one to indulge in romantic flattery, nor employ deceit to win a woman's heart. His desire was simply to possess the women he desired. He had little regard for whether they loved him. As long as they were the women he wanted, he could acquire them. Thus, he found it difficult to comprehend Feng Mohang's elaborate schemes to woo a woman. One wife, one concubine. Both were already his. Why then would Feng Mohang resort to deception? "Your Majesty, it is quite late. I wish to return to my estate," Shen Yuling said cautiously, testing the waters as she noticed Quan Mingyi lost in thought. She did not wish to remain in the palace any longer, longing instead to return to the duke's residence, the place that brought her solace. "You will remain in the palace for these days. You are not permitted to go anywhere." Quan Mingyi's gaze returned to her, his tone devoid of warmth. The undeniable authority in his voice shattered any flicker of hope that lingered within Shen Yuling's heart. "My husband will notice," Shen Yuling exclaimed, panic etched across her features. And what if he does? Quan Mingi raised an eyebrow, coldly retorting. His gaze exuded an air of indifference that seemed to transcend all. Had it not been for his consideration of her reputation and the external tumult, he would have long since taken her forcibly into the imperial palace, confining her to his side, that as she observed his resolute demeanor. A wave of panic surged within Shun Yuling. It seemed that Quan Mingi truly intended to strip her from her current life, to seize her away to know, she thought, the Shun and Yi families would face scorn, and her husband would become a laughingstock in Xianjing, forever unable to hold his head high. Tears brimmed in Shun Yuling's eyes, her voice trembling with emotion. What does it have to do with me? Quan Mingi's expression remained impassive. His icy words pierced through Shun Yuling, causing her heart to clench painfully. She had not anticipated the cruelty that lay within the man before her, so unyielding and heartless. Let the Emperor strangle me, Shun Yuling resolved. Shifting from her huddled position on the bed, she moved to Quan Mingi's side. She tilted her head, presenting her delicate and frail neck before him, where faint blue veins were visible beneath her fair skin. So fragile that a gentle twist could break it, that a faint red mark adorned her neck. Quan Mingi's gaze sharpened, but he reached out, placing his hand at the nape of Shun Yuling's neck, applying a slight pressure to draw her closer. Leaning in, his deep voice emerged as though forced through clenched teeth. You dare threaten me? Ha! I have no desire for your death at this moment. However, should you perish, I possess ample means to ensure that those you care for suffer unspeakable torment. Would you care to test that? Chapter 59. Uncontrollable fury at his words. Shun Yuling felt as though all her options had vanished in an instant. Tears streamed down her black and white eyes, falling like pearls detached from a broken string, cascading down her smooth cheeks and pooling onto the bed, creating a small damp patch. Quan Mingi's brow involuntarily furrowed. His gaze lingered on her pitiful appearance, and an inexplicable dryness settled in his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, that he instinctively raised a hand, yearning to wipe away her tears, but forcibly withheld himself. After a prolonged silence, Quan Mingi spoke. Feng Mohang has gone outside the city and will not return to the prince's residence for the next few days. Shun Yuling exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in her nerves easing slightly. Her tear-soaked eyes were still somewhat red and swollen, yet they fixated intently upon Quan Mingi. Thank you, Your Majesty, she uttered softly. After a pause, a flicker of unease and hesitation crossed her face. Your Majesty, tonight, with her absence from the prince's residence, did that mean the Emperor would also remain in the palace? This thought made her heart race again. I shall rest in Yaohua Palace tonight. Quan Mingi, seemingly reading her thoughts, spoke in a calm tone. But, my dear, as a solitary man and woman in the same chamber, is that not inappropriate? Shun Yuling lowered her head as she spoke, acutely aware of the impropriety of her situation with the Emperor. She wished to remain loyal to her husband and held no affection for the Emperor. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Quan Mingi pinned her beneath him. Instantly, Shun Yuling found herself trapped on the bed, unable to move. Shun Yuling, even if you have lost your memory, you must remember that you are forever my woman. Quan Mingi leaned closer, his gaze as deep as a well, articulating each word with deliberate intensity, drilling into Shun Yuling's heart. Your body and your heart must remain untouched for me, or I shall not hesitate to reclaim them by force. His tone was flat, devoid of inflection, yet the underlying menace sent a shiver down Shun Yuling's spine. That I am already married, she retorted defiantly, her gaze resolute. Biting her lip, she mustered the courage to counter him. Yes, I know, he replied, that in a short while, you will no longer be the princess consort, but rather my Shinju, that if you cannot wait, I could eliminate Feng Mohang and bring you directly to the palace. What say you? Quan Mingi's eyes bore into Shun Yuling. His tone so nonchalant it was as if discussing a trivial matter, yet the coldness in his gaze instilled dread. Shun Yuling's pupils dilated in horror. No, please don't. Her voice trembled with a hint of sobbing. That I will remain here. Observing her sudden compliance, Quan Mingi rose and began to shed his dragon robe. With a few deft movements, he discarded the garment that symbolized supreme imperial authority onto a nearby gilded rack. The robe slid down the rack, producing a faint rustling sound. Shun Yuling felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she witnessed his undressing, her gaze flitting away in panic, unwilling to meet his eyes. Instinctively, she shrank further beneath the covers, attempting to escape the awkwardness of the moment. Quan Mingi watched as she turned away from him, fully aware of her aversion towards him, likely still preoccupied with Feng Mohang. However, he would not tolerate her harboring thoughts of another man. Even if it required forceful means, he would leave his mark indelibly upon her heart. With this thought, Quan Mingi lay down beside her, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and pulling her closer. Shen Yuling's back pressed against his chest, but he could feel her body stiffen, her wariness of his power palpable, rendering her submissive and reluctant to resist. Originally, Quan Mingi had intended to punish her thoroughly this night, but he had not anticipated that she had not only lost her memory, but also given her heart to another man. In this present circumstance, any excessive actions might provoke her to resist fiercely. Quan Mingi had no desire to force a woman against her will. Thus, he resolved to proceed gradually. Yet after a month of waiting without summoning her, hoping she would recognize her position and abandon any unrealistic fantasies, he found himself in anguish, even being robbed of his home. An overwhelming frustration surged within Quan Mingi that he lowered his gaze, inadvertently catching sight of a red mark on the back of Shen Yuling's neck. A spot so concealed that only an intimate partner could leave such a trace. The thought ignited an unnameable fury within him. Quan Mingi's expression darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his warm lips against that mark, followed by a series of kisses and nibbles, as if trying to erase the trace, while simultaneously venting his pent-up jealousy and anger. Shen Yuling felt an unfamiliar sensation at her neck, causing her to shiver and jerk her body. "No, please don't. This isn't right." Her voice trembled with a sob. Quan Mingi frowned, one hand gripping her delicate waist, eliciting an involuntary gasp from Shen Yuling. The other hand turned her head, forcing her to face him, his broad and calloused hand clutching her chin, compelling her gaze to meet his. His skin radiated a heat that seeped into Shen Yuling's very being. Without a shred of hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers, which had parted slightly in her protests. His kiss was imbued with an irresistible dominance, swiftly swallowing all her whimpers. This was their second kiss. Quan Mingi did not allow her to close her eyes. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon her, compelling her to confront the terror reflected in her own eyes as they collided with the depths of his dark orbs. Shen Yuling was captivated by his gaze, her fear intensifying, leaving her no choice but to cease her struggles. She could only submit as Quan Mingi explored her soft territory, invading and conquering in that moment. Their lips and tongues entwined, an intimate atmosphere enveloped them, echoing softly in the stillness of the chamber, adding an air of enchantment to the scene. After a brief interlude, Quan Mingi's lips trailed to her ear, gently licking and nibbling, the motions tender, yet laced with the sting of punishment. Shen Yuling trembled involuntarily, her body growing weak and languid. Quan Mingi's lips continued their descent along her neck, inch by inch, claiming her soft earlobe and the long, fair expanse of her throat, exerting his dominance over her. Shen Yuling felt her body, slipping out of her control, rendered soft and powerless. Meanwhile, her garments had unintentionally scattered across the floor during his fervent kisses and caresses. The delicate fabric had been carelessly tossed aside, producing a soft rustling sound. Beneath the covers, she wore only a gold-threaded bodice, her pale skin blushing faintly. The skin that had been touched by Quan Mingi bore evident marks of his possession. Bruises adorned her waist, wrists, and thighs, remnants of his forceful grip. When Quan Mingi finally released the pent-up frustration within him, barely containing his overwhelming possessiveness, he lifted his head, his voice hoarse yet probing. "Did Feng Mohang ever do what I just did?" Shen Yuling was already terrified to the point of losing her color. Even if Feng Mohang had indeed done so, she dared not speak the truth to know. Shen Yuling's voice was both soft and trembling, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Quan Mingi's eyes. Chapter 60. Particularly intriguing, it seemed that Quan Mingi did not find her response credible. He toyed with her hand, gently caressing the back of it with his thumb. "So, where has he touched you?" A tightness gripped Shen Yuling's heart. Anger flared within her at his questioning. She and Feng Mohang were the legitimate couple. On what grounds did Quan Mingi dare to interrogate her? With a sudden motion, Shen Yuling forcefully withdrew her hand and turned to face Quan Mingi. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "Everywhere, and I have even been intimate with him. You may choose to punish me as you wish." Quan Mingi, whose suppressed fury had been momentarily contained, felt it surge forth upon hearing Shen Yuling's reckless words. Had he not known that Feng Mohang was incapacitated due to health issues, he might have lost all restraint and dealt with her on the spot, not allowing her to so brazenly challenge his authority that a cold smile suddenly crossed his lips. Feng Mohang would never touch you. Xin Yuling frowned. What do you mean? She asked softly, her voice tinged with unease. Quan Mingyi leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin, causing her to instinctively shrink back. That he whispered, Did you not claim that Feng Mohang loves you? In 3 days, I shall take you to witness how he lavishes affection on another woman. Are you brave enough to watch? Quan Mingyi sought to shatter the illusion of love that lingered in her heart. His voice, laced with venom, emerged coldly from his throat, piercing Xin Yuling's very soul, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Yet she quickly countered, My husband and I share everything. We have spoken of countless matters. Due to his father's legacy, he has never touched a woman he does not favor. Your Majesty, do not fabricate lies. A chilling smile played on Quan Mingyi's lips. So, has he touched you? Xin Yuling attempted to refute his claim, but he interrupted her coldly. There is no need to deceive me. I know he has never laid a finger on you. His gaze locked on Xin Yuling, who widened her eyes in disbelief at his assertion that I suffered an assassination attempt. My health is poor, and my husband cherishes my well-being. Thus we have not consummated our marriage, she hastily explained. But I married him 2 months ago. How could he not have touched me? Do not speak nonsense just because I cannot recall. Xin Yuling's voice rose slightly. Unable to accept Quan Mingyi's unwavering denial, he scoffed lightly, his disdain palpable. That I have said, Your man is only me, and your future husband shall also be me. His words were delivered with authority, leaving no room for debate. Xin Yuling bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes, defiantly replying, I do not want that. Seizing the moment while Quan Mingyi was momentarily caught off guard, she pushed him away with all her strength. His sudden movement caused him to stagger slightly. Xin Yuling retreated in a flurry to the corner of the bed, curling into herself, her gaze fixed vacantly ahead as she softly murmured, upon waking this time. Though I have lost 2 months of memories, she paused briefly. I thought all my wishes had come true. May love be eternal, and with you, may my heart know no resentment, rejoicing together at dawn and dusk. May our union be harmonious, with the sounds of music warming us, and love entwined without separation. She continued to muse, lost in her idealistic visions of love and marriage, which she once believed she could share with Feng Mohang, not with Quan Mingyi. The latter was a formidable emperor, exalted and fearsome in the realm of the Qian dynasty. There should be no entanglement between them. Quan Mingyi's brow furrowed. Her desires were clearly mere delusions, not to mention Feng Mohang, who among the other powerful figures in the capital could fulfill her innocent aspirations. How had Xin Yuan managed to raise such a naive daughter? Yet suddenly Quan Mingyi's thoughts shifted. Perhaps only Xin Yuan could have nurtured such a daughter. Lady Shun, in poor health, had given birth solely to Xin Yuling, and Xin Yuan had never taken a concubine nor pressured her to bear more children. Such devotion was indeed rare. Quan Mingyi's gaze fell upon Xin Yuling, complex emotions swirling within him, that he found himself experiencing the rare sensation of being rejected by a woman. Had she not been so entangled with him upon her arrival in the capital, she might have indeed fallen for Feng Mohang, only to be left utterly devastated. That as his thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, he pondered her unwavering affection for Feng Mohang, questioning what her feelings had been before her memory loss. Had she only submitted to him out of fear of his authority? Previously, Quan Mingyi believed that a woman need only obey him, free from emotional entanglements. Yet Xin Yuling's starkly different attitude towards Feng Mohang stirred feelings within him that were difficult to articulate, frustration and confusion. He could only declare vehemently, Xin Yuling, you have no right to choose. Her refusal held no significance. Whether initially betrothed to Feng Mohang or now seeking to reclaim her from him, she had no power in this matter. Xin Yuling bit her lip, lifting her gaze to meet Quan Mingyi's, her eyes radiating defiance. Before you, no one possesses the right to choose, but my heart's desires are beyond your control. Her voice, though soft, struck with the force of conviction. Quan Mingyi's pupils narrowed slightly, a flicker of coldness and intrigue crossing his features. Then let us wait and see. Her heart's allegiance could only belong to him. In that moment, 2 strong-willed individuals engaged in a silent confrontation, neither willing to yield. They ceased their discourse on the matter, and for a fleeting moment, Shen Yuling's words had caused Quan Mingi to forget the previous grievances regarding her intimacy with Feng Mohang. Those irksome memories of her being kissed and cherished by another. Not that he had forgotten. Rather, Shen Yuling's fear resonated with him, an unspoken acknowledgement and provocation that intensified his desire to possess her completely, prompting him to respond with intimidation. However, when she, like a cornered beast, revealed her sharp claws and prepared for a desperate struggle, Quan Mingi felt an unexpected reluctance swell within him. He reached out once more, pulling the trembling Shen Yuling into his embrace, as if to meld her into his very being. Their bodies pressed together, close enough to hear one another's heartbeats. Did I end 3 days? Your heart's desire will be solely for me. Did I end the past? Quan Mingi found it rather bothersome that Shen Yuling would unconsciously nestle into his embrace after falling asleep. However, the situation had now entirely reversed. Shen Yuling refrained from contradicting him, fully aware that she could not resist him, and thus forced herself to slumber. Quan Mingi also shut his eyes, intending not to touch her this night. Shen Yuling now harbored nothing but resistance towards him, and he was too disdainful to employ coercive tactics in matters of intimacy, save for their first encounter due to exceptional circumstances. That I end 3 days. The full moon would rise, at which point he would personally shatter Shen Yuling's hopes regarding Feng Mohang. He slightly lifted his eyelids, his gaze piercing as it rested upon Shen Yuling beside him, his expression cold and detached. Even if you have lost your memory, it matters not. You shall willingly return to my embrace in due time. You will come to realize that in this world, only I am the one you can truly rely upon. For now, remain obediently within the palace, allowing me to savor the sight of your reluctant yet inevitable submission. Particularly amusing, it serves as a punishment for your affection towards Feng Mohang after your amnesia. Having spent the afternoon shopping with Feng Mohang, Shen Yuling felt somewhat fatigued. Initially, as she lay in Quan Mingi's embrace, she struggled to find sleep. Yet as time slipped by quietly, perhaps it was the warmth and strength of his arms that bestowed upon her an inexplicable sense of security. Gradually, her consciousness faded, and before she realized it, she had succumbed to a deep slumber. Only when her breathing became steady and prolonged did Quan Mingi's tension ease slightly. He gazed at her tranquil, sleeping face, such a delicate and beautiful visage, yet devoid of clarity. Since you cannot see clearly, allow me to assist you in discerning the truth. After observing her for a considerable time, Quan Mingi closed his eyes once more and drifted into sleep. Chapter 61. Encounter with the Enchantress in the early hours. The night was still thick, and dawn had yet to break. The entire palace remained shrouded in silence and darkness. Quan Mingi awoke languidly, his mind still somewhat clouded, but he felt the soft, delicate form of Shen Yuling almost entirely draped over his chest. Frowning slightly, he remembered that it was he who had drawn her into his embrace the previous day, and he rubbed his temples in contemplation. He prepared to gently push Shen Yuling away, but her brows suddenly knitted together, mumbling indistinct words. Perhaps the warmth of his embrace had rendered her exceedingly comfortable. Unwilling to be disturbed, she murmured, "Don't go," her voice tinged with a touch of petulance and dependence. Quan Mingi looked down at her, noticing the rosy hue that bloomed on her cheeks from sleep. Her eyes remained shut, long lashes fluttering slightly, presenting a picture of deep slumber. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and mutter, "You should tell me not to go when you are awake." Due to Shen Yuling's delay, Li Ming had been waiting outside the hall for quite some time. Seeing that the hour was getting late, he lowered his head and entered. Upon sensing Li Ming's arrival, Quan Mingi felt a flicker of irritation. With a somewhat brusque motion, he pried Shen Yuling's arms away from himself and swiftly rolled out of bed. When Shen Yuling finally awakened, sunlight was already streaming through the window. She raised her hand to check the time, realizing it was already past the hour of C. Lazily, she sat up and summoned the palace maids to assist her in freshening up. After having her morning meal, she found the time still early. However, there was little to occupy herself within the Yaohua Palace, leading her to feel exceedingly bored, with Shitong absent and no one nearby with whom she could converse freely. Being in the palace was stifling. She constantly felt as though she were performing in a play. "Lan Ying, I wish to take a stroll outside," she declared. Lan Ying's expression reflected hesitation as she softly replied, "Your Highness, your status is special, that if you are seen by others while outside, it may invite considerable trouble." Shen Yuling frowned. After a moment's thought, she said, "I will wear a veil to obscure my identity." and I shall strive to avoid encountering the concubines of the harem. The palace was vast. Surely there existed secluded spots. Confined within Yao Hua Palace was simply too dreary. She longed for a picturesque locale to admire the flowers, feel the breeze, and ease her spirit. Observing Lan Ying's lingering uncertainty, Xin Yuling raised an eyebrow and threatened, "Unless you wish to report to His Majesty that I intend to return to the Duke's residence. The palace is far too dull." Upon hearing the mention of the Duke's residence, Lan Ying's expression turned tense almost instantly. She hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, His Majesty has been in poor spirits recently. Please do not mention your return to the Duke's residence in his presence, lest you provoke his ire." Xin Yuling suppressed a smile but refrained from further pressing her. "Did I in that case? What do you think is worth visiting in the palace?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Lan Ying responded, "Behind His Majesty's Wei Yang Palace, there exists a small garden. It is seldom frequented by the imperial consorts and boasts a rather serene and elegant scenery." Xin Yuling's heart leaped with joy. "Excellent, let us go there. Bring me a veil so that I may wear while venturing out to remain inconspicuous." "At once," Lan Ying answered promptly before hastily departing. Before long, she returned with a veil in hand. Xin Yuling accepted the veil and donned it carefully. The white silk fabric enveloped her entirely, rendering her shape nearly indistinguishable. Still feeling somewhat insecure, she added an extra layer of gauze before feeling assured. After all, during the last festival, many had seen her true appearance. Under Lan Ying's guidance, Xin Yuling quietly exited through the small door of Yaohua Palace. Given that His Majesty had spent the night in Yaohua Palace, Lan Ying worried that several consorts would be closely observing its movements. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they chose the less-known exit. Xin Yuling cast a discreet glance at Lan Ying, silently commending her. Truly, being beside Quan Mingyi, she was meticulous and thoughtful. According to palace protocol, Xin Yuling's rank would typically necessitate a retinue of attendants when venturing outside, at least a dozen maids and eunuchs accompanying her. However, they desired to avoid drawing attention this time, thus bringing only 2 maids and 1 eunuch. The Yaohua Palace, aside from the Empress's Feng-Yi Palace, was nearly the closest palace to Quan Mingyi's Wei Yang Palace. Therefore, it took them only a moment to arrive at the small garden. Throughout their journey, they encountered few people. Any passing maids hurried by with their heads lowered, not daring to linger or act brazenly in the corridors. Xin Yuling felt a sense of relief, and with the veil in place, she believed her concealment was adequate. She decided to part the curtains before her, allowing for a clearer view and the ability to take in the surrounding scenery. In early June, the weather had begun to warm slightly. Sunlight cascaded over her, imparting a hint of warmth. Yet, within this small garden, it felt as if a different world awaited. Not only were there a variety of flowers, rivaling even the imperial garden, but also several peach and pear trees. Though the trees bore no fruit at this season, their lush foliage flourished, adding an air of tranquility and elegance to the garden. Xin Yuling strolled leisurely, her gaze wandering. Suddenly, her eyes brightened with delight. What a swing! The swing, crafted from intertwined vines, hung gracefully between 2 trees, exuding a rustic charm. Filled with joy, Xin Yuling quickened her pace, running towards the swing while Lan Ying followed closely behind. Xin Yuling lifted her foot and stepped onto the swing's platform. Once settled, she exerted a gentle push, and the swing began to sway lightly. As the soft breeze caressed her face, her spirits gradually lifted. However, just as Xin Yuling began to immerse herself in the refreshing air of the small garden, an unexpected visitor approached. Lan Ying's brow furrowed as she whispered, "Your Highness, Lady Wang is coming." Xin Yuling swiftly drew her veil closer, concealing her face thoroughly, and continued to swing leisurely. Lady Wang had initially intended to invite His Majesty to dine at her Chang'e Palace today. Fearing that merely sending a maid might lead to rejection, she decided to come personally. The reason for her invitation was none other than Xin Jiyu. Upon learning that His Majesty had stayed overnight at Yaohua Palace, Lady Wang was utterly shocked. She had assumed that the previously disfavored Xin Jiyu had fallen out of favor for good. When Xin Jiyu had lost her standing, Lady Wang, confident in her own position, had dismissed her entirely, taking no measures against her. After all, for nearly a month, His Majesty had only graced Lady Wang's Chang'e Palace with his presence. As Lady Wang's pride grew, she believed there was no one in the harem who could rival her. A disfavored Xin Jiyu was hardly worth consideration. Yet, she had not anticipated that Shen Jiyu would resurface after her fall from grace, with the special treatment His Majesty had been showing Shen Jiyu. Rumors began to circulate in the palace that the title of first consort was about to be relinquished. How could Lady Wang swallow such a bitter pill? His Majesty had visited Yaohua Palace yesterday. Yet today, he was to dine at her Changlu Palace. Who would dare to claim she was losing favor now? However, the route from Changlu Palace to Weiyang Palace happened to pass through the small garden. To her surprise, she spotted a veiled woman swinging on the swing. What audacity! Did she intend to attract His Majesty's attention in such a manner? Lady Wang commanded her servants to carry her palanquin closer to the veiled woman. One of her maids, Ji, witnessed the veiled figure swinging nonchalantly and felt a surge of displeasure. Raising her voice, she reprimanded, "Who are you?" Upon seeing Lady Wang, "Why do you not greet her and pay your respects?" Lan Ning maintained an air of calm and composure. As long as it was not Lu Zhaoyi, she felt no trepidation whatsoever. With an unaffected demeanor, Lan Ning grasped one side of the swing, gently swaying it back and forth. She provided steady motion for Shun Yu Ling, who sat upon the swing. "This lady is Shun Jieyu, and I am Lan Ning, her personal maidservant." Lan Ning responded with neither servility nor arrogance. According to the court regulations of the Qian dynasty, Shun Jieyu held a higher rank than Wang Mei Run. Thus it was customary for Wang Mei Run and her maidservants to pay their respects first, before Lan Ning returned the courtesy. The surprise on Wang Mei Ren's face was unmistakable as she scrutinized Shun Yu Ling on the swing. Is this truly the Shun Jieyu who has stirred up so much commotion in the inner palace? Why is she shrouded entirely in a veil? Could it be that she harbors something shameful? Chapter 62. A joke. How ridiculous. Wang Mei Ren sat gracefully in her phoenix sedan, her posture exuding haughtiness. She lifted her chin, her gaze filled with disdain and arrogance. "You claim she is Shun Jieyu, and thus she is?" Who in the inner palace is unaware that Shun Jieyu is currently recuperating in Yaohua Palace? Without His Majesty's permission, no one is allowed to enter or exit at will. Moreover, she does not even dare to reveal her face. Such secrecy raises doubts about her claims to be Shun Jieyu. Wang Mei Ren's words were sharp, each one laced with barbs. Even if this individual were indeed Shun Jieyu, what of it? Having fallen from favor once, she could easily do so again. There was nothing to fear. Lan Ning's expression remained composed. Unhurriedly, she retrieved the palace token from her sleeve, raising it high to demonstrate her status as the senior maid of Yaohua Palace. She spoke calmly. "Wang Mei Run, this is my palace token. I am Lan Ning, the senior maid of Yaohua Palace. His Majesty has stipulated that without his permission, no one is allowed to enter Yaohua Palace. Yet he has not stated that the esteemed lady cannot step outside of Yaohua Palace. My esteemed lady is unwell, unable to endure the wind or the harsh sunlight, which is why she dons this veil." Lan Ning articulated her points clearly and respectfully, dispelling Wang Mei Ren's doubts one by one. Wang Mei Ren's face darkened. This senior maid of Shun Jieyu was indeed eloquent. Looking at Shun Jieyu, she had not uttered a single word, appearing utterly detached from the ongoing dispute. Seated on the swing, she seemed entirely unconcerned. Since she truly is Shun Jieyu, I cannot breach etiquette. Though Wang Mei Ren's words were spoken, her heart brimmed with unwillingness. Yet before the eyes of many, she dared not openly flout the palace rules. Moreover, Shun Jieyu had just regained His Majesty's favor yesterday. Without fully understanding her background, she could not afford to act recklessly. The attendants bearing the Phoenix sedan slowly lowered it. Wang Mei Run, with graceful steps, disembarked and approached Shun Yu Ling. She elegantly inclined her body slightly, paying her respects. "That I greet my elder sister," she said, her gaze firmly fixed on the veiled Shun Jieyu before her. To ascend to the rank of Jieyu upon entering the palace is a rare honor, surpassing the position she had attained in her 2 years within the palace. Previously, Shun Yu Ling had remained secluded, avoiding the court. Wang Mei Run had endured that. Yet now, she was compelled to address a newcomer as sister, and even bow in deference. That it was indeed a source of resentment. Shun Yu Ling gently replied, "Please rise to prevent others from discerning her identity." She deliberately lowered her voice, rendering it even colder. Wang Mei Ren complied, casually circling the swing before standing leisurely on the opposite side of Shun Yu Ling. Just as Wang Mei Ren attempted to suddenly lift Shun Jieyu's veil, Shun Yu Ling lightly tapped her toes on the ground and rose from the swing. "Bold," Shun Yu Ling chided softly. Wang Meirun flicked her handkerchief lightly to cover her mouth, letting out a light laugh. Shen Jieyu, why are you so anxious? I was merely jesting. Shen Yuling raised an eyebrow in retort. Having heard of Wang Meiren's overwhelming favor in the palace, being regarded as the most beautiful of all, today's encounter seemed almost comical. Did I it not amusing that you jest so often, yet grow more laughable with each passing day? Upon uttering this, Wang Meirun was momentarily speechless, caught off guard, standing still for quite some time. She finally retorted, today, I must visit His Majesty, so I shall not engage in further discourse with Shen Jieyu. However, Shen Jieyu remains quite mysterious. I wonder when she might join the other ladies of the palace for tea, allowing us to become better acquainted. Once my health has improved, there will surely be an opportunity. Shen Yuling replied nonchalantly. Yet her feeble voice, laden with illness, only served to provoke Wang Meiren's disdain further. What use is a sharp tongue? A frail individual can hardly maintain His Majesty's favor for long. His Majesty has always favored women as vibrant and captivating as myself. Humph! She let out a soft huff. Remembering her own pressing matters, she did not wish to linger with Shen Yuling. Wang Meiren swayed her waist and re-entered the Phoenix sedan. After Wang Meiren departed, Shen Yuling resumed her seat on the swing, her thoughts drifting back to the second life of the original owner. In that life, the original owner chose to enter the inner palace. The key to her overthrowing Lu Zhao Yi lay in exposing Lu Zhao Yi's conspiracy against the imperial heirs. Among those harmed was also Wang Meiren's child. Wang Meirun conceived in her first year in the palace, only to suffer a miscarriage, and since then, she had been unable to conceive again, regrettably, had it not been for the original owner. Wang Meirun may have never discovered that Lu Zhao Yi was her adversary. The original owner allied with Su Jieyu, ultimately managing to win over Wang Meirun, yet at the terrible cost of losing her own child. She succeeded in toppling Lu Zhao Yi. Due to the involvement of the imperial heirs, Quan Ming he followed leads that unraveled Lu Zhao Yi's further misdeeds that in the end, Quan Ming he was enraged. Not only deposing Lu Zhao Yi but also ensuring that the crown prince, Lu Zhao Yi's eldest son, met the same fate. Shen Yuling pondered privately. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Though Wang Meirun is arrogant and domineering, typical of a supporting character in a drama, if she could be won over to assist in dealing with Lu Zhao Yi, it would indeed be a sound strategy. However, after today's encounter, Wang Meirun would likely be deeply concerned about Quan Ming He's affections, thus harboring strong animosity toward her. To court Wang Meirun would be a challenge. Yet confronting Lu Zhao Yi cannot employ the original owner's methods. The original owner had used pregnancy as bait to ensnare Lu Zhao Yi, yet ultimately failed to protect her own child. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Shen Yuling had no intention of bearing children. She merely wished to complete her mission and return swiftly. There were more pressing matters at hand. Thus, a fresh approach must be conceived for dealing with Lu Zhao Yi. Having wielded power in the inner palace for many years, Lu Zhao Yi's roots ran deep. Many incriminating evidences had already been destroyed, leaving no trace. Now, as Shen Yuling navigated the inner palace, isolated and unsupported, lacking her own allies, even her attendants were spies for Quan Ming He. Rather than expending effort to uncover bygone crimes that had vanished without a trace, it would be wiser to set a trap and await Lu Zhao Yi's misstep. As Shen Yuling leisurely swung back and forth, she became absorbed in her thoughts. Chapter 63. Wang Meiren's Invitation. Weiyang Palace. Li Ming stood beside Quan Ming He, slightly bowing his head. Your Majesty, Wang Meirun requests an audience. Quan Ming He furrowed his brow, seemingly impatient, yet merely replied, let her in. A moment later, Wang Meirun glided into the hall. Today, she donned a striking purple palace gown that accentuated her waist. Vibrant like a blooming purple peony, she gracefully approached, first bowing to Quan Ming He before moving directly to his side, pushing Li Ming aside. Quan Ming He remained engrossed in the memorial in his hands. Not lifting his head, but casually inquired, what brings you here today? Wang Meiren donned a charming smile, her voice soft and melodious. Your Majesty, I have specially instructed the Imperial Kitchen to prepare your favorite abalone and bird's nest porridge for lunch today. Would you like to move to Changla Palace for your meal? Wang Meiren knew that His Majesty seldom ventured into the inner palace during the day. However, for some unknown reason, he had occasionally made exceptions recently, visiting the Imperial Consort's palace for lunch. Thus, today she had come to extend the invitation. Generally, simple requests were easily granted by His Majesty. She awaited his response with anticipation. Upon hearing Wang Meiren mention lunch, Quan Ming paused momentarily, recalling a month ago when Xin Yuling had wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, begging him to dine with her. He then remembered how, just last night, Xin Yuling had sobbed and turned him away. The stark contrast left Quan Ming unsettled. How could she forget him? Noticing His Majesty's prolonged silence, Wang Meiren gently called. Your Majesty? Quan Ming snapped back to reality, maintaining a stoic expression that Wang Meiren failed to notice, that he casually remarked, Xin Jieyu has not been in good health lately. I have already promised her to accompany her for lunch in Yaohua Palace today. Li Ming, standing to the side, harbored doubts. When had His Majesty consented to this matter with Xin Jieyu? Could it be that His Majesty himself harbored feelings, hence using this as an excuse? He couldn't help but speculate. Has Xin Jieyu's status in His Majesty's heart already surpassed that of Wang Meiren? Last time, Your Majesty did not accompany Xin Jieyu for lunch, yet on the following day, he sent exquisite garments as tribute to Wang Meiren. He presumed that, having spent 2 years in the company of Wang Meiren, she must surely hold a more significant place in His Majesty's heart than Xin Jieyu. However, it seems that nothing is certain anymore. Li Ming silently shook his head. It was futile. The Emperor's affections are as fickle as the wind, and no matter how astute one may be, it is nearly impossible to fathom his thoughts. In this palace, which of the imperial consorts has ever enjoyed lasting favor? Since ancient times, it has been a fleeting splendor, ephemeral and elusive, with favor being an unreliable currency. Wang Meiren's smile abruptly froze. The Emperor was so direct in using Xin Jieyu as an excuse. She forced a smile, realizing that if His Majesty wished to be with Xin Jieyu, then perhaps he might join her for dinner at Changlu Palace this evening. She had recently been lacking in appetite and yearned for His Majesty's company. Having personally come to invite him to Wei Yang Palace today, if she failed to sway him, she would surely become the subject of ridicule among the harem. What face would she have left to maintain her dignity within the palace? Quan Ming nodded in acknowledgement that a simple sufficed as agreement. Upon seeing the Emperor's consent, Wang Meiren's gloomy demeanor vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. That I shall take my leave, she said, bowing gracefully before turning to depart. Yet at the moment she turned, the smile that had lingered at the corners of her lips vanished in an instant. Wang Meiren's eyes turned cold as she pondered. The Emperor had indeed changed his taste. It seemed he now favored this frail beauty, Xin Jieyu. Such a situation was truly concerning that it appeared necessary to find a way to plant someone in Yaohua Palace. Otherwise, she would find herself in a position of extreme passivity in the days to come. Thankfully, the Emperor had agreed to dine with her this evening. Otherwise, her predicament today would have been difficult to resolve. Wang Meiren had always held herself in high regard, valuing her reputation above life itself. Had the Emperor not come today, many within the palace would have surely laughed at her that moment. It would have indeed been as amusing as Xin Jieyu had suggested that as she contemplated this, she quickened her pace to leave. After Wang Meiren's departure, Quan Ming focused on reviewing memorials. Once he had addressed most matters at hand, he prepared to head to Yaohua Palace. Li Ming, noticing this, hurried forward. Your Majesty, Xin Jieyu is currently taking a stroll in the small garden. Quan Ming paused. Was she not afraid of being seen by others in the palace? Li Ming seemed to catch the Emperor's concern and continued. Xin Jieyu is wearing a veil, and when Wang Meiren visited, she conversed with Xin Jieyu without noticing anything amiss. Quan Ming nodded slightly, reflecting that her varied tone indeed made her hard to detect. He proceeded toward the small garden. Shortly thereafter, Quan Ming arrived at the garden to find Xin Yuling leisurely swinging on a swing. The white veil danced gently with the motion of the swing, resembling a cloud swaying in the breeze. From behind, her figure appeared ethereal, evoking a sense of otherworldly beauty, as if she might float away with the wind. Quan Ming approached her slowly, making not a sound. Lan Ning, with her keen eyes, was the first to spot the Emperor. Just as she was about to bow, Quan Ming gestured for her to remain silent. Understanding, Lan Ning quietly stepped aside. Quan Ming reached the swing, grasped its sides, and gently took over from Lan Ning. Xin Yuling was preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with Lu Jiaoyi upon entering the palace. Completely unaware of the unusual presence behind her, she assumed it was still Lan Ning pushing her. Lan Ning, stop. It's almost time for lunch. We should head back, she said softly. However, the surroundings fell into silence. save for the continued swaying of the swing. Shen Yuling's brow furrowed in confusion, and just as she was about to turn around to see what was happening, Quan Mingyi halted the swing, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her skin, that dear Shinjiyu seems to be enjoying herself. Without waiting for her response, he gently removed her veil from behind, a motion both tender and commanding. Shen Yuling was startled by the sudden turn of events, her body trembling as she quickly rose from the swing, the veil slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. Quan Mingyi bent down to retrieve the veil, casually handing it to Li Ming nearby, before leisurely circling the swing to sit upon it. "Your Majesty?" Shen Yuling gasped in terror. Though there were few people around, one could never be certain that palace maids would not inadvertently pass by. How would they know which imperial consort she belonged to if they witnessed her in such close proximity to Quan Mingyi? It would expose everything. Quan Mingyi, with his long legs, sat upon the swing with his feet unable to find a resting place on the footrest, instead pressing against the ground that he slightly lifted his gaze. His attention fixed on Shen Yuling, who today wore a light-colored palace gown. Her hair was casually tied up with a jade hairpin, strands cascading down the sides of her face. The veil concealed her radiant features, giving her an air of a cool, celestial maiden. An inexplicable urge surged within Quan Mingyi, a desire to draw this ethereal being into the mundane world, to imbue her with his essence. "Come, swing with me," he commanded. Shen Yuling, filled with reluctance, remained rooted in place. "What about the veil?" Quan Mingyi asked, a casual smile gracing his lips as he retorted. Shen Yuling's heart tightened, her hands instinctively clenching into fists, though she was loath to comply. Under the unyielding gaze of Quan Mingyi, she slowly approached him. Standing before him, she wore her veil, revealing only her cold, piercing eyes. "Your Majesty, if you do not make room for me, how can I swing with you?" Chapter 64. Playing the innocent flower, Quan Mingyi said nothing but extended his hand, lightly patting his thigh. His dark eyes fixated on her, a glimmer of amusement dancing within. Shen Yuling bit down on her cheek. "Your Majesty, in broad daylight, I do not wish to tarnish your reputation." She still attempted to resist. After all, she was a woman devoted to her beloved husband, and the more unwilling she felt, the more resolute she became. Quan Mingyi remained silent, his deep-set gaze penetrating her, exuding a formidable pressure. Shen Yuling understood his intent all too well. She had no real power to choose. Reluctantly, she settled onto his lap. Initially, she had only meant to sit at his side, avoiding any intimate contact. However, as soon as Shen Yuling perched herself, Quan Mingyi encircled her slender waist, pulling her closer until no distance remained between them. She found herself leaning against him, acutely aware of his warm body and strong heartbeat. Quan Mingyi gently tapped the ground, causing the swing to sway slowly. His voice was languid. "Today, you seem much more agreeable." Due to Shen Yuling's amnesia, Quan Mingyi had lost his reason to punish her. Yet the frustration that simmered within him had no outlet. Thus, the more she resisted contact with him, the more he felt compelled to pluck this high-flying flower that was a punishment for her. Shen Yuling forced a smile, though it was strained. "Who would dare disobey in your Majesty's presence?" she replied, then added softly, "Your Majesty, my veil." Quan Mingyi feigned ignorance, and in a rather audacious manner, he reached out and removed her veil. Shen Yuling, caught off guard, widened her eyes in disbelief. She instinctively covered the lower half of her face with her hand, staring incredulously at Quan Mingyi. Her gaze held both accusation and plea. Quan Mingyi, however, remained indifferent to her reaction, his expression unperturbed that he even arrogantly tossed the veil onto the ground. Shen Yuling attempted to rise from his lap to retrieve the veil, but her waist was ensnared, rendering her immobile. Fear gripped Shen Yuling. She feared that her identity might be discerned by those with ulterior motives. She feared exposure might bring shame upon her family. She feared that Feng Mohang might lose face because of her. Tears began to gather in her eyes, glistening with a threat of overflowing. Quan Mingyi, however, remained unmoved, simply observing her quietly. That was only when her tears began to fall, one by one, and even trickled through her fingers, that he reached out and gently lowered her hand from her face. "Why are you crying? I have my people guarding outside. No one will enter, and certainly no one will witness the celestial beauty of my Shinjiyu." Quan Mingyi's tone was nonchalant, even laced with amusement. Shen Yuling, realizing this, glared at Quan Mingi. "You did this on purpose," she exclaimed, her cheeks slightly puffed with anger. Quan Mingi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he had done so intentionally. Otherwise, how could he alleviate his own frustration? Seeing Xin Yuling react this way only brought him further delight. "Did I want to go back?" Xin Yuling declared, now feeling no threat of being discovered. She did not wish to remain in such close proximity to Quan Mingi. She was already devoted to her beloved husband, and this intimacy with Quan Mingi was far from her desire. Having satisfied his amusement in teasing her, Quan Mingi understood the art of managing people. He knew when to give a slap and when to offer a sweet. "Li Ming, summon my palanquin," he ordered. Xin Yuling's expression turned frigid as she coldly replied, "I wish to walk back on my own." Qian Mingi slightly lifted his eyelids, casting a languid glance in her direction. With a leisurely tone, he remarked, "Are you truly prepared to return with that ostentatious visage? I am indifferent. If you wish, let us proceed." That a subtle smile played upon his lips, as if he were eagerly awaiting her decision. Xin Yuling felt a surge of anger within her, yet found herself powerless, silently gritting her teeth. From his words, it seemed he had no intention of providing her with a veil. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately acquiesced. "No, I shall ride in your Majesty's imperial carriage." "Thank you, your Majesty." Witnessing Xin Yuling surrender, the smile on Qian Mingi's face became increasingly pronounced as he let out a soft chuckle, seemingly mocking and asserting his dominance over her. Before long, the servants arrived, carrying the imperial carriage. Qian Mingi effortlessly lifted Xin Yuling and descended from the swing with poise. I Ming drew back the curtains of the carriage, and Qian Mingi bent down, cradling Xin Yuling as they entered. Once inside, she attempted to detach herself from him, but his hands firmly grasped her waist, rendering her immobile. Though she simmered with indignation, she felt a sense of resignation and could only mutter to herself, "Fine, fine. Qian Mingi enjoys this game of coercion. He has a penchant for women who disdain him, particularly those with a rebellious spirit, does he not? Umph. The role of the stubborn little flower is indeed my forte. If only I could employ my former beauty, it would be effortless. Yet with my current visage, a light touch of makeup will suffice. Since Qian Mingi has taken a liking to this persona, I shall endeavor to fulfill his expectations fully. In 3 days, he seems intent on introducing me to Feng Mohang. Until then, I shall provoke him a bit more." Chapter 65. A collision with the imperial carriage. The imperial carriage, borne by 24 bearers, glided steadily along the palace path. Layers of exquisite silk draperies cascaded around it, meticulously woven to provide a semblance of privacy, yet their delicate nature allowed glimpses of the figures within. Xin Yuling, ensconced within the carriage, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fearing her appearance might be exposed. With no other recourse, she nestled deeper into Qian Mingi's embrace, burying her face in the crook of his neck to shield herself from any prying eyes. As the passing palace maids noticed the imperial carriage, they promptly halted, dropping to their knees in synchronized reverence, their movements precise and unflinching. Only when the carriage had slowly passed by did they dare to cautiously raise their heads. Once it had disappeared from sight, they turned to furtively observe its receding form. Suddenly, a gust of wind lifted a corner of the drapery. "Is there a woman within His Majesty's carriage?" one maid exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Though her voice was hushed, it resonated clearly among her companions. "Isn't that Aunt Lan? Wasn't she dispatched by His Majesty to serve in Yaohua Palace?" Another maid chimed in. "Could the woman in the carriage be Xin Jiyu?" "It must be, but wasn't Xin Jiyu cast aside? She was reinstated just yesterday. I have never seen His Majesty so doting on an empress." I just stole a glance, and there she was, nestled in His Majesty's arms. The rumors that Wang Marin was losing favor turned out to be true. The maids, who had spent considerable time in the palace, were well aware that since His Majesty began taking consorts 6 years ago, no empress had enjoyed favor for more than 2 years. The first favored consort was Lu Jiaoyi, who bore the first prince. The second was Yin Jiyu, mother of the second prince, and now the favored Wang Marin. Yet the first two had given birth to princes, while Wang Marin had produced neither son nor daughter. Now, with the emergence of Xin Jiyu, it was said that Wang Marin had been throwing tantrums in Changle Palace daily. Since Xin Jiyu regained favor, one maid lowered her voice further. Indeed, whether it was Lu Jiaoyi, Yin Jiyu, or Wang Marin, they all rose through the ranks. Yet Xin Jiyu, upon entering the palace, immediately ascended to the position of the empress. With her newfound favor, if the opportunity arises, I must find a way to serve in Yaohua Palace. The rewards there must be bountiful. The palace maids exchanged whispers as their voices gradually faded with the carriage's departure. However, the topics of their discourse would soon sprout wings and spread throughout the entire palace. Shen Yuling found herself alone in the inner palace. Her father, a military general, had devoted himself entirely to aiding Qian Mingyi in seizing power. Later, he was stationed at the borders, seldom setting foot in Qianjing. And due to his blind loyalty, he had never cultivated allies within the capital, let alone in the palace. Lan Ning, being connected to Qian Mingyi, naturally withheld any palace news from her. Thus, she remained entirely oblivious to any gossip concerning herself. As the imperial carriage continued its slow advance, approaching Yaohua Palace, the bearers prepared to make a turn at a palace gate. Suddenly, a palace maid rushed in, her expression frantic, almost colliding with the carriage. Li Ming was taken aback. Did this maid have a death wish? He immediately barked, "Impudent! Someone seize this maid for obstructing the imperial carriage." The fallen maid, Rongzi, was in a state of utter panic, scrambling to her feet, repeatedly striking her forehead against the ground as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me. I am Rongzi, the personal maid of Su Jiu. I beseech you to save Su Jiu." Qian Mingyi rarely intervened in matters of the inner palace, opting instead to let the disputes among women unfold naturally, leaving them to Lu Jiaoyi to manage. That he had no concerns that Lu Jiaoyi would act excessively should her actions reach his ears. She would have a hard time justifying them to him. Seeing that His Majesty showed no inclination to inquire about the situation, Li Ming swiftly waved his hand, signaling the guards to take Rongzi away. Though she was restrained, Rongzi continued to plead desperately, "Your Majesty, Lu Jiaoyi has punished Su Jiu by making her kneel for 2 hours. But Su Jiu has been in poor health lately, and the physician has advised her to rest well, that if she is forced to kneel for 2 hours, it could threaten her life." Inside the carriage, Shen Yuling sensed Qian Mingyi's indifference. The maid's pleas had not stirred him in the slightest. Indeed, he was indifferent to the affairs of the inner palace, and Lu Jiaoyi's influence was greater than she had imagined. She had not anticipated that Lu Jiaoyi would so openly punish Jiu. It seemed that in the inner palace, only those with power possessed the means to protect themselves. Without the emperor's protection, a Jiu would be utterly helpless under Lu Jiaoyi's authority. However, such matters were not Shen Yuling's primary concern. If her memory served her correctly, Su Jiu was the one who, in collaboration with the original owner, ultimately succeeded in toppling Lu Jiaoyi that end the original owner's life. It was Su Jiu's son who ascended to the throne. Yet, it appeared that Su Jiu had yet to bear a child in this life. Shen Yuling fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons. Perhaps today, she could lend a hand, leaning against Qian Mingyi's shoulder. Shen Yuling suddenly whispered, "It is indeed arduous to be an empress. Should one face punishment, even seeking aid from His Majesty becomes impossible. That I do not wish to enter the palace." Her voice, though soft, reached Qian Mingyi's ears with clarity. Qian Mingyi furrowed his brow. Although he typically paid little attention to palace affairs, something compelled him to speak at that moment. That Li Ming ascertained the details. That Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, astonished by His Majesty's sudden interest in palace matters. Had the sun risen in the west today? Yet he dared not delay and quickly signaled the guards to release Rongzi, sensing Shen Yuling's thoughts. Qian Mingyi lowered his gaze to her and spoke in a measured tone. "I was merely testing the maid's loyalty and her truthfulness, but if every maid were to come to me with their grievances, I would be ensnared by trivial matters, overwhelmed beyond measure." Shen Yuling internally scoffed at his words. Did he truly believe that? However, she maintained a facade of compliance and softly replied, "It appears I have misjudged Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness." Qian Mingyi merely responded with a nonchalant hum, before turning to Li Ming and instructing, "Go check on Su Jiu." With that command, the imperial carriage, which had been en route to Yaohua Palace, changed direction towards the entrance of Yong'an Palace, where Su Jiu was being punished. That Yong'an Palace was the residence of Lu Jiaoyi. Before long, the carriage arrived at the gates of Yong'an Palace, and there knelt Su Jiu. From a distance, she appeared delicate and frail, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her, embodying the very essence of a slender willow swaying in the breeze. Rongzi hurriedly rushed over, carefully allowing Su Jiu to lean against her for support, her face etched with concern and compassion. Observing the tender bond between the two women from behind the drapery, Shen Yuling could not help but sigh inwardly at their profound loyalty. Having resolved to intervene, Qian Mingyi could only address the matter at hand, and he rose, adjusting Shen Yuling's position within the carriage before straightening his attire and preparing to personally investigate the situation. As Shen Yuling noticed his intent to disembark, she grasped his hand. Qian Mingyi paused, turning to face her. With a slight tilt of her head, Shen Yuling met his gaze directly. The veil. Should a sudden gust of wind arise, or an unforeseen incident occur that might lift the drapery, she would be utterly exposed. She cannot allow anyone to discover that Shen Jiu is indeed the princess consort. Outside the imperial carriage, Lan Ning overheard Shen Yuling's words and passed the veil inside. Quan Mingyi accepted the veil and adorned her with it. Only after the veil was securely in place did he turn to disembark from the carriage. Chapter 66. The punishment of Jiu Su Lu Jiaoyi, upon suddenly learning of His Majesty's arrival, hurriedly emerged at tea this moment. Quan Mingyi sat regally upon the intricately carved rosewood chair, which had been hastily brought forth by the servants. The chair was adorned with a soft cushion. Behind him, 2 rows of blue-clad guards stood in perfect formation, each bearing an upright posture and solemn expression, embodying the majesty and grandeur of the royal household. Supported by Rong Zi, Su Jiu was now on her feet, weakly standing to the side. Lu Jiaoyi cast a discreet glance at Su Jiu, her face swiftly transforming into a smile as she gracefully approached the emperor. "Your humble servant greets your majesty. How is it that your majesty arrived at Yong'an Palace without prior notice to the servants?" She performed a slight bow, her tone laced with a hint of reproach. "I have been remiss, and I beseech your majesty for forgiveness." Quan Mingyi's expression remained tranquil as he simply replied, "Rise." He slightly lifted his gaze, resting it upon Su Jiu, inquiring, "What transgression has Su Jiu committed today? I have just heard that she has been recuperating and is likely unable to kneel for 2 hours." Lu Jiaoyi felt a jolt of surprise that in previous instances, as long as it did not concern the royal heirs, the emperor had remained indifferent to matters within the harem. Thus, whenever an imperial consort erred, especially one not under her purview, she had always imposed severe punishments. Furthermore, Su Jiu now, "Your Majesty, I reviewed the medical records from the Imperial Medical Bureau today and found no documentation of any physical ailments. As your Majesty has graciously entrusted me with the management of the harem, it is only natural that I show consideration for the imperial consorts. This is why I invited Su Jiu to Yong'an Palace. I brewed tea for Su Jiu using the exquisite Hatian jade tea cup bestowed by your Majesty." Lu Jiaoyi paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating her words, before continuing. Who would have thought that not only could Su Jiu not explain her physical condition, but she also inadvertently shattered the teacup? "I was incensed by her deception and dismayed at the waste of your Majesty's generous gift, which is why I punished her." Her tone was earnest, tinged with indignation. Su Jiu's brow furrowed deeply, clearly in disagreement with this narrative. Just as she was about to defend herself, Lu Jiaoyi, as if anticipating her response, hastily admitted fault and interrupted her. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my error. I have punished my sister rather harshly today." Lu Jiaoyi turned slightly to face Su Jiu, her words sincere. "Su sister, today I will impose a minor punishment as a warning, and it shall not happen again. Please return to Chongning Palace to rest." As she spoke, Lu Jiaoyi discreetly cast a warning glance at Su Jiu, laden with unmistakable threat. Should she dare to reveal even a fragment of the truth before His Majesty, she would not be spared in the future. Su Jiu felt a mix of indignation and frustration, even digging her nails into her palm from the effort to restrain herself. Yet, given the current dynamics within the harem, she truly hesitated to defy Lu Jiaoyi. Seeing Su Jiu's hesitant demeanor, Quan Mingyi, though filled with suspicion, merely inquired, "Su Jiu, do you acknowledge Lu Jiaoyi's account?" "Your Majesty, today I was careless and accidentally knocked over the teacup that your Majesty gifted to my sister. Thus, my sister's punishment is warranted," Su Jiu replied, suppressing her inner grievance and fury as she lowered her gaze. With the person involved choosing not to speak further, Quan Mingyi too felt no inclination to dwell on the matter. However, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the carriage. She has not yet formally entered the palace. It is best not to let her perceive the harem as overly harsh. After a moment's silence, he continued, Li Ming, send Su Jiu back to the palace and request a physician to examine her again. Both Lu Jiaoyi and Su Jiu were taken aback by this statement. Su Jiu's position as Jiu was derived from the prominence of the Yunzi Su clan during the Qian dynasty. Despite her years in the palace, she had neither borne children nor garnered the emperor's favor. Thus, not only had Lu Jiaoyi not anticipated that the emperor would actively defend Su Jiu, but even Su Jiu herself found this turn of events exceedingly unexpected. Yes, they both replied, each harboring their own thoughts. Lu Jiaoyi felt a wave of relief. She did not wish for her carefully cultivated image before the emperor to be shattered by a mere Jiu. Today, with the emperor finally visiting Yong'an Palace, Lu Jiaoyi was determined to ensure he did not depart hastily. Furthermore, the emperor's visits to the harem had become increasingly rare, predominantly favoring the chambers of newcomers. Lu Jiaoyi could only invite him on behalf of the two imperial princes to coax him into visiting. Lu Jiaoyi's face broke into a smile as she gently asked, "Your Majesty, it is already time for lunch. Will you be dining in Yong'an Palace today?" Before Quan Mingyi could respond, a sudden, sharp sound of shattering echoed from within the carriage. Crack! Both Lu Jiaoyi and Su Jiu were startled by the unexpected noise. Instinctively turning their gazes towards the carriage, their hearts racing in alarm. Could it be that someone was hidden inside the carriage? Lu Jiaoyi had been so focused on the emperor upon her earlier exit that she had not noticed the carriage. Now, upon hearing the sound, she realized there was indeed someone concealed within. Who could it be? Her gaze sharpened with a blend of irritation and curiosity as she fixed her eyes upon the carriage. Upon hearing the noise, Quan Mingyi frowned and rose as he departed. He cast a glance at Lu Jiaoyi, dismissing her. "No, I shall dine in Yahua Palace today." With that, he swiftly stepped back into the carriage. His brow furrowed, but he looked at Shen Yuling and asked, "What happened?" Shen Yuling slightly raised her hand, pointing to the broken bracelet on the floor, her eyes wide with innocence as she softly replied, "The bracelet broke." Seeing this, Quan Mingyi said nothing further but lifted her once more, settling her upon his lap. But he then instructed Li Ming, "Return to Yahua Palace." Li Ming complied, calling out, "Proceed to Yahua Palace." His voice resonating throughout the palace corridors. Lu Jiaoyi's gaze remained fixated on the retreating carriage, her expression lingering in contemplation. Deep within her eyes flickered a glint of malice. Shen Jiu. A mere Jiu dares to remain seated within the emperor's carriage. Since her entry into the palace, the emperor has already broken numerous protocols for her. Today, she had the audacity to stand before me without offering a proper greeting. And the emperor, he indulges her thus. However, since Shen Jiu is willing to step out of Yahua Palace, there lies an opportunity to exploit. Even if she enjoys the emperor's favor now, what of it? The emperor visits the harem infrequently, and the majority of the time, it remains firmly within my control. Should Shen Jiu dare to oppose me, I shall eradicate her threat to my status and power before it can take root. Lu Jiaoyi averted her gaze, yet the darkness in her eyes continued to flicker ominously. She turned away, catching a glimpse of Su Jiu being supported by Rongzi. With her brows furrowed, she shot her a disdainful glare, her expression dripping with contempt. "Consider yourself fortunate today." With that, she flicked her sleeve and strode directly into the palace. That Su Jiu gazed at the bracelet now lying in two pieces on the ground. She stepped forward, bent down, and picked it up. Her expression remained calm as her eyes fixated on the long palace corridor. Seemingly lost in thought, that it appears today, it was Shen Jiu who saved me. Chapter 67. Dining within the imperial carriage, Quan Mingyi inquired, "How could the bracelet, which was well secured on your wrist, have fallen without reason?" Shen Yuling replied nonchalantly, "I dropped it on purpose." Quan Mingyi raised an eyebrow, signaling her to elaborate. That My bracelet is also crafted from Hetian jade. It is resilient against ordinary impacts. That I merely wish to test its durability. That if Su Jiu broke Lu Jiaoyi's teacup, she must have exerted some force. And it was undoubtedly intentional. I previously felt sympathy for her, yet now I believe Su Jiu deliberately provoked Lu Jiaoyi. Her words carried an undercurrent of indignation. The finest Hetian jade is exquisite in texture. It is not easily broken unless dropped from a significant height or struck with force. Quan Mingyi found the situation amusing. The affairs of the harem are often a blend of truth and deception, difficult to discern. He has never been inclined to delve deeply into them. Lu Jiaoyi is not a simple person. Do not assume that a mere rumor is the whole truth. Quan Mingyi cautioned her. treating it as a means to protect her from being deceived by Lu Jiaoyi once she enters the palace. Does your majesty believe that Su Jiyu did not act intentionally? Shen Yuling countered. Perhaps Quan Mingyi is not entirely oblivious. He simply has not been affected by the situation himself. Enough. I am not concerned with who acted with intent or who did not. You need not worry either. Quan Mingyi preferred not to linger on this matter. Seeing Quan Mingyi's attitude, Shen Yuling fell silent. It seemed that Lu Jiaoyi, having borne 2 sons, had garnered his indulgence. When you eventually enter the palace, do not engage in disputes with her. Quan Mingyi added with a remark that Lu Jiaoyi's temperament could be considered gentle. Having given birth to 2 royal sons, she could not help but feel a sense of pride. Furthermore, her long-standing position of power inevitably came with a certain temperament. Quan Mingyi was naturally aware of these circumstances. However, it was common for those in high positions to behave thus, as long as their actions did not exceed the bounds of propriety. He could easily turn a blind eye. Shen Yuling felt a slight disdain in her heart. Even before she had entered the palace, Quan Mingyi's affections were already swayed towards Lu Jiaoyi. Should she refrain from arguing with her? But what if Lu Jiaoyi intentionally sought to provoke her? Moreover, her purpose for entering the palace was to deal with Lu Jiaoyi. How could she possibly coexist peacefully with her? I have already married and cannot enter the palace. Shen Yuling felt a surge of anger due to Quan Mingyi's special regard for Lu Jiaoyi. Yet outwardly, she could only express her displeasure at Quan Mingyi's decision to bring her into the palace without her consent. Quan Mingyi appeared oblivious to her feelings that on the night of the full moon, Shen Yuling found herself without any place to go aside from the imperial palace, and relying on him was her only option. Quan Mingyi's lips remained sealed, silent as the grave. Shen Yuling, too, pursed her lips, not uttering a word. Her body sat stiffly upon him, her posture exuding great discomfort. Yet Quan Mingyi seemed utterly unconcerned, his hand resting possessively around her waist, caressing her gently. Shortly thereafter, the royal carriage arrived at Yaohua Palace. As soon as it came to a halt, Shen Yuling seized the opportunity, swiftly rising from his lap before he could react. She made a beeline for the exit, her demeanor akin to fleeing from a fierce beast. Quan Mingyi let out a soft chuckle. Following her out, Li Ming observed Shen Jiyu's audacious behavior and shook his head repeatedly. Only Shen Jiyu would dare act in such a manner. Stepping ahead of His Majesty. When Quan Mingyi and Shen Yuling entered the dining hall, lunch had already been beautifully arranged on the table. The ivory-inlaid jade and glass round table displayed 28 exquisite imperial dishes, each crafted with utmost precision, their enticing colors and aromatic fragrances making one's mouth water. Quan Mingyi sat down at the table, while Shen Yuling deliberately chose a seat opposite him, the farthest possible distance. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound. His gaze fixed on Shen Yuling. In a low voice, he commanded, "Come sit over here, that I do not wish to disturb your majesty during your meal." Shen Yuling attempted to decline. Quan Mingyi remained silent, his dark, profound gaze piercing through her. Shen Yuling had no choice but to rise, taking slow, measured steps towards him, just as she reached his side and was about to take her seat. Quan Mingyi suddenly extended his arm, pulling her waist with a gentle grip. Shen Yuling was caught off guard and found herself seated on his lap. "Your Majesty, this is quite inappropriate," she murmured softly. Despite the many palace maids attending nearby, their heads bowed, the situation still filled her with embarrassment. "Shen Jiyu, before your amnesia, you wept and begged me to accompany you for meals that I, moved by your current plight, came to keep you company. Yet, you seem ungrateful." Quan Mingyi raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Shen Yuling quickly retorted, "Impossible. How could I have wept and asked for your company? Your Majesty, do not deceive me simply because of my memory loss." She spoke earnestly. Quan Mingyi let out a derisive snort, unwilling to argue with a fool who had lost her memory and was brainwashed by Feng Mohang. Li Ming, witnessing the playful banter between the emperor and Shen Jiyu, understood well that they were flirting. Thus, he tactfully waved his hand, dismissing everyone from the hall. It was evident that the emperor and Shen Jiyu did not require anyone to serve them during their meal. However, it was curious how closely Shen Jiyu had become with the prince, while the emperor seemed not to care at all. Although he had once been angry, he had not punished Shen Jiyu. Could it truly be due to her amnesia? As Li Ming closed the hall doors, he discreetly glanced at Quan Mingyi and Shen Jiyu. He noted the faint smile gracing the emperor's lips. As if he were thoroughly enjoying Shun Jiyu's internal struggle against his advances, Dao Ming shook his head, pondering what foolish thoughts filled his mind. The emperor had always favored obedient and docile women. With that thought, he shut the hall doors entirely. Quan Mingyi reached out and removed the veil from her face. Shen Yuling's icy visage met his gaze. Quan Mingyi was not a patient man. While he might indulge in some coaxing when in a good mood, too much of it would lead to annoyance. Since you are unwilling to remain in my embrace, then serve me during the meal. He stated flatly, to AT his words. Shen Yuling felt as if she had been granted a reprieve. She promptly rose from his lap, picked up her utensils, and stood beside him with decorum, ready to serve him. Upon noticing her eagerness to distance herself from him, Quan Mingyi's anger flared within that he ceased his pretense, his expression darkening. Serve the dishes. Yes, your majesty, Shen Yuling replied, her eyes scanning the lavish spread before her. A mischievous thought surged within her that if she was to serve, then she would do so wholeheartedly. Her gaze swept across the table until it landed on a bowl of lotus petal-patterned porcelain filled with nectar. She approached, scooping several spoonfuls into a bowl. Spotting a lotus cake, she picked one up with her chopsticks, and as she walked back towards Quan Mingyi, she dipped the lotus cake into the nectar. With a bright smile, she said, Your Majesty, do try this cake. I have named it Lotus and Nectar. With that, she held the soaked lotus cake to his lips. Quan Mingyi stared at her, his mouth remaining closed. Was this woman mocking his unworthiness to be served? Comparing him to a wilted lotus, soaking him in precious broth. The derision was palpable, in Shen Yuling's heart. This wilted lotus also alluded to Quan Mingyi's superficial splendor as an emperor, while his means were base and unscrupulous. Disregarding her will and forcibly bringing her into the harem, usurping another's wife, just as the wilted lotus, though submerged in water, had lost its noble essence. Your Majesty, Shen Yuling called softly, although Quan Mingyi sensed the inappropriateness of the dish's name. Upon seeing Shen Yuling's radiant smile and clear eyes, he chose to remain silent. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Ultimately, he opened his mouth and took a bite to his dismay. Shen Yuling grew increasingly audacious. She combined various dishes, presenting items like jade shavings with scallions and pearl dumplings, all laden with scornful implications. She fed them to him one by one. Quan Mingyi's expression grew darker, nearly dripping with ink. She had quite the talent for insults. The jade shavings appeared elegant, yet they subtly mocked him as crushed jade, deemed inconsequential in her eyes. The scallions pointed directly at his superficiality, while the pearl dumplings implied that Feng Mohang was as precious as a pearl, whereas he was akin to mere muck. The begonia, although seemingly lovely, was ultimately hollow and superficial. Quan Mingyi clenched his teeth in silence. Were she not suffering from amnesia, he would have certainly ordered her to the Yetting for a thorough punishment. He had never been openly insulted in such a manner. Quan Mingyi's gaze bore into her as he ate, his expression grim. Midway through the meal, he suddenly stood up, sweeping his sleeves aside as he left. Once Shen Yuling saw him depart, she could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. She had thought Quan Mingyi was oblivious to her jests. Yet, the more she resisted and distanced herself from him, the stronger Quan Mingyi's hidden anticipation grew. He yearned for her to plunge into despair over Feng Mohang's betrayal. Even imagining her weeping inconsolably, heart-wrenching sobs escaping her, in that moment, she would be like a lost rabbit, jumping into his embrace seeking solace. Thus, in recent days, he had indulged her whims, for the night of the full moon was the perfect moment for him to relish his feast, and he intended to utterly possess her body and soul, transforming her into his most cherished treasure. Chapter 68. The fragrant pouch. Today is the 15th of June. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled crimson, painting the horizon a deep red. Within Weiyang Palace, Li Ming noticed that Quan Mingyi had diligently reviewed the towering stack of memorials and had only a few remaining. He carefully presented a detailed record regarding Shen Jiyu, painstakingly compiled by Zhao Tsong outside the palace. Your Majesty, this document outlines Shen Jiyu's recent experiences, recorded meticulously by Zhao Tsong's men. Quan Mingyi's expression darkened as he accepted the pile of papers, his gaze swiftly scanning the contents. Upon reading that since her return from Darantang, Feng Mohang had visited daily, his eyes instantly turned frigid. The words holding hands and embracing locked into his mind. Jealousy surged within him like a tidal wave, battering against the dam of his reason. The ominous phrase not once pierced through his heart like a poisoned arrow. Although he had sensed something amiss upon seeing the red marks on her neck the previous night, the black and white evidence was undeniable. Feng Mohang had entered her chambers more than once. Images of intimate and provocative moments involuntarily flooded Quan Mingyi's mind. Shen Yuling, seduced by Feng Mohang's honeyed words, had developed deep feelings for him. Was she not accommodating him each time? Recalling their tender moments together, Quan Mingyi, who had savored her charms, knew well how enchanting and captivating she could be. In an instant, Quan Mingyi crumpled the paper into a ball and hurled it away furiously. He struggled to suppress his rage, forcing a few words through clenched teeth. Go to Yaohua Palace. Li Ming had served His Majesty for many years, yet he had never witnessed such unrestrained fury emanating from the sovereign. It was as if a wrathful lion had been roused, instilling dread in all who beheld it. In a state of trepidation, he lowered his head even further. With a submissive tone, he replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The royal procession hastened forth, shattering the tranquility of the evening. Upon reaching Yaohua Palace, Li Ming, adhering to tradition, intended to announce the arrival of the emperor with a loud proclamation, but he was abruptly halted by Quan Mingyi's raised hand. He promptly fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. The fading light of the setting sun filtered through the window grilles, casting a dim, golden hue within the palace. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the foliage in the courtyard, the leaves whispering softly to one another. Shen Yuling sat quietly on the beauty couch, clad in a moon-white silk gown, her legs gracefully curled beneath her. Delicate fingers deftly wove colorful threads, as if she were meticulously embroidering a fragrant pouch. Quan Mingyi's footsteps were heavy as he entered Yaohua Palace. The sound of his boots echoed ominously in the corridor. Sensing his presence, Shen Yuling lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes meeting his cold, piercing stare that a wave of panic washed over her. Instinctively, she concealed the object in her hand behind her. She hastily rose from the couch and bowed, greeting, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty," if he had not heard her salutation. Quan Mingyi bypassed her, his focus unwavering as he sought the hidden item behind her. Shen Yuling's heart raced, and disregarding the courtly decorum, she stepped forward, seizing the pouch resting on the beauty couch. Quickly concealing it behind her back, her voice trembling, "Your Majesty, my embroidery is poor. Please do not look at it." Quan Mingyi narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating, as if it could pierce through her very soul. Had he perhaps been too lenient with her in recent days, allowing her to disregard not only decorum, but also the reverence she ought to hold? "Hand it over," he commanded, extending his hand. Shen Yuling bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure as she met his gaze. The oppressive force emanating from Quan Mingyi left her quaking with fear. Throughout her time in the palace, he had treated her with consideration. Even when she often met him with a cold demeanor or acted capriciously, he had chosen not to hold her accountable. Yet Shen Yuling understood the unapproachable boundary that was Feng Mohang. If she were to present the pouch to him, her situation would undoubtedly worsen. Clenching her lip until it turned pale, she subtly shook her head, silently conveying her refusal. "Shen Jiyu, the emperor's edict is as immovable as a mountain. Those who defy it face annihilation, and those who disobey it face no mercy. Has Shen Yuan not taught you this?" Quan Mingyi's tone was frigid as ice. His words struck Shen Yuling like a thunderclap, awakening her to the reality of her situation. Perhaps the leniency he had shown her had lulled her into a false sense of security, leading her to believe that the distance between them was not insurmountable. Yet now, reality crashed upon her like a deluge of cold water. It seemed she had not been ruthless enough with Quan Mingyi. The humiliation of this day would surely be repaid, without a moment's hesitation. Shen Yuling knelt before Quan Mingyi. "Your Majesty, I beseech your forgiveness." She extended her trembling hand, cautiously offering the pouch to him, in her quivering grasp. The pouch seemed to absorb her anxiety and fear. Quan Mingyi accepted the pouch, lowering his gaze to inspect it. The embroidery depicted mandarin ducks, yet their forms were grotesquely misshapen, resembling ducks more than the intended subject. Such craftsmanship was unprecedentedly poor. Turning the pouch over, he discovered an inscription, "One heart, one soul," together until old in the lower left corner. The characters Hung Ling were embroidered clearly. Quan Mingyi's expression shifted dramatically, his grip tightening around the pouch, altering its shape under duress. Shen Yuling kept her head bowed. The pouch had been deliberately crafted, and maintaining it was also intentional. She wished to evoke jealousy in Quan Mingyi. However, his demeanor was evidently disturbed, with a grim countenance. Quan Mingyi seated himself upon the couch and coldly commanded, "Burn it." He extended the pouch towards Li Ming, who hurriedly bent to accept it. But upon hearing the command to incinerate the pouch, Shen Yuling immediately raised her head and snatched it from Quan Mingyi's grasp. Since the performance had already begun, she resolved to see it through to the end. After all, she intended to stage another act before Quan Mingyi after meeting Feng Mong, which was of utmost importance. She wagered that Quan Mingyi would not harm her at this moment. But no, it cannot be burned. Shen Yuling cradled the pouch protectively against her chest. The sight of her defending the pouch only fueled Quan Mingyi's ire further. He was determined to punish her severely. Yet he maintained his stoic demeanor, lowering his gaze upon her. "Then I shall summon the Duke to the palace, and you shall personally present the pouch to him." Shen Yuling bit her lip. Under duress, she had no choice but to extend the pouch once more. Although the inscription belonged to Feng Mong, it was also a reckless attempt to probe Quan Mingyi's limits. He had declared that today he would shatter her illusions regarding Feng Mong. She needed to lay the groundwork for her feelings toward him, ensuring that her emotions appeared genuine and heartfelt. Moreover, she sought to elevate Quan Mingyi's mood from the depths of despair to a state of satisfaction. Did I end this light? How could the pouch not be considered a work crafted for Quan Mingyi? Li Ming swiftly stepped forward to retrieve the pouch, handing it over to a palace maid while quietly instructing her to incinerate it. Observing Shen Yuling's despondent expression, Quan Mingyi reached out, pulling her into his embrace. His palm brushed against her cheek, gently caressing it as he inquired softly, "Are you displeased?" Shen Yuling, unwilling to engage, instinctively turned her head away. Quan Mingyi's brow furrowed, and with a firm grip he seized her chin, forcing her to face him. Before she could react, he leaned down and captured her lips with his. A sharp pain shot through Shen Yuling's mouth, the taste of blood gradually spreading between them. Ouch! Her muffled whimper was swallowed by his lips, escaping only as an indistinct murmur. After what felt like an eternity, Quan Mingyi released her, his lips parting from her swollen, blood-stained ones. Suddenly, Shen Yuling was thrust aside, caught off guard as she tumbled to the floor. What had triggered such a reaction from Quan Mingyi today? Her eyes reflected unmasked astonishment. "Shen Jiu, I am lenient towards your amnesia, but that does not afford you the liberty to resist before me." Quan Mingyi leaned down, raising her chin with a measure of force that compelled her to meet his gaze. His eyes were like a frigid abyss, unfathomable and piercing. Do you comprehend that when an emperor is enraged, blood flows like rivers? As his grip on her chin descended, his long, pale fingers encircled her delicate neck. Shen Yuling's brow furrowed in distress. She had no desire to experience that suffocating sensation again. It was merely an embroidered pouch. In recent days, he had not held her cold demeanor against her. Why had he transformed into such a terrifying figure today? Her initial intention had been to provoke him lightly before he took her to meet Feng Mong. Had she perhaps gone too far? It seemed she must tread even more cautiously in her dealings with Quan Mingyi, as if walking on thin ice. Instinctively, Shen Yuling grasped Quan Mingyi's wrist, her eyes reflecting both terror and grievance. With a choked voice, she implored, "Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness." Although Quan Mingyi did not tighten his grip, his words carried the weight of imperial authority that I govern the lives of the populace. "Life and death are at my discretion, and none dare to speak against me. Tiomi, you are but an insignificant insect." His tone remained devoid of emotion, each word striking Shen Yuling's heart like a hammer. "Recognize your place." Quan Mingyi released her. The force of his motion caused her head to tilt aside, her long, thick lashes quivering, shielding the tumultuous emotions within her eyes. Truly, he was the archetypal protagonist of a male-centric narrative, the sovereign who unified the realm, and indeed, a man devoid of affection. Shen Yuling's palm, braced against the ground, slowly clenched into a fist, her nails embedding into her palm, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. In a subdued voice, she asserted, "Your Majesty possesses the power to shape the world. Life and death lie within your thoughts. I am acutely aware of my identity, and I am grateful for your leniency these past few days." Quan Mingyi directed Li Ming, prepare a carriage for the palace exit. His deep, cold gaze once more settled upon Shen Yuling, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yet, Quan Mingyi exhibited no trace of compassion. "Today, I shall take you to witness how your beloved husband cherishes another, He emphasized the two words deep love at the end. Chapter 69. Witnessing in person at the Drunken Lyric Pavilion in recent days. Feng Mohang had been preoccupied with official duties, leaving him no time to return to the prince's residence. However, time flew by, and before long, the day of the full moon arrived, with no other choice. Feng Mohang quietly took Qingyi away, settling her in the Drunken Lyric Pavilion at this moment. Quan Mingyi was in the neighboring room with Shun Yuling that a mere wall separated them, yet it felt as though two worlds were divided. Inside, Quan Mingyi pressed his hands against the wall, pinning Shun Yuling firmly against it. She placed her hands on his chest, forced to tilt her head back, enduring the fervent and tumultuous kiss from Quan Mingyi. Their tongues entwined, tasting sweet and fragrant, as they explored each other. Shun Yuling felt her mind clouded, her thoughts swirling like a tempest. Suddenly, the sound of a door being pushed open echoed from next door. Almost immediately, a woman's voice floated in. "Your Highness, you're here." Feng Mohang's voice, tinged with fatigue and hoarseness, replied yes. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Shun Yuling felt as if cold water had been poured over her head, jolting her awake. She abruptly opened her eyes, and before her stood Quan Mingyi, his indifferent yet fervent gaze piercing through her. No. She struggled desperately, attempting to escape from Quan Mingyi's embrace and the kiss that sent her heart racing. Her husband was right next door. How could she be so intimate with His Majesty? Shun Yuling's struggles grew more frantic, yet Quan Mingyi seemed only to be spurred on by her resistance. Tightening his hold around her waist, Quan Mingyi's lips withdrew from hers, and he gripped her waist, turning her body to press against the wall. With one hand raised high, he secured her hands above her head. Encircling her from behind, his lips brushed against her ear as he spoke in a low, husky voice, deliberately lowering his tone. "Do you despise contact with me so much? It's a pity that your so-called husband doesn't even desire to touch you." Quan Mingyi tore open the fabric at her shoulder, and a flurry of heated kisses fell like raindrops upon her exposed, jade-like skin. "Please, I don't want your kisses," Shun Yuling protested, her heart filled with fear and guilt. Quan Mingyi let out a soft scoff. "Listen closely. What is your beloved husband doing next door? He is undressing, kissing another woman, and preparing to engage in even more intimate acts with her. Has he ever treated you this way?" Sure enough, the sounds of rustling clothing could be heard from the adjacent room. Moments later, the melodious moans of a woman mixed with the heavy breaths of a man echoed clearly. Shun Yuling's pupils dilated in disbelief, her face reflecting utter shock. She shook her head, murmuring, "No, it can't be that my husband said that when he met me, he understood what it meant to feel a heartbeat. He said he would only engage in such intimate matters with a woman he truly cherished. He said he only loves me." Her voice trembled, imbued with a stubborn self-reassurance that no, the person next door cannot be him. She turned and forcefully pushed Quan Mingyi away, glaring at him. "You lied to me. Did you hire someone to impersonate my husband? You are the emperor of the Qian dynasty. How could you resort to such despicable tactics?" Quan Mingyi merely stared at her silently, not uttering a word. He then took her hand and strode out of the room. His pace was brisk and long, and Shun Yuling, unable to break free, could only quicken her steps, her gait slightly unsteady as she followed him. They walked on until they reached a secret compartment known only to the owner of the Drunken Lyric Pavilion. Quan Mingyi approached and pushed open a small window. Subsequently, he reached out, gripping the nape of Shun Yuling's neck, forcefully directing her head towards the small opening. Shun Yuling's gaze passed through the window, her pupils widening in shock. What unfolded before her was the entwined figures of a man and a woman within the room. Quan Mingyi's icy lips brushed against her ear, his voice as cold as you see clearly now. The man inside is your beloved husband." Shun Yuling seemed to transform into a soulless puppet in an instant, her eyes vacant and dazed, staring blankly at the unbearable scene for what felt like an eternity, until she caught sight of Feng Mohang slightly turning his head, his distinct features shattering something deep within her. Ultimately, her heart sank. All her strength seemed to evaporate in an instant, her limbs growing weak. Shun Yuling averted her gaze, turning away from the small window to face Quan Mingyi, who appeared to be waiting to witness her despair. With all her might, she pushed him away, desperately fleeing from the scene. Quan Mingyi furrowed his brow. Although he had anticipated that witnessing Feng Mohang's actions would devastate Shun Yuling, and even secretly hoped to see her heartbroken and despondent, This was a punishment for her love for Feng Mohang. Yet upon witnessing this moment, he felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Quan Mingi followed her outside. Shen Yuling returned to the room she had just left, trembling as she curled up in a corner. Her eyes were hollow and devoid of life, resembling a still pond, devoid of ripples. Within her chest, an unbearable agony spread like wildfire. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string, uncontrollably soaking her garments. Quan Mingi stepped closer to her, his tone low and steady. "Did I have told you? Feng Mohang deceived you." Shen Yuling slowly raised her head, gazing up at him. Through her tear-filled eyes, endless sorrow and despair were evident. She curled her lips into a bitter smile. "Liar! All of you are liars," she murmured, her voice barely audible, yet each word pierced the heart. "It turns out he never truly liked me." Quan Mingi gazed at her, witnessing her collapse and despair, as if she were a puppet stripped of its soul. That an indescribable pain welled up within him, as the anger he had felt toward her dissipated. Yet, this was the very scene he had envisioned in his heart, was it not? This was the punishment for her betrayal. Yet why did he feel such discomfort in conjunction with her emotional turmoil? Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Quan Mingi's voice remained devoid of inflection. "Feng Mohang deceived you," he paused before adding, "I have never lied to you." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuling let out a soft scoff, her expression laced with sarcasm and bitterness. "You are the one who married me off to Feng Mohang, yet you disregarded the conventions and brought me into the palace from him. How can I trust you?" Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with accusation. "What am I? Just a pawn, a piece in your majesty's scheme to control my father. Tou, am I not laughable?" Tears streamed down Shen Yuling's cheeks in a torrent. "Did I appear pitiable? Even as the tears flow freely, my lips still bear that faint, elusive smile." Her exquisite features were now ashen, devoid of color, revealing her extreme fragility and sorrow. Chapter 70. Voluntarily falling into his embrace. Quan Mingi's eyelashes drooped, his fists clenched. Why did he feel such heartache upon witnessing her in this state? In the Northwest, she had been the cherished daughter of the Shen family, raised amidst her parents' boundless affection. She was a brilliant pearl, dazzling and captivating. When she first arrived in Xianjing, on the day of their first encounter, her eyes sparkled with dreams and expectations for her future husband, bright and pure. After losing her memory, she once believed she had attained everything she had longed for. But now, Quan Mingi had shattered all her unrealistic fantasies with his own hands that see her so heartbroken over Feng Mohang. In such despair that she wished for death, was precisely what he had previously desired to witness. The anger she had stirred within him dissipated, yet a fierce intent to kill surged within him. If it weren't for Feng Mohang, how could she have forgotten him? If Feng Mohang had not deceived her, how could she have fallen in love with him? How could she have ended up in such a state of heartbreak and despair? It was all Feng Mohang's fault. Quan Mingi would never reveal to her that Feng Mohang, under the influence of a curse, would lose all consciousness and engage with a woman possessing a mother worm on the night of the full moon. He also refused to acknowledge that the pain she was enduring was the result of his meticulously plotted scheme. Therefore, all his anger was directed at Feng Mohang. The blame lay solely with him. Quan Mingi slowly crouched down, half kneeling before Shen Yuling, that he reached out, brushing away the tears that continued to cascade down her cheeks. Yet the cold tears felt like scalding water, causing him pain. His throat felt dry, rendering him almost speechless. Quan Mingi gazed at her, his eyes deep and complex. This moment, the despairing Shen Yuling resembled a parasitic flower, entirely dependent on him. This was what he desired, was it not? Everything Quan Mingi wished for was within his grasp, but he steeled his resolve and whispered, "I have said, your future husband will be none other than me." He regards everyone as mere pawns, believing that all individuals in this world are but pieces on the chessboard of his empire, manipulated and controlled at his whim. Yet she, at present, is his most cherished piece, the one whose delicate and gentle texture captivates him to the point of reluctance to let go. She remains the one he is yet to determine where to place in order to craft the most exquisite and unparalleled strategy. Quan Mingi continued, "Forget him." His expression softened considerably as his hand gently caressed her cheek. Shen Yuling's eyes glistened, her crystalline tears flowing like a broken string of pearls from her beautiful fox-like eyes. They trickled down her rosy cheeks, leaving trails of sorrow, a picture of pitiable fragility. in a tumult of emotions and profound sadness. She threw herself into Quan Mingyi's arms. Anticipating her move, he opened his arms at the right moment. Enveloping her in his embrace, with a gentle exertion, he lifted her effortlessly. Shen Yuling wrapped her arms around his neck, her legs instinctively entwined around his waist, clinging to him as if he were the last lifeline in a tempestuous sea. Unbeknownst to her, she may not have found a safe harbor, but rather stepped from one den of wolves into a more perilous den of tigers. Meanwhile, the commotion from the adjacent room intensified. With sounds that would flush anyone's cheeks, assaulting Shen Yuling's eardrums. Pain etched across her face as she covered her ears, filled with helplessness and pleading. "I do not wish to hear it." Quan Mingyi led her to the round table and placed her upon it. Her legs naturally parted, but he gazed at her, his voice deep and husky. "I shall assist you." He took her hands, slowly lowering them and pressing them onto the table. Leaning forward, he inclined his head slightly, capturing her lips with precision. His tongue gently prodded, prying open her mouth, and then it swept through with abandon. Shen Yuling felt as if all strength had been drained from her body, her form turning soft and feeble. The only sounds that filled her ears were the ambiguous and intimate sounds of swallowing, resonating like a distant hum. Her hands, which had been propping her up, gradually struggled under the weight of her body. "No!" Quan Mingyi released her. Beneath his thick lashes, his deep black eyes resembled the inky night sky, brimming with an intensity that threatened to erupt in aggression and fervent desire. Shen Yuling tilted her head slightly. Her fox-like eyes reddened, exuding an innate allure intertwined with innocence and naivety. Their gazes locked, hearts pounding like drums, quickening in rhythm. Quan Mingyi's heated breath cascaded over her cheeks, causing them to burn even more. Shen Yuling instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her forehead against his. "Your Majesty, call me Nian Nian, will you?" Her voice was soft and ethereal, tinged with a hint of vulnerability, seeking solace in the solitary realm of Qianjing. Quan Mingyi's throat moved slightly as he replied, his voice carrying a hint of raspy warmth. "A nickname? It is the name my father bestowed upon me," Shen Yuling replied softly. "Then, Yuling must be named by your mother," Quan Mingyi asserted confidently. "How does your Majesty know?" "The mountains and rivers are graced by your beauty. The mist and rain nurture the spring. Your father could not have conjured such a name," he added with a subtle smile. Her name was surely imbued with the hope that she would grow amidst love and care, filled with vitality and wisdom, and it was expected that one day she would embody exceptional qualities and extraordinary talents. Like the ethereal essence nurtured by the mountains and rivers, concentrated solely within her, a generous gift from nature and a treasure of the Shen family. Yet now, this rare gem lay within his grasp. Shen Yuling's pupils widened slightly, clearly astonished and stirred by Quan Mingyi's knowledge of her name's significance. "Does your Majesty know what my father's nickname means?" "Naturally beautiful, a stunning beauty," he replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, flickering with a mysterious fire. His left hand caressed her exquisite face, the delicate sensation gliding over his palm like satin. His thumb gradually descended, finally resting upon her soft lips, gazing intently at her slightly swollen, yet alluringly luscious mouth. As his thumb pressed against her lips, he was met with her instinctive bite. Shen Yuling felt discomfort at his intimate yet assertive actions, her body trembling, yet curiosity compelled her to ask, "Does your Majesty think I am?" Just as she began to speak, Quan Mingyi's hand slipped into her mouth. Simultaneously, his right hand swept her cascading inky hair behind her shoulders, his fingers inadvertently brushing against her shoulder, sending a shiver through Shen Yuling. "Indeed," he murmured, his throat constricting, his voice low and sultry. Adding to the charged atmosphere, he tightened his embrace around her waist, drawing her form closer to his. Shen Yuling's waist, influenced by his actions, naturally took on a curvaceous and alluring form reminiscent of a swaying willow. "My Nian Nian is undoubtedly the most beautiful," he declared, his tone deep and tender, seeming to enchant Shen Yuling's heart. Initially, Shen Yuling had her arms wrapped around his neck, but after a brief moment, her delicate right hand slowly descended, her fingers gently grasping his belt. With her movements, the belt loosened quietly, revealing his dark robe. Shen Yuling's cool hand ventured into his collar, brushing against his heated chest. In that instant, Quan Mingyi's eyes ignited with fervent flames, his gaze akin to that of a hungry wolf fixated on its prey, as if he wished to consume her whole. Yet, Shen Yuling appeared oblivious to the intense desire burning in his eyes. She softly murmured, so cold, "Your Majesty, hold me." The last thread of Quan Mingyi's restraint snapped completely, but he embraced Shen Yuling tightly, their garments falling away like autumn leaves. His kisses traveled from her neck to her snow-white shoulders, igniting a trail of fire in their wake, that he then lifted their entwined hands, planting a warm, moist kiss on her fingertips. The coolness of her fingers met the warmth of his touch, causing Shen Yuling to shiver involuntarily. She could not help but softly call out, "Your Majesty." Quan Mingyi, too, seemed ensnared in a haze of confusion, uncertain why he felt so uncontrollably drawn to her. Yet at this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to indulge himself, surrendering to the surging tide of emotion within. Soon, the room was enveloped in an atmosphere of enchanting allure, the air thick with unspoken desire. Chapter 71. Understanding Quan Mingyi's plan inside the chamber. Disheveled garments lay scattered across the floor, a chaotic yet intimate testament to the fervor that had just transpired. Shen Yuling lamented that the table was too hard, her soft cries echoing in the air. Quan Mingyi cradled her and departed, leaning against the headboard of the bed. The woman in his arms was soft and powerless, relying on him for support, with only the gentle rise and fall of her chest indicating her continued breath. Suddenly, Quan Mingyi felt a slight dampness on his shoulder. He adjusted her position, revealing Shen Yuling's reddened eyes, tears beginning to pool once more, threatening to spill over. His brows furrowed slightly as he asked in a low voice, "What troubles you, Your Majesty?" "I have brought shame upon my family," she replied, her voice heavy with guilt and nearly choking on her words. "Though the Duke of Lingyang deceived me, I am still his Duchess. Tonight, I should not have been with Your Majesty. Now, what difference is there between us? We are both individuals of compromised virtue, fallen from grace." Quan Mingyi's brow furrowed deeper. Initially, he had been ensnared in a plot and drugged. Shen Yuling had been forced into losing her virtue. When he found her, she faced her plight with strength despite her grievances. Yet tonight, due to his deliberate provocation and seduction, she had willingly succumbed. As she regained her composure, he could sense her inner turmoil and shame. However, even a hint of guilt was something he wished to eradicate, not allowing her to harbor even a fragment of lingering feelings for Feng Mohang. Quan Mingyi tightened his embrace around her slightly, speaking gently. "It was I who brought you into the palace. That if you speak of moral decay, are you then accusing me?" "I would not dare," Shen Yuling replied, biting her lip. "But my status and yours are indeed at odds. You are his uncle. Even if Feng Mohang deceived me, it remains absurd for us to act behind his back. Absurdities are for me to bear. You need only to be at ease as my Shen Juyu," Quan Mingyi reassured her softly. This matter was, in truth, unrelated to her, that as an emperor, he was bound to protect his woman and would never allow her to endure unwarranted reproach. "What I care about most is whether you still think of Feng Mohang." Quan Mingyi's gaze burned with intensity, as if he sought to pierce through her innermost thoughts, were it not for his Majesty. "Even if I were aware of Feng Mohang's deceit, he would still be my husband. I would naturally honor and cherish him, standing by his side through thick and thin." Shen Yuling, adhering to her character, was already playing the role of a woman steadfastly devoted to her affections, that in regarding Feng Mohang as her husband, her heart held only him. Yet his Majesty. Shen Yuling hesitated, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. However, Quan Mingyi seemed to perceive her unspoken thoughts, interjecting, "It is I who insist on claiming you. Thus Nian Yin must belong to me alone." That a blush crept across Shen Yuling's cheeks. Her gaze darted away. Shyly lowering her head, unable to meet his eyes, that in a voice barely above a whisper, she stated, "From this day forth, I shall no longer regard Feng Mohang as my husband." The corners of Quan Mingyi's lips curled upward. Those words were music to his ears. Shen Yuling appeared to recall something, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she inquired, "Then, how does Your Majesty intend for me to be at ease as your Shinjiafu?" "In a few days, I shall arrange for personnel to be dispatched to the northwest, and they should be able to resolve matters satisfactorily. By then, you shall have a twin sister," Quan Mingyi elucidated, having already informed Shen Yuan of the situation's intricacies. Shen Yuan, a lifelong loyalist, understood that his daughter belonged to his Majesty, and recognizing the emperor's intent to safeguard the Shun family's reputation by altering his daughter's identity, he readily acquiesced. Thus, Shen Yuling suddenly found herself with a long-lost twin sister. I shall assign Feng Mohang to a remote location, while you remain in Qianjing, Quan Mingyi continued. You will then enter the palace as the second daughter of the Shin family. And as for the princess consort in the duke's residence, I shall shield you from her. She had previously heard a fragment of this plan before her amnesia, but at that time, Shin Yuling was unaware of the specifics. Now, with the plan progressing smoothly, he saw no reason to keep her in the dark. Yet, nestled against Quan Mingyi's chest, Shin Yuling's eyes darted about. The idea of sending Feng Mohang to such a distant place was unprecedented. Neither mentioned in the original narrative nor in the original owner's memories that it seemed that Quan Mingyi had secretly undertaken considerable efforts for her sake. However, while the relocation was settled, it appeared that he had no intention of allowing Feng Mohang to learn of the entanglement between them. This simply would not do. She had known Quan Mingyi for merely 3 months. A resolute emperor like him would surely not harbor deep feelings for her at this stage, but he was entirely unlike Feng Mohang, whose love stemmed from a profound lack of affection and was intensified by her life-saving intervention, rendering it nearly obsessive. Should Shin Yuling not overthink or indulge in narcissism, she might just be the person he favored at present. Yet such a preference was far too fragile. Quan Mingyi would not resort to extreme measures against Feng Mohang merely due to this nascent affection. Nevertheless, Feng Mohang was one of Shin Yuling's objectives in this world. His fate was sealed with death, accompanied by a profound regret for his choices. Furthermore, she would not let go of the humiliation she had endured at Quan Mingyi's hands. The most effective method would be to incite a mutual animosity between Quan Mingyi and Feng Mohang, such that they would wish to eliminate one another. Shin Yuling recalled that Feng Mohang, as the male lead in a romantic narrative, bore a father who had been discarded by the Grand Princess, and his identity seemed veiled in mystery, far from ordinary. Yet, in the realm of female-centric romance, Feng Mohang's storyline was scarcely elaborated upon, leaving Shin Yuling in the dark regarding its details. However, none of that mattered. She merely needed to ensure that Feng Mohang understood that Quan Mingyi had taken her from him. Could he possibly accept this with equanimity? Once she dealt with Lu Jiaoyi in the palace, Feng Mohang could serve as a valuable pawn should she wish to leave. Quan Mingyi's affections were not something she deemed indispensable, that if you are heartless, then I shall take my leave that I in due time. She would see who would suffer more deeply. Shin Yuling appeared contemplative, softly expressing, Your Majesty has indeed devised so much for me. I thank you. Quan Mingyi merely replied with a gentle acknowledgement, not contesting her words. He had indeed invested much thought and strategy into her affairs. Shall we bathe? He inquired, slightly shifting his shoulders, causing Shin Yuling's body to sway gently in response. She shook her head lightly, her arms entwining around him. Refusing to let go that I lack strength, she murmured, her voice soft and laced with a hint of fragility and fatigue. Quan Mingyi gazed intently at her. The events of the night had been orchestrated within his designs, and given her emotional fluctuations, their intimacy had been rather fervent. Thus, her claim of fatigue was entirely reasonable. Seeing her lean on him, his heart softened that it would not be amiss to personally attend to her needs. Quan Mingyi instructed his attendants to prepare warm water, cradling her as he made his way to the bathing area behind the screen. Upon entering the bath, the warm water enveloped them both. Quan Mingyi's hand glided over her smooth back, gently caressing her. Shin Yuling's mind went blank as she straddled him, resting her head on his shoulder. Utterly still, Quan Mingyi felt her breath against his neck. Mistakenly believing she was still upset over Feng Mohang, that a frown creased his brow, and with a tone tinged with authority, he warned, Tonight, I permit you to grieve for Feng Mohang, but do not let it happen again. Do you understand? She realized he had misinterpreted her feelings, yet she obediently replied, I understand. After a brief pause,